You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. You're pregnant. Protecting yourself and the baby should be your priority. Your return may still be a secret, but there's a chance Andrew might find out. It's best to be careful. Justin felt more uneasy and anxious than ever, since it was already hard enough protecting Chloe before she became pregnant. There were now 3 people he had to protect. If he failed, he would be betraying Jack's trust. Sometimes Justin found it unbelievable that he was most trusted by his love rival. How much trust did Jack have in him to ask him to take care of Chloe? Perhaps it was because Jack had no other choice. Justin thought that no matter what he did, he would never be able to match what Jack had given her. He could never match the 3 years Jack spent with Chloe in high school, and the 7 years he spent without her. He only hoped that he would be able to see Chloe live a stable and happy life. That would be the best-case scenario. Justin drove Chloe to the Central Military Hospital, put her in the VIP room, and got her a personal caretaker. Before he left, he repeatedly told the nurse, "Be careful. She's pregnant with twins. I'll try my best, young Master Cooper. Don't worry." The nurse was on edge as well. "Justin, I'm fine. Don't be so nervous." Chloe looked at Justin, with an entertained expression on her face. Based on how stressed out Justin seemed, those who had no idea what was happening might think that he was the father of the twins. "You can't be careless. Call me if you need anything. You're a sensitive subject right now. You can't use social media, so I'm not going to leave a phone with you. They have a landline here. I know you can remember my number, so call me if you need something. I'll come to check on you every day. You don't have to come every day. Go do your things. There are a lot of things at Imperial Star for you to take care of." Chloe felt really guilty and didn't want to inconvenience Justin any further. That's not as important. Just focus on your own health. Justin then waved goodbye to her and left the hospital. Chloe laid down on the bed and watched a maternity program on the television, without a hint of what had happened to Jack. After watching TV, she became a little sleepy and was about to rest when she suddenly thought of something. She then called Rick. The phone rang for a long time before Rick picked up. "Rick, it's Chloe." "Mm-hmm. Hey, did Jack meet up with my in-laws after arriving in the States? I'm a little worried about my father-in-law's condition. I don't know how he is. Can you help me contact them? I want to talk to them, albeit brief. If it is convenient, it's best if I can talk to Jack as well." Chloe didn't want to inconvenience Rick, as she knew it was a sensitive time. Therefore, she tried to make her request sound as subtle as possible. Rick, however, remained silent on the other end. "Rick, are you listening?" Chloe thought that the signal was bad. "I'm listening." Rick's voice was low. "Can you help me contact them?" "Chloe, there's an issue on that side." Where are you right now? I'll come to talk to you in person." "I'm at the Central Military Hospital, but I don't think you can just come and visit. You can contact Justin and ask him to arrange a meeting." "Okay, I'll call Justin right now." "Rick, what happened in America? Did something happen?" Chloe asked uneasily. "I'll go over the details when I see you." Rick didn't want to say it over the phone, since this was face-to-face news. At dusk, Justin got Rick's phone call as he was walking out of his home. His mother stopped him. "Justin, is Chloe back?" Looking at her son, Mrs. Cooper asked. She's back. Is she okay now?" "She's okay for now. Grandpa applied for medical parole, but I heard that she was pregnant." Justin nodded. I want to ask, is it yours?" After Mrs. Cooper said that, Justin almost coughed out blood. "Pfft, Mom, are you kidding me? Hurry up and answer, don't joke around." Mrs. Cooper still looked very serious. "Mom, it isn't mine. There's nothing between me and Chloe. It's super pure friendship. I mean, I do like her, but she doesn't like me that way," Justin said helplessly. "Okay, if it isn't, I can rest easy. If it was, what would you do?" Justin heard the hidden meaning behind his mother's words. Of course, we would hold a wedding for you. I would never let my grandson be born without a proper identity. Ahem, Mom, you're thinking too much. I have to leave now. Bye. Hey, you didn't tell me where she's staying yet. I want to see her. The military hospital. Grandpa knows where. After speaking, Justin left without looking back. The mood was somber on the way to the hospital with Rick in his car. Are you going to tell her the truth? While driving, Justin asked, Can Chloe take it? Justin was a little worried. But she needs to know the truth, Rick calmly replied. Chloe is pregnant. I'm worried. She's pregnant? Rick looked at Justin with a shocked expression on his face. Why did you think they let her go so quickly? Hearing of Chloe's pregnancy made Rick fall silent. He felt guilty once again. If it wasn't for him, Jack would be fine, and he would have learned of Chloe's pregnancy. He was going to be a father. Seeing Rick's depressed expression made Justin say, Can you not look so angry? Maybe today isn't the day for you to go. I'll find an excuse to hold off Chloe for another day. No, I have to tell her the truth. You're kidding me, right? You're as stubborn as a donkey. Chloe is so smart. She won't be misled for long. It would be better to tell her now, rather than later. Rick made up his mind about telling Chloe. Therefore, Justin's attempt to convince him was extremely futile. Finally, Justin brought Rick into the military hospital, despite his extreme unwillingness. Outside the VIP room, You go and talk to her. I'll wait for you outside. Justin paced around outside and didn't dare to enter. He wasn't brave enough to face Chloe's expression the moment that she hears of the news. He didn't think he would be able to take it as well. Rick, who was wearing a black jacket, knocked and entered. He found that Chloe was listening to music for the baby. Seeing Rick enter made Chloe rise happily. Rick, come and sit. Rick nodded and sat opposite of Chloe. Chloe poured a cup of tea for Rick. Try this chrysanthemum tea. I made it myself. It's good for you. I'm fine, but thank you. Chloe put the cup aside, and before she could speak, Rick asked, Chloe, I heard that you're pregnant? Yes, twins. I feel like I'm in a dream. It feels so unrealistic. I wonder if Jack would faint from being too happy when he finds out. Chloe giggled out loud, looking like a young girl who couldn't mask her happiness. However, the bright smile from Chloe only felt like a laser aimed right at Rick's heart. Justin stood outside and peeked in. His heart also throbbed as he watched her smile. He then turned around, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Young Master Cooper, you can't smoke in the hospital, a nurse reminded him kindly. Justin listened quietly and put the unlit cigarette behind his ear with a smooth motion. The nurse walked over shyly. Young Master Cooper, is the girl in the room your friend? Yes. She's very kind. She never tells us what to do and tries to do everything on her own. She also has a lot of professional knowledge about medicine. Of course, she's a doctor. Justin let out a bitter smile. I will go in and measure her vital. Before the nurse could head in, Justin stopped her. She's talking to someone important. Why don't you come back later? Okay. The nurse walked out a couple of steps before glancing back at Justin. She bit her lip hesitatingly and asked, Young Master Cooper, what's your SNAP ID? Justin was startled for a moment, but he quickly answered, I don't use SNAP. Oh, okay. It was obvious Justin was rejecting her. In today's day and age, everyone used SNAP. There were only two reasons as to why someone would say they don't use the app. They're either lying to you, or they're being polite about rejecting you. Justin stood out in the hallway anxiously, as if waiting for a conclusion. Rick, who sat inside the room, held his tongue as he watched Chloe's smile grow wider. Congrats. They will be very cute, Rick said faintly. Thanks. Oh, by the way, where is Cece? Why isn't she with you? I'm starting to miss her. She's busy studying these days. A lot of midterms. Oh, I guess I'll treat her to dinner some other day then. Chloe smiled some more. Chloe? Rick called her name gently. Huh? I'm sorry. Rick looked down and apologized quietly. Why are you apologizing? Chloe was still smiling, but deep down she sensed bad news coming her way. I'm really sorry, Jack. Rick paused. What happened to Jack? Chloe asked anxiously. She felt her heart wrenching as she watched Rick's face. After 5 seconds of silence, Rick took a deep breath and continued slowly. That night, I forced Jack onto the jet and escorted him to the international waters. On the other side was my brother's jet that was waiting. Upon confirming it was in fact my brother's people, I let him board the plane. But the plane exploded at 248 nautical miles and crashed into the South Pacific Ocean. What about Jack? Chloe could barely hear herself. Jack went missing. The likelihood of him surviving the crash is very low. We've been searching for 3 days now and we haven't found anything. But one thing for sure is that my brother's men on that plane died. So, Jack. Chloe fell back to her bed, numbly. In merely a second, she felt a wave of coldness engulf her. At that moment, she felt like the sky was collapsing and the world was coming to an end. She couldn't think, nor could she react. Chloe, I'm really sorry. I've let you down. You trusted me, and Rick sunk his head even lower as regret filled his face. After a while, Chloe calmed down and said, Not knowing his whereabouts is good news. You not being able to find him means that he's fine, right? Chloe, Rick looked up in surprise. Rick, don't blame yourself. You will always be our friend. When we are in need, you never watched on the sidelines. The fact that the plane exploded was not something you could have predicted. So, please don't feel bad, because I still believe Jack is alive. Upon hearing what Chloe said, Rick felt even worse. Thank you for telling me about this news, but I think Jack might have something more important that he needs to do. Once he's done, he will come and find me. In the meantime, I won't be worried, and I won't feel sad, because I will be waiting, right here, for his return. As Chloe finished speaking, she put a palm on her belly and gently murmured to the babies and herself, Daddy will be all right, guys? At that moment, Rick, who always considered himself to be a cold-blooded killer, almost broke out in tears. Chloe, Thousands of words ran through Rick's mind, but at that moment, Rick didn't know what else to say, other than how sorry he was, how much he blamed himself, and how much regret he felt. Rick, remember to tell Cece to visit me when she's free. She's such an innocent and cute girl. I really like her. Be good to her, and don't let her down. I can tell she really cares about you. Okay, when she's on break, I will definitely bring her here. Chloe, take care of yourself. I will. I'm not alone anymore. I have my babies now. I will take care of them while I wait for Jack's return. Rick walked out of Chloe's room with mixed feelings. How is she? What's her emotional state? Justin asked anxiously. You should go in and see for yourself. Rick walked out of the hospital with an unspeakable amount of heaviness in his heart. Justin dwelled upon the door for a long while before finally deciding to knock and see for himself. Hey, you're here. Chloe smiled. You... Justin looked up with surprise, surprised by Chloe's calm expression. Did you want to ask me if Rick told me about Jack? Yes. Justin nodded. He did. So, you... Justin didn't know how to continue. I'm fine. I believe Jack is still alive. You guys are too pessimistic. Really? I'm fine. Chloe said nothing for a moment, and then she continued. By the way, come and try this chrysanthemum tea I made. I think it's rather good. As she finished speaking, Chloe poured a cup of tea for Justin. Justin was at a loss of what he should do, as he was confused by Chloe's state of being. Don't worry about me. I'm very strong. I'm pregnant, you know. I'm the mother of 2 now. I can't just be devastated and cry my eyes out. Chloe, stay strong. Justin was really at a loss for words of comfort. Of course. Chloe smiled once more. But for some reason, Chloe's bright smile left him feeling uneasy and burned a hole through his heart. He knew that behind those splendid smiles were a devastating amount of sadness. "How are you feeling today?" Justin asked warily. "Very good. Have you had dinner yet?" "Yeah. I had a bowl of rice and some soup. The dishes here are pretty good. Much better than Southside's cafeteria. Then eat more. If you want to eat something that isn't provided here, call me." Okay. Rest early. I will head back now." Justin got up warily. "Don't worry. I will take care of myself. I will eat my meals on time and sleep on time," Chloe comforted Justin. But it only made Justin feel worse. Chloe kept a soft smile on her face up until the moment Justin disappeared behind the door. She sat on the bed quietly and looked out the window. A feeling of deep despair that no one would understand reflected through her darkened eyes. Upon leaving the military hospital, Justin's heart ached. He knew too well that Chloe was putting on a show for everyone. She couldn't possibly be fine. As he pondered, he received a call from Max and ended up driving to Brenton's house. In addition to Victoria, Brenton, and Max, Thomas was there as well. "Did you just come back from the hospital?" Victoria asked immediately, as Justin entered the room, clearly with a lot on his mind. "Yes?" "Brother Justin, how's my sister feeling?" Justin started, but didn't finish. "Did you tell her what happened?" Analyzing Justin's expressions, Victoria guessed. But Justin shook his head. "I didn't," Rick told her. "Rick went?" Everyone was surprised. Justin simply nodded. "Brother Justin, is my sister all right?" Thomas asked nervously. "Chloe is probably devastated," Max guessed. Actually, quite the contrary. On the surface, she wasn't sad at all. "But that's what I was afraid of the most," Justin murmured as he looked down onto the floor. Victoria's heart ached as she said, "In psychology, if the patients are feeling extremely suppressed, they will bury everything in their heart. Unlike those that show their grief, the people who bury those feelings choose to handle the grief on their own. So she must be devastated right now, right?" Brenton asked, but he was only replied with silence from the group. "So what should we do? What can I do to help?" Thomas asked Victoria anxiously. "It's something she must face on her own. Your sister has high IQ as well as EQ. She doesn't need us to tell her things she already understands. Regardless of how much we comfort her, it's meaningless and would have no healing effect for her. Sis is probably extremely saddened by the news, and here I am, being useless," Thomas said as tears streamed down his face. "Thomas, you need to believe that your sister is strong enough. She's pregnant with twins right now. Even if she can't be strong for herself, she will be strong for her kids," Victoria comforted. "Mr. Blake, dinner is ready." The Blake family's nanny walked over and politely informed them, "Let's go eat first, guys. We'll discuss this later. You guys eat? I'm going to head out." Justin stood up and walked out of Brenton's house, still not feeling any better. "Justin seems very upset," Max said quietly. "Of course he is. How can he not be upset when he likes Chloe so much?" said Brenton as he watched Justin drive away in the distance. "Too bad there's only one Chloe in the world. The only option is to let down Justin's heart," Victoria added. "If Jack actually died, would Justin have a chance eventually? After all, Chloe is still young," Max said without thinking. "My brother-in-law is not dead. He will be back," Thomas answered back angrily, giving Max a glare before turning away and stomping up to the second floor. Max stood there awkwardly. He had forgotten Thomas was still there and knew he had said the wrong thing. Inside the military hospital, Chloe laid flat on the bed with her palms on her stomach. Her eyes reflected a wave of complicated emotions that an outsider wouldn't understand. "They are all saying you died," she said quietly. "But I believe that you're still alive. You'll be back, right?" Chloe's voice became a low whisper as she continued. At that moment, she felt like a hopeless child. Without realizing, she closed her eyes. A world full of red maple trees appeared in front of her eyes. It was autumn at Yundung Mountain. The beauty of it was unspeakable, and it was as if it was the brightest and most colorful stroke from an artist. Chloe looked up and noticed the man standing on the stairs. He was wearing a white top and black pants, and of course, his signature smile. "Honey, what are you waiting for? Give me your hand. I will guide you." She watched Jack reach his hand out to her, closing the distance between them. She reached for his hand, but, for some reason, failed to grasp his palm no matter how hard she tried. "Chloe, give me your hand," he repeated. Chloe tried and tried. No matter what she did, she was always slightly out of reach. It was as if some outside force was preventing her from reaching him. "Honey, can you come closer? I can't reach you." Jack followed the stairs and slowly walked down. As he came closer, a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. As he continued down the steps, blood began pouring down his lips. Chloe screamed as she ran up the stairs only to realize she was unable to touch him. She could only watch Jack grasp his chest as he fell, tumbling down the stairs. "Jack!" She screeched out loud and woke up from the dream. Upon hearing the miserable cry, the nurse ran in. "Ms. Green, are you okay?" I'm fine," Chloe's voice trembled. A tear trickled down the corner of her eye as she downcast her gaze. "Did you have a bad dream?" "Yes. Why don't I get you a cup of warm water?" "It's okay. You can go." The nurse comforted Chloe for a while and left upon seeing that she seemed fine. At home, Justin tossed and turned in his bed. He was losing sleep because he was starting to worry about Chloe's state of being. Victoria said Chloe simply hid away her saddest emotions. It wasn't because she didn't feel sadness. Rather, she wanted to take on the sadness herself. The more Justin thought about it, the more his heart ached. He pressed his palm against his chest, hoping it would alleviate the pain. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He took the call immediately as the caller ID showed the number of the military hospital. "Young Master Cooper, perhaps you should come for a quick visit." "What's wrong?" "Ms. Green's emotional state is a little unstable. She had a bad dream and woke up screaming and crying." "I'll be right there." Justin got up immediately to change. Upon hearing what the nurse had said, he then drove straight to the military hospital. When he knocked gently on the door, Chloe's room was dimly lit up by the lamp on the nightstand. She was curled up in a corner, with her head buried in her knees. Her shoulders trembled every now and then. Justin knew she was crying. "Chloe, don't be afraid. I'm still here." Justin walked over carefully when he received no response from Chloe. He continued. "Didn't you say, no news is good news?" "His whereabouts are unknown, which means he's fine. Don't be sad. You're pregnant. If not for yourself, be strong for your babies." Dr. Fang told me that the mother's emotions can influence the baby's personalities a lot. So, Chloe, be strong. Justin's voice was gentle and tender. He never knew how to comfort girls, but right now, he was at his tenderest moment. He knelt beside Chloe and gently patted her back, as if he were comforting a child. After a while, Chloe slowly lifted her head, and with tears streaming down her face, she asked, "Justin, I miss him. Can you take me with you to go and find him?" Justin fell silent for a moment, not sure how to respond. "Justin, can you please take me to find him?" Chloe begged. "Okay." Justin helped Chloe get up from the ground and helped her back onto the bed. "It's late now. Why don't you get some rest, and I will take you tomorrow. Do you know where I want to go?" "I do. Will you take me there?" "I will." Upon hearing Justin's answer, Chloe let out a slight smile. "Can you rest for now, then?" "Okay." Justin helped her lie down and adjusted the blanket to ensure that she will be warm throughout the night. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Chloe shook her head. "Do you want some water?" Chloe shook her head again. How about some fruits?" "No." "Okay, close your eyes then. Don't think about anything else, okay?" "Okay. What about you?" Chloe looked at Justin and asked. I'm fine. I will stay here for a bit and leave after you fall asleep." "Okay." Justin sat down on the chair beside the bed and quietly guarded Chloe. After half an hour, Chloe entered dreamland once more. Justin shifted his gaze and stared at her quietly. Under the soft lighting, her delicate features looked even more beautiful and breathtaking. Justin's heart skipped a beat. Unable to control himself, he lifted his hand, wanting to stroke her cheek. However, halfway through, he pulled back his arm. He couldn't. "Chloe, you must stay." "Well," Justin whispered. Just like this, he sat in Chloe's room for 4 hours till dawn. Justin walked out at the crack of dawn. "Young Master Cooper, you stayed up the whole night?" the nurse asked, a bit surprised. "How's her appetite?" "She didn't have dinner last night, nor anything since." "I will go get some rice and make congee then." Justin then walked out of the hospital, leaving the stunned nurse behind. Every medical staff in the military hospital knew Justin. They knew that not only was he Commander Cooper's grandson, he was also the president of an entertainment company. He was the perfect man, handsome and extremely wealthy. If this was ancient times, he would be considered as the imperial prince within the Cooper Empire. But who knew a man like this, who was known to have a terrible temper, would take care of a woman with such patience? Not only that, he was willing to go out and buy rice himself to cook congee for her. At that moment, the nurse felt extremely envious of Chloe, who was still lying inside her room. She wondered what kind of charisma Chloe could possibly have that would take on such control of Justin. 6 in the morning. By the time Chloe woke up, Justin had finished boiling congee. "You're awake? Come eat." "You're still here?" Chloe looked up, slightly surprised. "Oh, I'm getting old, so I don't sleep much anymore. I didn't have anything to do, so I went to the grocery store and bought some rice when the sun came up. I don't know what flavor you prefer, but my cooking skills should be okay. Back when I was in the army, I would cook congee for myself when we were training in the wilderness. Try it. Should be edible." Justin filled a bowl up with congee and passed it to Chloe. "Justin," Chloe's voice choked up slightly. "Yes?" "You're such a mom." Chloe looked at Justin as she teared up, and then before he could reply, she accepted the bowl of congee from him and began eating without a word. It wasn't because Chloe was cold-hearted. She understood the kindness he had shown her, but she could not reciprocate, and it was slowly becoming a heavy burden in her heart. "Eat up. Once you're done, I want to take you somewhere." "Where?" Chloe looked up from her bowl, slightly surprised. "Didn't you say you wanted to go and find Jack?" Chloe froze for a second upon hearing what Justin said. She said what she said last night, because she was in a state of weakness. But Justin took her seriously. But where would they even begin to look for Jack? Chloe thought silently, but all her mouth did was drink the congee in her hands. "How's the taste?" Justin asked nervously. "Not bad." After hearing what Chloe said, Justin let out a sigh of relief. Then, she looked up and asked, "But I'm curious, how many types of grains did you put in the congee?" 7 or 8 kinds. A dozen? I'm not sure, I didn't count. Justin scratched his head awkwardly. The truth was, he felt a little lost while buying rice in the supermarket. The employee kept promoting the different kinds of rice they had on, and Justin thought they were all good. So, he bought a bit of everything. Rice, millet, sorghum, glutinous rice, brown rice. The color of the cooked congee, however, left him completely speechless. The good news was, Chloe still managed to drink it down. After another sip, Chloe looked calmly at Justin. "Are you sure this isn't 8 treasure porridge?" "It's not," Justin answered in all seriousness. Chloe smiled. "I won't get food poisoning, right?" "I don't think so. They're just grains." "Okay then, you win." Chloe decided to stop asking Justin when she realized how confused he seemed. After finishing off her porridge, Chloe listened to Justin's suggestion and put on some clothes. Thomas had brought her some from South Hill Manor. She wore a vintage beige-colored lace dress with ruffled sleeves. The dress went down to her ankles and made her look conservative. It suited Chloe's personality. "You're not wearing enough clothes. Put on a jacket. The wind's harsh on the Pacific." The Pacific? Chloe was at a loss for words. It wasn't until she and Justin arrived at the South Sea in the latter's private jet and switched into a boat did Chloe realize what Justin meant when he offered to look for Jack with her. They were really going to the Pacific Ocean, where Jack's plane crashed. Jack's plane crashed in international waters, so Justin couldn't ask the military to interfere. Plus, he was too embarrassed to ask his grandpa for yet another favor. Therefore, he spared no expenses, hiring a cruise ship owned by a nautical company, as well as a wrecking crew, so they could keep looking, although Rick and Lino had already searched this area for 72 hours already. But Chloe was unwilling to give up and chose to believe that Jack was still alive. Therefore, Justin took her out to international waters without a single complaint. "Put this scarf around your neck. The wind on the deck is strong," Justin said, as he handed a thick scarf to Chloe, who nodded. Then, she stepped onto the deck with Justin, and the two of them watched as the cruise ship slowly began sailing off. Finally, they arrived at the site of the plane crash, and Justin ordered the wrecking crew to start their search. Dozens of crew members grabbed their tools and headed into the waters. Chloe glanced around. There wasn't even a tiny island amidst the endless ocean. If the plane did indeed crash, it was next to impossible for the survivor to swim to shore. Therefore, like everyone said, Jack's chances of survival were low. Incredibly low. Justin, who was standing beside Chloe, tilted his head and glanced at her facial expression, accidentally capturing the flash of disappointment that appeared in her eyes. His heart almost immediately shot up to his throat. He consoled her. "The truth is, you're right, Jack really might still be alive. After all, he's a smart guy. Maybe he predicted that Andrew would do something like this, and as a precaution, decided not to get on the plane." Rick said, "He brought Jack here himself and watched him get onto the plane," Chloe said, her voice soft and barely audible. "Then maybe he got off the plane after Rick left. You never know." After searching for an entire day, the team leader walked up to the deck toward sundown, his entire body soaked with water. He said, "Mr. Cooper, let's call it a day. It's getting dark. The waves are really strong at night, and there are undercurrents. We won't be able to do anything anyways." "Okay." Justin nodded, and the team leader continued, "Mr. Cooper, allow me to say something that you might not like to hear." Upon hearing this, Justin didn't respond. Chloe, on the other hand, tilted her head and looked at the team leader. "The waters here are deep and dangerous, and there's a constant undercurrent. Even an elephant would disappear as soon as it falls into these waters, let alone a tiny human being. This is the living version of a needle in a haystack. The ocean isn't like a lake or river, where the perimeters aren't as broad. Plus, it's been a while. Maybe the victim's body was already eaten by fish or sharks. Chances of finding anything here are slim to none. I know you have money, but I don't see the point of the search." Upon hearing what the team leader said, Chloe's expression turned pale white. Justin snapped angrily, "What's with the bullcrap? I have money. Just do what I say, and keep going tomorrow." "Okay then. You're the boss," the team leader said helplessly. Then, he turned around and walked away. With a depressed expression on her face, Chloe looked at the vast ocean, glowing under the setting sun. "Justin, yeah? Let's go." "It's okay, Chloe. We have money and time. We'll keep looking, as long as you don't give up." "Let's go." The team leader was right. There's no point. "So you're saying that you think Jack's." "I know Jack's still alive. One day, he'll come looking for me." Chloe's tears flowed uncontrollably out of her eyes as she said this. Justin walked up to her, hoping to hand her a tissue. However, Chloe suddenly lost consciousness, and he ran up to catch her in his arms. "Chloe, wake up!" Justin screamed anxiously, scared out of wits. The good news was, Justin was smart enough to bring a private doctor with them, since he knew Chloe was pregnant and might get sick. On the private plane back to the city, the doctor walked up to Justin after examining Chloe. "How is she?" "Don't worry, President Cooper. Miss Green is fine. She's just overly nervous and sustained too much emotional pressure, causing her to break down mentally. Plus, she's in her first trimester. but she hasn't been eating properly. She'll be fine. Just make sure she gets enough rest." After hearing what the doctor said, Justin nodded. He glanced over at Chloe's pale face and felt a surge of guilt creep up his heart. He thought she would be happy that he brought her out to sea. But no, it seems like this trip was no more than another blow to her. Chloe didn't wake up until they arrived back at the city's military hospital. Thomas, Victoria, Noah, Sarah, and the others came as well, all worried to death about her. Chloe slowly opened her eyes. "You guys are all here?" Her voice was weak and feeble, and she didn't seem to have much strength in her. "Sis, you really scared me this time." Thomas tightened his hand around Chloe's, and the latter forced a smile. "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." "Chloe, you're freaking the hell out of us. We've lost Mr. Dawson already. We can't lose you too." Sarah was a straight talker, and she broke into tears as soon as she said this. "Sarah? What are you talking about?" "I know Jack's fine. I believe Chloe. He's definitely still alive." Noah couldn't bear to hear Sarah say that Jack was dead. "Chloe, you're a mother now. You need to think about your babies." Victoria looked at Chloe heartbreakingly. "Victoria, I'm really fine. I'm sorry for making you guys worry. Stop apologizing. We just want the best for you and your babies," Noah consoled Chloe. "Justin." Upon hearing his name, Justin immediately walked up to Chloe, who said, "Go home and get some rest. I know you're exhausted. You've been acting crazy with me. I'm not tired. I don't care. You have to go home." "Thomas, drive him home," Chloe said resolutely. Thomas glanced at Justin, but he didn't make a sound. "But just as Justin was about to say that he didn't want to go, Victoria stopped him. "Justin, listen to Chloe." "Okay then, I'll go home. I can drive myself." "Thomas, drive him home," Chloe requested once again, leaving Thomas no choice but to walk out with Justin. When they arrived at his car, Justin turned around. "Go home. I can drive myself." Thomas shook his head. "Just listen to Sis. She's worried about you." Then, he got onto the driver's seat of Justin's Lamborghini, and the two of them drove off into the night. On their way back to Justin's mansion, Thomas slowly opened his mouth. "Thank you for liking my sister." Upon hearing this, Justin froze. Thomas continued, "The only reason that nothing has happened to her is because you love her. I know how much you've done for my sister, and I know that she's felt guilty all this time. Don't worry about it. Setting my feelings aside, Chloe and I are good friends. It's nothing. But my sister's in love with someone else. I've watched her for years and watched as she and my brother-in-law dated and broke up. I feel bad and heartbroken for her. I'm a big fan of my brother-in-law. Others may not understand him, but I do. He's a man of a few words and rarely expresses his feelings through words. He's always showed my sister how much he loves her through his actions. He's done so much for her over the years. The ending he received is really unfair. I feel really bad about what happened as well," Justin said as he looked away. What he said was the truth. He might be rivals with Jack, but Chloe was the one suffering the most from Jack's possible death. He didn't want to see Chloe so depressed, so he truly felt sad about what happened. The truth is, I'm trying to tell you that even if my brother-in-law is really dead, my sister still might not choose you. So stop being so good to her. You'll just fall deeper in love with her and put more pressure on her." Justin was shocked by Thomas's words. He didn't think the latter was capable of saying something like that. "I know I may sound selfish, but it's the truth. I'm saying this objectively, and as Chloe's little brother. Our family will pay you back with all we've got for what you've done for my sister. But stop putting pressure on her. She's not someone who easily changes her mind. In this life, she's only ever going to love my brother-in-law. Even if he's really dead, I'm almost certain that she'll raise her children alone until she dies." After hearing what Thomas said, Justin's heart went cold. Not because she would never be his. Justin was heartbroken that a woman as young as Chloe might have to raise children alone. After a moment of silence, he replied, "You're thinking too much. I don't think Jack's dead either. He'll come back." Before his accident, he talked to me alone and told me to take care of Chloe. So before he comes back, I'm not going to let anything happen to her. Don't worry, I might not be the most honest person on earth, but I'm also not one to swoop in and take advantage of a situation like this. The way I treat Chloe is my business. It's just that. Upon hearing what Justin said, Thomas fell silent. They were both smart guys, so the mutual understanding was there. Even if they didn't say anything else, the Cooper family mansion, Justin arrived home as exhausted as could be. "Justin, you're home." Mrs. Cooper immediately walked up to him. I called your company, but your assistant said you weren't there." "Oh, I was out, and I just came back. You look exhausted." "It's nothing. I was just out with friends." Then, Justin went upstairs to shower and change. When he came downstairs for dinner, he noticed that only he and his mother were at home. "Where's Grandpa?" "He's at a conference in Capital City." "My dad's not home either." "He's out, too." "Your dad's still mad at you." "Why is he mad at me?" "I didn't do anything to him," Justin muttered nonchalantly as he stuffed some vegetables in his mouth. "How can you say you didn't do anything? You've caused enough trouble this time. Even your grandpa's furious. Do you know what kind of pickle he's in? How do you think others will think of him after this incident?" Mrs. Cooper knew all the details of this incident. She didn't stop Justin, but she didn't mean that she agreed with what he did. After all, too many people were involved. Justin pulled his entire family into a giant mess, just because of Chloe. "I don't care what others think. We didn't do anything wrong. Chloe isn't a murderer. Why can't I save her?" Justin said, filled with confidence. "You're such a child. I thought you've grown up, but you're still acting childish." "Mom, please stop lecturing me. Grandpa punished me already." "Justin, tell me the truth. You still can't forget Chloe, can you?" "You're weird. Why would I want to forget her?" Speechless, Justin glanced at his mother. "But she has a husband, and she's pregnant. How much longer do you plan on obsessing over her?" "I don't think I'm obsessing. I'm actually enjoying myself. I want to help her and protect her. That's it." Justin defended himself firmly. "Are you going to interfere in her life until you die? Are you giving up on yourself? Are you going to be her knight in shining armor for the rest of your life? Don't you want to be a prince who gets to marry his princess?" Mrs. Cooper demanded heartbreakingly, tears shining in her eyes. She didn't want this for Justin. He was so outstanding and such a good man. Why did he have to be hung up on someone who was never going to love him back? After hearing this, Justin's expression changed slightly, and his chopstick-holding hand froze. After 5 seconds of silence, Justin slowly opened his mouth. "Mom, I like treating her this way. Do you plan on doing this for the rest of your life?" Mrs. Cooper asked. Her questions were especially sharp today. "What's wrong with that?" Justin asked quietly, afraid to look his mother in the eye. Mrs. Cooper lifted her hand and wiped the tears off her face. Then, she said, "Justin, I'm not your traditional closed-minded mom, and I would never overly interfere with your life. I want you to be happy, so I never said anything, no matter what you did and what scandals you involved yourself with. I didn't even blame you when you threatened your grandpa this time. I'm just worried that you might live the rest of your life alone. What are you going to do when you grow old? Your dad and I won't be around forever. How can I leave this earth when you don't have anyone else?" After hearing what his mother said, Justin finally understood that his mother wasn't forbidding him from liking Chloe, nor was she forcing him to get married and have children. She was just worried that he wouldn't have anyone by his side when she, his dad, and his grandpa were dead. She just didn't want him to live his life alone. Only then did he understand his mother's good intentions. "Mom, you're worrying too much. Haha. That day's still really, really, really far away. Children have their own luck. You don't have to worry about me." Then, Justin looked down and went back to eating. The next morning, Justin drove to Imperial Star for the morning meeting. Afterward, he headed to the military hospital. When he arrived, Chloe was having her morning snack, fruits and biscuits. She ate slowly and quietly, A nurse carefully stood by her side in case she needed help with anything. "Hey, you're here." Chloe smiled when she saw Justin walk in. "Mm-hmm. Have you had breakfast yet?" "Yeah, at around 6. This is the morning snack." "Did you get checked up?" "Mm-hmm. The doctor said everything's normal and my babies are healthy." "That's good." Nodded as he sat down on the couch across from her bed. "It's stuffy in here. Do you want to go hang out at Victoria's?" "Sure, but you'll have to wait until I finish eating." Then, Chloe scarfed down the leftover food in her plate. She looked completely different from the weak woman Justin saw last night. "Are you okay now?" "Yeah, I'm great." Chloe finished her last bite of food, got up and reached for her jacket. "Let's go." Justin didn't respond. "Aren't we going to Victoria's place?" Chloe asked. Let's go." Justin decided to avoid the downtown area. After all, Chloe's status was special, and he didn't want them to draw attention. 40 minutes later, they arrived at Victoria and Brenton's mansion. Thomas went back to Sky Blessing Court, and Brenton was at work, so Victoria was alone at home and extremely happy to see Chloe. She immediately pulled the ladder off to her room, and the two began chatting non-stop. Justin appreciated Victoria's sensibility and intellect, and felt like she was the best person to console Chloe at a time like this. Plus, they were both pregnant, so they must have a lot to talk about. Justin, on the other hand, began working in the living room, quietly waiting for the two of them to come out, at the same time in the mayor's office. Mayor Hall didn't say anything, but his expression was as dark as could be. "Mayor Hall, what should we do now? Things are going to be hard now that the military intervened. Are you sure Commander Cooper was the one who gave the orders?" "I am. Everyone knows that, Doctor. Fang works under Commander Cooper. I'm certain that Commander Cooper told him to release Chloe. I heard Commander Cooper's grandson likes her, and they were involved in scandals a while back." By the time his assistant finished speaking, Mayor Hall's face was uglier than ever. "Call Commander Cooper. I want to talk to him." Face to face, Mayor Hall bit down on his teeth and said, word for word. Justin and Chloe had lunch at Victoria's place before leaving. They were going to head straight back to the military hospital, but Chloe suddenly suggested that they go to Seductive Fox first. Although Justin was confused, he still took her there. Seductive Fox? Top floor office? Justin and Chloe walked in to see Rick. "Rick, can you get in touch with my in-laws? The truth is, I've been trying to reach them, but for some reason, I can't. I asked my brother to investigate, and he told me that Jack's uncle had moved. I'm assuming they hid away for their own safety. I need to know they're okay. My mother-in-law's health hasn't been good, and my father-in-law's still sick. Don't worry. I've asked my brother to keep looking for them. I'll let you know as soon as I get an update." "They don't know what happened to Jack yet, do they?" Chloe asked as she lowered her head. "They already know. After the incident, Jack's uncle called me. Then, he disappeared. They must be heartbroken," Justin said. "Okay then, please call me as soon as you hear something. I'm worried about them." Jack had disappeared. Chloe was worried about her in-laws' reactions when they found out. They must be just as sad as she was, right? "I will." "Okay then. I'll be heading back to the hospital now." Chloe turned around feeling disappointed and headed out the door with Justin. Suddenly, she saw Cece by the doorway. The latter was here to lunch with Rick and was extremely excited to see Chloe. "Chloe! I haven't seen you in so long." Before Chloe could react, Cece ran up to her and hugged her tightly. Rick felt speechless as he placed his hand on his forehead. There his girlfriend goes again. "Cece, long time no see." Chloe smiled gently. "I heard you're back, but was hospitalized at the military hospital, so it is hard to see you. Rick won't take me. He told me that he'll make arrangements for dinner once you get better." "Yeah, Rick is right. I heard you're pregnant. It's amazing. I'm so happy for you. What about you and Rick? When are you guys planning on having babies?" Chloe asked with a smile. Upon hearing her question, Cece's face blushed right away. She pouted and said, "Who said I was going to marry him? He's so bland. I wasn't going to propose anyway. Rick retorted. Hey, fine. Remember what you said? Make sure you never propose to me in the future, or else you're going to feel really bad for yourself. Cece and Rick quickly began bickering. After saying goodbye to the happy couple, Chloe and Justin walked out of Seductive Fox. To their surprise, they saw Andrew's car slowly park on the street outside the club. It was broad daylight, and Seductive Fox wasn't even open. Why was Andrew here? His sudden appearance made both Justin and Chloe nervous. Andrew walked out of his car in a suit of dark purple. He wore a faint smile on his face. From the moment he got off his car, his eyes never left Chloe. Don't worry, I won't let him do anything to you. Upon seeing Chloe so nervous, Justin pulled her behind him, creating a barrier between her and Andrew. Chloe, my little sister, I haven't seen you in so long. I've missed you. What do you want, Andrew? Justin asked impolitely. What else would I want? I'm just trying to catch up with my little sister. I'm not your sister. Chloe opened her mouth icily, and Andrew's gaze landed on her belly. I heard you're pregnant with twins? Haha, congratulations. Upon seeing Andrew's weird expression, Chloe began more nervous than ever and instinctively tugged down her shirt, trying to cover up her pregnancy. I don't need you to congratulate me, Chloe replied icily, prompting a small smile on Andrew's face. Then he slowly walked up to her. At this very moment, Chloe truly felt terrified. She instinctively retreated and reached out to grab the corner of Justin's jacket. Don't go near her, Justin reminded angrily. What are you worried about, young Master Cooper? I just really miss her. I haven't seen Chloe in such a long time. She doesn't need your fake feelings. Get the hell out of my face. Justin furrowed his eyebrows. He seemed ready to fight Andrew at any moment. The latter sensed Justin's anger, so he stopped in his tracks about 2 meters away from Chloe. Then he smiled at her. Take care of your babies. Remember to eat lots of food. Then Andrew turned around and went back into his car, slowly driving away. After he left, Justin turned around to see Chloe's ugly expression. He reached out and removed her hand from the corner of his jacket, saying gently, Don't worry, he's gone. Chloe. She looked up at the sound of her name, and Justin said in all seriousness, I won't let anyone hurt you. Chloe nodded hard. She trusted Justin with all her heart, ever since he spared no means to get her out of that dark and dingy jail cell. She didn't know what he went through to get her out, but she knew it couldn't have been easy. Therefore, she treasured this rare friendship. But how was she ever going to repay him? On their way back to the hospital, Chloe didn't utter a single word. She faced towards the car window and looked like she had a lot on her mind. Justin casually picked up a blanket on the back seat and put it on her. Don't catch a cold. She replied with one sound. After they arrived back at the hospital, Chloe got a checkup. Then, the nurse came in to deliver her afternoon soup. Justin didn't leave until he watched her drink every single drop. As soon as he walked out of the hospital, he received a phone call from Anne. President Cooper, can you come back to the company? There are some matters waiting for you to tend to. Okay, I'll be right back. Justin worked all afternoon. Towards the end of the day, he suddenly remembered. Anne, I think I was followed today. When? And froze for a second. When I was driving Chloe back to the military hospital. I'm not 100% sure because there were a lot of cars on the road. It wasn't just one car following us the entire time, but I have a feeling that something's wrong, so I need to be on the alert. He's pretty sneaky. Do you remember the license plate? I can investigate, Anne asked. Justin nodded, and he carefully began to recall what he saw in the rearview mirror. After giving Anne the 2 license plates he did remember, he added, More than 2 cars followed us. There was also a gray Honda business sedan and dark green Honda Vazelle that I don't remember the license plate numbers too. But they were really suspicious. Can you check them both out? Maybe pull up the surveillance cameras around the area. Which area? After some recollection, Justin slowly said, At the end of Wrong Bridge, at the intersection of the road. Look at the cars beside me and let me know if you see anything unusual. Okay, I'll get on it right now, Anne said, as he walked out of Justin's office and closed the door behind him. After Anne left, Justin went back to gathering his things to leave. Just then, he heard knocking on his office door. Come in. Justin looked up to see Gianna, standing by the door wearing a dark green trench coat. She was tall, skinny, and had curves in all the right places. She always seemed a little distant and mysterious. Due to her recent popularity and her lack of action with Justin, a lot of second-generation heirs and rich businessmen have been chasing after her, giving her a headache. Therefore, she asked to film in Australia, which explained why Justin hadn't seen her in a while. President Cooper. Gianna opened her mouth. You're back. She nodded. I finished filming. Oh, how was it? Pretty good. That's good. Justin nodded. Without saying anything else, he looked down and began organizing the documents on his desk. Then, he grabbed his phone and charger and headed out his office door. President Cooper, did you need something? We're having a party tonight to celebrate the end of filming. The director is going to be there as well. Oh, you guys have fun. Remember to save the invoices. The finance department will reimburse everything. That's not why I'm here, President Cooper. I wanted to ask if you could come with us. We all miss you. You haven't participated in any of our events recently. Gianna stopped going around in circles and went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Justin looked down at his watch. Not today. I'm busy. Maybe next time. You guys have fun. Okay then. A hint of disappointment flashed before Gianna's eyes. After leaving Imperial Star, Justin went straight to a high-end mall so he could buy some supplements. However, when he saw all the options in front of him, he felt a little lost. Sir, can I help you? I can give you some recommendations, the store clerk offered. What's good for pregnant women? We have lots. Come with me. I'll give you some recommendations. Sure, Justin answered, feeling embarrassed. Then, he walked up to some shelves with the store clerk. How far along is your wife? The store clerk asked with a smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Justin's face turned red. Not my wife, my friend. Oh, I'm sorry. How far along is your friend? She's about 2 months into her pregnancy, Justin said after some thought. Oh, then she needs to take another month of folic acid. Pregnant women are supposed to take it throughout their first trimester. She's 2 months in, so she just needs 1 more month. Okay, I'll take them, Justin replied. This is U.S. imported calcium. Pregnant women experience a loss of calcium. If she experiences calcium deficiency, so will the baby. Okay, I'll take that too. This is DHA fish oil. It's good for the development of the baby's brain. This is milk powder for pregnant women. There's a lot of supplements in here. I'll take it. The store clerk's smile almost shot through the roof as she packed a bunch of things up for Justin. She seemed to have met the god of fortune. Justin said, I'll take it so many times the shop that the clerk lost count. As rich as he was, he spent $10,000 on supplements in less than 10 minutes. In the end, he bought so much that the store clerk delivered the ones they couldn't fit into Justin's car to the hospital. At 7 p.m., when Justin arrived outside the hospital, Chloe was calmly listening to music inside her 60-square-meter hospital room. The room was decorated lavishly. It felt more like a 5-star hotel room than that of a hospital. Apparently, the bed she laid in was really expensive and had countless functions. Chloe was listening to calming music when she saw Justin walk in. Chloe froze in bewilderment upon seeing the mountain of supplements placed before her. My God, what's all this? I bought you some supplements. Chloe was speechless as she stared at all the supplements before her. It was obvious that she would never be able to finish everything before the babies were born. Was Justin nuts? This is way too much. I won't be able to finish everything. It's okay. There are different flavors. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought everything. You can eat the flavors you like. That's just wasteful. It isn't. Just take your pills, okay? Chloe was speechless. Therefore, she decided to change the subject. Are things busy at your company? It's fine. We're not that busy. Andrew's managing an entertainment company as well. GK's being managed by other people now and can't compete with him. Has he taken action on your company? No, I'm glad. Chloe nodded, feeling reassured. It's fine even if he did. I'm not scared of him. I know you're not, but he's too despicable. You'll be at a disadvantage. I don't care. I believe in justice. We all have one life. If worse comes to worst, we'll just die together. Justin had a hot temper. He was like a ball of flame that could light others up at any time. He always emitted arrogance. Jack, on the other hand, barely spoke and always seemed indifferent. He was always so calm and collected, putting pressure on those around him. That was life, right? No two snowflakes are the same, just like how no two people are the same. Both Jack and Justin had their own unique features, but Chloe knew they were both good people. Therefore, when competing with Andrew, the two of them would always lose. Not because they weren't powerful, rich, capable, or good-looking enough. Rather, they would lose because they had hearts filled with love. But Andrew didn't. Don't say that. It would suck if you died with him. He's a bad guy. You're the good guy. Chloe smiled. I'm not a good guy. Don't hand a nice guy card out to me. Justin laughed. Oh, I've been racking my brain up about something. Can you do some investigation for me? Sure, go ahead, Chloe said in all seriousness. A while back I worked overtime at GK until really late at night. The elevators suddenly stopped running, and the lights were off as well, so I ended up taking the stairs. Someone began chasing me. Although the lights were off, from the moonlight I could tell that it was Andrew. But later when I asked him, he didn't admit to being there that night, nor did he seem to be lying. I don't think he knows what happened that night. Isn't that natural? Who would admit to doing something like that? Justin asked nonchalantly. I'm usually right about people, though. Plus, why wouldn't he admit to it? When I was staying at Sky Blessing Court, he came as well and admitted to visiting when I asked him. That's why I don't think he will lie about this. Do you think there's someone who looks exactly like him? Does he have a twin? Justin asked, feeling confused. I don't think so. I think it was him. When he was married to Bella, he had someone on the side called Joyce, who came looking for me one day. Apparently, Andrew never touched her, but one time he did. She said he seemed like a completely different person that night when he slept with her. Later, she got pregnant, but Andrew denied it was his, and he claimed to have never had sex with her. I'm sure he denied it. That's what a-holes do, Justin interjected. Chloe shook her head. But when Emery got pregnant, Andrew at least acknowledged her pregnancy before making her get an abortion. He wouldn't lie. Why would he? The point is, like what happened to Joyce, I'm certain the person I saw that night was Andrew. However, he seemed like such a stranger that night. I've never seen him like that. It was like he was a different person. Do you think he suffers from intermittent loss of memory? Justin guessed. No, I suspect that. He has severe dual personality disorder, Chloe said slowly. Dual personality? Justin repeated, completely flabbergasted. Chloe nodded. It's just a guess. I'm not completely sure. I don't know anyone with dual personalities. It's a psychological disease, right? It's a very serious mental disorder. It's like there are two souls living in his body. Aside from his original personality, he also has another one. Neither of them is aware that the other exists. When his other personality emerges, he will completely forget what his other personality did. That's crazy, Justin exclaimed in surprise. He didn't think that people like that existed in real life. Yeah, that's what I heard. I've only ever heard about people with split personalities on TV or in novels. I didn't think it was a real disease. Of course it is. Victoria probably knows more about it than I do. I need to talk to her about this. What if he really had two personalities? Would he still have to take responsibility if his other personality committed murder? Chloe sank into silence after hearing Justin's question. Then, she answered slowly, "I've thought about your question. Reality is really harsh. People like that don't have to take responsibility for the crimes they commit since it's a mental disorder. If it's proven, he wouldn't be sentenced to death." "That's so unfair. We can't let that a-hole get away," Justin exclaimed in fury. "Don't worry about it yet. It's just a thought. We don't know if it's true or not. After all, Andrew is a man with a lot of evil tricks up his sleeves." "Chloe, are you scared of him?" Justin asked worriedly when he saw how nervous Chloe looked when she talked about Andrew. "The truth is, I'm not afraid of him, but I am afraid that he might hurt my babies. If he really did add contraceptives to the food I ate at Southside or South Hill Manor, that means he didn't want me to become pregnant. But now, I'm pregnant with twins. I'm worried that he might try to harm them. I don't care what I do, but I have to protect them. Jack disappeared, and if something happens to my children too, I wouldn't be able to survive this." Chloe was sensible and wasn't controlled by her emotions. Her voice was calm. What she said truthfully reflected what she thought. Chloe's calmness gave Justin a sense of fright. He had to protect Chloe and her children. If someone were to happen to her unborn twins, Chloe would really die. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't be able to do anything to you." "I won't give him the chance to," Justin promised. Upon hearing this, Chloe smiled. She didn't say anything else. The next day at noon, when Grandpa Cooper came back from Capital City, he was immediately notified that Mayor Hall asked to have tea with him. Aware of what the latter's intentions were, Grandpa Cooper immediately nodded in agreement. Inside a secluded tea garden in the outskirts of the city, Mayor Hall sat inside an elegantly decorated room filled with redwood furniture. An exquisite tea set was filled with tea, emitting a delicious aroma. "The scent is amazing," Grandpa Cooper said, as he walked through the door with security guards trailing behind. Mayor Hall immediately stood up. "Commander Cooper, sit down. You don't have to be so uptight. We're not on the base right now." "Okay," Mayor Hall said, as he slowly sat down and poured Grandpa Cooper a cup of tea with a brown-nosing smile on his face. "Commander Cooper, have a taste. I heard your favorite tea is tea guanyin. I like this flavor a lot. Back in the old times, when conditions were hard, there wasn't enough rice, but there were a lot of tea leaves. When I was training recruits in the mountains in the Sum area, sometimes I was so hungry, I would just eat tea leaves to sate my hunger. In the end, this flavor became imprinted in my mind. Haha. Those times were tough. It's good that the world is peaceful now. You've worked hard for our country, Commander Cooper." I didn't do much. Everyone's working for the country. My leaders work even harder." Commander Cooper and Mayor Hall talked in a businesslike manner. Neither of them rushed to talk about the main topic. After some casual chit-chat, Mayor Hall started to open up to Commander Cooper. "Commander Cooper, I don't want to lie to you. The reason why I came today isn't just for some tea, but because I actually have something I want to talk to you about." After Grandpa Cooper heard him talking like this, he immediately turned to the guards and said, "You guys can leave." But the guards seemed very worried. "It's fine. You can leave." "Yes, sir." After the guards left, only Grandpa Cooper and Mayor Hall were left in the huge room. Mayor Hall was a little over 50, and he was a year or two older than Justin's father. But Grandpa Cooper was already more than 70 years old, so it wasn't unusual for Mayor Hall to treat him with such respect. "Mayor, we've known each other for decades. You are running things locally, while I'm in the military. Though we don't get to work together often, I feel truly relieved seeing that you've developed this city so well." "Commander Cooper, don't say that. I've only done what I'm supposed to do. Seeing our hometown prosper and become more developed is satisfying for me as well. I remember that I visited you once, wanting to become in-laws with you. Heh. Later it was my daughter who didn't have that luck. and things didn't work out. I'm sure that you've heard about what happened a little while ago. My dear daughter passing away at such a young age made me feel depressed recently, and I couldn't recover. I'm already over 50, and I only have one daughter. Now that she passed away, our Hall family's lineage will be ending here. I always feel so hurt when I think about how she'll never come back to us. At this, Mayor Hall's eyes started to well up with tears. He really spoiled his daughter. Even though she had been gone for a long time, he still couldn't move on. But maybe the actual reason was that the murderer who killed Bella still wasn't punished? Mayor Hall already believed that Chloe was the murderer who killed his daughter, so he hated her deep to the bone. Now that that person was rescued by Commander Cooper, how could he feel okay about it? Yes, I heard about it. Please accept my condolences. Life is unpredictable, and we can't fight with fate, Grandpa Cooper comforted. Yes, if Bella died from a car accident or illness, I wouldn't feel this horrible, because it cannot be controlled. But she died in such a horrible way, The media didn't reveal all the details, but I believe you've heard. She was killed by someone. Then her corpse was cut into pieces. I've heard about it a little, Commander Cooper nodded. But the murderer has already surrendered herself in the local prison. However, a few days ago, it was said that she was taken away by people from the military. She was already sentenced to death, but now that she had been taken out of prison, and I don't understand why. I have no idea what's going on. Also, I've heard that those people worked under you, so I was thinking. Mayor Hall spoke until this point and didn't continue. He believed that Commander Cooper had already understood what he was trying to get at. Grandpa Cooper prepared himself mentally when he decided to come to see Mayor Hall. So after hearing what Mayor Hall said, he took a deep sigh and stood up slowly, with his arms behind his back. Grandpa Cooper continued, I should have explained the issue to you first, but due to time constraints and the fact that I went to the Capitol for a conference, I didn't have time to explain it to you yet. Here is what happened. The murder suspect is a close friend of my grandson, and in the past, she helped the military doctors under me with an issue I had. Dr. Fang really liked her, and even gave her a military rank. I had no idea he did that. After all, I don't talk much to the medical side. But after this happened to her, people who have military ranks are tried in a military court. The Capitol was going to investigate it, but they found out that she was 2 months pregnant, so she was released out of prison on medical parole. That's it. But from what I heard, she is still confined without freedom and cannot remain at large. But there's one thing that was odd. Theoretically, if a person is 2 months pregnant, she shouldn't be kept in prison. There should be a physical given at local prisons. Why didn't they find out? After Commander Cooper finished, he looked at Mayor Hall with a meaningful look. The latter's face changed, and he answered awkwardly, Maybe they were careless and missed it? Then they were too careless. After all, it's human lives at stake. If our people hadn't taken her, then the death sentence would have been executed, and there would be 2 lives involved. Commander Cooper, to be honest, I just want to seek justice for my daughter. There's an old saying, a life for a life, and it's a cycle. I don't think she should be able to avoid the consequences just because she's pregnant. If all the women kill people while they are pregnant, the country will become a lawless mess. So, in this case, I don't think you should insert yourself into this business, because you are making this difficult for me. Please also understand the pain I'm going through as a father who lost his daughter. Afterwards, Mayor Hall took out his handkerchief and wiped his tears. It was a great move to show emotion. After Mayor Hall shed the tears, Grandpa would definitely soften. Hall, to tell you the truth, this issue wasn't me being nosy. It was something I had to do. I have my difficulties too. How should I put it? I understand a life for a life. Right now, this girl is imprisoned by the military and can't go far. After she gives birth, we will seriously look into it. After all, this case still has a lot of questionable points. We will look into it and provide your family with an explanation. If she actually committed the murder, then she will definitely be judged and receive the proper sentence. What Grandpa Cooper said was with a strong sense of righteousness and made Mayor Hall speechless. Eventually, he could only nod and say, "Then I will only trouble you for that. No big deal. It's what I'm supposed to do. The military has its own position. Let's understand each other." Yes. Mayor Hall didn't dare say anything else, since Grandpa Cooper had already made things extremely clear. Late at night, Chloe tossed around in bed and couldn't fall asleep. She stood up, walked up to the window, and secretly took out a cigarette. Whenever she felt down, she wanted to smoke so badly. As she was bringing the cigarette next to her mouth, she realized that she was pregnant, so she looked outside the window with a depressed look while holding a cigarette in her hand. She thought about how she and Jack got married in a flash after he returned to the country, all the way up to her pregnancy, and not knowing whether he was still alive or not. Everything seemed just like a dream. "Jack, are you really going to leave me alone here?" Chloe asked, her voice shaking. At that time, she heard some squeaking sounds from outside. "Who's that?" Chloe turned around and asked in a panic. When Chloe turned around, she thought she saw a black figure appear at the door. She noticed it because of the small window on the door. Chloe immediately ran over and opened the door. After she ran outside, she seemed to see the figure of a man. Chloe gathered her courage and ran up. But she couldn't find any trace of the person. So weird. Where did that person go? "Miss Green? What happened?" The young nurse who was in charge of Chloe ran over immediately to check on her after hearing sounds. "Nothing. I thought I saw a person." "A person? A man or a woman?" The young nurse was startled. "A man, tall and big, in black." "What about his appearance? Did you see him clearly?" "No. I just kind of saw a suspicious figure at my door." Now, after second thought, it was scary. If Chloe didn't hear the sound and didn't turn around in time, that person could have already snuck into Chloe's room. It was so horrific, especially at night. "Oh my God, that's really scary. Let me inform someone first so they can send better security. Young Master Cooper said nothing is allowed to go wrong. You have to be well protected." "Don't tell Justin. I don't want him to worry," said Chloe. "Well, okay." The young nurse was not sure about the relationship between Chloe and Justin, so she didn't ask any more questions. But after Chloe went back to her room, the young nurse still secretly called Justin. Maybe she wanted to leave a good impression on this crazy rich person. The young nurse repeated what had happened in the middle of the night vividly, and even described how Chloe was so scared that her face turned pale. Justin was originally planning to sleep, but after hearing what she said, he was completely awakened and immediately hopped off the bed after putting on his clothes. He then made a phone call to Anne. "President Cooper, any findings on the issue that I asked you to check? It is actually suspicious. All those cars were suspicious. Whose people are they? As of right now, we are not sure if they are from Andrew or from Mayor Hall. But one thing that we can be certain of is that you are definitely being tracked, and their goal is probably Miss Green." Justin remained silent. "Sir, I don't think Miss Green is in a safe situation. You really need to protect her," Anne added. "I got it." Justin felt irritated. He couldn't fall asleep again after hanging up the phone. He wanted to give Chloe a call since there was a landline in her room, but after checking the time, he was reluctant to bother her since it was pretty late. He stood up and lit a cigarette. Afterward, he was going to make coffee when he accidentally heard a conversation between his mom and Grandpa. "Dad, the reason you went to see Mayor Hall is for the girl that Justin is protecting, right?" "Yes." Grandpa Cooper nodded. "What did he want? Was he unsatisfied that our family got into his business?" "He was definitely unsatisfied. After all, he lost his daughter." He also explained the situation to me indirectly. "What situation? They want us to surrender the girl?" "No. He didn't ask us to give her up. He doesn't have the guts to. Even if he did, we couldn't do that. Justin really cares about that girl too much, or else he wouldn't have threatened me like that. We're already involved, so we might as well see it through." "Dad, but will Mayor Hall be willing to give it up? Will he cause us trouble?" He's not brave enough to look for trouble, but he might harm that girl. But Chloe's at the military hospital. The military hospital isn't as safe as you think it is. He might find loopholes. Anyways, tell Justin to be careful. I'm heading out of town tomorrow. I'm going to bed now. Okay, Dad? Good night. Justin felt bad after overhearing the conversation between his mother and grandfather. After Grandpa Cooper went back to his room, Mrs. Cooper walked out to see her son standing in the corner of the second-floor hallway. Justin, why aren't you asleep yet? I wasn't tired. Did you hear my conversation with your grandpa? I did. Justin nodded. Your grandpa is in a pickle as well. After all, Mayor Hall's still the mayor, and this case is really complicated. I don't care who it is, but those that try to harm Chloe might as well be harming me. Who cares if he's the mayor or governor? Son, don't be rash. I won't, Mom. I know my limits. Don't worry about me. Then, Justin turned around, grabbed his jacket, and headed downstairs. It's late. Where are you going? There's something I need to do first. You should go to bed. Justin called Max as soon as he left his family home. What's up, Justin? It's late. Didn't you mention that you know the owner of a private security company? Yeah. Tell them to send me 8 of their best men. Huh? 8? Is some superstar visiting your company? Max sat up from his bed in a daze. No, who's it for then? What's with all the questions? Just do what I asked. 8 of their best me. It's not going to be cheap. I have money, Justin said, rubbing his wealth in Max's face. Haha, I know you have money, but you can't spend it like that. It's not like you have a money-growing tree. Some of their best men are foreigners who used to be in special forces. They're going to be really expensive. I don't care how expensive they are. Just make sure they're good. Fine. I'll call the owner tomorrow morning. No, call now, Justin demanded. Are you crazy? It's midnight right now, young Master Cooper. Crap, can't you just let me sleep? No, I can't. Just call the owner right now. Fine, you win. In the end, Max had no choice but to call the owner of the private security company and hire 8 bodyguards. He was told that they would be there tomorrow. However, Justin was still worried and ended up driving to the military hospital. When he arrived, he began pacing back and forth in the hallway outside Chloe's room. At 6 a.m., he quietly opened the door and went in, so he could make Chloe some porridge. Why are you here? Chloe woke up to see Justin busying about in the kitchen. Oh, I have insomnia and was bored, so I thought I'd make you some food. You don't have to do that. I'm fine here. This hospital has everything I need. I feel bad when you do stuff like this for me. Chloe's pregnancy made her look a little tired, but her face without any makeup looked more beautiful than ever. She got off the bed, put on her slippers, and walked towards Justin. Her hair was all over the place, and she didn't even get to wash up. Chloe was touched to see the porridge in Justin's hands. We're friends. If Max and Brenton needed my care, I wouldn't hesitate to do this for them too, so don't feel pressured. Thanks, Chloe said faintly. After breakfast, she went to get her daily checkup. By the time she went back into her room, she saw 4 tall bodyguards standing outside her door. They're here to protect you, Justin immediately explained. You're making too big of a deal. I'm really fine. Chloe immediately declined, but Justin responded, I'm not taking no for an answer. The 4 of them are here to protect you during the day. Another 4 will come at night and take over. I want you to sleep soundly. Don't be scared, okay? She didn't know what to say, but she felt touched from the bottom of her heart. Stay here for now, since it's easier to get checkups. Once you recover and don't need to be monitored again, I'll think of a way to get you out. This place might be nice, but a hospital's still a hospital. It's not home. I can just imagine how lonely you feel here. No, it's okay. This is great. Chloe shook her head. To be honest, she didn't feel right asking for more. Just listen to me. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the little brats in there, Justin said as he instinctively glanced at Chloe's flat belly. Upon hearing this, she placed a hand on her belly and smiled wholeheartedly. Babies, once you guys are born, remember to thank Uncle Cooper, okay? Thank him for taking care of you guys when your dad couldn't. Once Daddy comes home, he'll thank Uncle Cooper properly, all right? Upon hearing this, Justin chuckled awkwardly. After leaving the military hospital, Justin headed straight to his company for work. At lunch, he attended the 60th birthday luncheon of some elder. Bringing no one else but Anne, Justin arrived in an extremely low-key manner. "Hey, young Master Cooper, long time no see." "Young Master Cooper, you didn't bring a date? Why isn't Gianna here?" "Justin, how's your father and the old commander?" "Young Master Cooper, we haven't hung out in such a long time. What have you been up to?" The truth was, Justin's life saw a night and day change ever since he met Chloe. He stopped flaunting his money and living a life of beer and Skittles. He even stopped attending social gatherings. Therefore, people couldn't help but swarm up to him as soon as he arrived at the birthday luncheon. The countless questions annoyed Justin. Just as he was about to lose his patience, the arrival of a certain person lit his fury up like gasoline to fire. Why was Andrew here? Moreover, he was here with Mayor Hall looking as if he owned the place. At the entrance were reporters waiting to interview them. "President Green, are you still as close to Mayor Hall as you used to be?" "Of course. He is Bella's father, which means he's my father as well. Even though Bella passed, I still respect him like my own father." "You're such a good son, President Green. Chairman Green used to say nothing but good things about you when he was still alive." "I'm really not. I just think it's normal for young people to respect their parents." "Mayor Hall, what do you think about your son-in-law?" "I'm very touched by how well he's treated my wife and me after Bella left." "Will you prioritize his company for future projects?" "Of course not. I'm not biased against anyone. It's fair competition." Naturally, Mayor Hall's answer was diplomatic. He wasn't about to be fooled by a nobody reporter. Justin glared at Andrew's face, fighting the urge to rip that mask off his face. "President Cooper, calm down," and immediately reminded his boss upon seeing the latter's anger. "Don't worry, I would never beat him up at a time like this. Hitting him won't put off the fire in me either. I will wait until karma gets him." Justin was certain that one day he was going to have a face-off with Andrew. Therefore, he decided not to stir up trouble. Instead, he will get out his big guns and plan out the attack. He was going to strike Andrew as hard as he could, for Chloe and for Jack. "Hi, President Cooper. Long time no see." To Justin's surprise, Andrew actually walked up with a smile on his face and greeted him. "Didn't we see each other yesterday?" Justin's icy gaze swept across Andrew's face. "Oh, really? I don't remember. I have a really bad memory and tend to forget things when I'm drunk." "Are you sure you've forgotten? Or do you have dual personalities?" "Dual personalities? Ha ha ha. How interesting." Just like that, Andrew held a wine glass in his hand and stood before Justin, as if he was provoking the latter. When no one was watching them, Andrew suddenly lowered his head and whispered in Justin's ear, "I can't believe you would take the win for something I've been planning for so long. What should I do about it?" Justin snickered, obviously aware of what Andrew was talking about. "As long as I'm alive, I won't let you touch Chloe, not even the hair on her head." How arrogant and interesting. Andrew chuckled in disdain. "You don't have to believe me, but we'll see." "Of course we will. I'm not the kind of man who would let someone else take the seeds he planted without going down with a fight. But Chloe isn't your seed, nor did you plant her." Justin retorted unhappily. It would be different if Jack was the one who said this, but it was nauseating to hear these words come from Andrew. "I refuse to talk about this with you. Anyways, you'll understand one day," Andrew said egotistically before walking past Justin. "Yes." Justin was furious. However, he kept it in. Acting rash wouldn't get him anywhere. After all, it wasn't like Andrew would become good after a mere beating. Plus, the sins he had committed were unforgivable. Justin now understood why someone as calm and collected as Jack went so far as to plot Andrew's death. Anyone would want to kill him. He was unlikable, and the most hateful thing was that he actually enjoyed himself. President Cooper. Anne walked up to Justin, wanting to console him, but he shook his head. "I'm fine. let's go. President Cooper, are you going to continue hiring those bodyguards to look after Miss Green? On their way back, Anne turned around and asked. Justin leaned back on the seat of his Lamborghini, his eyebrows furrowed. I've already made plans. Oh, right. The company's going to film a blockbuster soon. It's a historical drama. There's also a commercial event. Are you coming? No. Get the vice president to go. I'm tired. Okay, I understand. And decided to stop talking upon noticing Justin's foul mood. By the time he arrived at the military hospital, Chloe had just returned to her room from her afternoon nap. The nurse held her carefully. Her face had regained color, and she seemed to have gained a little weight, too. You're back. Are you tired? Justin walked up to her and asked gently. Chloe shook her head. What do you want for lunch? Nothing. Aren't you craving anything? Justin smiled. Not really. Then let me go get some seafood from the market. I asked the doctor, and he said you can't have crab meat, but scallops, clams, and shrimp are fine, Justin said as he turned around to leave. But Chloe called out, Justin, don't go. I really don't feel like eating. Upon hearing her refusal, Justin turned around to look at her. My appetite hasn't been great lately. I'm not sure if it's mental or physical, but I get nauseous whenever I smell weird things. I know I won't be able to withstand the smell of seafood, so don't bother with going to the market. Okay then. Promise to tell me if you want to eat something, though. Chloe nodded. Oh, right. Come with me for a second. Sure. Justin followed Chloe back to her room, where she took out a check and handed it to him. This is an internationally accepted check. It should be easy for you to cash. Wire transfers are inconvenient for an amount this big. I don't need money. Just take it back. Justin looked down at the amount on the check. It was the amount he secretly lent her. I don't need money either. Jack left me with a lot of money in the Swiss bank account. GK may be managed by someone else right now, but Jack told Uncle Dawson to send me $5 million every month, so I really don't need the money. I paid back the money the four of you lent me back then, but my assistant said that you secretly transferred more than you said you did. I have to give this money back to you. Justin looked down at the check again. I didn't lend you guys this much, though. Just take it. Consider it as interest. Don't say that, Justin complained, but Chloe replied in all seriousness, but I don't know how else to thank you. You don't need anything, but I want to express my gratitude. Doing it with money is the only way I can think of. Don't blame me. Do you really have to do this? Truth be told, Justin didn't want to take Chloe's money, nor her interest. Her gesture made him feel like an outsider. But she was right. He was an outsider. If Jack were here, he would agree with what I did. I know you don't need money, but it's just a gesture. In the end, Justin couldn't bear to make Chloe feel bad, so he quietly took the check from Chloe's hand and carefully placed it away. Then, he looked up. Before he could say anything, however, Chloe asked, Justin, can I go to GK? Chloe, you're not supposed to be walking around town. Before he could finish his sentence, Chloe shook her head and looked at Justin with puppy dog eyes. I know. I don't want to go in. I just want you to take me there secretly. My father-in-law and Jack spent so much effort on GK, I can't just pretend it doesn't exist anymore. You can park downstairs. I don't even have to go in. No one will find out, please? Upon seeing her expression, Justin immediately folded. Let's go. I'm driving. In order to not attract attention, Justin got GK to send a white Range Rover that belonged to an executive to the hospital. 45 minutes later, Chloe sat on the passenger seat of the car as she looked up at the skyscraper before her, her expression sad and complicated. Justin knew Chloe didn't miss the building. She missed Jack. Therefore, he didn't say anything and quietly sat beside her. They watched as the employees walked out of the building one by one. Chloe didn't say a word, but watched as Stella left the company, getting onto her car while speaking on the phone. Soon, she saw Mark. and his expression seemed more depressed than usual. Without Jack there, he was no more than a lonely assistant. After a long time, Justin decided to speak up. "Chloe, it's getting late. Sitting there like that is tiring. Let's go back." "Mm-hmm." Chloe nodded. On their way back to the hospital, Chloe didn't make a sound. Her eyes were glazed over, but Justin didn't know what she was thinking about. In the end, he chose not to ask. When they arrived outside the hospital, Chloe finally spoke. "Can you ask everyone if they have time for lunch tomorrow? I miss them." "Sure, but I don't think they would have time during the day. What about dinner after work?" "Sure," Chloe smiled faintly. She had been hospitalized at the military hospital for more than 2 weeks now. The food was delicious, and the living conditions were amazing. The only thing was that she couldn't go anywhere she wanted to. Justin needed to be there if she wanted to leave the hospital. During this time, her friends came to visit here and there. However, to avoid drawing attention, Justin told them not to visit too frequently. He didn't want them to be caught by the media, or Chloe would be in big trouble. After all, she was still known to the public as a murderer. Thomas came to the hospital the most, almost every other day. Later, Chloe convinced him to go back to New Zealand and finish his studies. Her mother, Sandra, asked to come back to the city a couple of times, but Chloe managed to talk her out of it. The good news was, they could video chat, or else Sandra would have thought that something had happened to her daughter. The next morning, Chloe woke up and began her simple day. After breakfast, she got her daily checkup. Once the doctor confirmed that everything was normal, she went back to her room and listened to music. After lunch, she took a nap and then went for a walk. She lived a relaxed life, but the truth was, never once did she smile from the bottom of her heart. "Miss Green, I heard you're a doctor as well." The nurse that looked after her initiated a conversation as they strolled in the hospital's back garden. "Mm-hmm. I'm a doctor now. I began working at a hospital after university, but I used to be a nurse." "Wow, that's amazing. You're like the role model of all nurses." "I'm really not. I've always been interested in medicine and mostly studied on my own. Most importantly, the hospital director was generous enough to give me a chance." At the thought of Director Richard, Chloe suddenly remembered Southside and her colleagues. It had been a while since she last saw them. She almost forgot that she was a doctor. "Miss Green, can I ask you a question without you getting mad at me?" "Sure. Does young Master Cooper, like you, like a lot?" "Seriously, everyone at the hospital's been talking about it. Why else would he get so nervous around you and treat you so well?" "Young Master Cooper's family is really powerful, and a lot of women here at the military base are crazily in love with him. I heard he used to be a soldier as well, but he never had a serious girlfriend, nor did we see him treat anyone else as well as he treats you. So we were thinking that the two of you, Justin and I, are close friends." Chloe smiled. She wasn't about to reply to the nurse's question, nor did she want to refuse to answer and make her feel awkward. Chloe's vague answer made the nurse more confused than ever. "Dr. Green, you're married, right?" "I am. I heard your husband is really handsome. Too bad I haven't been able to see him in person." He is good-looking," Chloe replied, feeling a little proud. "I bet your baby's going to be really pretty or handsome," the nurse continued with her compliments, but Chloe only smiled. A lot of people here at the military hospital talked about Chloe behind her back. She was young and pregnant with twins, but her husband never came to visit her. Justin was the one that had been always by her side. Apparently, she was a murderer whom the military bailed out. However, those who talked to Chloe all noticed that she was actually a really nice, easygoing, and well-educated person. She never got mad, nor was she overly chatty. She really didn't seem like an evil murderer. Anyways, she was too much of an enigma. When Justin arrived at the hospital to pick Chloe up that afternoon, he saw her place a red brocade box in her bag. "What's that?" Curious, Justin stuck out his head and asked. Chloe, however, didn't give him a chance to peek, stuffing it right into her bag. She smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. You'll find out later. Then, without saying anything else, she turned around and left the hospital room, leaving Justin curious and dumbfounded. Then, he walked out behind her, and the two of them headed to the restaurant. The gang all gathered at a private kitchen that belonged to Max's family business. Justin made reservations that morning. The restaurant was known for its delicious dishes and was really secluded. "Eat as much as you can, guys. It's my treat," Max said generously. Justin and Chloe walked in to see Max joking around with Brenton, Victoria, Noah, and Sarah. Whose pants are young Master Max trying to get into this time? "Hey, if it isn't young Master Cooper, come sit down. It's been a while since you've been to my territory. You're like Dr. Green's private butler right now," Max exclaimed as he smirked at Chloe, who laughed awkwardly. The truth was, Max really wanted Chloe and Justin to get together. He was a really simple person, and one of Justin's best friends. He just wanted his friend to be happy, and the only way he could be happy was if he was with Chloe. Yes, Chloe was married to Jack, so Max couldn't do anything about it. However, since everyone thought Jack had passed away, Justin now had a chance to be with Chloe. Of course, only Max and Brenton wanted Justin to have this chance since they grew up with him. Victoria and Sarah, Chloe's girlfriends, only wanted her to be happy. Therefore, they never said anything about anything. On the other hand, Noah, Jack's best friend, selfishly hoped that Chloe could wait for Jack. Even if he never came back, he still wished that Chloe would live her life alone. Yes, it was selfish, but it was better than the alternative of Chloe marrying someone else. Although they all thought about different things, they still had fun together. Max liked social gatherings, so he ordered a bunch of dishes and quality wine. "Shut your trap." Justin walked up to Max and gave the latter a noogie, so Chloe wouldn't feel awkward. Chloe walked up to Victoria and Sarah, sitting between them and immediately sinking into a fervent conversation. "Chloe, have you been experiencing morning sickness? I heard pregnant women throw up a lot in the beginning." "I feel bad, really," Sarah said dramatically. "I'm fine. I just don't like weird or fishy smells. I don't throw up, but I do get nauseous." "Fishy smells? Does that mean you've given up on seafood?" Sarah froze, as she knew how much Chloe liked seafood. Chloe nodded with a smile. I haven't had seafood in a while." Victoria held Chloe's hand as she said, "It's okay. Seafood isn't good for pregnant women either. Remember to take care of yourself, okay?" Have you been taking folic acid and fish oil?" "Yeah." Chloe couldn't help but smile at the thought of Justin and the mountain of supplements he bought her the other day. "That's good. Anyways, it's hard enough being pregnant with one and you have two. It's going to be worse for you than it was for me. It's okay. I'm actually enjoying it and looking forward to them being born." "Look at you guys. You're so fast." "My baby's going to be the youngest." Sarah smiled helplessly and Chloe laughed. "You're not even married yet. Isn't baby talk a little premature at the moment?" "Oh, right, Sarah. When are you getting married?" Victoria looked up at Sarah and asked. I don't know yet. Haha. Just going with the flow for now. It's not a bad situation. They all say how much men change before and after marriage. Before you get married, the man will treat you like a queen so you won't run away. Once you do get married, and there's no room to change your mind anymore, he's going to start acting like the big boss. Wasn't there a joke about this phenomenon? When a couple was leaving a restaurant, the girl accidentally walked into the glass door and the guy was all like, "Gosh, baby, does it hurt? Where? Let me look at it." This means they're still boyfriend and girlfriend. If the guy's like, "Are you effucking blind? How could you not have seen that glass door?" It means they're husband and wife. After Sarah's remarks, Victoria and Chloe immediately burst into laughter. "What are you guys talking about?" Noah looked over at them in confusion, and Victoria laughed. "Your girlfriend's probably the funniest person I've ever met. Without her, our lives would be so boring." Chloe, on the other hand, patted Sarah on the shoulder. "Ever since I met her, my life filled with laughter. Because of her, I feel younger than most people my age." "Of course you do. You need to thank me. You get to stay young forever without makeup because of me." Sarah said, obviously proud of herself. Soon the dishes were served. There were 7 of them in the room, but almost 30 dishes on the table, each as delicious as could be. This was Chloe's first time at one of Max's family's establishments. Today, she suddenly felt that Max was not a bad guy at all. Aside from the fact that he liked to hit on girls, he was a really nice person who treated his friends like family. When the guys chatted and drank, the 3 ladies began talking about popular TV shows and fashion trends. As they ate, Justin looked up at Chloe, who was sitting not far away from him, and chit-chatting with Sarah and Victoria. The corner of her lips was curled into a faint smile. He suddenly wondered how happy he would be if Chloe were his wife, and he got to see her every single day and hang out with their friends as a couple. He would probably die of happiness. After a few drinks, Max leaned forward and whispered into Justin's ear, "Justin, Jack's probably not coming back. You need to seize the opportunity. Chloe needs company at a time like this. She'll definitely be touched by everything you've done for her. After a year, or maybe 3 or 5 years, she'll be yours. This is your chance." "What are you bullshitting about?" Justin retorted, feeling embarrassed. "Come on, Justin. Haven't you always liked her? In the past, you didn't want to intervene in her marriage, but now she doesn't have a husband. Don't you want to court her and find out if anything's going to happen between the 2 of you? Or would you rather stay in the friend zone forever?" After Max's riveting speech, Justin fell silent. "Or do you have a problem with her children not being yours?" "No, of course not. I don't care about that." Justin immediately shook his head and explained, "Then what are you hesitating about? If you don't care about that, then court her, right now. You don't understand. Chloe's not someone who easily falls for others. I think she really loves Jack," Justin said, as a hint of loneliness flashed before his eyes. "Are you an idiot? You're too smart not to know that time cures everything and helps a person forget everything. Jack's death may take a toll on Chloe right now, but after a while, she'll start to forget and let go. Then, she'll accept you. Be confident, okay? You're a catch. Forget it. I don't want to talk about this right now." Right now, Justin really didn't have the courage to aggressively chase after Chloe. After all, she was still getting over Jack's disappearance, while she was pregnant with the latter's children. Yes, she was fragile, but he didn't want to take advantage of her current state. Therefore, going with the flow seemed to be the best option at the moment. If they were meant to be, one day they will be. If they weren't meant to be, he would never have a chance with her, even if Jack was really dead. He knew Chloe way too well. After a while, Sarah got up and went to the bathroom. Seeing this opportunity, Chloe immediately turned around and took a brocade box out of her purse, passing it to Noah. "What is this?" he asked, obviously surprised. "A diamond ring," Chloe replied faintly, leaving Noah and the others flabbergasted. Why was Chloe giving a diamond ring to Noah? Was she proposing or something? Victoria quickly came to her senses. "Chloe, do you want Noah to propose to Sarah?" "That's why I like you so much. You know me so well," Chloe said, as she put her arm around Victoria's neck. Propose?" Noah repeated, not sure how to react. "Don't you want to?" "Of course I do. But this is too sudden. I don't have anything prepared." "I've got you covered," Chloe said as he pointed at the ring in the brocade box. Max, feeling nosy, shuffled up to them and glanced at the ring. This ring is at least 3 carats. "Wow, that would cost at least $500,000. How rich are you, Dr. Green?" Brenton gave Chloe a thumbs up. This is too expensive. I can't afford it." Noah's family worked in the government, but they weren't as rich as businessmen, nor did they have so much cash on hand. Therefore, he was surprised to be presented with a $500,000 diamond ring. "It's my gift to you guys. Use it to propose to Sarah." Chloe glanced at Noah, who felt awkward as the pairs of eyes stared at him in anticipation. But I don't have flowers either." "Oh, don't worry. I got you." Max took out a small bouquet of red roses from one of the vases in the room. He stuffed the bouquet in Noah's hands with a smile on his face. "Bro, what else do you need? We have everything." Noah held the bouquet in one hand and the diamond ring in the other, feeling like everything was happening so suddenly. Yes, he had been wanting to marry Sarah and even proposed to her, but she said she didn't want to get married until Chloe got pregnant. Now that Chloe was pregnant, he couldn't bring up the topic again because of what happened to Jack. To his surprise, Chloe brought it up for him. While he hesitated, Victoria suddenly lowered her voice. "Get ready, she's back." As soon as she finished the sentence, Sarah opened the doors of the private room. Max pushed Noah right up to her. Sarah looked at the ring and flowers with a confused expression. "What's going on?" Before Noah could say anything, Chloe stood up and walked up to them with a smile on her face. "Miss Sarah, do you take Mr. Noah as your lawfully wedded husband to have and to hold from this day onward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do you apart?" "Chloe, what kind of prank is this?" Sarah thought Chloe was pulling her leg. Max even began humming wedding music. In her confusion, Sarah saw Noah slowly open the brocade box in his hand and knelt down with one leg. He looked at her ever so gently and said, "Sarah, let's get married. Marry me." F. In her state of surprise, Sarah spat out a swear word. The good news was, they were all used to her rough demeanor. "Hey, he's proposing to you. What's that expression on your face?" Victoria laughed. The guys chimed in, "Marry him, marry him. This is really sudden. Didn't you say you weren't going to get married until I got pregnant?" "I'm already 2 months pregnant." "Miss Sarah, you have to keep your promise," Chloe corrected her. "No, that's not what I mean. Now's not the time. After all, Jack will come back, and he'll be happy for you guys." "Sarah, there are some things in life you just can't wait for. Don't regret it once you let it pass you by. You guys are perfect right now. Don't do anything you might regret in the future. It's rare for those who meet in high school to end up as husband and wife." Chloe's words were extremely convincing. Sarah's eyes sparkled with tears as she said, "You idiot. Where did you get the ring and flowers? You surprised the crap out of me." Looks like she was extremely touched by Noah's gesture. "See? Captain Noah is extremely sincere," Brenton interjected. "If you don't say yes, I'm going to stand up. My knee hurts," Noah joked. "F, if you stand up, I'm going to break your leg." Upon hearing Sarah's words, everyone burst into rabid laughter. 3 seconds later, she reached out her hand, allowing an ecstatic Noah to put the ring on her finger and hand her the bouquet of red roses. "Kiss him, kiss him," Max shouted, enjoying the show as an onlooker. Upon hearing this, Sarah didn't hesitate and kissed Noah right on the lips. She was your typical outgoing, straightforward northern woman. Everyone broke into applause. Chloe smiled happily as she watched the happy couple, and Justin finally realized that the thing Chloe was hiding from him earlier was a diamond ring. When did she even buy the ring? Boy, she was meticulous. "Decide on a date so we can celebrate you guys. Just make sure I'm out of postpartum recovery or else I won't be able to drink," Victoria complained. Right, me too," Chloe chimed in. "You pregnant women are so needy. If you still want your children to marry mine, you better behave," Chloe threatened with a smile on her face. "What about next month? The weather won't be so cold by then," Victoria laughed. "Next week is pretty good too," Chloe added. "Why next week when you can get married today?" Max interjected. "Gosh, guys, it's my wedding, not yours." Sarah pouted as she smiled in Noah's embrace. Chloe could detect the happiness on her expression. It seems like she made the right decision. Mr. Dawson would agree with her plan as well if he were here. "So are we going to be eating wedding candy soon?" Justin laughed. "Wait, so isn't Captain Noah supposed to pay the bill tonight?" "After all, it's a big day for him," Max teased. "Sounds good. I'm paying tonight. Let's drink," Noah said generously. Everyone could tell that Noah loved Sarah very much. After she agreed to his proposal, his face was filled with nothing but happiness. If Chloe didn't egg them on, they were probably never going to get married. They couldn't live together forever without a license, right? After the proposal, the gang went back to enjoying the rest of the dinner. Chloe excused herself, saying that she needed air. Then, she walked out of the private room and up to the rooftop of the hotel, staring off into the night sky with a blank expression on her face. After 10 minutes, Justin looked down at his watch and stood up worriedly. "You guys eat. I'm going to see what's going on." After he walked out of the room, Brenton suddenly said, "Do you guys think Justin is happy right now, or in agony?" The group fell silent upon hearing his question. "I think Justin might sink deeper and deeper," Victoria said. "I think this is Justin's dream come true. It might be a good thing. Although you guys are on Jack's side and might hate me for saying this, I still have to analyze the situation objectively. If Jack's really dead, then it's Justin's opportunity. He's Chloe's best choice. At the same time, Justin loves her very much." Max immediately went into speech mode. "Chloe's not one to fall in love with another person easily," Sarah said, unwilling to settle. "I know she's not, but it's just a matter of time. Who's to say that in 50 years, if Justin doesn't get married and continues to care for her and her children the way he takes care of her now, she wouldn't fall for him? After all, people aren't perfect. She won't be able to stay indifferent forever." The group was surprised by Max's wise words and could tell that he was on Justin's side. Noah nodded, analyzing objectively. "Max is right. It's just a matter of time. But how can a person of Justin's status refuse to marry for 50 years? His family's not going to allow it. Plus, once Chloe has her twins and becomes a single mother of 2, will the Cooper family let her in their door? Can they accept her? I've got to disagree with you on this. You guys know how Justin acted when he threatened his grandpa. The Cooper family may be prestigious, but they're also reasonable. From what I've heard, Mrs. Cooper likes Chloe a lot. As for Grandpa Cooper, he might not be able to accept Chloe, but if his grandson loves her, he won't stop them. This is way down the road. We should let things take its course," Victoria chimed in after taking a sip of water. Brenton nodded. "I feel the same way. If Jack really doesn't come back, then Justin is unquestionably the best person to take care of Chloe." After hearing what Brenton said, the group fell silent. No one said anything else to object, because they all knew how Justin felt towards Chloe. Chloe stood atop a low windowsill out on the corridor of the restaurant, looking down from the 6th floor. They weren't high up, but the scenery was beautiful. This private kitchen was secretly located with a garden and backyard. From where Chloe was, she could see all the trees and plants in the garden. They were beautiful. It wasn't yet spring in Northern, yet, but it was warmer than it used to be. A few swallows were already back from the south, building their nests below the edge of the roof. Chloe reached out to open the window. The cold breeze blew in, immediately clearing up her head. She placed a hand on her lower abdomen and whispered, "Jack, spring is here, but you're not home yet. If you're not coming back, can you tell me in my dreams? That way, our children and I will go find you in the other world." The truth was, she felt hopeless, because she didn't know how much longer she had to wait for the man she loved to come back. It felt endless. Therefore, at that moment, she felt like ending all the pain. A strong breeze blew through the windows, and her skinny figure swayed as if she might fall over at any moment. That was the scene Justin saw when he found Chloe, standing on the windowsill of the 6th floor corridor with the windows wide open. He immediately felt his heart in his throat and shouted angrily, "Chloe, what do you think you're doing?" Chloe slowly turned around, smiling when she saw Justin. "I'm okay. I just wanted to get some fresh air. Come down." It was the first time Justin spoke to Chloe with such a loud voice. He was both worried about her and scolding her. "Okay, I'm going to come down now." Just when Chloe was about to move, she realized something was off. She couldn't move her body because her leg was cramping. When Justin saw how strange Chloe looked, he started to get anxious. "What's wrong?" he asked. "My leg is cramping. It hurts." Justin rushed over when he heard Chloe's words. He picked her up without saying another word. With Chloe in his arms, he rushed over to their private room. "You guys should eat first." Chloe's leg is cramping, so I need to take her to the hospital. Then, he turned around and ran out without looking back. The people in the private room were left there alone. Max said, "She's just having a small cramp. Look how nervous our young Master Cooper is." Victoria said, "It's actually pretty normal for pregnant women to get cramps. It is because we get calcium deficiency. I sometimes still have them." Brenton said, "I agree. Our Justin is too nervous around her." Sarah, "I'm starting to have a liking for Justin. He's so manly." Noah said, "So, does my proposal just now still count?" Miss Sarah, "When do you plan on marrying me?" Everyone laughed when Noah raised this question. Sarah blushed. "Wait until my mood gets better." Justin brought Chloe back to the military hospital and immediately got the doctors to do a complete physical checkup on her. He was only relieved when the doctors confirmed that nothing was wrong with her. A nurse helped Chloe back into the patient room so she could lie down and rest. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Really?" Chloe smiled at Justin, hoping to calm him down. "Tell me the truth. For a moment back there, did you want to jump?" "Just a little." "But it was really only a thought, and I didn't do it. After all, I still have 2 babies. I would never do that to them." "Chloe, don't do stupid things. I was scared to death. Don't die, please. Don't die. Okay?" Justin was truly scared at that moment. He was a man who wasn't afraid of anything. Actually, he was afraid of one thing, only one thing in his life, and that was losing Chloe forever. When he saw Chloe up there, he was so scared that his heart felt like it was going to jump out from his throat. No one else would be able to understand that feeling. "I won't. You have to live on. You have to be strong. All the bad things would pass." "Get some rest. I'll come to check on you later." After comforting Chloe, Justin turned around and left, looking incredibly lonely. He had top-class bodyguards guarding Chloe's room. Chloe was the only person in the military hospital to receive such special treatment, and the meals she ate every day were hand-picked and prepared by the top chefs. The things that went into her food were of exceptional quality. The fruits were freshly picked from the gardens, and even her drinking water was filtered thoroughly. Justin had planned out everything for her so perfectly that so many women were jealous of Chloe. The nurse poured a glass of water and handed it to Chloe. "Miss Green, young Master Cooper treats you so well." Chloe only responded with a soft smile and didn't engage in further conversation. Justin drove straight back to his family home, and he found his mother was dining alone. "Justin, have you eaten dinner yet?" "Yeah, come and have a bowl of soup. It'll warm up your body," Mrs. Cooper said as she handed him a bowl of red bean soup. The maid took the coat that Justin took off and hung it up. Justin washed his hands and walked over to the dinner table. He sat next to his mother. "How's work? Have you been busy?" "You don't look well." "Work's great, Mom." "Why do you look so tired then? Are you sick?" his mother asked caringly. "I'm not." Justin gave a brief response. Then he drank his soup silently. Just when his mother was thinking what to ask next, Justin suddenly put down the bowl in his hand, looked at his mother, and said, "Mom, I have a favor to ask you." "What is it, dear?" "I want Chloe to move in with us." "What?" his mother asked, looking surprised. "I said, I want Chloe to move in with us." "Why?" His mother looked at him with a confused expression. "I don't think the hospital's safe." "What do you mean?" "It's the military hospital. How can it not be safe? Safety isn't the only reason. Another reason is that the hospital doesn't give her a sense of home. She's pregnant right now. I don't want her to wait out her entire pregnancy in such a lonely place. She's not due for months. That poor thing doesn't have her family by her side. Our house is big, and Dad and Grandpa aren't always home. Don't you think having someone by your side would be nice? I understand what you mean, but why would she come live with us? She's not your wife, nor is she even your girlfriend." Justin's mother had a point. "Who said that only my wife or girlfriend could move in? I always thought you had an open mind. I never expected you to be so traditional." His mother was speechless. I... Justin's mother didn't know how to respond. Justin continued to argue his point. Our place is the safest. There's a whole Army Corps protecting our house because of Grandpa. That's why I think Chloe would be the safest here. Even an international top-grade assassin wouldn't be able to sneak into our home. She could give birth to the baby here without worrying that one of those low-life might hurt her. Hurt her? Someone's trying to hurt her? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Also, Chloe might not even be willing to move in because she's too embarrassed. You might not be able to tell, but she's a very prideful girl. That's why I need you to help me with this. Justin's mother dumbfounded. That's why I'm begging you. Can I say no then? Justin's mother thought that her son's request was too hard to fulfill. Are you really my mother? Justin's mother didn't know how to respond again. I don't know how to convince your dad or grandfather. I can convince them myself. You don't have to worry about that. But, no more buts. If you don't have anything more to say, then this has been decided. I'm going to tidy up one of our rooms and get someone to redecorate it a bit before she moves in next week. Justin finished his sentence and walked upstairs. This child of mine. Has he gone nuts? Justin's mother was worried because she hadn't consulted her husband, nor her father-in-law before letting Chloe move in. Justin was a man of his words. He immediately started to tidy up one of the empty rooms in the mansion. He first cleared out the room that he normally used and moved his own stuff into the study next door. There was a twin bed in the study. It was smaller, but overall, still very clean and tidy. If Chloe moved in, she would be in the room right next to him. He felt overwhelmed with joy when he realized how close he would be to her. Midnight, at the Green family mansion, Andrew, the executives at his entertainment company, some directors, and beautiful girls in bikinis were having a pool party at his mansion. It was very lively, and it was also filled with nudity. In film terms, it would be parental guidance status. A director was kissing and touching a not-so-famous female star as if no one was around. Andrew didn't seem to mind as he calmly smoked a cigar with a smirk on his face. It was as if he was just watching some television show. Over the years, he had seen all sorts of bizarre things. After opening up his entertainment company, he was able to understand the inner rules very well amongst celebrities. That was why he did so well in this circle. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. He opened up his Snap to see a picture. Andrew first glanced at it, but soon squinted to look at the picture carefully. It was a video of Chloe quietly eating her dinner. Justin had strengthened the security of the Army hospital, making it harder for his people to sneak in now. Because of the strengthened surveillance, he could only bribe the nurses, so they would occasionally send him some videos of Chloe. The Chloe in the video was wearing a white shirt. It looked very clean and crisp on her. She put her hair down and had no makeup on. She looked so pure and innocent that it felt like she had gone back in time, back to her high school days. The only difference was that her face now was a bit chubbier. She looked very peaceful and was very quiet. She didn't smile, but she didn't seem like she was lonely and sad. He loved seeing her like this. So quiet. So peaceful. If that low-life Justin didn't meddle around and mess with his plans halfway, they would be on some island off Australia by now. There he could spend his life with Chloe. There was paradise. If it wasn't for Justin, he wouldn't have to watch her videos when he missed her. Chloe, I miss you so much, every second, every moment, he whispered to himself while he was watching the video. You could see a soft smile on his face. President Green, do you want a drink? A model with a very hot body walked over to him in a pleasing manner. I'm not strong with alcohol. Then why don't we play a drinking game? I'm not in the mood. Then, why not you touch and guess the size of my breasts? She asked provocatively. Then, without waiting for Andrew to react, she guided his hand to her big, sexy breasts. Andrew put his hands back. He let out a smile that seemed to have some deeper meaning, and said, Honestly, I don't really care. I'm so used to these things that I'm a bit sick of them. The young model smiled in an awkward manner. Then, she understood that she should leave, so she quietly turned away. At this moment, Someone in the crowd shouted, "Emery's here." Everyone focused their attention in that direction. Emery appeared in the background, wearing a deep red bikini. Andrew didn't invite her, but she probably came because she found out about his party. "Emery, it's been a while." "Hey, director, long time no see." Emery let out a sweet smile. "Emery, do you want to sit down and have a drink with me?" "I'm fine, thank you." "Director, I'm here for President Green." Ah, such a sweet couple. Everyone knew in the movie industry that Emery and Andrew were dating for a while now, so they knew what to do. When Andrew saw Emery walk in, he knew that she was going to approach him, but he did not even look up. He acted as if he didn't even see her. "What's the matter? Did you not see me?" "Can I help you?" Andrew fiddled around with the transparent wine glass on the table with his index finger. "Am I not allowed to come to find you if I don't need you for anything?" Emery went over and sat next to Andrew. She did not care what he thought. She held onto his hand fondly. However, Andrew pushed her away. "What's the matter? Do you not like me anymore? Do you have someone new you're interested in now?" Emery said, as she gave out a grim smile. "Has Zion not been able to satisfy you?" Andrew questioned her. "What?" You could see a slight change in Emery's expressions. "Aren't you getting along pretty well with Zion? He's been staying at your apartment for a few days. If you're going out with him, then properly go out with him. If you're his batch, then just properly be his batch. Don't try to shop around. You know, after all, you're not a whore, so you should still behave properly." "Andrew, do you really view me in that light?" Emery looked at Andrew with disgust. "How else should I view you? Do you dream that you're my goddess?" Andrew flickered his cigarette, and the ashes dropped into an ashtray as he sneered. Emery was so angry that she was shaking. "Andrew, you're a man. How can you use such vicious words?" "Vicious?" "Emery, I think I'm too benevolent with you. Don't you know when to stop? Don't you know what karma is? So you're done using me now and you're just going to dump me like trash?" It was obvious that Emery was unwilling to accept such treatment. "You have mistaken. You're too into yourself. Even garbage wouldn't nag like you. How dare you?" Emery was so angry that she couldn't even say what she really came to say. In the end, she suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Is it because Chloe is pregnant having twins?" "That's why you're so agitated, isn't it? How did you find out about that?" Andrew looked at Emery with a darkened face. His eyes were so cold and bitter that it was frightful. "What? Are you scared now?" Emery looked at Andrew with a smirk of victory. Andrew suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. "What? Are you going to hurt me? Confess, how did you know? Did you investigate her?" Andrew was at his worst, with his face all concerned. He didn't like how Emery kept targeting Chloe. "I didn't." "Then how did you find out?" Well, a hardcore fan of mine that works at the army hospital saw Chloe every day, so she told me through Snap. I swear, I haven't told anyone." Emery tried to talk her way out of it, but Andrew didn't show any signs that he believed her story. "I'm warning you, you better keep a distance from her. Even if I can help you get her, I don't need your help. Just keep your distance." "I don't need your help." Andrew pushed Emery away with force. Thankfully, there was someone behind her, so she bumped into them. If not, she would have fallen into the pool. Feeling humiliated, Emery grabbed her stuff and began storming off in anger. "Emery, are you leaving already?" A few directors greeted her. Emery didn't respond. Chloe, all you see is that batch, Chloe. I'm going to show her someday who's boss." Emery continuously cursed Chloe while stomping out. The next morning, after waking up, Chloe ate her breakfast and was about to turn on the television for some educational programs, which apparently was good for antenatal education, when she suddenly heard the nurse that was in charge of taking care of her say, "Ms. Green, someone's here to see you." Chloe wondered to herself, who would come to visit her? Before she could reach a conclusion, the door opened, and she could see who it was. She was wearing a white suit. It made her look tidy and elegant. "Mrs. Cooper?" Chloe exclaimed in surprise. Chloe, hurry and sit back down with me. Justin's mother rushed over to the bedside. She first put the fruit basket and flowers on the side. Then, she carefully helped Chloe back down. I'm fine, Chloe. How far along are you? It's only been 2 months, so it's not visible on the belly yet. Chloe smiled. I heard everything from Justin. I'm so sorry I didn't come earlier to visit you. No. It's all right. Mrs. Cooper, please don't be sorry. I'm really thankful that you came. You're an elder. If it wasn't too inconvenient for me to move around, I would have come to visit you sooner. Chloe had great respect for Justin's mother. She had met her a few times at Southside. Chloe felt that Justin's mother was a very well-educated lady. You don't have to put it that way. Fate has brought us together. I like you, child. You're also a good friend of Justin's. That's why you don't need to treat me like an outsider. Okay, Chloe was still a bit reserved around Mrs. Cooper. Mrs. Cooper brought some lavender and lilies for Chloe. She put it in a flower pot beside her bed. Then she took out an apple from the fruit basket and started peeling the skin. Chloe, you need to eat more apples. Understood? There's a lot of vitamins in apples. I will. Look at me. I almost forgot. You're a doctor, and you know more than me. Haha. Mrs. Cooper started to laugh at how silly she was. Her laughter was as innocent as a little girl. Chloe couldn't help but chuckle along. Let me tell you about myself. Sometimes, I'm very forgetful. Justin had said that I might have dementia. But when Justin was still in me, I ate a lot of apples. Maybe that's why he was born so healthy and strong, even though his skin is a bit tanned now. That wasn't innate. It was because he was under the sun a lot in the army. The lesson of the story is to eat a lot of apples. Okay? I'll do as you say. Chloe nodded. She felt very warm inside. Her mom wasn't by her side, and it had been a while since an elder talked to her this way. That was why she felt really glad. After some chit-chatting, Mrs. Cooper finally got to her main point. Mrs. Cooper handed over the peeled apple to Chloe, and Chloe had only taken 1 bite into the apple when she heard Mrs. Cooper talk. Chloe, I actually came here today to ask you if you could move into our place. Ahem, Chloe choked on the apple. Sorry, but what did you just say? I want you to move in with us, Mrs. Cooper said, as she looked at Chloe in a gentle manner. Auntie, I can't. I already owe too much to the Cooper family. I know if Justin didn't beg Grandpa Cooper to help me, I'd probably be... Sarah loved gossip, so she had dug up the story of how Justin threatened his grandfather to help her, and told her all the details of the story. Chloe had felt really bad when she heard the story, but never did she question Justin about it. After all, you couldn't really get yourself to ask for details in such situations. All she could do was say, thank you. She told herself she would remember this favor and help Justin when she could in the future. She was willing to climb mountains and cross oceans for him. After all, no other favor in the world was greater and more profound than saving one's life. But people nowadays were too quick to accept favors, and simultaneously, less grateful. You don't need to put it that way. You're one of Justin's best friends. He wouldn't leave you stranded when your life is in danger. It might seem like a simple task, but to tell you the truth, my father-in-law went through a lot of trouble to bail you out from prison and get you into the army hospital. The army isn't as simplistic as people from the outside think it is. The higher your rank is, the more careful you need to be. Otherwise, you might drag your family into danger with you. Don't worry. I'm not telling you this because I want something from you. You don't need to think too much into it. I just want you to know it was worth it for us to save you. Also, I personally don't think you'd kill anyone. I don't exactly know what is going on, and I don't intend to poke into it. I know you have your reasons, but now that you're safe and sound, I want things to stay that way for you. Mrs. Cooper, I can't go to your house. Chloe seemed to be rushing into declining the offer. Mrs. Cooper gently held on to Chloe's hand and said in a deep and worrying tone, Chloe, you don't need to rush to a decision. Can you listen to me first? Okay, Chloe nodded. Right now, you're 2 months pregnant. You're having twins, so it's going to be even harder than normal pregnancies. It's going to be tough. Your family can't be with you right now due to special circumstances, and you're always at the hospital. I'm only asking you to move in with us because there's no other way. I also heard from Justin that the hospital isn't as safe, and someone seems to be trying to hurt you. Mrs. Cooper did not know of the old scores between Andrew and Chloe, but she knew from Justin that someone was indeed trying to harm Chloe. Chloe didn't respond and continued to listen attentively. My father-in-law went to visit Mayor Hall the other day, and they chatted for a long time. You probably know better than I do about Mayor Hall, the father of the victim. He only had one daughter, and after she passed away, he was devastated. You coming out in one piece has really gotten on his nerves. Right after you came out, Mayor Hall immediately questioned my father-in-law about the details. From Mayor Hall's tone, my father-in-law was able to tell that he wouldn't let you off so easily. He hates your guts. After all, you are the person suspected of murdering his daughter. Chloe nodded. She was able to follow and agree with Mrs. Cooper's logic. Mayor Hall is the highest-ranking official in the city. You can't underestimate his powers. There are just too many people in the Army hospital. We won't be able to ensure that we're covered everything. If he really did send someone for you, then he could create some sort of accident, like pushing you down the stairs. You could lose your baby that way, and it'd be too late when you come to regret it then. That's not even the worst-case scenario. That's why I want you to think about the babies. You should be more selfish. Move in with us. By moving in with us, you would be under the protection of the Cooper family, and our house is the safest place to be. Because of my father-in-law, a team of soldiers is constantly guarding our estate. The defense is impeccable. Top-class assassins won't even be able to get in, so you won't need to worry about those working for Mayor Hall. All you have to do is wait until you give birth. When the babies are born, the situation would probably be a bit less intense, and you could move out then. Mayor Hall is redheaded now, and Justin really is scared that his followers will hurt you. We know it's not the perfect option for you, but it's because we're trying to protect you. That's why we came up with such a plan. Mrs. Cooper, I understand that you and Justin are very kind to me, but I can't go and live with you guys. I'm not Justin's girlfriend or anything, and I would only bring you and your family trouble. Justin is still single right now, and if people heard about this, rumors would fly around. That would negatively impact his love life. Chloe tried to reject the offer in a less direct way. We're not scared that you might bring us trouble. We're even confident that we'd be able to protect you very well, preventing the media from making up stories about you. You don't need to worry about Justin. I've got everything figured out. When you move in, I'll make him move out, and won't let him stay at home. It's also about your reputation. If your husband comes back one day and sees that Justin is also living at home, he'd for sure mistake your relationship with Justin. That's why I've decided to make him move out. Mrs. Cooper? How? Mrs. Cooper had worded her story so perfectly that even someone as clever as Chloe couldn't figure out how to refuse her offer. Mrs. Cooper had said so much, and from her words, one could tell that she really cared about Chloe. If Chloe continued to remain firm on her position, then it would look bad on her. Mrs. Cooper could tell that Chloe was hesitating. She added, "My father-in-law and my husband aren't home a lot. I was from southern part, so my side of the family is still down south. I'm usually home alone and rather bored. If you could come, I'd have someone by my side. As long as you don't mind me always nagging." "Why would I mind? You're such a nice person. I love spending time with you." Chloe praised Mrs. Cooper from the bottom of her heart. Mrs. Cooper's eyes lit as the opportunity seemed to come to fruition. She excitedly held onto Chloe's hands and exclaimed, "That's great! So you've agreed. This is set. Ah, Mrs. Cooper, I'll have someone tidy the room in the next few days. Then I'll get Justin to pick you up. You'll have to stay at the hospital for a couple more days. Don't worry, I'm great at taking care of pregnant women. You see, I've also been pregnant before, so I have a lot of experience." Mrs. Cooper seemed very happy. Even though Chloe had much in mind, she couldn't say anything further to decline. She owed the Cooper family a lot, and she couldn't make Mrs. Cooper sad. Mrs. Cooper even said she'd kick Justin out, just so she would move in. The goal was also to protect her until she gave birth. In all honesty, Chloe knew it was probably a better option to live with the Cooper family. Even if there were bodyguards here, she couldn't tell when Andrew would do something to her. After all, he was a psychopath. Chloe wasn't afraid of death, but if she lost the babies, she would not know how to face Jack and her in-laws. At last, Chloe nodded. I'd have to trouble Mrs. Cooper from now on then. It's no trouble at all. It would be like having a daughter in the house. Mrs. Cooper smiled very warmly. Chloe felt very touched, and she decided not to ask her if this was Justin's plan. Of course, Mrs. Cooper was a smart person. She would never sell her own son out like that. However, Chloe knew deep down that Justin had convinced his mother to come to bring her home. If Justin was the one who invited her to their place, Chloe would have rejected for sure. No matter what he said or did, there was no way Chloe would move into his home. Chloe was right. What identity would she be using when she moved in? She wasn't even his girlfriend. But if Mrs. Cooper invited her, that would be a different story. She was an elder and good with words. She already examined the situation carefully and explained to her all the pros and cons. Mrs. Cooper went through so much trouble, and if Chloe still didn't accept her kindness, she would be putting Mrs. Cooper down. Therefore, Justin was a very smart person to have his mother do the work. He was able to convince Chloe right away. That night, when Justin came home from dinner, he couldn't wait to ask his mother about Chloe. Mom, have you been to the army hospital yet? Have you seen Chloe yet? Have you asked her about that thing yet? Yes. I went. How could I dare not go after young Master Cooper asked me to do something? Mom, be serious. Stop joking around. Justin started to get close to his mom, trying to sweeten the deal for her. We'll have to tidy up the house and sanitize the whole place. Also, get some new towels and other stuff she'd need for daily living. Then, pick Chloe up in a few days. Mom, did she agree? Justin was ecstatic. Of course. Chloe is a smart child. She understands what I meant very well. Mom, I'm very curious about what you said to her. Justin looked at his mother with much respect. What I said is not your concern. Oh yeah, when Chloe moves in, you'll have to move out. Justin was utterly speechless. Why? He looked like a defeated puppy. Because we don't want rumors. Rumors about what? Justin was rather confused by his mother's words. Foolish child, you can't find a girlfriend when you're like this. If you're taking her in and you're home all the time, she'd feel rather uncomfortable. Chloe is a pregnant woman, after all. She has a family and in-laws. What if they come back to see her and her children, just to realize that she moved in with us? Are you going to get into a fight with them? We don't need to create problems that don't need to exist. If you really want to see her, then come home for dinner. But there's no sleeping over. Otherwise, I won't let Chloe move in with us. Mom, do we really need to be that careful? Our family's so powerful, and the media won't be able to come in and take pictures. It's not for the media. It's for Chloe's family. I heard no one knows if her husband's still alive. But that being said, there's still a chance that he's still alive. Then, what would happen when he comes home and sees you guys living together in this house? If it were you, how would you feel? Justin couldn't argue with his mom after listening to her strong reasoning. I understand. I didn't think so far. As long as she's willing to come to our place, I can do anything. I just don't want her to be in danger. After all, Andrew and Mayor Hall are preying upon her. As long as she's under our roof, you can relax. I am not certain about a lot of things, but I am very confident that I can even take care of Chloe until she gives birth. Thank you, Mom. Justin gave his mom a hug. There's no need for all these formalities with me. I understand what you want, you silly child. Justin awkwardly scratched his head. Nevertheless, his family being willing to take Chloe in eased Justin's mind, which meant that he could finally enjoy a good night's rest. After dinner, Justin drove out to find Brenton and Max for a drink. Mrs. Cooper sat in the living room drinking her flower tea. "Madam, are we expecting a guest?" one of the maids asked. "Yes. I've heard the young master mention the name Chloe so many times." "Heh. Is she someone young master likes?" "How did you know?" Mrs. Cooper looked up with curiosity in her eyes. "That's because every time he mentions her name, you can see the look in his eyes. I don't know how to explain it, but I can feel it. I've been in this house long enough, and I've watched young master grow up. I can tell when he likes a girl." The maid smiled in a kind manner. Mrs. Cooper nodded. She held on to the cup with flower tea in it and said quietly, "Yes, I've never seen him so gentle before. It's a good thing. The young master finally has someone he likes. Didn't you worry about how his romantic relationships might be compromised because of his stubborn and disobedient character? He is indeed disobedient. My poor child. There's nothing I could do to help him, though." You could see multiple layers of emotions through Mrs. Cooper's eyes. She was very fond of Chloe, but she knew Chloe didn't belong to Justin. Somewhere in a subsidiary under the Cruz Corporation. "What? Chloe is going to move into your place? Are you serious?" Max repeated what Justin said in disbelief. "Of course, I'm being serious. When have I lied to you?" Justin stared at Max, rebutting him. "But, from what I know about Dr. Green, there's no way she would." Max had known Chloe for a long time, so he had a fair understanding of her personality. With her personality, it would be fairly difficult to get her to move into Justin's place. How awkward would it be? I think he probably got someone to help him to that. "This task is too difficult for him to accomplish by himself," Brenton added. "Brenton, my old friend, you sure are very smart. I got my mom to convince her. You asked Mrs. Cooper to help you? Wow, impressive, man." Justin was probably the only person that would find the courage to get his mother to help him with pursuing a girl. "Mrs. Cooper sure is nice, actually doing that for you." "That's because my mom also likes Chloe a lot," Justin said really proudly. "No matter what, though, Chloe agreed to move in. It's a good thing for you," Brenton said slowly. "Yeah, that's right. You'd have a better chance with her when she's close by. You know that, right, young Master Cooper?" Max joked. "However, my mom said that when Chloe moves in, I will have to move out." Justin confused Brenton and Max, because she needs to be free from any gossip. "Also, if I'm at home, Chloe wouldn't feel comfortable, according to my mom," Justin elaborated. "Oh, then you won't have many opportunities. It's basically like her staying at the hospital, is it not?" Max asked. "It's worse than the hospital because if she stayed in the hospital, he could go visit any time. However, if she's at his place, there would always be a lot of other people around, like his father or grandfather, and it wouldn't look that great if he visited often. It'd also be very awkward for him to be with Chloe when he's in front of his family." Brenton tried to analyze the situation. "Whatever, man. I'm not digging in too deep. The purpose of Chloe moving into my place isn't to make her mine. It's because there are too many people at the Army hospital. I can never tell if Andrew or Mayor Hall's people had snuck into the hospital. I'm worried about her, and I want to protect her, at least until she gives birth. True, it is safer to live at your place. You are right about that." Both Max and Brenton knew how strong the line defense at Justin's family mansion was, so they nodded in agreement. At noon, Chloe was about to nap after lunch when she heard a commotion outside. Chloe opened her eyes. "What's going on?" she asked the nurse. "There's a performance going on in the hospital. I think a celebrity is coming to sing at our hospital. It's said to be a token of appreciation for all the hard work the Army doctors have done. I'm not actually sure if it's real or not because we didn't get prior notice, and that person just came out of nowhere. It's just all too sudden." "Really? A celebrity's here?" "Yeah. Do you want to go check it out?" the nurse asked with excitement on her face. Chloe didn't have the heart to reject since the nurse seemed so excited for the event. "Sure, why not? It's too loud for me to sleep anyways. Let's go check it out." Chloe didn't like crowded places, but she could see that the nurse that was taking care of her really wanted to go, so she decided to go. The nurse held her hand to guide her to the recuperation building behind the administrative building. Out of nowhere, a stage had been set up. A bunch of people was standing around the stage, and the nurse guided Chloe over. When people saw Chloe walking towards the stage, they cleared out a path for her. They knew that this girl was special because young Master Cooper showed special care and interest in her. Finally, the nurse led Chloe to a place rather close to the stage. Chloe looked up just in time to see the celebrity walk out from behind the curtains, and was slightly surprised by who she saw. It was actually Emery. Of course, Emery saw Chloe too. She glanced at the latter and smiled, but it didn't look like she meant it. Then, Emery picked up the microphone and said, "Everyone, thank you for the warm welcome. I'm going to sing for you now. What do you guys want to hear?" Emery was interacting with the guests. Chloe suddenly wasn't at all interested. Chloe believed firmly that Emery had perjured herself for Andrew, and might have even known the whole truth to the situation. That was why Chloe despised her. "You can stay and watch. I'm a bit sleepy, so I'll go back and nap." "But you just came." The nurse didn't know what happened in the past between Chloe and Emery, so she thought it was a shame that Chloe didn't stay and watch. "It's okay. You can stay and watch." Chloe patted the nurse on the shoulder and left. Emery stared towards the direction of Chloe and watched as the latter turned her back and left. Emery smirked. Chloe slowly fell asleep on her bed. She felt like someone was in her patient room looking down at her. She opened her eyes widely and saw Emery in her room. "Why are you here? Why? Are you scared?" Emery beamed, but her smile looked incredibly creepy. Chloe sat up subconsciously as she became more alert. It was clear that Emery was on Andrew's side, and was, therefore, an enemy. "You look well, you eat well, you drink well. Seems like the Cooper family has done a lot for you." "What does that have to do with you?" Chloe responded in an icy tone. "Nothing really. I'm just curious how well you perform in bed. How can you make Justin love you so unconditionally? He even used the army's powers to protect you. How amazing are you to have 2 men fighting for you?" "Oh, my bad. It's 3 men, not 2. Even my beloved Andrew is crazy for you. I don't want to argue with you. Can you please leave?" "Now," Chloe commanded. "What's the hurry? We've known each other for so long. I told them that we were good friends and they believed it. Hehe, they see us as besties. Emery, can you not be such a despicable person? Have you been around Andrew so long that you became such a fake human being? Aren't you tired of pretending so much?" Chloe asked Emery with composure. "I'm the one to decide whether it's tiring or not. That is not something you need to worry about." "Then it's also none of your business who I mess around with," Chloe rebutted. When Chloe finished her sentence, she was about to get up. "Are you thirsty? Let me pour you a glass of water." Emery immediately went over to pour out a glass of water. She passed it over to Chloe, but Chloe didn't take it. Upon seeing this, Emery simply let go of the cup, letting the hot water spill and the cup shatter to pieces. The hot water splashed around and almost burned Chloe. Luckily, Chloe was quick to react, so she was able to dodge the assault. "Someone, please come over." Chloe was really mad. A bodyguard came running over. He asked, "Ms. Green, is everything all right? Please walk this person out right now. Immediately." "Yes, ma'am." A tall bodyguard walked over to Emery and began pulling her out of the room without another question. "Hey, Chloe, you think you can protect your children? Stop dreaming. Andrew would never let them off the hook. You will never be able to give birth to those children, because he always has ways to get to you. In the end, he will trap you like a little sparrow in a locked cage. What a pity. What a shame. How sad." Emery kept spitting out mean words at Chloe as she was escorted out. "You are talking about what happened to yourself, right? Also, cursing children is the most vicious and sinful thing you can do in this world. You are also a woman, and you will be a mother in the future. I hope you can understand that good is rewarded with good and evil with evil. Don't talk like that and save some good deeds for yourself. Trust me, there is retribution in this world." Before Emery could say anything else, she was dragged out by the bodyguards. After Emery left, Chloe couldn't sleep anymore. She lowered her head and started to clean up the broken glass. She felt very depressed, as she had always known that Andrew would not let her off so easily. He probably already found out about her pregnancy by now. Although Emery's words were too dramatic, it was not necessarily untrue. So, the best choice for her was to move into the Cooper family mansion, right? That afternoon, Justin flew into a rage immediately after the bodyguards reported the incident to him. "Who let that woman come in? Are you all idiots?" Justin shouted. "The nurse taking care of Miss Green told us that this woman is a celebrity, so there's no reason she would trick her and that she must be a friend of Miss Green. So we let her in." "Shut up. Who cares if she is a celebrity? They're nothing to me. I have said so many times that except for the people I bring over, don't let anyone go in and see Chloe. You all have ears, right?" The 4 bodyguards all kept their silence. "Young Master Cooper, it's all my fault." The young nurse was tearful. If it wasn't because she admired Emery so much that she easily believed her, she wouldn't have let her come in to annoy Miss Green. "You shut up. I'll deal with you later." Justin had not lost his temper in a long time, but what happened today really made him angry. He pushed the door open and walked into the room. Then he saw Chloe sitting on the sofa and knitting a sweater by hand. At that moment, his gaze immediately turned gentle. "I heard about what Emery did to you. Are you okay? Did she do anything? I am going to find her now." "No, she just spat out a lot of crazy talks, and besides, I don't really care." Chloe smiled. Justin came over and looked down at the wool in Chloe's hands. He asked curiously, "What is this?" "I asked the nurse to buy some wool for me. I plan to knit 2 small sweaters. After my babies are born, they can wear them in the winter." "You really are something. There are a lot of finished products outside. Why are you spending so much effort on this? They're just some little gifts from a mother." "Anyway, I have nothing else to do," Chloe laughed. "Those guys are really good for nothing. I'm firing them and that irresponsible nurse as well. I will ask all of them to leave right away." "Don't do that. They didn't do it intentionally, and it wasn't their fault that they didn't know." Chloe put down the wool in her hand and said, she knew that Justin had always done what he said, but it was not a big deal, and she really wasn't in any danger. Moreover, it was a piece of cake for a schemer like Emery to fool a few honest and frank bodyguards and young nurses. "Of course I can let them off, but you have to move out today. Don't worry, I'm not going to live at home. I promise to not cause any trouble for you." "I didn't mean that. I just feel like it may cause too much trouble for Mrs. Cooper." Chloe apologized. "What's the trouble? She likes you a lot." "So, Dr. Green, are you asking me to replace those bodyguards with some new guys and let the hospital fire that irresponsible young nurse? Or are you going to choose to move into our home in advance?" Justin set up a difficult question for Chloe. In the end, after thinking about it carefully, Chloe nodded and said, "I will move over today. Sue." Justin was pleasantly surprised, and he immediately picked up the phone and called his mother to arrange everything. Starting today, Chloe would be officially moving his family mansion. On the other side of the earth, on an island in the southern Pacific Ocean, a girl in a deep red dress looked at the servant in a black suit. "Did you find him yet?" "Not yet." The servant bowed his head apologetically. With a paw sound, the girl had smashed a wine glass onto the ground, and the glass immediately broke into 1,000,000 pieces. "Useless. Please calm your anger, boss. We tried our best, but his whereabouts are too secretive. I think he must be hiding from someone." Fiona looked out of the window and her face became gloomy. When her elder sister's husband left, the plane exploded and crashed midway. She was quite shocked when she first received the news. Thereafter, she immediately sent someone to search, in secret. She had finally received some news about Jack a few days ago. One of the fishermen in that sea area did indeed have a young man under his care. But he left shortly. Fiona believed that that young man must have been Jack. But where did he go after he left? Why didn't he go back to Chloe? He loved her so much. Therefore, Fiona blocked the news and took the fisherman and his family away. To put it in good terms, she helped them move to a new place. But to put it in bad terms, she placed them under house arrest and was watching over them, as Fiona didn't want anybody to know about Jack's whereabouts. Yes, a lot of people were looking for them, but many others didn't want him to go back, hoping that he would disappear forever. "How is my sister?" "She moved into the Cooper family, and she is very safe." "How is she emotionally?" "Very good. Her emotions have been very stable, boss." "I know how worried you are. Why don't you go see her yourself?" "Don't say nonsense. If I could, I wouldn't be asking you questions here." Fiona was very angry. Last time she did not listen to her dad and went to save Chloe directly from Japan right after she completed her mission, which almost led to grave consequences, if it wasn't for that idiot Riker who rushed there and took her away. It was very likely she would have met Legend face to face that day. If that would have been the case, she would have gotten herself into trouble there, let alone save others. But how did Legend find out so quickly where she was? According to the usual pattern, it normally took 24 hours before Legend would start tracking her. Was it possible that someone leaked her whereabouts? Who? Was it that guy Andrew? Fiona was not familiar with Andrew, as she had not been interested in investigating him, who in her mind was just a small character from a small city. But what happened last time really shocked her, so she also sent someone to investigate Andrew. Strangely, she couldn't find any information on him in those 6 years he studied abroad. Things were becoming more and more interesting. She felt very gratified when she knew that she was the first to find out that Jack was still alive. But if Jack was still alive, why didn't he go back to see her sister? This was another unsolved mystery. She was very worried about her sister's situation, if it were not because of Dad. As she was deep in thought, her phone rang again. Fiona took a look helplessly at the caller ID and pressed the exquisite watch on her wrist. "Daddy, I just listened to your message when I came to the lab this morning. Your sister is pregnant?" "Yes," Fiona replied, rolling her eyes. "Really?" The old man at the other end had a little excitement in his voice. "Calm down, Daddy. It is my sister who is pregnant, not me. What are you so excited about? She has been married for more than a year. Isn't it normal for her to get pregnant?" "She's pregnant with twins?" the old man asked again. "Correct. Maitron." God bless us. If your mother knew, she would be very happy. The old man burst into tears. Upon hearing this sentence, Fiona's eyes dimmed. "Have you gone to see my mom recently?" Fiona's voice was very soft. "Not yet. Legend's men have been following me too closely. You shouldn't go either, lest he finds your mother's whereabouts." "So, you are still in the Middle East?" Fiona was speechless. "Where else would I be? Do you think I would dare go back to the headquarters?" "Okay, Daddy. Now I can understand why you don't want me to bother my older sister. Compared with our wandering lives, my sister's seems much happier. Now you finally understand my painstaking efforts," the old man said profoundly. "Yes, I do understand a little now. If it were not for Riker last time, you would have gotten your sister killed, right? If he knew the whereabouts of Chloe, then. Don't talk about it anymore, Daddy. I'll be more careful in the future." Fiona apologized right away. "But, is it true that the psycho Riker has complained to you?" "Riker did not tell me anything. He is a good boy." "Nonsense. If he were a good boy, there would be no demons in this world. That's enough. You don't know how many years I have known him. I know him much better than you do. So you really don't want to consider it?" "Of course not. I am still young. I don't want to get married and then have children. It's terrible. We are not asking you to get married right now, after Riker's dad retires. Riker will definitely be the one to take over the family. How do you know it will not be his 2 worthless brothers?" Fiona rolled her eyes. "I'm sure it will be Riker. Anyways, if you listen to me and marry him one day, Legend will not be so unscrupulous After all, he highly values the forces on the Russian side. Do you want me to bow to power, Daddy? When did I, Fiona, feel frightened by anything? Do I have to sell myself in exchange for a safe heaven? I have too much moral integrity to do that. Remember that I am a very talented person who learned how to use a pistol at the age of 5 and how to deploy a bomb at the age of 7. His daughter's narcissism made the old man speechless. That's enough. Stop with the nonsense. Pay close attention to your sister. When the babies are born, tell me if they are boys or girls, and then send me a photo of them. That's all. Oh, Daddy, when can we tell her? Before Fiona could finish talking, the old man on the other end had already hung up. In fact, she really wanted to ask when she could meet her sister. It was because she was unwittingly going to be an auntie very soon. She wondered if it was going to be boys or girls. She suddenly jerked back, which scared the subordinate behind her. Boss, what happened? Tell me, what gift should I give to my pregnant sister's twin babies? Wait, boss, it seems that you still have a lot of time. She only recently got pregnant. What do you know? This is called repairing a house before it rains. Would you rather want to look for umbrellas after it starts raining? Hurry up and tell me. I think giving gold bars may be a good idea. That's too vulgar. Diamonds, even more vulgar. Fiona gave him a glance and expressed clear dissatisfaction. Well, then I really don't know. Boss, I beg you not to set such a difficult question for your subordinate. You sure are useless. Forget it. Just leave. Yes. The subordinate finally let out a sigh of relief and ran out. He was afraid that he would make his boss unhappy. As he closed the door, he could still hear Fiona muttering, "If my sister gives birth to 2 boys, I will give them pistols. If they are girls, I will give Swiss Army knives. If they are a boy and a girl, then I give them one of each." Upon hearing this, the subordinate almost hopelessly fell to the ground. No wonder his boss was number one on the international wanted list. Even her gift ideas were so unique. At the Cooper family mansion, "Chloe, it's dinner time now." Mrs. Cooper went upstairs and gently called for Chloe. When the 2 of them went downstairs, they found that the door was open, and Grandpa Cooper had walked in wearing a military uniform. Chloe suddenly became nervous. "Dad, this is Chloe." Mrs. Cooper formally introduced her. "How are you, Grandpa Cooper?" Chloe took the initiative to say hello. After all, she was very grateful to this old man who had saved her life, although he solely did it for Justin. "Good." Grandpa Cooper nodded slightly. His expression was still very serious. He heard that Chloe was moving in from a phone call with Mrs. Cooper. He had no objections, since it was just an additional person they needed to set out a placemat for. Moreover, his grandson pointed a gun at his own head and threatened him with his life for this girl, which meant that she must be very special. He had already saved her life, so he decided that he might as well help all the way. Justin's mother had mentioned that it seemed that somebody wanted to harm her, and she was extremely worried about the safety of her unborn babies. Therefore, Grandpa Cooper had no objections towards Chloe moving to this home. Although Justin's father strongly opposed this, Grandpa Cooper was the ultimate boss of this family. In the end, Justin's father lost to his own father, wife, and son, the score being 1-3. "Dad, you came back just in time. We were just going to have dinner." "Good." Grandpa Cooper went back to the bedroom to change, and Justin's mother grabbed Chloe's hand and walked downstairs. "Be careful and walk slowly." "Okay, don't be afraid. Although my dad looks very frightful and old-fashioned, he's a very nice man. He's old now and sometimes acts like a silly child." After Justin's mother finished talking, Chloe laughed along with her. At the dinner table, the 3 of them sat together and ate silently. The maid's cooking skills were superb, and she prepared the food diligently, since Chloe was pregnant. The food was delicious and the taste was just right, but Chloe felt awkward being there. "Chloe, eat as much as you can, all right? You're pregnant. You're entitled to eat whatever you want to." "Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. I will." Embarrassed that Justin's mother kept putting food on her plate, Chloe simply took the initiative to get what she wanted by herself. "How far along are you?" Grandpa Cooper asked with a serious look. Upon hearing this question, Chloe froze for a brief second. After a quick glance at Mrs. Cooper, she answered, 2 months and 6 days, Grandpa Cooper. Are they boys or girls? Grandpa Cooper continued to ask. Grandpa Cooper, I won't be able to find out until they're 4 months old. Right now, it's still too early to tell. Grandpa Cooper felt a little awkward. He lightly coughed a little and didn't say any more. But Justin's mother picked up the conversation. Boys and girls will both be great. It's been a long time since our house had children. It'll definitely be lots of fun. I'm really looking forward to that day. Chloe smiled, but she did not say any more. At this moment, the door of the hall opened and Justin came in, hustling and bustling. Young master, you are back. The maid took the initiative to get Justin's shoes for him. Why didn't you wait for me to eat dinner? Justin felt wronged. I didn't even know you were coming home. Justin's mother looked at her son with a doting smile. Hey? What is Chloe eating? Glutinous rice porridge with red dates. May I have a bowl of it too? Justin immediately sat down next to Chloe. That is for pregnant women. Are you sure you want some? It's okay, madam. There is still a lot in the kitchen. I will go and get some for young master. The maid quickly walked into the kitchen. Grandpa, now that you've met Chloe, what do you think of her? Isn't she super cute? Justin spoke so straightforwardly that it made Chloe's cheeks slightly red. Justin's mother responded with a little hint of blame. How could you ask that kind of question in front of a girl? It's really embarrassing. You brat, learn to put a filter on your mouth. You're almost 30 years old. Grandpa Cooper also scolded him. How are you today? Tired? If you need anything, just let me know. I will go and buy it for you. Justin looked at Chloe. Thank you. I don't need anything else. Your house is amazing. That's good. Don't stress yourself out about living here and tell my grandpa if someone's bullying you. He's the head of the household, Justin said, pointing at his grandfather, who was sitting opposite from him. Grandpa Cooper didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Chloe quickly waved her hand. No one's bullying me. The great kindness of the Cooper family, to me, weighs like a mountain. I will never forget it. When Chloe finished speaking, Grandpa Cooper's, Justin's mother's, and Justin's faces all changed. Justin was sitting at the closest to Chloe, and he found tears in her eyes. Silly girl, why would you say that? Justin's mother could understand Chloe's feelings, so she felt extremely empathetic. Mrs. Cooper, thank you for taking care of me without hesitation, and for treating me as part of your family. Grandpa Cooper, thank you for bailing me out of prison. I don't know how I will repay you for saving my life. Justin, I don't want to say thanks to you, as you have done too much for me. We still have years down the road, and I will use the rest of my life to slowly repay you. Upon hearing this, Justin's heart skipped a beat. What did she mean? Was she going to repay him with herself? Then he heard Chloe continue. Having an additional person in the house must feel inconvenient. I apologize in advance for the trouble I will be causing you over the next few months. Not at all. Not at all. Don't worry about that. Justin's mother smiled and said immediately. Grandpa Cooper cleared his throat and said in a low voice, Don't go off into flights of fancy. Our family's already intervened, so we will see things through and protect you to the best of our ability. Don't worry too much, and just take good care of your unborn children. We'll talk about what happens next after they're born. Thank you, Grandpa Cooper. Then, I'll be myself from now on, or else I'll seem really high maintenance. After that, Chloe took out a tissue and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then, she picked up her chopsticks from the table and comfortably got the vegetables she liked. The atmosphere warmed up in an instant. Compared with what it was just minutes ago, this mode of getting along made everyone feel more comfortable. Justin's mother appreciatively looked at Chloe and felt that the emotional intelligence of this girl was indeed very high. What she said helped everyone else place aside their awkwardness, allowing them to get along more naturally. Justin looked at Chloe gently. You always like to reason with a big pile of words. Anyways, you are so good at it. We all have to bow to your superiority. No, I'm not, Chloe retorted with a smile. After Justin finished eating, he did not dare stay long, as he made an agreement with his mother that he would not spend the night at home when Chloe's here. He didn't want to cause trouble for Chloe, so he left right after dinner. Chloe also went upstairs to rest. In the living room, Grandpa Cooper was drinking the best quality pu'er tea and watching a military show. Dad, what do you think of the girl? Justin's mother came over and sat next to her father. She's easy to get along with, and very articulate, and she's not fake, nor pretentious. I like how humble and honest she is. Dad, that's high praise from you. Justin's mother smiled. Actually, I knew this girl must be something before I even met her. Why else would my rascal grandson be so infatuated? After meeting her, she really didn't disappoint. Although she's not the prettiest woman there is, she's easy on the eyes and seems well educated. But it's too bad. The old man wanted to say something else but stopped and sighed slightly. What is it? Justin's mother wondered. Unfortunately, she's not the girl for Justin. When I was eating, I observed Justin. He looks so different when looking at this girl. I really hope that she can marry him and carry his children. The old man's age was quite high up there now, and he was particularly eager to see his grandson get married and have children, but Justin had been letting him down this entire time. Dad, if her husband really doesn't come back, if he really died, will Justin have a chance in the future? If she falls in love with Justin, will you accept her into our family? There's also this situation? Grandpa Cooper was stunned by the question. As far as I know, this girl's lover disappeared in an accident. I think he was involved in an airplane crash. The chances of his survival are extremely slim, but she still has a glimmer of hope. She is only 24 years old this year, and she will only be 27 years old 3 years later. If, by then, Justin is still treating her the way he is now, and she's moved by his love, will you be able to accept her as your granddaughter-in-law? Can you overlook her previous marriage and her children? Grandpa Cooper was silent for a while and then said in all seriousness, As long as Justin likes her, I don't mind. Dad, Justin's mother was really moved, as she did not expect her father to say this. When Justin took out a gun and pointed it at his own head to threaten me, I knew how important this girl was to him. So as long as he's happy, I will not object. Dad, you are so good to Justin. I have no other choice. That brat's my only grandson. Grandpa Cooper smiled at the thought of this. Dad, what about my husband? Justin's mother was quite worried about Justin's father's feelings. Let me handle it. Thanks, Dad. Justin's mother smiled, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. Tonight was Chloe's first night at the Cooper family, and she barely got any sleep. This was a completely new environment. Her room was very large, being at least 80 square meters in size. It used to be Justin's room. Apparently, Justin renovated the room since the walls were repainted with light pink, and the curtains and decorations were feminine. Everything that might be needed had been prepared, and there was no shortage of anything. However, Chloe couldn't fall asleep in this unfamiliar room, and on this unfamiliar bed. She got up, walked over to the window, and pulled open the curtains, staring at the dim light of the night outside the window. From where she was standing, she could see the night view of the entire city. Justin's family mansion was built at the perfect location. She still hadn't heard any news from or about Jack. If he was still alive, why wasn't he home yet? Or rather, was he really dead? Maybe he was suffering from amnesia? Chloe laughed at herself as soon as this thought popped into her head. Chloe was a doctor and did a lot of research on the human brain. She knew amnesia of that degree usually only appeared on TV and in novels. Losing one's memory after a fall? Medically speaking, it was ridiculous, and the chances of that happening were virtually non-existent. But why wasn't Jack back to look for her yet? She really hoped that he could come back soon. The weight was making her lose her confidence. She was really afraid that she would one day sink into despair. 6 o'clock in the morning, Chloe received a video call after she woke up. To her surprise, it was from Thomas. There was a 5-hour time difference between her city and New Zealand, which meant it was 11 o'clock noon over there. "Thomas," Chloe answered, still dazed from sleep. "Chloe, how are you?" Sandra's voice came through. Chloe immediately woke up. "Mom, it's you. I thought it was Thomas." "Chloe, I know what happened." What do you know?" Chloe became nervous immediately. "Thomas said someone's been trying to harm you and Jack, so Jack went abroad to stay away from the trouble, and you're staying at a friend's house for the time being, is that right?" Hearing this, Chloe relaxed a lot, and she nodded. "It's true. Mom, don't be mad. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Of course I'm not mad. I know you didn't want me to worry. But you're pregnant, so how could I not worry? I want to go back and take care of you. But Thomas said that if we went back and are caught by those who are trying to hurt you, they might use us to threaten you." "That's right, Mom. So it's better for you to stay in New Zealand for now. Once I have handled things here, I will go to New Zealand and bring you home myself." "Chloe, how have you been recently? Have you been throwing up?" "I'm fine. Sometimes I get morning sickness, but I know it's normal during the first trimester. But you need to be careful. If you feel like something's wrong, you need to go to the hospital. Having twins is hard. Mom, I'm a doctor. Plus, I interned in the OBGYN department for so long and saw countless cases. Don't worry about me. How can I not be? After all, we're not with you. It's also inconvenient for you to live at your friend's place." "No, it's fine. My friend's family is really nice to me too." "When is Jack going back?" Sandra asked. "He should be back soon, right after he finishes over there," Chloe lied, feeling guilty. "Okay then, I know how to dial now. I'll make sure to video call you more often in your future. Remember to give me updates, or I'll worry." "I will." Chloe nodded. After hanging up, she felt her heart well up with warmth. Although she knew Sandra was not her birth mother, she always treated her like she was. Sandra used to hold misunderstandings towards the Dawson family and blamed them for Uncle James's death. But, after everything that had happened, she accepted Chloe and Jack. She was glad to have Sandra as her mother and Thomas as her little brother. "Miss Green, it's time for breakfast." Helper Auntie knocked on the door and came in. "Okay, I'll be right there." After getting ready, Chloe walked out of her room door to see Helper Auntie still waiting for her. Upon seeing Chloe come out, the latter immediately walked up and held her. "Be careful going downstairs. Watch the stairs." "Thanks, Auntie. Don't mention it. I've worked for the Cooper family for decades, and I watched the young master grow up. You're his friend, so we're all going to treat you like you're a part of the family. Madam Cooper said that you're smart and sensible. People like you as soon as they see you. Mrs. Cooper speaks too highly of me." Chloe smiled. Helper Auntie liked Chloe and felt bad for this young woman. She heard about how Chloe's husband got into an accident, and there were people out there who wanted to harm her and her unborn twins. Although life was hard, she still put on a strong exterior and smiled in the face of everything that happened. After breakfast, while Chloe was taking a stroll in the Cooper estate's giant garden, she took out her phone and dialed a number. "Chloe." "Rick, are you busy?" "No, go ahead. Do you have news on Jack?" After a few seconds of silence, Rick replied, "Not yet." "Then, did you get in touch with anyone else? My in-laws? Uncle Dawson and Avery?" "Not yet. My brother's still investigating," Rick said, with an apologetic tone. "Oh, okay then. Tell me immediately once you hear something." "I will. Bye." "Chloe, wait." Chloe was just about to hang up when Rick stopped her, prompting her to put the phone back onto her ears. "Yeah, Rick?" "Chloe, I know about your real family. Jack told me." Before Rick could say anything else, Chloe cut him off. "Thank you, but I want to hear everything from Jack." Upon hearing what she said, Rick's heart was filled with grief. He didn't have the courage to ask Chloe what she would do if Jack was really dead, because he knew it was torture and agony for her to even think that possibility. The Green Corporation headquarters. "Have you heard anything?" "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Andrew's expression immediately darkened. "Sir, what if Jack's really dead? What if his body sank to the bottom of the ocean or was eaten by sharks? After all, that area of the Pacific Ocean is really deep and hard to search. I don't believe he's dead. Keep searching." Ever since Jack's plane crashed and he went missing, Andrew had had a bad feeling. He felt like Jack wasn't dead and had instead hidden away somewhere he couldn't find. In the past, Andrew always operated in the dark, while his enemies were in broad daylight. Now that the situation was reversed, he felt extremely annoyed. "Do you have any news on Fiona?" Andrew asked. "There's not much movement on that side." "Where is Fiona right now?" Andrew asked. "We're not sure. You know that her tracks have been a mystery all these years. Even Master Legend can't find her, let alone us." "Okay, I got it. You can leave now." After his lackeys left his office, Andrew rubbed his temple with one hand, feeling envious. He had felt this way ever since Jack disappeared. This plane crash he orchestrated was perfect. The plane exploded above the Pacific Ocean in the middle of the night. There were so many people on board, and even his own people's bodies were found to have been scorched. But the weird thing was, Jack disappeared. As careful as Andrew was, he would never believe that Jack was dead without seeing the body and a DNA test. Therefore, aside from Chloe, Andrew also believed that Jack was still alive. As for the others, they all lost hope and thought that Jack had died. Even his good friends like Rick and Noah. Andrew diligently plotted Bella's death, and then he slowly set up traps for Jack and Chloe. His plan was flawless, but the results weren't to his liking, mostly because he couldn't rest easy without knowing if Jack was really dead or not. Moreover, Justin interfered and protected Chloe, not letting the latter out of his sight. When she was staying at the military hospital, Andrew would occasionally receive videos and photos of her, but ever since she moved into Justin's family home, he completely lost sight of her. Andrew didn't have to guts to evade the Cooper Mansion's defense. After all, Justin's grandfather was a nationally influential figure that he couldn't afford to offend. In the past, he always thought of himself as the smartest person on Earth who did everything perfectly, but now he realized that he really didn't do much with his life. He even failed to get Chloe. Just then, Andrew's phone rang. He looked at his screen and saw a string of weird but familiar numbers. After taking a deep breath in, he stood up, connecting the call. "Hi, Green. Long time no talk." "Yes, Master Legend. I haven't seen you in so long. I thought I would be able to see you the last time I was in town, but that little brat Fiona ran away." "Fiona isn't easy to catch. You've been after her for so many years, but failed to do so after all." "Haha. That's why I'm interested in her. You know I don't usually pay attention to women, but she's different. Aren't you after her because that way you would be able to threaten Professor Wagner?" "That's one of the reasons. The other is, I plan on marrying Fiona." "Marrying her? You have an interesting taste, Master." Andrew chuckled. "No, you don't understand how cute she is. She's like my little angel. Her missions are always so perfectly executed." Andrew could tell how impressed Legend was by Fiona. But from what I know, the third heir of the Riker family in Russia has had his eyes on her for a while now. "Are you sure you'll be able to win her over? Do you think I'd be afraid of a little brat?" Legend asked arrogantly. "Okay then. I wish for your success. So, can you tell me if you have found the person I'm looking for?" Legend suddenly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Andrew's expression changed slightly before answering. "Not yet." "How is that possible?" "Green, do you know how much I trust you? I also know how big your forces are in the country. How have you not found her yet? She's the key to the puzzle. If we catch her, Professor Wagner and Fiona will both surrender. But I really haven't found her. You know how big our country is, and there are more than 1 billion people here. Where am I even supposed to begin? I have no idea where she is, and there's a lot of secluded areas in the country that don't have cell phones or GPS. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fine. Remember, if you find her, tell me immediately. Of course. Okay then, that's all, Legend said, subsequently hanging up the phone. Andrew let out a sigh of relief. Legend was a terrifying and moody man who killed more people than he ate meals. His methods were brutal, and he was a well-known killer amongst gang groups around the world. Even his lackeys were horrendous. It was no wonder that even someone like Fiona hid from him like a mouse to a cat. Andrew wondered how much of his words Legend believed just now, but he had no choice. If Chloe really ended up in Legend's hands, she would be better off dead. What he wanted was for Chloe to be by his side, so he could make her happy. He wasn't going to let her stand in harm's way. Cooper Mansion. Mrs. Cooper and helper Auntie were making sweet soup in the kitchen, while Chloe and Grandpa Cooper played chess in the living room. Grandpa Cooper loved playing chess, but would only play with Justin in the past. When Justin wasn't home, the old man would play against himself. Chloe was good at chess, and when she saw Grandpa Cooper playing on his own, she walked up to him, hoping to entertain. After their first match, Grandpa Cooper was overjoyed. He felt like he had finally found a match, and immediately pulled Chloe down to keep playing with him. Grandpa Cooper, you lost again. My God, you're really good. You're even better than my little brat of a grandson, Grandpa Cooper exclaimed. This was high praise coming from him. Truth be told, Chloe never learned how to play chess, nor did she study techniques. When they were young, she used to play with Thomas, and when she worked at Southside, she would play with the elderly patients, so they would take their meds. It was a pure talent that she could still play this well. I hear someone talking behind my back. Justin was walking into the foyer when he heard Grandpa Cooper talk to Chloe. Perfect timing. Come, take a look at her. You used to think you're good, but I bet Chloe's going to strip you into pieces if you play her. Grandpa Cooper's remarks piqued Justin's interest. He asked, Seriously? You're not exaggerating, are you? If you don't believe me, try for yourself. Grandpa Cooper waved his hands. Justin handed the bags of fruit he had in his hands over to helper Auntie. Put all this in the fridge. I bought it for Chloe. I will, young master. Auntie took the fruits with a smile. Justin walked towards Grandpa Cooper and Chloe as he took off his jacket. He was obviously unconvinced by Chloe's skills. Grandpa Cooper sat up, giving his seat to his grandson. Come, sit down. I want to watch the two of you play. Should we bet on something? Justin laughed as he rolled up his sleeves. The loser has to call the winner master. What do you think? Grandpa Cooper suggested. Grandpa, what kind of bet is that? Justin asked, not sure whether to laugh or cry. What? Are you scared of losing? Grandpa Cooper patted his grandson's shoulder happily. How can I lose? I'm a chess prodigy, Justin said arrogantly as he sat down across from Chloe and began placing the chess pieces. He reminded her with a smile, You have to promise not to cry when you lose. Thanks for the reminder. Same goes for you if you lose, though. Justin's mouth wasn't as fast as Chloe's, so he conceded immediately and went back to placing the chess pieces onto the board. After he finished, he gestured at her. Ladies first. Are you sure you're not going to say that I won because I went first later? Of course I won't. You starting isn't going to affect much, Justin said, filled with confidence. Okay then. Thanks. Chloe picked up a chess piece with a smile on her face. Then, Justin observed the chessboard and made a move. Hey, no, you shouldn't go there. Grandpa Cooper chimed in anxiously, but Justin turned around. Grandpa, spectators are not supposed to talk when playing chess. Chloe looked at the grandpa-grandson duo, trying hard not to laugh out loud. 20 minutes later, Justin stood up quietly, with an awkward expression on his face. Just admit defeat. You lost. I told you to listen to me. Grandpa Cooper pouted like a little kid, while Chloe smiled at Justin. Ahem. Master, I concede, Justin said as he bowed towards Chloe, who replied modestly, Good game, good game. Ha ha. This girl's techniques are amazing. Come to the military camp base next time and play with my comrades. Or else, they'll keep flaunting their skills in front of me. My skills aren't good enough to play with others. Chloe immediately shook her hands. Just then, Mrs. Cooper and helper Auntie walked out of the kitchen with 3 bowls of warm soup, placing them onto the coffee table. Dad, this is green bean soup. It's not too sweet and will clear away internal heat. Mm-hmm. Grandpa Cooper picked up the bowl and gave a small sip. Chloe, this is for you. It's the 8 treasure grain with lotus seeds. Thank you, Mrs. Cooper, Chloe said gratefully. Ever since she moved into the Cooper family, Mrs. Cooper had been preparing 3 meals a day for her, along with fruits and dessert. There was always a variety, proving just how much thought Mrs. Cooper put in. Justin, this is for you. It's rose tea. Mom, do I really need to drink rose tea to preserve my beauty? I'm good-looking enough as it is, Justin retorted. Justin, can't you be more modest? Mrs. Cooper snapped back. Upon hearing their conversation, Chloe almost spat out the soup in her mouth. Everyone in the Cooper family was so funny. She originally thought they would be all strict and serious. After all, they were a prestigious family. However, after she moved in, Chloe noticed that Justin lived in a really warm family and had a great relationship with his mother and grandfather. It was already 8:30 p.m. when they finished drinking the warm soup. Chloe stood up, feeling tired. Grandpa Cooper, Mrs. Cooper, I'm going to head upstairs to rest. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Good night, Mrs. Cooper said, while Grandpa Cooper added, Let's play tomorrow, child. Sure. Chloe smiled. Let me walk you up. Justin stood up and followed Chloe up, without even finishing his soup. What should we do with my idiot son? Mrs. Cooper didn't know whether to cry or laugh. She did, however, feel bad for her son. Let him be. Grandpa Cooper didn't care much, as long as his grandson was happy. Are you still throwing up a lot? Justin asked. I've gotten better. I searched online. Apparently, if you eat biscuits, you won't throw up as much. So I brought some and put them in the pantry. Remember to have some when you're not feeling well. Mm-hmm. Tell me what you feel like eating, and I'll buy you some. Sure. Then, I'm going to go. Good night. Mm-hmm. Chloe opened the door and went in, leaving Justin outside, unwilling to leave. He didn't go back downstairs until at least 5 minutes had passed since she went in. Chloe knew what Justin felt towards her. That was why she always acted so indifferent, and seemed like she didn't want to talk to him. She didn't want Justin to sink deeper, so her replies were always simple and distant. Chloe didn't want to give him any hope, not even if Jack was dead. Suddenly her phone rang. Hello? Chloe, it's Cece. What's up? Chloe, I need help, Cece said. Her tone was weird, as if she were in some kind of rush. What's wrong, Cece? Can you come to check up on Rick and talk to him? Cece asked, sounding heartbroken. What's wrong with Rick? Chloe asked, a little stunned. Rick's been depressed ever since Mr. Dawson's plane crash. He feels responsible for Mr. Dawson's death, and is blaming himself for everything. He's been acting really strange lately, and really aloof no matter what we do. He's really hard to approach, and even though he barely smiled to begin with, he smiles even less now. Everyone at Seductive Fox is terrified of him. He never vents his anger out on me, but I don't like the person he's becoming. I feel bad, and I'm sad for him. I know he's sad because of what happened to his good friend, but I don't know how to help him. Chloe, you're smart. You'll know how, right? I know I sound selfish right now, since you're the one suffering the most from Jack's accident, but I have no other choice. Chloe immediately understood what Cece was talking about. Rick had been feeling guilty for Jack's plane crash and was blaming himself. It seemed like she had to talk to Rick. Cece, when should I go? Can I go now? But it's late. Can you come? Would you be in danger? Cece heard from Rick that Chloe was in a sensitive situation these days, so she hesitated. It's not too late. I'll go to Seductive Fox then. Wait for me there. Then, Chloe hung up to phone, put on her black cashmere coat, and went downstairs. Mrs. Cooper, I need to head out for a bit. Chloe, it's late. Where are you going? Mrs. Cooper immediately asked with concern. A friend is looking for me. Are you going alone? Mrs. Cooper asked in surprise, and Chloe nodded slightly. But Justin said that you can't leave alone. Don't overthink. I'm not trying to monitor you, but you're in danger right now, and too many people are watching you. If something were to happen, what am I supposed to tell Justin? Chloe understood that Mrs. Cooper was just trying to protect her. How about this? I'll call Justin and ask him to drive you. What if I bring 2 bodyguards instead? Chloe suggested. No, that's not enough. Wait for me here. I'm going to ask Dad and see what he says, Mrs. Cooper said as she headed upstairs into Grandpa Cooper's study. After careful consideration, Grandpa Cooper handpicked 4 elite bodyguards for Chloe. One of them drove, while the other 3 sat in the back seat. To avoid drawing attention, they put Chloe in a black Audi A6. Only then did they let Chloe leave the mansion. 30 minutes later, the Audi parked outside Seductive Fox, and the 4 bodyguards followed Chloe all the way up to the top floor. Miss Green, Rick's assistant, knew her well. Where's Rick? He's in his office. Chloe looked down at her watch. It was almost 10 p.m., and Rick was still in his office. Looks like he was indeed in a bad mood. Where's Cece? Cece's in there with him. Chloe nodded. Then, she turned around and said to the bodyguards, Wait for me here. I need to see a friend. But Miss Green, the commander said, We can't let you leave our sight, one of the bodyguards said. I'm really fine. I need to talk to him alone. It's not convenient for me to talk with you guys staring at me. I'll be fine. Okay then, we'll be waiting outside. Chloe nodded. Then, she knocked on Rick's office door and walked in. Chloe, why are you here? Rick was surprised to see Chloe. I asked Chloe to come. Cece ran up to Chloe, holding her hand. Rick looked at them, confused. Cece whispered to Chloe, Please talk to him. Don't worry. Chloe nodded. Rick, I'm heading back to school now. See you tomorrow. Have a good talk, guys. Then, Cece turned around, opened the door, and ran away. The good thing was, Rick was used to Cece's temper. Then, he looked at Chloe. Sit. Rick stood up to make some tea for Chloe, but he suddenly remembered that she was pregnant, so he poured her a glass of warm water. Rick, I actually came today to talk to you. About what? Rick asked, as indifferent as he always was. Jack. Upon hearing Jack's name, Rick's expression faltered. Chloe could tell that he really cared about what happened. Sure. Go ahead. Rick seemed to understand why Chloe came and why Cece asked her to come. Rick, you feel guilty because of Jack's plane crash, right? Rick nodded slowly. Do you feel like you're responsible? But this is all just Andrew's plan. Even if the plane crash didn't happen, something else would have. He wasn't going to let Jack go so easily, and the plane crash was just an opportunity. If you didn't take him there and someone else did, the accident would have still happened. But I saw him get on that plane, Rick said, feeling sad. But wasn't I the one who asked you to take him there? Upon hearing what Chloe said, Rick looked up at her in surprise but didn't say anything. So if you feel guilty, shouldn't I die of guilt? Before I was incarcerated, I asked you to stop Jack from seeking revenge and make him go to the States. So, in the end, aren't I the one who killed him? Chloe's words left Rick at a loss for words. He knew Chloe had a high EQ and was good with words. You have to remember something very important. What's that? Rick looked at Chloe, who said, Word for word. I don't think he's dead. I know he's still alive. Then, she added, I know what you guys are all thinking. The chances of surviving a plane crash are slim, but it's not impossible. So, I believe that he beat the odds. It's actually good news that we haven't heard anything yet. Jack has his own way of doing things. So, if he's okay, but you're stuck living with the guilt of being responsible for his death, not only will Cece feel bad, but so will I. I will blame myself, because it was me who asked you to put him on a plane. Chloe, don't say that. Jack's a really good friend of mine. I wanted to do this for him. If you're friends, You should know that Jack wouldn't want to see you like this. I don't want your life to change drastically because of him. If he's really dead, being sad about it isn't going to help, right? Should I be crying my eyes out and disregarding my unborn children, my life, and my family? You have a point. Rick understood what Chloe was trying to say and immediately felt ashamed. So buck up, okay? Don't make Cece worry. She loves you. A lot. Rick's face flushed upon hearing Chloe's straightforward remarks. I understand. Thank you, Chloe. Don't thank me. Thank Cece, Chloe said as she slowly got up. I'm going home then. It's late. Mrs. Cooper and Grandpa Cooper will worry about me. They treat me like I'm a member of their family. On her way out the door, Rick couldn't help but stop her. Chloe, you really don't want to know about your real family? Chloe stopped in her tracks. She said, without turning around. I told you. I'm waiting for Jack to tell me himself when he comes back. Then, she walked out. In Rick's eyes, Chloe was the strongest woman he had ever met. Even when the entire world thought that Jack was dead, she still believed that he was alive. That was how much she loved him. Jack, did you hear what she said? You have to come back alive. Or else what is Chloe supposed to do? Rick wasn't one to be pessimistic, but he could imagine how much pain Chloe was living in without Jack. Jack called Cece as soon as she walked out of Seductive Fox. Hello? Cece, I'm done. How was your talk? How is Rick right now? Cece asked anxiously. I talked a lot. I think Rick knows what I mean. Hopefully he'll buck up soon. Really? That's amazing. Thank you, Chloe, Cece exclaimed with excitement. You're welcome. I'm happy to help. You're the best, Chloe. I'm going to treat you to a delicious meal next time, okay? Sure. Chloe hung up the phone with a smile. Cece was a really naive girl who was still in university. She wasn't as mature and fierce as Sarah, nor was she as wise and nonchalant as Victoria. However, she was so unique. Chloe liked Cece. She felt like her positive aura affected everyone around her. When Chloe thought back at what Rick said, she put away her smile. She was supposed to find out about her real family more than a month ago. Back then, Jack was threatened by Andrew and asked her for a divorce. Once they talked things out and reconciled, they were chatting in the wine cellar at South Hill when Jack received a phone call from Bella, just when he was about to tell her about her real family. Back then, Chloe didn't think too much into it. She was just happy that she would be able to hear about her family after he came home. Who knew that from that day onwards, life made a night and day change? After Jack's arrest, she only saw him twice, both in court. She regretted not hugging Jack more back then and hated herself for being an idiot. She really missed that familiar scent on Jack's body and the loving smile he had only when he looked at her. While her mind was missing Jack, her body suddenly threw forward with a bang. Damn, someone rear-ended us, the bodyguard who was driving said, his expression grim. They were driving as usual and weren't followed by anyone. However, at an intersection, a Toyota shot out from nowhere and crashed right into them. It didn't seem to have the intention to slow down at all, and it seemed to want to push them down the hill on the side of the road. Thankfully, the driver was experienced and made a sharp turn before things become worse. Just as Chloe was about to sit up and regain her posture, she heard gunshots coming from all around her. We're surrounded! Protect Miss Green! The leading bodyguard shouted as he pushed Chloe's head down. The only thing she heard was a hail of bullets. Justin was analyzing data in his mansion when his phone rang. Boss, something happened to Miss Green, Anne said nervously. What did you say? Justin stood up immediately, his expression as ugly as could be. Commander Cooper got a couple of bodyguards to take Miss Green to Seductive Fox. They were attacked on the way home. Where is she right now? Justin felt like his heart was about to jump out of its socket. The good news is that the commander sent experienced bodyguards who successfully fended off the attackers. Can't you finish your thought in one sentence? You scared me to death, Justin said, feeling relieved. But Ms. Green was hurt in combat. And added, and Justin's mind immediately blanked out. Can't you finish everything at once? Are you trying to kill me? If he didn't have a strong heart, Justin was certain that he would be dead by now. The news felt like a roller coaster. going up and down and driving him crazy. Where's Chloe right now? She was already sent to the military hospital. After hearing this, Justin immediately hung up the phone and ran out the door without even putting on a jacket. He basically flew his Lamborghini to the hospital, arriving in less than 10 minutes. Outside the military hospital, Justin bumped into his mother, who was talking to the doctor as he was walking in. He immediately ran up to her without wasting another second, breathing heavily. "Mom, how's Chloe? She's fine now. Her calf was scraped by a bullet. It's an exterior wound. What about her babies? They're fine." "Good, good," Justin said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "You should go in and see her." Mrs. Cooper barely finished her sentence when Justin pushed open Chloe's room door. To his surprise, his grandfather was in there as well. "You're here, brat. Grandpa, what kind of crap bodyguards did you send with Chloe?" "There were 4 of them. How did Chloe still manage to get hurt?" Justin demanded, his tone filled with blame. Upon hearing this, Chloe immediately explained, "It's not Grandpa Cooper's fault. Don't blame him." "Shut up. I'll get to you later." Justin glared at Chloe, his eyes filled with fury. The latter got so scared that she immediately shut her mouth. She had never seen Justin so scary. "What are you talking about, you little brat? If your men went with her, everyone would have died. Do you know what kind of firepower my bodyguards were up against?" "No. What kind?" Justin immediately became curious. There were 5 jeeps and 20 armed, trained, and experienced hitmen. Think about that, will you? Justin almost went crazy after hearing his grandpa say this. He wouldn't have believed it if these words came from anyone else. His grandpa, on the other hand, was a military commander who never exaggerated. "Dumbfounded, are we?" Grandpa Cooper asked when he saw how dumbfounded Justin was. "How is that possible? Why were there so many people?" Justin could barely imagine how his grandpa's bodyguards managed to protect Chloe while trying to fight off 20 people. It was just too preposterous. "Chloe, is my grandpa telling the truth?" Justin glanced at Chloe, who nodded her head. "Yes, I was really scared, but the people Grandpa Cooper asked to protect me were really good at their jobs, and we quickly escaped their encirclement. 2 of them got hurt because of me. I feel really bad. If I didn't stubbornly leave the house to find Rick, this wouldn't have happened. I really owe Grandpa Cooper and his men an apology." Chloe's words proved what Grandpa Cooper said was the truth. Grandpa Cooper shook his hands. "It's not your fault. I didn't expect anyone to attack you so publicly. It's my fault for overlooking the situation. I should have asked for more people to protect you. The 2 injured bodyguards are fine. They used to be special forces and are experienced in combat. Plus, they weren't shot in critical places, so they'll make a quick recovery. Don't feel pressured. You're really strong, kid. You can't use anesthesia but still managed to pull through without a flinch." When Grandpa Cooper walked into Chloe's room, he saw the military doctor tending to her wound. She couldn't receive anesthesia because she was pregnant, making her treatment more complicated. However, Chloe didn't even frown, letting the doctor clean and dress her wound while persisting through the pain. Grandpa Cooper truly admired how strong Chloe was. "Where did you get hurt? Let me see." Justin walked up to her and carefully lifted Chloe's comforter to see her calf wrapped up in a horrendous bandage. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. You always say that, and look at what's happening." Justin began scolding her. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Cooper got up and walked out, giving Chloe and Justin room to talk. The latter glared at Chloe for a while before saying angrily, "Look at yourself. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. I shouldn't have gone on my own. I thought I'd be fine, leaving the mansion so late at night. I really needed to talk to Rick, but I overlooked the fact that there are people trying to hurt me. I'm sorry for making you, Mrs. Cooper and Grandpa Cooper, worry." "I'm really sorry." Chloe began apologizing before Justin could even begin his lecture, leaving him with nothing else to say. "You really need a good beating." "I'm pregnant. You can't hit me." Chloe smiled. "How can you still be laughing? I have half a heart to strangle you to death. You scared the crap out of me." Justin almost burst into flames thinking back to what happened. But I'm fine now, don't worry about me. What the F is wrong with that a-hole Andrew? Why would he challenge me and try to ruin his perfect little life? Justin thought Andrew was the one who ordered the attack, so he began cursing him. Chloe, however, shook her head. Andrew didn't do this. It wasn't him? Who else could it be? Justin asked, feeling confused. Andrew's despicable, but he would never try to kill me. If it were him, he would have tried to kidnap me. But these people wanted me dead, so the person behind this attack was Victor Hall, Justin said, calling Mayor Hall out by name. I think it's him. I underestimated him, Chloe said faintly. If it was really him, he sure had guts. Trying to harm someone that the Cooper family is trying to protect is like declaring war against our family. Damn, I'm not going to let him off the hook easily. Who cares if he's the mayor? I wouldn't give a damn, even if he were the senator. Calm down, Justin. Don't act rashly. Don't worry. I know what to do with arrogant people who think they have all the power. At the same time, inside the Hall family mansion. You're all useless. Useless! Mayor Hall was throwing a fit. He finally found an opportunity to attack and sent 20 so-called elites. However, not only did they fail, Commander Cooper's people killed them all and discreetly dealt with their bodies before a word even got out. Mayor Hall, you can't blame them. They really tried their best and we lost every single person. Although the Cooper family only sent 4 bodyguards to accompany her, they were all really powerful characters. I heard only 2 of them were shot and the woman sustained minor injuries. I don't want her to sustain minor injuries. I want her dead. Mayor Hall spat angrily. Mayor Hall! Our men didn't do anything wrong this time. The Cooper family's forces are just too strong. Maybe we should put this off for now. They won't be able to protect her forever. We can kill her when she moves out. I can't wait that long. She's pregnant. I can't let her give birth to that child. The demon who murdered my daughter doesn't have the right to exist on this earth. Mayor Hall hated Chloe from the bottom of his heart and wished that she could drop dead at that very moment. However, the reality was harsh. No matter how well he prepared, he still failed. Green Family Mansion. Andrew's face sunk when he heard about Chloe's accident. After 5 seconds of silence, he kicked the redwood desk in front of him, knocking it right over and scaring the crap out of his men. That old fox Victor is really digging his own grave. I think he wants to die and keep his daughter company. Sir, it's true that Victor has been trying to kill Miss Green for a while now, but the Cooper family's really powerful. They ran away even with all those men. When we arrived, they had already left. Of course they're powerful. They're the Cooper family. Andrew spat, glaring at the man who spoke and scaring everyone in the room out of their wits. How is Chloe right now? She sustained minor external injuries and was sent to the military hospital. They're on lockdown right now, forbidding anyone from going into her room. I think this accident freaked them out. I got it. Sir, should we deal with Victor? You don't have to do anything. I have plans for him, Andrew said with a grim expression on his face. After chasing his people out, he took out his phone and stared at the old photo of Chloe, feeling heartbroken. She was pregnant and couldn't take any antibiotics or painkillers. The slightest scrape would cause her great pain, wouldn't it? Outside the dormitories of a university in the city, Cece was about to fall asleep when she received a phone call from Rick, causing her to throw on some clothes and run downstairs. As soon as she saw Rick, she ran into his embrace like a little puppy to its owner. Rick, however, looked down and demanded icily, Did you call Chloe and tell her to come to Seductive Fox? Yeah. Why? Because you seemed depressed, so I wanted her to come and talk to you. She's always so smart and calm, and her words always make a lot of sense. I thought she could cheer you up a bit. Are there any other reasons? Rick asked, with no apparent emotions on his face. No, that's it. Why? Cece was confused. Chloe was ambushed and almost shot to death on her way home. What? Cece stared at Rick in disbelief. Didn't you know about it? How would I know? Rick, what are you talking about? Isn't it obvious? Chloe's been safe ever since she moved into the Cooper family. Her friends occasionally visit her, and Justin would sometimes take her out, but you picked a time when Justin wasn't home in the middle of the night to ask Chloe to leave the Cooper mansion. You were probably worried that she might have her guards up on her way here, right? That's why those people didn't attack. On her way home, when she wasn't paying attention, they ambushed her. Your job was to trick her into leaving the Cooper mansion, wasn't it? Rick, is that how you think of me? Cece asked, her eyes flashing with tears and her heart as cold as ice. Am I wrong? Don't tell me you had nothing to do with her accident. It's too much of a coincidence. Why else would Chloe be ambushed as soon as she left the club? Did you know she almost died? Jack disappeared because of me. If something happened to Chloe when she was out to see me, I would probably kill myself. Plus, she's pregnant. Cece, where's your heart? After a long silence, Cece looked up, tears streaming down her eyes as she asked Rick, "Would you believe me if I said I didn't do anything?" Why should I believe you? What if you tricked me and almost killed my friend? Perhaps Rick was overly concerned with Chloe's safety, so he said those harsh words even if he didn't mean them. Fine then, if you think that way, then it is what it is, all right? So, you really did it? Rick thought that it was Cece who leaked Chloe's whereabouts. If you think it's me, then it's me. Furious, Cece began throwing a tantrum, but as soon as she said those words, Rick raised his hand and pointed a black handgun at Cece's head. She looked at Rick with shock, and then closed her eyes, completely heartbroken. Shoot. Sir, you can't kill Miss Cece. We're still investigating the accident. We don't know the truth yet. Rick's men couldn't take it anymore, and they immediately tried to persuade Rick into putting his guy away. The two of them stood like that for 10 or so seconds before Rick put his gun down. Leave. I won't kill you, but I won't let something like this happen again. I never want to see you again. Then, he turned around and walked away, his black trench coat swaying in the wind, especially stabbing to the eye in the dark night. Rick, you a hole? I hate you. I never want to see you again, Cece shouted behind him in agony, tears streaming down like a waterfall. Rick felt pangs of heartaches upon hearing her cries, but he didn't turn around, leaving her university in his Ferrari. Cece stood there and watched as Rick got onto his car and left. He accused her of selling Chloe out and pointed his gun at her, threatening to kill her. He even said that he never wanted to see her again. Cece felt like her heart was just thrown into a meat grinder. They had been dating for a while now. Cece knew that he was the indifferent type, so she acted as the passionate one and took a lot of the initiatives to maintain the interactions between the two. Rick occasionally did seemingly immature things like go to the movies with her. They watched Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf together, and Cece smiled so hard until her stomach began to hurt. That wasn't even her favorite movie. Her favorite was Big Head Son and Small Head Dad. At the thought of their sweet memories, Cece couldn't help but wail even louder. Suddenly, a thought entered her head. Did Rick just say that Chloe was almost shot? How was she now? With her and Rick's relationship on the rocks, she couldn't ask him. Therefore, Cece took out her phone as she cried and called Chloe, but the latter's phone was off, at the hospital. Justin, give me back my phone. Forget it. Go to sleep, Justin said as he forcibly took away Chloe's phone and turned it off. You can't be so unreasonable. I'm going to tell Grandpa Cooper what you did to me. I'm not going to give you a chance to see my grandpa tonight. Mrs. Cooper, help me! Justin's being mean! Chloe immediately shouted at her room door. It's no use calling my mom. She's not going to help you. When she comes in, you should ask her what kind of patient would rather play on her phone than get some rest. Just then, Mrs. Cooper opened the door. Chloe, did you just call me? Mrs. Cooper? It's nothing. I was just joking around with Justin. Chloe smiled awkwardly. All she wanted to do was threaten Justin, but her plan failed gloriously. You guys are too old to mess around like little kids. Justin, don't be mean to Chloe. I wasn't, Justin argued, arrogantly. After Mrs. Cooper walked back out of Chloe's room, she went back to discussing with the doctor what the latter should do, eat, and be careful of. Justin, I didn't want my phone so I could play with it. I just want to call Rick. Why do you want to call him? Just tell me, and I'll let him know. I just wanted to tell him not to suspect Cece. I'm sure Rick suspects that Cece tricked me into leaving your house. How can you be so sure that she didn't? Justin looked at Chloe curiously. Cece and Rick have known each other for really long, and Rick's a really careful person. I'm sure he did a background check on her. If something was wrong, he would have found out a long time again. Plus, if Cece was really a mole who sold my whereabouts out to Mayor Hall, then we can assume that Mayor Hall planted her by Rick a long time ago. However, Bella didn't die, nor did she marry Andrew when Cece and Rick met. Why would Mayor Hall do something like that? There's no point. Upon hearing Chloe's analysis, Justin nodded his head. You have a point, but there's also a chance that Andrew sent her. Chloe laughed from being too angry. Are you stupid? If she was Andrew's mole, she would never send assassins my way. Andrew wants me, but he doesn't want me dead. If Cece were his and she did something like this, Andrew would have cut her up into 1,000,000 pieces by now. You're right. Justin couldn't help but admire Chloe. Are you saying that Cece was used? Chloe nodded. Of course she was. Cece's really innocent. I'm sure she didn't think too much into it when she asked me to go to Seductive Fox. I bet Victor placed his people near your house and they notified him as soon as I left the mansion. Cece's just a scapegoat who didn't know any better. Seems likely. I can't believe Victor would place people around our house. He's got guts. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to do a 5-kilometer sweep around the mansion. I'm going to make sure that no one can hurt you again. What happened tonight really drove Justin's anxiety over the top. If something really happened to Chloe, he would probably storm into Victor's house and shoot the latter's brains out. Anyways, thank God Grandpa Cooper's people were there tonight. I would be dead without him. I'll never be so stubborn again. I'm really sorry, Justin. I'd feel better if you yell at me. Chloe apologized again. Chloe, you don't have to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Rick feels bad about what happened to Jack and can't seem to walk out of it. So it's normal for you to go and talk to him face to face since it's more sincere than talking over the phone. Rick, being who he is, can't come to see you at our place, since my grandpa will be investigated if the other soldiers find out that we have connections with the mob. So it's not your fault. Victor's just out of his mind. Once Justin calmed down, he realized that he didn't blame Chloe anymore. She was a person who knew her limits, and this incident was purely her being at the wrong place at the wrong time. It's still my fault. I should have asked you to come with me, Chloe said, blaming herself. If you asked me to come with you, we would probably be all dead. My bodyguards aren't as good as my grandpa's. Justin laughed and replied. Chloe smiled. She knew Justin was trying to console her. She was grateful that Justin understood her intentions. Thank you for understanding me. Don't give me compliments. I'm still not going to give you your phone. Go to sleep. I'll call Rick and explain everything to him. Fine. You win. Chloe smiled helplessly upon seeing how determined Justin was and crawled into bed. Get some rest. We'll go home tomorrow morning. Justin consoled Chloe, and she nodded. When Justin walked out, Mrs. Cooper was still standing outside Chloe's room. Justin, go home. I'll take care of Chloe. It's okay, Mom. You should head home. I'll stay here with her. But, Mrs. Cooper hesitated, but Justin said, I won't be able to sleep if I go home. It's better if I'm here. You should go. Okay then. Can you drive Chloe home tomorrow morning? Your grandpa's worried about her. I will. After Mrs. Cooper left, Justin picked up Chloe's phone and called Rick, repeating Chloe's analysis to Rick to the best of his ability. That's what happened. Chloe doesn't want you to suspect that girl, so she told me to give you a call. Okay, I understand, Rick said before hanging up the phone. Sir, didn't we find out that Miss Cece didn't have anything to do with what happened today? Victor put people around young Master Cooper's home so they could monitor Miss Chloe. She would have gotten hurt today, regardless of whether or not she came out to see you. Miss Cece was at the wrong place at the wrong time. She must be heartbroken right now by the way you treated her. Then let her. The truth is, It's good for Cece to leave me, Rick said faintly. Boss, I knew it wasn't her. I've known her for so long, of course. I know the kind of person she is. I just think Cece deserves better than me. There are so many things I can't do with her. Things that a normal boyfriend can. Like watching movies, shopping, going to amusement parks, and so on. I can't do any of those things because I have to be careful. So most of the time she has to come here to spend time with me. When Andrew kidnapped her last time, I made up my mind to break up with her. I can't drag her into my messed up life. She's a normal person. I can't make her live a life of guns and daggers with me. This is the best ending for everyone. Then, Rick turned around tragically. His men looked at him, feeling sad. But Rick was right. Leaving Cece was better than her being caught by his enemies and slaughtered. After Chloe fell asleep, Justin sat on the couch and did work on his laptop, while 8 bodyguards stood outside, securing the premises. Just then, his phone buzzed. Justin, what happened? I heard Chloe was shot? Brenton's voice sounded from the other end. Oh my God, what happened? Noah just called Victoria. She's scared shitless. Tell your wife that Chloe's fine. She just sustained minor exterior injuries. I'll tell you guys about it when I see you. Okay then. Things are really messed up these days. Take care of yourself, all right? I will. After hanging up, Justin went back to work all the way until 2 a.m. He slowly got up, stretched, and walked towards Chloe's room. He looked at the woman, fast asleep on the bed, feeling as happy as could be. Justin was happy, as long as he could quietly be there for Chloe. Sometimes he wished that Jack would never come back. That way, he would have an excuse to take care of her forever. But he also knew how much Chloe loved Jack. If he really never came back, she would be sad for the rest of her life. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Justin hoped that Jack could come back. But he also wished that time could pass slower. That way, he would be able to make more memories with Chloe. Sleep tight, my darling girl, Justin said gently as he looked at Chloe. Then, he turned around and walked out of her room, slowly closing the door behind him. 6 a.m. Chloe was discharged from the army hospital and secretly taken home by Justin. The doctors at the hospital would pay house visits for Chloe's future checkups. After what happened, no one in the Cooper family was going to easily let Chloe out of their sight. At noon, while Chloe was napping, Mrs. Cooper secretively pulled her son aside. "What's up, Mom? Why are you being so mysterious?" Chloe's been craving spicy food and the doctor said it's fine for her to have some. "You're always eating out. Do you know where we can buy some hot and sour noodles?" "Hot and sour noodles?" Justin repeated, feeling confused. When Chloe was watching TV this morning, she saw this girl eating hot and sour noodles. It seemed like she really wanted to have some as well. "I'm surprised you could tell." Justin was at a loss for words. "Of course I can. I wanted to eat sour and spicy foods when I was pregnant with you too. Anyways, can you buy some or not?" It shouldn't be a problem. Hurry up and go to work then. Remember to bring some home tonight." I will." After Justin left home, he drove straight to Imperial Star. President Cooper, Anne walked into his office after knocking. "What's the Green Corporation doing lately?" Justin asked. Cody's manager jumped to the Green Corporation and took with her a bunch of celebrities. "Oh? Did something happen between her and Cody?" I think so. I didn't hear any news of Cody ending his contract with GK, but there's practically no one left. The company's like a pool of dead water these days, ever since it was taken over by the U.S. headquarters. Cody's really talented, so a bunch of agencies has been trying to get him on board, but he didn't respond to any of them. I'm guessing that's the cause of the fallout between him and his manager. I think it's because of Chloe. Cody and Chloe are really close. Justin slowly began to analyze. That's probable. The Green Corporation is at its pinnacle state of prosperity right now. Beth is a really good manager who's good at sculpturing superstars. I heard she has plans to cultivate some of the best actresses and actors. They're picking from trainees, and apparently, the selection process is really meticulous. Let them be. I'm too busy to deal with that piece of crap Andrew and his company. Should we plan something? Ann asked. No, we shouldn't. Tell the executives that I'm holding a meeting in 5 minutes. Will do. 5 minutes later, Justin walked into Imperial Star's conference room wearing a white suit. The executives were surprised to see him since Justin hadn't attended a company meeting in a while. After reporting on company matters, Justin looked around the room right before he left and suddenly asked, "Where can I get some good hot and sour noodles?" His question left all the executives flabbergasted. Ahem, President Cooper is waiting for an answer, and reminded the group. President Cooper, I know a place on Eaksey Road, right behind Business Building. The restaurant's called Sands Hot and Sour Noodles, and there's always a lot of people lining up there. The restaurant's been there for a while, it's really good, and they serve pancakes as well. I've been eating there since undergraduate school, one of the administrative managers said. Justin nodded. Thanks. That's it for today then. Have a good day, everyone. After Justin left, the executives began discussing amongst themselves. President Cooper's been acting weird lately. Yeah, why would someone as rich as him eat street food? Is he dating someone? Maybe it's for his girlfriend. Girls tend to like hot and sour noodles. After work, Justin was driving towards EXI Road when Max called. Justin, let's hang out tonight. A friend of mine opened a new nightclub. Apparently it's really good, and they hired pretty girls from 6 different countries. Can I interest you in a drink? You can't. Justin almost immediately refused. Why not? Max asked in confusion. I'm busy. That was such a quick no. Can I slap you in the face? It's fine that Brenton refused. He's married, and his wife is pregnant. What are you being so pretentious for? Max blabbered unhappily. Then, before Justin could reply, he laughed evilly, answering his own question. Oh, I know why. Chloe's at home. That's why you're going home right on the dot, right? What does anything have to do with Chloe? What's wrong with me going home? I miss my grandpa and mom, all right? BS? I know you too well. You used to go months without visiting home. But now you're running back every single day, regardless of wind and rain. I guess your heart's planted there, eh? Screw you, don't mess around with me. I'm driving. Fine then, go on and do your thing. Max stopped teasing Justin and hung up the phone. After arriving at San Hot and Sour Noodles, Justin ordered a bowl of noodles and a pan-fried green onion pancake. Then, he sped home, worried that the noodles might go cold. When he arrived, Chloe was organizing presents for her unborn children. A lot of people have been bringing by gifts, congratulating her for her pregnancy. Even Mrs. Cooper bought her a bunch of things, so she had no choice but to organize and put them away. Justin knocked and went in with a smile on his face. Dr. Green, I bought you dinner. You're home? Chloe smiled back at him. How do you feel about hot and sour soup? That's exactly what I wanted. How did you know? Chloe exclaimed, feeling pleasantly surprised. Forget about that. Come and have some while it's hot. Justin walked up to her and placed the takeout bags on the coffee table. Chloe sat down and opened the bags, immediately smelling the hot and spicy aroma. Then, she dug in happily. Chloe, I have a really important question to ask you, Justin asked, a little embarrassed. What is it? Chloe looked up and asked, Do you want to give birth naturally or through C-section? Ahem, why would you suddenly ask that? Chloe was surprised to hear his question. It didn't seem like a question someone like Justin would ask. I heard someone mention this. Once you make your pick, I'll find you an obstetrics doctor. If the fetuses are in the correct position, their umbilical cords aren't tied around their necks, my body can withstand it, and they aren't overweight. I want to give birth naturally. It's a more natural way of reproduction, but I heard it really hurts. Are you sure? Justin asked, a little heartbroken. I'm not scared. I'm willing to do anything for my babies, Chloe replied, biting down on her lips. Okay, I got it. I'll talk to the doctors at the Army hospital later and ask them to find you the best obstetrics doctor there is. Mm-hmm. Chloe nodded. She didn't want to go through the process of thanking him since Justin did too much for her. A mere thank you wasn't going to cut it. Oh, right, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about, Justin said, suddenly remembering something else. What is it? GK Film and Television stopped operating and all the artists ran away. Cody's ex-manager, Beth, took a bunch of people with her and signed with Andrew. I heard he offered her double the signing bonus. So Cody's the only one left at GK now. He didn't leave, but he also doesn't have any scheduled activities anymore. I was thinking maybe we should do something about it. Justin explained the situation to Chloe in one breath, and the latter fell silent upon hearing this. After a while, she looked up and asked, Justin, can you sign Cody? Offer him more money, and I'll make up for the extra amount. He's a good kid who deserves the best. Chloe knew Cody didn't leave because of her. Therefore, she felt guilty about his current situation. If he's willing, of course I'll sign him. Cody's a superstar. Forget about the money. I was going to offer him a top-tier salary anyways. But the thing is, he might not want to join us. I think it's best if you talk to him. Yeah, can you bring him here tomorrow so I can talk to him? Sure. 10 p.m. at a club under the Green Corporation. After dinner, Andrew walked his clients out before heading back into a giant, private room. He poured himself a glass of wine. Any news? Did you find him? No. Have you searched all the islands? Did you ask the fishermen? None of them rescued a man? Andrew demanded icily. We searched the islands and asked the fishermen. No one rescued anyone. Sir, maybe Jack's really dead. Are we being paranoid right now? Keep looking. None of you can rest until you find his body. Andrew hadn't been sleeping well and always woke up with a start in the middle of the night. He kept dreaming that Jack was stabbing him with a knife. It was definitely not a good omen. How's the other matter I've asked you to do going? It's underway. We're waiting for Victor to bite. Good. That a hole. I'm never going to let him hurt Chloe again, Andrew spat. Then he drank all the wine in his glass and slowly stood up. Suddenly, he remembered someone who didn't seem to be doing much recently. Do you have news on Justin? Justin goes back to the Cooper family estate every day after work. He barely sees clients and he usually asks the vice president to tend to his company's matters. Andrew knew Justin went home every day to see Chloe. At that moment, his entire body filled with jealousy. With a crack, the wine glass in his hand broke into 1,000,000 pieces. In the past, he was jealous of Jack. Now, he was jealous of Justin. Why wasn't he the one beside Chloe? Cooper, family, estate. After Chloe took a shower, she received a snap message on her phone. It was from Sarah. Girl, I talked to the stupid cop. We decided to get married on the 16th of next month. That day's a good day. Upon seeing this message, Chloe immediately welled up with excitement. Wow, that's so soon, Chloe exclaimed, genuinely happy for her friend. We've met each other's parents already and they really want us to pick up the pace with the wedding. Plus, you helped last time. Thanks for that ring, by the way. I love it. It's not a big deal. I'm glad you like it. Chloe smiled. But I'm worried about how you're going to come to the wedding. A lot of people are going to be there. Would it be okay for you to come? Sarah asked worriedly. I'll talk to Justin about it and come up with a solution. Don't worry. Okay, anyways. I really hope you can come and witness my happiness. It sucks that you and Victoria are already married and can't be my bridesmaids. It doesn't matter if we're the bridesmaids. The only thing that matters is whether you're happy. Chloe. The truth is, I never thought I'd end up with Noah. Back in high school, we liked each other. But after you and Jack broke up, we realized that love was not as good as friendship. So we ended up swallowing our feelings for each other. I thought I only needed to live a common life and earn lots of money so I can live worry-free. I didn't think I deserved true love, but God still thought of me. My IQ and EQ aren't as high as you and Victoria, and my impulsivity led me to date bad men and almost hurt you during the process. Thank God I didn't completely lose myself. Thank God that everything was just right when Noah and I saw each other again, after all these years. I'm not ambitious. I never wanted to hoard wealth. All I want is a life of peace and happiness, a man who loves me, a cute baby, and some good girlfriends. That's it. Sarah, I never knew that you had such a poetic side. Chloe chuckled. Come on, I was trying to express my feelings, all right? I didn't mean to show off, Sarah retorted, a little embarrassed. No, you're not. You're completely right. It's rare to meet someone when you're young and end up marrying that person. The chances are next to zero. But, and I'm glad we didn't change and chose to hold on to those good memories. Noah's a good man. He's dependable and treats you well. Treasure him, okay? Don't screw this up, huh? I won't. I was actually really worried in the beginning. After all, Noah's dad the head of a public security bureau, but I'm just a nobody, so it felt like Noah was out of my league. The good news is, I don't have to worry anymore. His parents are amazing, never once looking down upon me because of my family background. That's a given. You won't know unless you try, right? This world needs brave people, and only brave people will obtain true happiness. Chloe slowly revealed to Sarah her own understanding of love. The latter listened to everything she said, nodding her head as she did. I was flattered by how they treated me. Noah's parents gave my family tens of thousands as their wedding gift and prepared a loft for us to live in on the Second Ring Road. Mrs. Ace also wanted to buy me a car, but I didn't think it was a good idea. Noah's just captain of a criminal police squad, so driving a Jaguar is already a bit flashy. We're happy with what we have. What about you, Sarah? Are you going to quit your job at the airline? Of course I'm not quitting. We're individuals, so we shouldn't rely on the other to survive. I don't want to be a housewife who does nothing but stay at home and spends money. That's just not me. I like staying a flight attendant, and maybe I'll become the head of the crew in a few years. I don't want to hinder Noah, so I'm going to become outstanding enough to stand by his side. Just like how you worked hard to become amazing, so you could stand by Jack. Upon hearing Jack's name, Chloe sank into brief silence. Chloe, do you still miss Jack? Mm-hmm. Have you ever thought about what you're going to do if he really died? Are you going to wait for him forever? Sarah refrained from asking this question, because she didn't want to hurt Chloe. But it seemed like the latter had anticipated all the possible outcomes. That's why she decided to ask, although she was still worried about Chloe's reaction. Sarah, I thought of that already. If Jack really doesn't come back, then I'm going to raise our children and be a good mother. Then, when it's time, I'm going to go look for him in his world. What about Justin? Are you really not going to give him a chance? Look at how he treats you. Sarah was a fan of Jack, but after what happened to him, she slowly began to admire Justin, because he was the one who pulled Chloe away from death time and again. Everyone could see his sincerity towards Chloe. Upon hearing this name, Chloe fell silent again. After a while, she said, I will never be able to pay Justin back for his kindness. Sarah immediately understood what she meant by that. No matter what you decide, you have my full support. I will support you and your decisions until the day I die. Gosh, girl, stop being so cheesy. Let's talk about the details. Which hotel is the wedding going to be held at? Noah's parents said they wanted to go low-key, so they booked International Hotel. When is it going to start? The ceremony is going to start at 9 a.m., but come earlier if you can. Okay, I got it. I'm going to start busying about now. Gosh, you can't leave the house, or I would have asked for your help. Plus, Victoria's almost due. You guys suck. Chloe laughed. After hanging up, she went straight to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Mrs. Cooper and the maid left for the market. They heard that fish was good for pregnant women, so Mrs. Cooper began buying wild fish for Chloe. Grandpa Cooper, on the other hand, went to Capital City for a conference, so aside from the other maids and bodyguards, Chloe was the only one left at home. When Justin brought Cody in, Chloe was arranging flowers. Sister Chloe, Cody was genuinely happy to see Chloe. "Hey, you're here. Come and have a seat. You guys talk. I need to get something upstairs." Justin found an excuse to go upstairs, giving the two of them some space to talk. "What's that in your hand?" Chloe glanced at the basket in Cody's hands. "Oh, my mom asked me to bring you some organic eggs. She raised the chickens herself. They're really good for you. Thank your mom for me, will you?" Chloe smiled. Cody, wearing a handsome beige jacket and pants, walked up to Chloe and sat down beside her. "How are things between you and Violet?" she asked him with a smile. "Pretty good. My mom got sick a few days ago, and Violet's been coming to my house every day after work, making Nico and my mom dinner. Nico really likes her." "I'm glad." Chloe smiled. Then she looked down and went back to arranging flowers. "Sis, you asked President Cooper to bring me here, right? What did you want to talk to me about?" Cody knew the dire situation Chloe was in. She couldn't see anyone because it might risk her and the people protecting her. "Yeah, GK's being managed by the headquarters in the States, and GK Film and Television barely exists anymore. It's severely affected you. I'm not scared. It's a good chance for me to retire. You can't do that. You're still young and you have so many fans who love you. Plus, you like singing. Why would you retire? By the way, I heard that Beth took a bunch of people from GK and signed with Andrew." Upon hearing this, Cody's expression fell. "I'm never going to talk to her again. I had no idea that she would throw away friendship for money. There are a lot of people on this earth who only care about profits. We all have different priorities. What she did was her choice, and I won't blame her. But I can't do you wrong. You signed with GK because of me. So it's my job to find you a better place to go to. Sis, I don't want to. Listen to me, Cody. You can't be stubborn. You're the beam holding up your family. You're a man. When you grow up, you have to take care of your parents, wife, and children, which means you have to have a career of your own. It's not a good time for you to back down. I don't have to tell President Cooper for him to give you a higher offer than GK. He'll treat you right. Plus, President Cooper has a lot of connections, so Beth won't be able to do anything to you. Sis, if you really treat me like your sister, listen to my arrangements, okay?" Upon hearing this, Cody immediately shut his mouth. He knew Chloe did this for him. "Okay then, I'll listen to you, sis." In the end, Cody chose to listen to Chloe. He was touched. When he decided to treat her like his sister, he had no idea that she would treat him the same way he treated her. "Sis, when is your due date?" Cody asked as he stared at Chloe's belly. "I still have a long way down the road. They're only 2 months old right now, so it's going to be 7 more months? No, 6 months or so, actually. Isn't pregnancy supposed to last 10 months? Cody asked, obviously surprised. That's just what people say. Pregnancy usually lasts 9 months. Oh, I see. Do you know the baby's gender right now? Cody was truly curious and even made a bet with Violet. Therefore, he really wanted to know if Chloe was having boys, girls, or one of each. I won't know until they're 6 months. Chloe smiled. Awesome. I'm going to be an uncle, Cody exclaimed happily. Yes, you are. So, you're going to have to prepare a present for the babies. I'm rich, so I don't need money or baby stuff. Maybe you can write my babies a song. After all, you're the talented one in our group. That's doable. Cody and Chloe went on to chat for an hour or so. When it was time, Justin came downstairs and saw Cody out. Before he left, Chloe suddenly thought of something and grabbed the end of his sleeve. Sarah's getting married on the 16th of next month. Can you sneak me into the wedding? I really want to go. I'll think of something. Don't worry and get some rest. I'm going to drive Cody home. No matter what Chloe asked for, Justin never said no, no matter how hard the task was. After they left the Cooper estate and got onto Justin's car, Cody glanced at him. "President Cooper, thanks for taking care of Chloe." "It's fine. Chloe and I are good friends. You don't have to thank me." "Then, thanks for taking me in." "President Cooper." Cody smiled humbly. "Don't sell yourself short. You're one of the most popular superstars right now, so signing you on with us will be well worth it. I'd be willing even if Chloe didn't ask me. After all, I'm a businessman." Men's conversations were always so simple and to the point. After Justin dropped Cody off, he drove straight to Imperial Star. President Cooper, Miss Gianna won the Gold Flower Award for Best Actress today, completely throwing the artists from the Green Corporation off. Most importantly, she even beat Emery. "Gianna's amazing, isn't she?" Gianna's manager blabbed on about how great Gianna was in front of Justin. "Oh yeah? Not bad. This is good news. The media's going to go crazy with the news tomorrow. Gianna is really good at her job. President Cooper, we have a celebratory party tonight, so I'm busy tonight." Justin immediately refused, before Gianna's manager even finished her sentence. But Miss Gianna's going to be really disappointed. She wouldn't have worked hard for Imperial Star if it weren't for you. If you're really busy, at least drop by and say hi. If you don't, the reporters will think that you don't value her. Upon hearing this, Anne chimed in. "She's right, President Cooper. You should at least show up and shut those reporters' mouths. Or else, who knows what they're going to write about tomorrow." "When is it?" 6 p.m. at the St. Regis Hotel. "Okay then, I'll be there at 6. After going over the pros and cons in his head, Justin decided to go. Gianna's celebratory party was extremely grand. Justin announced that Imperial Star was going to pay for everything, and he even gifted Gianna a $10 million mansion as a bonus. Gianna's award made her soar to the pinnacle of her fame. That evening, she wore a pink evening gown, showing off her sexy figure and making all the women who attended jealous. After Cotton Candy, Gianna became the number one artist at Imperial Star. Justin was wearing a pair of black Italian-made pants and a crisp white shirt from Versace. President Cooper. "Whoa, it's President Cooper! He's really here!" President Cooper is much more handsome in person. A few trainees fawned over Justin's looks, as they haven't had a chance to see him in person. Justin had been really low-key recently and barely attended company events. He walked up to the main seat and sat down. Raising his glass of wine, he said, "Today's a good day. I'd like to thank Gianna for everything she's done for the company. Cheers." Gianna smiled shyly next to Justin and quietly raised her glass as well. The other artists all followed suit. After one drink, Justin looked at her. "I have somewhere to be. You guys have fun." "President Cooper," Gianna called out as Justin was walking out, prompting the latter to turn around. She didn't want him to leave so soon. "Can you please stay a little longer? I have other matters to tend to. Have fun, and ask Anne to sign the receipts if you guys go to a club afterward." "President Cooper," Gianna shouted. This time, her voice was loud, attracting everyone's gazes. Justin turned around again, feeling confused. Why was Gianna acting so differently tonight? He watched as Gianna looked at him with a complicated expression on her face. After taking in a deep breath of air, she shouted, while everyone in the room was watching, "Justin, I like you." After that, the whole audience went silent. Justin and Anne both instantly froze. Was Gianna confessing her feelings for Justin? In front of all the other employees? Ahem. Justin felt a bit awkward and lightly coughed. No one said anything. They didn't know how their boss would react. Gianna walked over to Justin. Before Justin would react, she stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Justin's neck, and kissed him. The crowd went instantly wild and everyone's faces lit up with shock. Gianna just kissed President Cooper. Justin immediately came back to his senses and pushed Gianna away instinctively. He then laughed awkwardly and said, "You've gotten better at acting. You tricked everyone." Gianna's face fell upon hearing this. Then Justin said, "You guys shouldn't be tricked by Gianna. She was just fooling around and showing off her acting skills. After that, Everyone started to buy the explanation and seemed relieved, but at the same time, Gianna's face looked awful. "I'm heading out first. You guys enjoy dinner." After saying that, Justin turned around quickly, without any hesitation. Anne looked at Gianna sympathetically and left with Justin. Gianna felt her heart drop to the pit of her stomach. She devoted so much to Imperial Star Entertainment, and Justin had treated her well. She had money, houses, cars, and a variety of jewelry and watches. She had earned every cent. But she didn't want all those things. All she wanted right now was Justin's love. She loved Justin so much that she couldn't let him go. But why did he refuse her so coldly? Was it still because of Chloe? Gianna, along with everyone else, didn't know that Chloe had returned and was staying with the Cooper family. They all thought that she was still in prison. That was why Gianna planned all of this during her celebratory party, in front of everyone. All she hoped was that Justin wouldn't have the face to refuse in front of the big media and the crowd, so that the two could have an ambiguous starting. What she didn't expect was that Justin really didn't care about saving face. Though he didn't say it outright, smart people could already tell what was going on. "Gianna, these things take time. Maybe Mr. Cooper wasn't in a good mood today." Ha! Her agent was trying to comfort her. Gianna didn't say a single word. She returned to her seat and chugged alcohol as her face sunk. "President Cooper, where are we going now?" Anne sat in the passenger seat and asked carefully, "Do you know where I can find tofu skewers boiled in chicken soup?" Why are you asking this?" Anne was a bit shocked. "I want to buy some, of course. But that's street food. I don't care what it is. I'm asking if you can find it." "Yeah. You can find some just in that little alley down there." Anne didn't want to ask too much. If the boss wanted to buy tofu skewers and chicken soup, then they should just go. As expected, when the car turned into a small alley, they saw countless food stalls, an LED Justin to an elderly lady's tricycle. "President Cooper, these are the tofu skewers in chicken soup that you're looking for," said Anne, while pointing at the big pot on the tricycle. "Young man, are you looking for tofu skewers? They're really good. The chicken soup is just freshly boiled," the owner of the food stall explained passionately. "How much is it?" asked Justin. $5 per bowl," answered the lady immediately. Justin took out his wallet, took out all his cash, and handed it to the lady. "Here's about 3,000. I'll take the whole pot. Is that enough?" "Ah, it is." The lady was feeling so flattered. "President Cooper, you want to buy a whole pot? Can you even finish it?" "This feels like a waste." Anne was pretty shocked. "Chloe likes it." That was all Justin said, in such a matter-of-factly way at that. In the end, Anne had no choice but to help the lady pack up all the tofu skewers. The Cooper family was rarely this quiet. When Chloe walked downstairs to get some water, she saw that the door was wide open. A man, about 50 years old, wearing a traditional suit, came in with a handsome but serious look. The man looked up at Chloe and seemed a little hesitant too. "Sir, you're back." The nanny walked over to welcome him and handed over a pair of slippers. After hearing what the nanny said, Chloe immediately put down the glass and went over to introduce himself. "Hi, Uncle Cooper. I'm Chloe." Justin's dad nodded with a stern look on his face before turning around to go upstairs. Chloe was pretty reserved and thought that Justin's dad was a little intimidating. When the nanny walked past Chloe, she whispered to her, "Mr. Cooper's personality is just like that. Don't worry, he's actually a really nice person." At first, Justin's dad was pretty against Chloe staying with the Cooper family. However, the family voted 3-1, which meant that he lost. Chloe moved in with the Cooper family without any trouble. Mr. Cooper was busy with work and had been managing the headquarters of the Cooper Financial Bank. He hadn't been back for a while, so this was their first official meeting. Daddy Cooper's indifference made Chloe suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. But just as she started feeling upset, she heard the door opening again. It was Justin. He came in with a lot of bags in his hands. "What is this? Didn't you say you wanted to eat tofu skewers and chicken soup? How did you know?" Chloe was confused. The maid told me. That was just a random craving. Why did you take it so seriously? Chloe thought that she probably needed to choose her words carefully from now on because once Justin heard something, he would just go and do it. He bought so much. Was he here to feed a human or a pig? Hurry and eat it before it gets cold. Okay. Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. While she was eating the tofu skewers, Chloe suddenly asked, in a low voice, "Your dad is back and is upstairs. Do you want to go see him?" "Don't mind him. My dad is always like that. He treats everyone the same cold way, as if they owe him thousands in debt." "Pooh. Why did you say that about your dad?" "It's okay. He's used to it." Justin didn't really care to say more. "You told me today that Noah and Sarah are getting married on the 16th. "Yeah," Sarah called me. Noah is not an ordinary person. His dad is from the Provincial Bureau. This wedding will definitely attract people's attention. As of right now, it'd be difficult for you to go, said Justin slowly. I know. That's why I wanted to discuss it with you. I wanted to see if you had any good ideas. I really want to witness their wedding in person, without attracting people's attention. Chloe looked at Justin and said, "There's only one day to do it then." Justin thought about it with his hand resting under his chin. "What way?" Chloe asked. "I can't tell you right now. You'll find out when that day comes. Also, don't tell anyone that you're going to the wedding. It's not that I don't trust them, but I'm worried something might happen. Your situation is really special and I don't want anything happening to you," Justin reminded again. "Okay, I got it. As long as I can go witness the wedding, I'll do anything." No matter how smart Chloe was, at this moment, she still needed Justin's help. While Chloe was anticipating Sarah and Noah's big wedding, she was also waiting for someone's return. U.S. Seattle. Sarah and Noah's wedding will be on the 16th of next month. Don't you want to go back and see it? The man remained silent. His slim suit and handsome figure created a perfect image. Then, you don't want to go back and see your wife? I heard that she's 2 months pregnant now. Avery looked at the man in front and asked, word for word. Yeah, our babies are coming into the world in several months. When Jack said that, his eyes were extremely gentle. So, when are you planning to go back? Avery looked at her cousin with concern. Jack turned around with a bitter smile. With me in my current condition, how can I go back and see her? I don't think she'll mind. If she knows that you are still alive, she would be really happy. But I mind. I'm a man, a husband, and I'm going to be a dad to a pair of twins. How am I supposed to take care of them like this? Plus, Andrew hasn't been dealt with yet, which means he's still a threat. If Andrew is not dead, Chloe is never going to live a peaceful life. But with you like this, it's also cruel to her. I know she's been waiting for you? Jack said nothing, but his conflicted feelings showed in his eyes. Big brother, is it because she's living in Justin's house? Is that why you... No, when I'm not around Chloe, Justin is actually someone who can take good care of her. I know Chloe's personality. She is definitely not happy with that either. But for the sake of the babies, she will tolerate it. As for Justin, I never need to worry about him. If there's ever a day Chloe falls in love with Justin, because he's always by his side, then I would let her go. It's easier said than done. Do you actually feel this way in your heart? Don't you feel upset? I just want my Chloe to be happy. But how would she be happy without you? Asked Avery, with tears in her eyes. Although she hadn't known Chloe for very long, she had heard of Jack and Chloe's love story. She was really touched by it. She was especially touched by Chloe's admission to homicide, just so Jack could go free. This was not something that an ordinary woman could do. Avery, men and women's definitions of love are different. I love her, but I want to love her with dignity. But since I'm like this right now, I'm not confident that I can give her happiness. The issue with Andrew wasn't settled either. So, you don't plan on going back, not even when she gives birth? Jack remained silent. Okay, I got it. After all, this is your own business. You are so smart. So, for a lot of things, I don't need to say much. You definitely think more clearly than I do. But I just feel that you were apart from each other for 7 years already and missed so many happy times together. I just can't believe that you're not by her side when she's pregnant with the... Fine, I'll stop talking and making you even more upset. I believe that you can handle everything. Afterward, Avery turned around and left. Downstairs, living room. Avery, how did it go? What did your cousin say? Mrs. Dawson held on to Avery's arm and asked her anxiously. My cousin, Avery didn't tell them the rest, but just kept shaking her head. Still, because of what happened? Mrs. Dawson looked worried. Avery nodded. The location of my cousin's wound is really sensitive. Even the top specialist cannot cure it. He is such a good doctor himself, and even he doesn't have a treatment plan. He probably thinks that he'll never recover. So he doesn't want to go back to Chloe. First, he doesn't want her to worry about him. In addition, he's also worried that he can't give her happiness. So, he's okay with Chloe staying at another man's home with my grandchildren. Mrs. Dawson felt her heart go completely cold. They didn't know Chloe was pregnant until later. They also found out that she had lied about being pregnant to Peter, just so the latter would follow the doctor's orders and undergo surgery. But then, it turned out later that she really got pregnant. The Dawsons went to the States first. Jack's father had the foresight and hid their tracks. When they heard about Jack's plane crash, they thought he was dead as well. However, a week later, he miraculously arrived in the States. No one asked him what happened, or what he experienced. He never talked about it either. But the one thing they did know was that Jack severely injured his kneecap during the accident. He went to see countless orthopedic experts in the U.S., but none of them could cure him. This was a giant blow to Jack, and he still hadn't walked out from the mental agony. Later, to avoid Andrew's investigation, everyone changed their names, got new passports, and moved to Seattle. Jack's uncle's best friend, who was from a powerful family, lived in Seattle. Therefore, the Dawsons were protected and no one could find out their whereabouts. Not Andrew, nor Rick, nor Lino, nor Fiona. Jack's movements were restricted and he still had to walk with a cane. This was too much for a proud man like him. He felt like he was useless. Therefore, Jack had no choice but to place his thoughts of Chloe at the bottom of his heart. Stop forcing our son. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have gone so far. Trust me. No one is as sad as he is. He loves Chloe too much. Peter sighed, feeling bad for his son. Peter, I really want to see my grandchildren. We won't even know if they're girls or boys. Chloe's alone in the country, pregnant with twins and forced to live under someone else's roof. How can she live like that? If we were all there, we would be able to take care of her. The truth was, Mrs. Dawson didn't like the idea of Chloe living at Justin's home, even though she had to admit that it was the safest place she could be. She just felt wrong that her own grandchildren were going to be born in another family's home. The Cooper family is the best choice at this point in time, Peter consoled his wife. Avery chimed in. Auntie, from what I heard, the Cooper family treats my sister-in-law really well. You don't have to worry. She's not being forced to do anything she doesn't want to. Don't forget how Commander Cooper bailed Chloe out. They're not going to let anything happen to Chloe. I know. I just miss them. The Dawsons didn't enjoy their life in Seattle. Jack left early and came back late every day, and they had no idea what he was doing. Avery lived carefully as well. She rarely left the house and didn't dare to make any friends, afraid that she might expose her true identity. Sea City. There was a glass room filled with flowers in the backyard of the Cooper estate. Mrs. Cooper liked flowers, so she filled the mansion with fresh ones. Countless flowers were planted inside: orchids, narcissuses, peonies, lilies. There was also a bookshelf and tea area. Chloe enjoyed this room. At around 10 a.m. every day, she would come in here, sunbathe, listen to music, read a book, trim the flowers, and enjoy a cup of tea. She was living the life. When Justin opened the door to the glass room, he saw Chloe in a white lace dress. Her hair was up in a bun, and she was quietly trimming a pot of red roses. Her profile was so pretty, especially under the light of the sun. Justin quietly watched her from the door, as if time had stopped. In the end, it was Chloe who accidentally looked up to see Justin staring at her. "When did you get here? Why didn't you say something?" She smiled. "I've been here for a few minutes. You looked really focused, so I didn't say anything. Come sit, try some honey green tea. I made it myself." "Sure." Justin walked up to her with a smile and sat down on a bamboo chair. He suddenly said, "I heard a piece of gossip today. I think you might be interested." "I'm never interested in gossip. Sarah's the one you should talk to. Celebrities are humans who need to have a private life as well. I feel bad for those who are followed by paparazzi every day." Chloe thought Justin was going to reveal some big secret about a celebrity to her. However, he shook his head. "It's not about a celebrity. It's about someone you know. Rick and that university student. Rick and Cece? What happened?" Justin's words enticed Chloe's interest. She looked up, handing him a cup of honey green tea. Justin took the tea and took a tiny sip. "I heard that they broke up." "They broke up? Are you kidding me?" Chloe thought Rick and Cece made a great couple. They were so cute together. "You were right last night. Rick suspected that his girlfriend sold you out." "Didn't I ask you to call Rick and explain?" Chloe asked in surprise. "I did, but it seems like Rick knew about the truth already. It was his choice to break up. After all, who knows what's going on in that head of his?" How did you know?" "That girl has an older sister. She's a not-so-famous celebrity at our company. But her reputation is pretty good. She took a few days off, apparently so she could go to Bali with her younger sister. President Cooper, I'm shocked that you know so much about a nobody artist. You have feelings for her, don't you?" Justin's face immediately turned into a brilliant shade of red. "What are you talking about? I pay attention to her because I'm investigating Cece. I was wondering if she worked for Andrew or Victor." "What did you find?" Chloe smiled at Justin as she sipped her tea. "She isn't. Last time was pure coincidence. This is serious, but Rick must have reasons to break up with her. And it's not my place to say anything. He needs to think it through, and talking about it won't help. I feel bad for Cece, though. She has to endure all that pain. In the end, it was all because of me." Chloe thought that if she didn't put herself in danger and make everyone worried for her safety, Rick wouldn't have broken up with Cece out of anger. "Nonsense. This isn't your fault. She was the one who asked you to talk to Rick." Justin was unequivocally on Chloe's side. Even if what she did was wrong, he would still understand and support her. "Did you sign with Cody yet?" "Yes, ma'am. I followed your instructions and completed the task." Upon hearing Justin talk like that, Chloe didn't know whether to cry to laugh. "Young Master Cooper, please don't be so polite with me. I can't take it." "Chloe, I actually have a favor to ask. It's completely selfish. But can you say yes to it?" Justin felt like his heart was about to stop as he watched Chloe smile brighter than the sun. "What's the favor?" Chloe laughed. "If, and I'm saying if here, Jack really doesn't come back. Can you keep living here and never move out? You don't have to be with me, but I hope you can live here, just as a friend." Justin's voice was as soft as a feather. He didn't want to offend or upset Chloe in any way. "Justin, you have to understand that if we don't end up together, we won't be able to live together as friends. Sooner or later, you will get married and have children. And by then..." Justin anxiously cut her off before she could finish. "What if I don't get married and have children? Isn't life good enough as it is?" "Justin, that's not realistic." "No, it is for me. I like my life now, and I'm willing to live like this forever. I don't want this to end. It's my choice. Just say you'll live here forever, okay?" Justin asked as he looked at Chloe. his expression filled with anticipation. In the end, Chloe bit down on her lips and replied softly, "I'm sorry, I can't say yes to this. It doesn't matter if Jack comes back, either way. I won't be able to live here forever. After all, this isn't my home, and my babies won't have Cooper as their last name. I already have plans if Jack doesn't come back. Right now I'm pregnant, so I don't have the energy to deal with Andrew. But I plan on investigating him as soon as I give birth. I'm going to clear my own name and make the law punish him for what he did. After all, he's Bella's real murderer. Therefore, I won't be able to live here forever no matter what happens." Chloe knew that her words would probably hurt Justin. But what she said was the truth, and she never once gave Justin room to fantasize about a possible future for them. This time was no different. She wasn't going to forget about Jack, just because he might be dead. "Okay, I get it." Disappointment flashed before Justin's eyes. "I'm sorry." "Don't say sorry. Don't apologize to me. You did nothing wrong. I wasn't thinking properly." Right. You said you wanted to deal with Andrew. But how do you know that he killed Bella? Maybe he hired someone. Why would he commit murder with his own hands? Justin had countless questions about Bella's death, and he held a different opinion from Chloe. Chloe believed that Andrew killed Bella with his own hands, and Emery provided a fake alibi. There was no way he was with her on the night of Bella's death. Justin, on the other hand, believed that Andrew hired a hitman. After all, the mastermind of a plan had no reason to murder someone with his own hands. After some thought, Chloe sat down on the bamboo chair beside Justin and asked, "Do you remember how I stole the case materials from Adam?" "Mm-hmm." Justin nodded. "I read Bella's autopsy, word by word. A normal killer won't choose to execute the murder this way. He would have just shot or knifed her. Why would the killer be so cruel in his methods? Maybe the killer has a mental disorder?" Justin guessed. Even so, he wouldn't be able to dismember her body parts so perfectly. It's as hard as performing a flawless surgery, and it's too time-consuming. I think Andrew did this, so he could leave evidence for the police and make them think that Jack did it. Plus, it was also an act to provoke Jack. "Provoke?" Justin repeated, unsure of what Chloe meant. "When we were in high school, Jack's talent and wits were one of a kind. Over the few days prior to the murder, he had done everything perfectly, and Andrew had always hated that about him. Not just because of me, but it's also because he's comparing himself to Jack. He wants to defeat him in every aspect. That's why I think he purposely showed off to Jack that he could dismember a body perfectly. It's a provocation, and I know Jack knows. If that's the case, Andrew is a giant psycho, isn't he? He's more than that. Remember when I told you that I think he has split personalities? I'm going to look into this when I have time." This is really weird." Justin nodded. "Justin, The wedding?" Chloe didn't even finish her thought when she heard Justin laugh. "Don't worry, I made plans already. On the day of the wedding, just do as I say. But you won't be able to go on stage. The best I can do is let you watch, or else someone might recognize you. Just tell Noah and Sarah that you're going. Don't say anything else." "Okay." Chloe let out a sigh of relief upon hearing what Justin said. Soon, it was the 16th. That morning, the entrance of the hotel was blocked by countless reporters. Noah was Director Ace's only son. He was just the captain of a police squad, but he was still the son of an important figure. Most importantly, the best man of the wedding was Cody, whom Imperial Star recently spent $500 million to sign with. The maid of honor, on the other hand, was a nobody nurse named Violet. Chloe suggested that Sarah use Violet and Cody, and the latter agreed without a second word. Because of their relationship with Chloe, Violet and Cody immediately agreed as well, and arrived at the hotel early that morning to rehearse. A bunch of municipal leaders and entrepreneurs attended, including Brenton, Victoria, Max, Rick, and Andrew. Andrew attended the wedding in a gold suit, looking as pompous as ever. Beside him was a beautiful woman with giant breasts. Apparently, she was the newest artist the Green Corporation was trying to push to fame. The two of them walked slowly into the hotel, letting the reporters take photos of them like crazy. Justin came with Brenton and the others. They didn't even say hello to Andrew. Mayor Hall, his brother, and a couple of other people from the Hall family attended as well. All in all, Noah and Sarah's wedding was extremely grand. Right before Sarah was supposed to head towards the ballroom, she received a snap message from Chloe. "Sarah, I'm here in the crowd. I can't show my face, but I am here to witness your happiness. Don't worry about me." "Emotional?" Sarah replied with 3 words. "Thank you, Chloe." She was grateful that Chloe was even here. After the sneak attack last time and Justin's fury, Chloe barely left the Cooper estate, so Sarah didn't even think that she would make it to the wedding. But she did. As her mind wandered, Violet walked into the makeup room and held up Sarah's wedding gown. "Sister Sarah, it's time for the ceremony." "Okay, let's go." Sarah was wearing a gorgeous wedding gown and delicately applied makeup on her face. With the help of Violet, the two of them walked to the doors of the ballroom, and romantic music began playing on the loudspeakers. While the MC said corny lines, Sarah slowly made her way up to Noah, who was standing in the middle of the stage. Below the stage was more than 500 guests. Andrew looked at the person beside Justin and ordered, "Find an opportunity and bring that woman beside him to me. I bet it's Chloe. Justin has guts. I'm surprised he brought her here in broad daylight, haha." "Okay, boss, I will." It turned out that a woman had quietly made her way through the crowd and sat down beside Justin. She was wearing a black hat and dress, and her head was low. No one could tell who it was, but her figure was similar to Chloe's. She followed Justin everywhere, and the latter seemed worried about her. No one else noticed her, but Andrew did. He knew that Sarah was Chloe's best childhood friend, so she was bound to attend her wedding. Therefore, Andrew made the decision to steal Chloe during the wedding. On the stage, the MC asked Noah and Sarah to stand across from each other. Noah looked at the woman across from him, feeling his heart almost beat out of his chest. Sarah was so beautiful today. He couldn't take his eyes off her, not even for a second. "Groom, is there anything you want to say to the bride? Now's a good time to confess your feelings." Upon hearing this question, Noah, wearing a handsome black tuxedo, took the microphone and said, a little emotionally, "Venomous-tongued Sarah, I can't believe I'm marrying you after all these years. I think I'm doing society a favor so you don't end up plaguing another man. All I want to say is, from today onwards, plague me. I'm not scared." As soon as he finished his confession, the entire ballroom burst into laughter. Noah and Sarah's parents looked at each other a little awkwardly. Sarah, on the other hand, laughed with tears in her eyes. She knew Noah was just jesting for sport. Before the MC could say anything, Noah put away his smile and turned all serious. He looked at Sarah and said, word for word, "My dearest Sarah, it took us so long to go from friends to lovers. I still remember every second I spent with you, everything about you, your naivety and vividness when we were young, and your beauty and maturity today. Everything about you lures me in and drives me crazy. From this moment onwards, you will be my wife. Trust me. Give yourself to me, and I will treasure you, love you, and protect you. I will use the rest of my life to prove to you that your choice to marry me was right. When we're old and have countless grandchildren, I want to hold your hand and hug you. I want to treat you like my priceless treasure. I thank God for bringing you to me. I will love you forever, Sarah." Then, Noah strode up to Sarah, embraced her, and kissed her passionately. Tears fell out of Sarah's eyes like a waterfall. Whoa, the groom is so romantic that the bride's crying. "Let's give him a round of applause, everyone." the MC shouted. The ballroom immediately echoed with claps, and romantic music blasted over the loudspeakers. Look at him, and then look at yourself. Why didn't you say anything like this during our wedding? Victoria snuggled in Brenton's arms and scolded him with a smile on her face. Should we get married again on our son's 1-month birthday? Brenton asked with a laugh. Screw you. There's no way we're going to ruin our son's 1-month birthday party. He's the male lead that night, not us. The gang talked and laughed. Justin, on the other hand, glanced around and stood up. Then he and that woman walked out of the ballroom from the side door. Upon seeing Justin leave, Andrew's people immediately stood up and followed him. Andrew ran out as well, afraid that his men would screw up. Hey, where's Justin? Max turned around to see Justin gone. He felt weirded out by his sudden disappearance. Justin's appearance with the mysterious woman at Sarah and Noah's wedding drew the attention of both Andrew and Victor Hall. However, because of the countless people present, the latter couldn't do anything about it. Andrew, however, was different. It was rare for something like this to happen, and he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Justin and the woman left through the side door of the hotel, where it wasn't as crowded. As soon as they walked out, though, someone blocked their way. Justin saw Andrew walk up to him and smiled. President Green, what do you think you're doing? Nothing. I was hoping to take my little sister Chloe to the Green Corporation for some tea. Haha, that's not necessary. I don't think Chloe has anything to say to you. Plus, she never thought of you as a brother. I wouldn't be so sure about that. President Cooper, you shouldn't be making decisions for her. Let her decide, will you? Sure, tell that to Chloe yourself. I won't stop you. Justin smiled. Andrew stared at the woman behind Justin, his expression complicated. So, can you move away and let Chloe through? Oh, I'm sorry. You must be mistaken. This isn't Chloe. Justin chuckled icily, refusing to move away. Ha, President Cooper, stop joking around and wasting time. After all, we're busy people, Andrew said as he waved his hand, and a couple of men behind him immediately shot up to him. Justin held the woman's hand and retreated. He spat angrily. Andrew! Are you really going to forcibly take her? Justin, don't force me into anything. I don't want to hurt my little sister. Plus, you know how sensitive her identity is. She's still a murderer who's being bailed out for treatment. If others find out that she's strolling on the streets, it's going to hurt the Cooper family's reputation. So, you should know what to do. Andrew made himself extremely clear. He was threatening Justin. If the latter stopped him from taking Chloe and the two of them got into a fight, Chloe's identity might be exposed. There were too many reporters and paparazzi lurking around, looking for juicy new stories to report. Andrew, you say you love Chloe. Is this how you love her? Justin stared at him. Of course. I treasure her more than any of you do and won't let anything happen to her. Of course you don't need to protect her. Chloe, coming back to me, is normal. She was mine to begin with. Then, before Justin could resist, Andrew ordered, Go! I'm taking Chloe with me today, no matter what. At his command, the men ran up to Justin immediately, and the latter immediately entered into combat mode. Justin's actions were fast, punching the men every chance he got. But in the end, he was alone, and Andrew had many people with him. Andrew was able to snatch the girl from behind Justin while he was too occupied and throw her into his own arms. Chloe! Justin exclaimed nervously. But before he could do anything, Andrew dragged the woman onto a black off-road vehicle and drove off almost immediately. The men fighting Justin retreated as well, but Justin wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. Rather, he took out a wet towel from his pocket and wiped his hands off. Then, he smiled. In the car, Andrew held the woman in the back seat, unable to control his anxiety and excitement. Hugging her tightly, he whispered gently into her ear, Chloe, I missed you. A lot. After he said this, the woman buried her head even lower. Andrew thought Chloe was just scared. Therefore, he patted her hand gently. Don't be scared. I won't hurt you. No one will ever hurt you again." Just as he glanced down at her hand, he realized something extremely important. This woman had a red mole on the back of her hand. But Chloe didn't. He had seen her hands so many times, and there was nothing on them at all. So this woman. At this thought, Andrew felt an icy chill behind his back. Then, he quickly pulled the black hat off the woman in front of him. What he then saw left him in absolute bewilderment. The woman in front of him wasn't Chloe. It was Cotton Candy, a not-so-popular female artist under Justin's label. "President Green," Cotton Candy stuttered, as terrified as could be. "Why are you here?" Andrew demanded angrily. His face was dark, and it seemed like he was going to commit murder at that very moment. I don't know either. President Green, if you want to sign me, you can talk to my manager." Cotton Candy blabbered on in horror. "Stop the car!" Andrew suddenly called out, and the driver stepped on the brakes, immediately parking the car off to the side of the road. Then, Andrew opened the car door and brutally threw Cotton Candy out of the car, right onto the pavement. Cotton Candy shouted in pain. "Sir, what's going on?" Andrew's men asked, completely dumbfounded by the situation. "We were played by Justin." Andrew was seething. "Then should we go back to the wedding and see if Ms. Green's there? What's the point? She's gone by now." Andrew hated himself for being so reckless. He never thought that Justin would replace the real Chloe with a fake one who merely had the same figure as her. So where was the real Chloe right now? Was she still at the wedding? Even if she was, Andrew wouldn't have a chance to steal her anymore, because Justin probably had extreme protection measures in place. After Cotton Candy was pushed out of the car, she sucked up the pain on her body and called Justin. "Hello? President Cooper, it's over." He realized that I was a fake and pushed me off his car. Thanks. I'll make you the main female lead of next month's new movie," Justin said faintly. "Thank you, President Cooper," Cotton Candy exclaimed in pleasant surprise. She used to be no more than a barmaid, but was now a minor celebrity. Justin gave her everything she had today. In the beginning, like many women, she wanted to get into Justin's pants. She was willing to be just his buddy, because even that meant a lifetime of luxury. But later, she realized that if a woman like Gianna couldn't get Justin, who else could? Therefore, she slowly came to her senses and became low-key. This time, it was Justin's assistant Anne who contacted her. He asked her to come to the wedding with Justin and pretend to be Chloe. Cotton Candy was told that it might be dangerous, but she immediately agreed because she knew Justin would pay her back the favor. As expected, she sustained minor injuries but received what she wanted in return. After hanging up the phone, Justin let out a giant sigh of relief. Once Andrew was dealt with, he didn't have to worry about anything else. After all, Mayor Hall wasn't about to do anything to Chloe in front of all these people. Justin turned around and walked back into the hotel, and the wedding ceremony continued. Anne stood amidst the people in a black leather jacket. Beside him was someone who was wearing the same jacket as him. They seemed like a man, but was a little skinny to be one. Chloe was wearing a black baseball cap. Her face was bare without a trace of makeup. But she still looked good. Anne dressed her up as a man and took her to the middle of the crowd as soon as they walked into the ballroom. Justin, on the other hand, used Cotton Candy to confuse Andrew and Victor. Everyone thought that Justin would be the one to protect Chloe. But it was Anne. Just then, Anne looked down at his watch. "Ms. Green, it's about time. Once the crowd disperses, they're going to serve reception lunch. By then I understand. Let's go," Chloe replied quietly. She came and witnessed Sarah's happiness just now when she saw Noah confessing to her. Chloe almost burst out in tears. At that moment, she really wished that Jack was here to see all this as well. Truth be told, she wanted a wedding as beautiful as this one as well. If none of this had happened, they would have had their wedding already. But now, she had nothing. So many things happened, one after the other. Even now, Chloe felt like she was living in a dream. Quietly following Anne, the two of them left from the hotel's back door and quickly climbed onto a black Hummer. Hummers were military vehicles, so they were bulletproof. Justin chose this car mostly because he wanted to avoid a gunfight like last time. Once Chloe climbed onto the car, she saw Justin waiting in the driver's seat. He immediately handed her a bottle of water. "Here, drink this." Chloe took the bottle, took a few sips, and quietly glanced out the window. The atmosphere felt a little tense. "Were you crying?" Justin tilted his head and looked at Chloe, whose eyes were slightly swollen. That dude, Noah, was too romantic. I'm so happy for Sarah. Remember that you're pregnant. You need to control your emotions for your babies. I know. Then Chloe looked at Justin and said, "Thank you for everything today. You must have been through a lot just to let me watch the ceremony." Before Justin could respond, Anne immediately chimed in. "President Cooper went through a lot of trouble, playing Andrew with your body double and acting like she was you." "Shut up." Justin immediately silenced Anne. He didn't want Chloe to know how much he went through to make her wish come true, because he didn't want to pressure her, not even one bit. Time passed by incredibly fast, and soon it was summer. Chloe's belly grew bigger and bigger, and she began wearing maternity dresses. Justin still came home every day after work and had dinner with the family before going back to his own mansion. The Cooper family liked Chloe more and more, and they treated her better and better. By the end of August, when Chloe was 6 months into her pregnancy and her body was feeling heavy, she slowly got used to waiting for Jack and consoling herself. On August 22nd, around 9 p.m., Chloe had just washed up and was about to climb into bed when she received a phone call from Brenton. "Chloe, Victoria gave birth." "When?" Chloe exclaimed in joy. "Just now." "Oh my God, that's amazing! Where is she right now?" "At a private hospital under our family business." "This is awesome. Congratulations on becoming a father, Brenton," Chloe said as tears of happiness fell down her cheeks. This was the happiest news that had happened in the gang ever since Sarah got married. "Thank you, Chloe. Victoria was worried that you would be worried, so she asked me to call you first. Wait, I got too excited and forgot to ask. Did she have a boy or girl?" "Chloe, did you forget that we found out that she was having a boy halfway through her pregnancy?" "Ha ha ha. Look at me. Pregnancy really makes a woman dumb. No wonder Victoria said that I'm not as smart as I used to be. She's right." Chloe laughed, making fun of herself. Then she asked, "Was it natural birth or did she have a C-section?" "Natural birth." "He's 3.3 kilograms and they're both doing well. That's great. I really want to see her. Victoria said it's not safe for you to leave the house. Come when the baby turns 1 month old. But wait, let me turn on video chat so you can sneak a peek." Then Brenton turned on the video and Chloe saw the tiny new life in the bassinet. The baby boy was wrapped in blankets and looked around curiously. Upon seeing this, Chloe's gaze immediately softened, feeling the happiness of motherhood. "Wow, he's so cute. Look at his eyes. Does he look like me or Victoria?" Brenton asked with a smile. "Right now he looks like you, but I wonder what he'll look like a few months down the road." "Honey, I want to talk to Chloe," Victoria said weakly on the bed. She was exhausted from childbirth. Upon hearing this, Brenton immediately directed the camera lens towards Victoria, and Chloe smiled at her. "Victoria, you did it. You finally saw your baby. Chloe, when you're in labor, get a C-section if you can. Natural birth is so painful. I almost died. I'm glad my son came out fast and the entire process took less than 5 hours. The pregnant lady in the room beside mine cried, then entire night, and still hasn't given birth. I feel so bad for her. You have 2 in there. Natural birth is not a good idea for you." Victoria immediately told Chloe to get a C-section, since the pain might be less. "Victoria, don't worry. I've never given birth yet, but I used to work in OB/GYN and know everything there is to know. Natural labor is painful, but it's also great. Back when C-sections didn't exist, everyone had to undergo natural birth. Although it's more dangerous, I still want to do it as natural as possible. Only when a woman goes through the pain of giving birth will she become undefeatable. Of course, this is just what I want to do. Who knows if I'll be able to? Okay then, you have a point. You're the doctor. Victoria, get some rest. You need to recover. Make sure you're well taken care of. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll recuperate in a split second. What does it feel like to be a mother? Chloe asked. To tell you the truth, I felt like crying the moment I heard him crying. I felt a surge of random emotions. That's normal. All mothers react this way. Haha. In a couple of days, I'll... Before Chloe could finish her sentence, Victoria cut her off. Don't. It's not convenient for you to leave the house right now. You're too far along. How about this? It'll be hard for you to come for his 1-month birthday since a lot of people will be there. Once that's over, we'll come and see you at the Cooper estate. I can't ask you to do that, Chloe said, feeling guilty. We're friends. Don't mention it. All we want to do is protect you and your babies. It's settled then. Okay then. Get some rest now, okay? After hanging up, Chloe spent the entire night tossing and turning on her bed. The next morning, Chloe saw Justin in the living room when she walked downstairs for breakfast. Why are you here so early? I heard it's best to eat fruit that's picked in the morning, so I got you some freshly picked grapes from the garden. Brenton said Victoria ate grapes during her pregnancy. That's why her boy's eyes are so pretty. Here, have some. Ha ha. Okay. Chloe felt like Justin was a really interesting person who often came up with weird ideas. That morning, only Mrs. Cooper, Chloe, and Justin were at home. Mrs. Cooper, Victoria gave birth last night, Chloe said. Brenton's wife, right? Mrs. Cooper smiled gently, and Chloe nodded. Brenton's wife is one of Chloe's best friends, and their encounter was a complete coincidence. But they turned out to be a perfect match, Justin interjected. That's really good. Did she have a boy or a girl? Boy, 3.3 kilograms, Chloe and Justin said at the same time. Then, they both froze for a slight second before smiling at each other. This is great news for the Blake family. We'll all be celebrating his 1-month birthday. Soon. Then. I'm the kid's godfather. Not only do I have to go, but I also have to give the little boy a giant present. Or else Brenton's going to chew my ear off. What are you going to give him? Chloe asked as she sipped at her porridge. Back then I told him that if they had a girl, I would buy her a diamond. But if they have a boy, I'm going to give him a Lamborghini. Ha ha, time to bleed then. The good thing is, a Lamborghini isn't a lot to you. Chloe chuckled. Just then, Justin bit down on his lips. He hesitated before slowly saying, Once your twins come out, I'm going to give them a cruise ship if they're girls. This way, they'll be able to ride the waves and brave all hardships in life. You can't do that. It's too expensive. Chloe immediately refused, but Mrs. Cooper chimed in. It's not. He has a lot of money. A cruise ship is a great gift. Ha, Mom, am I your son or not? What does being my son have to do with anything? You're too rich, Mrs. Cooper said as she rolled her eyes at Justin, leaving the latter at a loss for words. Chloe covered her mouth, trying hard to hold back her laughter. Then, Justin added, If you have twin boys, I'm going to give them a private jet. Once they learn how to walk, they'll be able to soar the skies like mighty eagles and conquer the world. They both sound like lucky presents. It's decided then, Mrs. Cooper said, before Chloe could even refuse. Time flew by. Chloe was 7 months pregnant when Victoria's baby turned 1 month old. The birthday party was 3 days away, but since Chloe couldn't attend, Brenton and Victoria decided to drive to the Cooper estate to see her. Mrs. Cooper bought a lot of food to welcome them, and Max tagged along as well. Grandpa Cooper and Mr. Cooper weren't home, so Justin acted as the host. Chloe, 7 months into her pregnancy, walked slowly and carefully. Justin watched as he fought the urge to rush up and help her. Everyone could tell how nervous he was about Chloe. Chloe sat down on the couch and held the baby in her arms. Hey, little baby. Do you know who I am? I'm your auntie, Auntie Chloe. Son, remember her. She's the smartest auntie. She's much smarter than your mommy. She's a genius, Brenton teased. I'm not that smart anymore. I've gotten a lot stupider after getting pregnant, Chloe said with a smile. Victoria immediately added, Me too. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I didn't get anesthesia for natural birth. I just feel like I don't know where I'm going, and my memory has gotten worse. From the looks of it, I can't go back to work at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Maybe I should go bribe the director sometime. Oh yeah, where is Noah and his wife? Noah finally took a vacation, so he and Sarah went to Tibet, Chloe said with a smile. Yeah. She sent me a snap message saying that she'll be back tomorrow night and we'll go to the celebration, Victoria said. Did you guys come up with a name for him yet? What's he called? Justin asked curiously and came over. Kenneth Blake, Victoria said slowly. Kenneth Blake. It's a bit strange for a name. What does it mean? Justin asked with wonder. Before Victoria could respond, Chloe said while cradling the little baby, Climbing up on a high tower made me remember my sorrows and griefs. Reeds and willow trees were everywhere. The clouds were floating above the river, while the sun was setting behind the tower. This rising wind was foreboding the coming storm. Such a good name. Kenneth will be a wonder when he grows up. Chloe explained the ancient poem that inspired Victoria's naming for her baby. Victoria gave Chloe a thumbs up. I don't really admire just anybody, but I really admire you. I knew you would know. I loved ancient poems from the ancient dynasty when I was still in college. I did quite a bit of research on them. I especially like this poem called East Building of City. I love the last two lines the most. The clouds were floating above the river while the sun was setting behind the tower. This rising wind was foreboding the coming storm. That was why I came up with the name Kenneth when I saw him. Chloe smiled and didn't say much more. She seemed to understand what Victoria was feeling. I don't understand what they're saying. Max hated studying, so he was very confused. Ordinary people won't understand the conversation of geniuses. You just need to listen, Brenton chuckled. Oh yeah, I suddenly recall something. Hey Justin, where's my son's gift? Brenton turned around and looked at Justin. Justin took out a key from his pocket and put it on the table. Oh, damn. A Lamborghini. Justin sure threw in a lot of money this time, Max jumped over. Don't worry. When you have a son, I'll get you one too, Justin said, as he looked at Max stilly. I knew Justin was a generous man. He doesn't need extra work or money, Max praised. Then, Justin's next sentence shook everyone in the room. When I have a son, you two can give me a Bugatti each in return. God damn, Brenton. God damn. A Lamborghini costs $3 million, but a Bugatti was worth over $20 million. Justin, you sure know your math? Brenton chuckled. All businessmen are mercantile and cunning. Guys, let's eat first. Let me hug the baby. You guys can go eat. Mrs. Cooper came over and said. Auntie Cooper, it's all right. I can do it myself, Victoria said politely. No, I love children. It's great to see such a big, cute baby. Let me hug him. You guys go eat, Mrs. Cooper said. Then she picked up Brenton's baby with a gentle smile and love in her eyes and walked towards the living room. Max was in awe when he saw Mrs. Cooper carrying the baby. He suddenly said, When Justin has his child, then the Cooper family will probably be celebrating every day. Justin, when are you planning to get married and have kids? Don't let Uncle and Auntie Cooper wait too long. Everyone looked at Max with slight amusement after he said that. Justin rolled his eyes and responded, Stop with the nonsense, man. I'm not anywhere close to getting married. Ha, I'm just dreaming about your bright future, Max said with a bright smile. Do I need you to dream about my future? Are you stupid? Hurry up and go sit down and eat, Justin said jokingly as he kicked Max's ass. Everyone looked at Justin and knew how embarrassed Justin felt. Then they looked at Chloe and saw how uncomfortable she was. Victoria was very smart and changed the topic right away. She held onto Chloe's hand and said, Don't you think my son's unlucky, Chloe? He was born as a Leo. Ah, you should be happy. Your son was almost a Virgo, Max added. What's wrong with being a Virgo? Don't shit on my great Virgo people, Chloe teased. Chloe looked at Victoria with a smile and said, What's wrong with being a Leo? It's such a grand horoscope. Ugh, Leo's the most overpowering horoscope out of the 12. Ordinary people can't take it. No, I think it's great, especially for boys. He'll be a shining star and a great leader when he grows up. Leos are a bit bossy, but they are passionate and charming. Hopefully, Victoria didn't say much more and pulled Chloe to the dinner table with her. It had been a long time since they peacefully ate with each other. Mrs. Cooper prepared a lot of great food for them, and they enjoyed the meal very much. Maybe because it was a natural birth, Victoria's body weight recovered a lot after giving birth. They left after lunch, and Chloe grew slightly tired. Justin saw that she was tired and said immediately, I'll help you upstairs for a nap. Thanks. Chloe walked in the front with Justin following her. He paid full attention as he was scared Chloe would accidentally trip. Justin was about to leave after helping Chloe get to her room when Chloe shouted, Justin, yes? I want to go to the temple. The temple? Justin was slightly shocked. Yeah. I want to go to the one Jack and I went to before. It's a bit far from here, but I like it there. I really want to go again. But you're like this now. Do you think you can climb a mountain to get to the temple? Justin asked worriedly. I can walk slowly. Don't worry. Justin, I know my body well. I'm not weak. I'm a doctor too, so I know my limits, Chloe asserted. Justin didn't say anything, but rather looked down, thinking in his head what kind of accidents could happen. Are you worried that I'll be targeted like the time I went to find Rick? Chloe asked when she saw Justin not responding. Yeah. I don't think I can let you take this risk. I can't allow you to get into any small accidents. Justin looked up and responded seriously. You don't need to worry. Last time your scheme worked. Andrew is a devious person that easily gets suspicious, so he won't move without careful thought and planning. Even if he gets the news I was going to the temple, he would think that you were going to use the same tactic, and there's no way he was going to get tricked twice. Bella's father won't do anything either. I know Andrew better, and I trust your analysis. However, with Victor, how do you know he's not going to try anything? Justin questioned. I've been following the news for the last few days. Victor has been traveling 3 folds less than before abroad. This is a strange phenomenon. Sometimes the media would do a close-up on him and they're all showing that he's in a rush. I'm guessing he's in some sort of trouble right now. Also, he went to Sarah's wedding and did nothing. One reason might be that he was too scared to take action in public since he might leave behind some sort of evidence that could be traced back to him. Another reason may be that he can't even protect himself anymore, so he doesn't have time for me. You need to know that last time I got into trouble, it was midnight. It was dark and no one was around. We're going in broad daylight this time. There's going to be cameras everywhere, and we'll be on the highway. Do you think the mayor of the city can do anything outrageous? Chloe said confidently. Your analysis seems to make sense, but it's all based on assumptions. Justin still didn't want Chloe to go out. Justin, I beg you, Chloe said softly, but with puppy eyes. Justin could not say no to Chloe like this. He would give in immediately when seeing those puppy eyes. You don't need to beg me. I don't want you to go because I'm worried about your safety. But if you really want to go, I'll go with you. Thank you, Chloe responded with a gentle smile. Oh yeah, don't tell Mrs. Cooper. I don't want them to worry, Chloe said. I understand. When do you want to go? Let's go early tomorrow. As soon as the sun rises, we set off. Is that all right? Yeah, I'll come and pick you up tomorrow morning then. He then left the room and went downstairs. Chloe gently stroked her belly and said, Be good, my babies. Mommy will show you guys the wish your daddy wrote before. Chloe stared into some distant place. It seemed like yesterday. She remembered everything about the time she went to the temple with Jack. She had 3 wishes. She would kowtow every 3 steps. Jack was an atheist, but he would do the same with her. The couple was very pious. They climbed up to the top of the mountain and wrote down their wishes. Then, they tied their wishes to a tree. Chloe didn't see what Jack wrote. She firmly believed that his wish would one day come true. They decided that when their wishes were fulfilled, they would come back again together. Jack now vanished, and Chloe didn't know when he would come back. Seasons passed by, and the babies were soon to be born. Yet, there was no news of Jack at all. Chloe drowned into slight despair. She didn't know what to do when she was in despair. She could only put hope in God. Chloe wished for a child last time she went, and she was now pregnant. Her wish was fulfilled. This time, she was going to beg God to return Jack to her. She could sacrifice anything, including the children and her own life. She only wanted Jack to return. Chloe once again couldn't sleep. She picked up her diary from the drawer and a pen and started writing in it. It's been 6 months and 5 days since I got pregnant. The twins have been moving a lot more. I feel movements on both sides, so I can tell they're very outgoing children. Jack, if you were home, you would tell me to be patient, and that in a few months, I could drop these 2 little things. I've also been doing prenatal teaching on them too. I was listening to the background music from Hayao movies, but then it suddenly changed to the song from You Are the Apple in My Eye. I started recalling the times we spent together at the second high school. Those innocent and beautiful days. When are you going to come back? The twins and I are waiting for you. Chloe's diary was blotted with tears now. After she got pregnant, she wasn't as strong as before. She became more sentimental and would burst into tears for no reason. She became more sensitive perhaps because she was fragile, or maybe just because she would soon become a mother. After weeping silently for a while, she put away her diary carefully. She wanted to record everything during her pregnancy and show it to Mr. Dawson if he came back one day. She would make him read it page by page and show him how she and her babies managed to survive without him. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. It was daybreak. When Justin returned early with a big breakfast, Mr. Cooper and Mrs. Cooper were still in bed. After eating breakfast, Chloe and Justin left silently. This trip was low-key, but Justin still brought many bodyguards with them. They traveled in 3 cars. With extremely skilled and well-armed bodyguards protecting them in the first and the third car, Chloe and Justin rode in a black Hummer in the middle. 3 cars set off toward the highway at the same time. When Andrew got the news, it was already 8 a.m. He had arrived at the Green Corporation and was about to attend the company's morning conference when his men hurried to him with the news. "Boss, we've got news about Miss Green." "Speak," Andrew said with a dark expression. He was still angry that Justin had tricked him last time. At 6 a.m. this morning, Justin left the city with lots of people. "We don't know where he went, but Miss Green is in one of the cars." "Are you sure?" Andrew asked. We didn't get a close look. Justin's very shrewd, and we didn't dare to get too close. We watched them through binoculars and took some pictures. But we are sure that one of them was a woman of a slight build. She wore workout clothes, a black baseball cap, and sunglasses. Morons. You said the same thing the last time and swore that she was Chloe. What did we find? He no longer trusted the intelligence gathered by his men. But boss, I think this time the information is correct. Thinking it's correct is not good enough. I want accurate information, since I can't be tricked by the fellow Justin again, like I'm a stupid monkey. We can't take the risk. If we get tricked by Justin again, we'd be in big trouble and expose ourselves. After all, it's not a trivial offense if we were accused of kidnapping the grandson of Commander Cooper. Boss, you're right. We didn't think it through. Hearing his words, his men didn't dare say more about it. How are things going with Victor? Very good. We are waiting for your order. Good. I'll think about it and find a good opportunity to give him a big surprise. Andrew said with a cold smile. He would never forgive anyone who wanted to hurt Chloe, not even himself, For Andrew, even all the beautiful women combined were not a match for a faint smile from Chloe. Unfortunately, his way of doing things was ruthless and tough, quite the opposite of Chloe's kind personality. In fact, as Chloe had expected, Andrew was indeed afraid. He wasn't afraid of Justin's abilities, but that he would be tricked by Justin again. Because of his fear, he missed another good opportunity to make a move. Of course, Justin wasn't a careless man. Without proper preparations, he would never take Chloe out. Even if Andrew brought his men to kidnap Chloe, he couldn't guarantee that he would succeed. Justin and Chloe arrived at their destination safely with no disturbance. Before they got out of the car, Justin glanced at Chloe in admiration. "It seems you were right. They didn't make a move." Chloe smiled faintly. "Let's go up." Chloe was impatient to see the wishes that Jack had written on the prayer ribbon. It was now the most fascinating thing that Jack had left for her. "I hope we don't have to kowtow after every 3 steps this time," seeing the many steps before them. Justin glanced at Chloe worriedly. Chloe burst into laughter. "What are you laughing about?" Justin was puzzled. "I'm laughing at you and your naive questions. There are so many steps, and the babies will come out soon. How can I kowtow every 3 steps? It would kill me and my unborn babies." "I don't know. After all, you're a unique woman who does things differently from ordinary people." "No, I won't do it. I know what's important." Turning to the steps cautiously, she looked down at the steps and walked up steadily. Justin closely followed her, afraid that she would misstep. With her present weakened physique, she couldn't get to the top without pausing. After taking several breaks, she finally reached the temple on the top of the mountain 1.5 hours later. "Come and take some water." Justin handed her a thermal bottle he had been carrying. It was warm water he had brought from home. Ever since Chloe moved into his house, Justin had forbidden her from drinking mineral water because it contained too many minerals. She had been drinking the water filtered by the custom-made water purifier that the Cooper family had ordered from abroad. Chloe took the bottle and gulped down some water. Then, she looked down at the foot of the mountain. "Does it look the same as when you came here last time?" Justin asked casually. "The same. Exactly the same. In fact," Chloe added silently, that the only difference was the man standing beside her. She wouldn't say it out loud. Although she didn't like Justin, she didn't want to hurt him. The longer she stayed with him, the more good qualities she found in Justin. He was said to be a hot-tempered, money-squandering, arrogant prince of a powerful family, but Chloe found the rumors were exaggerated. In her eyes, Justin was an extremely caring man. He always showed up when Chloe needed help the most and gave her a shoulder to lean on. But the sad thing was that she had never loved him. For many times, Chloe had asked herself if she would fall in love with Justin if she hadn't met Jack first. The answer was that there were no ifs in life. There were only consequence and results. So, Chloe didn't want to make the useless hypothesis. At this time of the year, the weather was good, and the temple was crowded with prayers, even though it wasn't a special day for the Buddhists. When Chloe and Justin entered the temple, Justin's bodyguards kept watching not far from them. Chloe wore a white cotton dress with a thin drape. As usual, Justin wore a white Versace short-sleeved shirt and coffee-colored pants. Their good looks made many people think that they were a couple. Some nosy old men and women walked up and asked curiously, "Young man, how far along is your wife?" Justin blushed instantly and was too embarrassed to answer. In contrast, Chloe was calm. "I've been pregnant for more than 6 months. So far along. The baby will come out soon. Take care and don't tire yourself, otherwise you'll have the baby before it's time," the kind-hearted old lady instructed her. "Thank you, madam." Chloe smiled sweetly. "Your belly is quite big. I think the baby must be big. It will be quite a labor when it comes out. Girl, you must eat less and control your weight," the old lady advised her helpfully. "Madam, her belly is big because she has twins." Justin couldn't help himself from not laughing. "Whoa, twins. Your wife is awesome. You must be more considerate to her. It's not easy to be a woman. Just as the saying goes, A woman is a princess for one day, a queen for 10 months, and a servant for the rest of her life. She's a princess only on her wedding day, and is a queen for the 10 months of pregnancy. But after the baby is born, alas, her figure will lose its shape, and, more importantly, she will put lots of her energy into taking care of the baby. The old lady babbled away. Chloe said with a smile, "Madam, you're right. Children are always on their parents' mind. We give all our love to them just to hear they call us dad or mom." Chloe quoted a line from the song, "Where Does the Time Go?" After chatting with the old lady for a while, Chloe walked further inside with help from Justin. When they came under the wishing tree, Chloe looked up at the prayer ribbons all over the branches. "Which one are you looking for?" "The one that you wrote yourself?" Justin asked. "No, I want to find the one written by Jack," Chloe said mildly. "Got it. I'll help you." Without another word, Justin immediately walked up and began to search among the ones on the lower branches. Then he stood on his toes to read the ones on the higher branches. After more than 20 minutes, he finally found Jack's prayer ribbon among more than 1,000 ribbons on the tree. On it was Jack's elegantly written name. His handwriting was very good. Justin took it down carefully. Without reading it, he handed it to Chloe. Chloe opened it eagerly. Looking at Jack's familiar handwriting on it, she was full of emotions. Since the prayer ribbon wasn't big, Jack had written in small characters, and it contained 3 wishes. Chloe almost fell apart when she saw the words Jack had written. Her tears flowed down without control. Justin was immediately alarmed by her weeping. "Chloe, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Justin walked up and asked. Chloe remained silent, but the tears continued to gush out of her eyes. Justin couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed the prayer ribbon from her hand. He froze when he saw Jack's 3 wishes. On the ribbon was written, "Jack and Chloe will be together forever. Jack and Chloe will be together forever. Jack and Chloe will be together forever." All 3 of Jack's wishes were about Chloe, wishing he would be with her forever. But now, they hadn't received a word about Jack for months and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. They didn't even get his body out. How could Chloe remain hopeful? With the prayer ribbon in his hands, Justin was wondering how to comfort Chloe when she suddenly turned and ran off. "Chloe, where are you going? Come back scared." Justin knew something bad would happen and raced after her. Despite her big belly, Chloe was familiar with the terrain of the temple and ran fast. She stopped suddenly after running for dozens of steps. Then she moved forward at a slower pace. Justin turned white the moment he caught sight of her. She was standing on the edge of a cliff. Without any protective fences on the edge, she stood on a cliff hundreds of meters high. Anyone would shatter to pieces if they fell. Justin watched as the emotional Chloe moved closer to the edge of the cliff. He was scared, senseless. "Chloe, what do you think you are doing?" Justin roared in fury. "Justin, I want to be with Jack forever." Chloe turned her head, looked at Justin with her red-rimmed eyes, and said hoarsely, putting emphasis on each word, "That's ridiculous. If you want to be with him forever, you can't jump down the cliff. Are you seeking death? Didn't you say, 'It's good news that we haven't received news about him? He will return.' Justin, don't be silly. Jack won't come back. If he didn't die, he'd have come back for me, and wouldn't have been silent for months. Justin, I don't want to lie to myself anymore. I'm tired of living. I'm not happy. I want to go and see Jack." "Chloe, even if you don't want to live for your own sake, you must think about the babies. The poor babies haven't seen the world yet. You're so cruel that you want to deprive them of the chance to come into this world?" Chloe shook her head as she cried, "I want to take my babies to see Jack in the underground. By that time, our whole family will be together. What if Jack didn't die? You would have jumped off the cliff for nothing. Imagine how much pain Jack would feel if he comes back and realizes you're dead." "Chloe, calm down. You're an intelligent woman and should understand the situation. Please don't act rashly. Justin regretted bringing Chloe to this place deeply. If he had known what would happen, he would have refused her request without hesitation. She would be displeased with him, but at least she wouldn't endanger her life. Right now, Chloe wanted to die wholeheartedly. Stimulated by Jack's 3 wishes, she was ready to kill herself. Justin, I've been through so much lately. I don't think I can continue like this. Let me go. I'll repay your great kindness in the next life. That said, Chloe leaped off the cliff. Acting swiftly, Justin lunged at her and grabbed one of her legs. Then he was dragged down by the momentum of Chloe's leap. "Young master!" The bodyguards of the Cooper family immediately shouted. When they saw Justin was dragged down by Chloe, their hearts almost stopped in fear. The visitors of the temple screamed in fear too. My goodness, people fell from the cliff. "Hurry and call the police and the ambulance." Yells came from the crowds. When Justin's bodyguards dashed over together, they saw Justin had caught Chloe tightly with one arm as his other hand was grabbing a tree branch which wasn't very thick. Fortunately, his arms were strong. Otherwise, he couldn't have lasted so long. "What are you looking at?" "Hurry and pull me up," Justin yelled. The bodyguards immediately took out a rope, tossed it down, and pulled Justin and Chloe up. Because of the shock, Chloe had passed out the moment she jumped. At the door of the VIP emergency room in the Army hospital, Mrs. Cooper had raced to the hospital as soon as she got the news. How is she? How is she? How is Chloe now? I don't know. They are trying to revive her in there. Justin put his hands on his face in irritation, blaming himself for what had happened. If something happened to Chloe, what would he do? How could he forgive himself? Mrs. Cooper punched Justin on the shoulder in anger. "Are you dumb? She's several months along and you allowed her to climb the mountain? You even took her to the mountaintop. What would we do if she loses the babies?" "Chloe, my poor child. It's all my fault. If I knew it, I'd have stopped you from going." At the thought that Chloe and the babies were all in danger, Mrs. Cooper began to weep. Having taken care of Chloe for a long time, she'd become very close to Chloe and saw her as a member of her family. She didn't dare to think about what they would do if something had happened to Chloe. At this moment, the light above the emergency room turned off. The attending doctor walked out with a mask on his face. "How is she, doctor?" Justin immediately dashed up and grabbed the doctor's sleeve with an anxious expression on his face. His heart was in his mouth. "The mother and the babies are all right. She had just gotten frightened and needs some rest." Hearing the doctor's words, Mrs. Cooper and Justin heaved out a sigh of relief. "But, Mr. Cooper, Miss Green's condition is complicated. I hope you can come to the office with me." "Okay." Justin nodded. "Mom, you go in and take care of Chloe. I'll return in a minute." "Okay." Mrs. Cooper nodded readily and followed the nurses as they pushed Chloe from the emergency room to a ward. Justin followed the attending doctor into the office. The female obstetrician looked grim. Does she have other problems? Justin felt the doctor hadn't told him everything and was afraid Chloe was still in danger. "Miss Green is not in danger for now and the babies are okay, so you don't have to worry about them. What I'm going to talk about with you is Miss Green's psychological illness." Psychological illness? Justin was a little surprised. When we checked her, we found that she was very unstable emotionally. We suspect she has some psychological illness. "You mean prenatal depression?" the doctor said in conviction. Justin had never imagined Chloe, an excellent doctor, would have such a strange illness. Thinking Justin didn't understand what the illness meant, the doctor explained patiently, "Prenatal depression refers to the pregnant woman's unreasonable expectations for their husbands or their environment due to their physical and mental changes. Not able to fulfill these expectations, they try to suppress their negative emotions until they accumulate to the point of erupting. I guess she tried to kill herself after receiving some form of stimulation today." "Yeah." Justin nodded, still blaming himself for taking Chloe to the temple. Prenatal depression is a serious illness and can't be taken lightly. You must treat it as seriously as you treat depression. No matter how optimistic and open the patients were before pregnancy, they will turn into different people once they get this illness. They might have symptoms such as restlessness, anxiety, lack of appetite and sleep, guilt, insecurity, difficulty in concentration, etc. When they get worse, they will have negative emotions about everything around them and feel pessimistic about everything, which makes them lose hope for life and leads eventually to suicide. So, you must take it seriously. Then, what should I do? Justin was extremely worried. When Chloe was working, she had been a famous neurologist in Southside. Now that the neurologist herself was ill, how could they treat her? We advise giving her conservative treatment because her current condition doesn't allow us to use any strong medicines on her. We think you should get her family members and friends to visit her more often and talk to her. The most important factor is the baby's father. Mr. Cooper, is Miss Green's husband not in the city? How come he never visited her? The doctor didn't know Chloe's situation or anything about Jack. Her husband is now abroad and can't return for some special reasons. What's more important than his wife and children? To tell you the truth, what pregnant women need most is the company. I think the absence of her husband is the main reason for her prenatal depression. It's a serious issue. Doctor, do you have other suggestions? Justin was worried. There are no other ways. You must talk to and spend time with her more often, or you can distract her with something, so she won't have too much time to dwell on her own thoughts. The babies will be born in a couple of months. We can't allow any accidents to happen to her during this period. Got it. I know what to do now. Justin walked out of the doctor's office with a heavy heart. He wasn't familiar with prenatal depression since no one around him had had this illness before. But he was terrified that Chloe was feeling the need to kill herself. He called Victoria, who was a nationally famous expert with a PhD in psychology. Brenton, is your wife home? I want to talk to her. Justin made a call to the Blake mansion. Justin gave Victoria a brief summary of the incident. Victoria was stunned. Chloe has prenatal depression? Yeah, that's what the doctor told me. It seems we've neglected it. Chloe is smart and has high standards for herself. Not wanting to worry us, she never showed her negative emotions. Her emotional suppression over these long months has led to terrible consequences. Just like if we try to block the flow of water with mud, the water will accumulate and result in a flash flood. What shall we do now? You've got a PhD in psychology. Can you help her? Victoria was his last hope. Victoria's heart ached for Chloe. Chloe has suffered a lot. She has gone through too much during her pregnancy while Jack is missing. To protect her babies, she lives in an unfamiliar place away from her family. If I were her, I'd probably have gone mad long ago. Chloe's mental strength is very great since she has managed to remain calm until now. We thought she was as strong as a god and wouldn't make a mistake, but she is only a 25-year-old woman. She is made of flesh and has her own emotions and temper. Justin frowned slightly as his heart ached for Chloe. For an ordinary young woman, Chloe had indeed gone through a lot, including many difficulties, torment, and misfortunes. Don't worry, Justin. I'll think of a way to help her. She can't take medicine now, but we can think of other ways to treat her. Good. Just tell me what to do. I'd do anything to help her. Justin was desperate. He would pluck stars from the sky if they could help Chloe. I think you must think of a way to get Chloe's mom back from New Zealand. Huh? That's a good idea. Understanding dawned on Justin. Chloe hadn't seen her mother for a long time. If her mother could stay with her, she would be in a much better mood. We'll do the rest little by little. Bring her some positive information each day. Make her listen to music more often and give her more information about babies. When I have time, I'll bring my baby to visit her, and help her understand the greatness of being a mother and the miracles of bringing life to the world. Good. Thank you, Victoria. Justin was grateful. Don't mention it. Go and take care of Chloe. We'll visit her tomorrow at your home. Okay. After the doctor was sure the babies were safe, Chloe was released from the hospital on the afternoon of the second day and returned to the house of the Cooper family. She ate very little during supper. Even Grandpa Cooper couldn't bear it and instructed, "Girl, you eat too little. Have some more. Grandpa Cooper, I have no appetite. Please go on with your meal. Do you want to play chess?" Grandpa Cooper tried to cheer up Chloe. "Grandpa, she's tired and needs sleep. You are really not considerate to try to get her to play chess." "Hey, young fellow, you dare to scold me?" Grandpa Cooper gave Justin a hard look. Chloe stuck out her tongue and smiled, but everyone could see that her smile was faint and tired. Ever since she returned from the hospital, her spirits had been low. Looking worried all day long, she showed no interest in anything. Justin knew Jack's 3 wishes had a great impact on Chloe. He thought of all kinds of ways to comfort her, but received a little effect. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Justin immediately stood up. "I'll get the door. I guess we have a guest." Everyone else looked at the door curiously. When Sandra appeared, Chloe stood up immediately in surprise. "Mom?" Her voice trembled. In the next moment, Chloe ran over to her mother despite her big belly. She threw her arms around Sandra and wept. Sandra held Chloe lovingly. "Chloe, my child, you've been through a lot." Then they wept together in each other's arms. In the weakest moment of life, a person will feel much better if they could get comfort from their mother. Even though Chloe knew Sandra wasn't her biological mother, Sandra had raised her, and she already considered Sandra her real mother and part of her family. Did you arrange it?" Mrs. Cooper asked Justin quietly. Justin nodded. "You're quite good. With her mom back, Chloe will feel much better." Drying her tears, Chloe held her mother's hand and did the introduction. "Mom, this is Grandpa Cooper, Aunt Cooper, and my good friend Justin. They are extremely kind to me. They saved my life." Before Sandra returned from abroad, Thomas had told her what had happened without any concealment. After knowing the truth, Sandra immediately flew back to stay with her daughter. Hearing Chloe's introduction, Sandra let go of her hand and bowed deeply to the Cooper family. "Aunt Sandra, what are you doing?" Justin immediately walked over to help her up. "We'll forever remember the great kindness that the Cooper family showed to our Chloe." "Thank you." Sandra bowed deeply to express her gratitude. "Please don't do that. We see Chloe as a member of our family and like her very much. Due to the special situation she is in, we hope that you can stay here without feeling any burden on your mind. The most important thing for us right now is helping Chloe give birth to the babies safely." "Yeah, Sister Sandra, I'm a bit older than you, so I'll call you my sister in the future. Chloe is a very caring and considerate girl, and we like her very much. Please don't stand on ceremony with us." Mrs. Cooper also walked up. After chatting for a while in the living room, Sandra helped Chloe back to her room to rest. It was inconvenient to live in a stranger's house, but Sandra, like everyone else, would do anything for the safety of Chloe and her babies. Sandra's return greatly lightened Chloe's mood. That night, she even posted a message in her moments. But to keep her whereabouts a secret, she had changed the settings so that only the most intimate family members and friends could see it. She wrote in her message, "Only the people who can withstand the fierce battles can see the prosperity of great age." Seeing the message, Noah, Sarah, Victoria, Brenton, and Justin all liked it. Victoria had created a group for everyone except for Chloe. Victoria: "Justin, how does Chloe feel today? Now that her mother is back, is she happy?" Justin: "Quite happy." Sarah: "With her mother by her side, Chloe will feel much better. People, we must all visit her and cheer her up." Victoria: "Sarah, Are you pregnant? Sarah. Pooh. How can it be so soon? Babies don't come to us just because we wish for them. It's destiny. Noah. Honey, I found these words quite familiar. I feel I've heard them somewhere. Sarah. They are Chloe's words. I just borrowed them. Brenton. Anyway, we can relax a bit now that Chloe is safe. I hope the babies will come out soon to relieve our anxiety. Noah. Young Master Cooper, has Andrew done something lately? Justin. Andrew is planning something but not against us. I guess he'll wage a war against Victor Hall. Noah. They will fight each other? Aren't they allies? Victoria. I think Andrew was angered by Victor's vicious attack on Chloe. After all, he always thinks he loves Chloe. As they talked, a news notification flashed on their cell phones. Sarah was the first to react as she yelled in the voice message, "Whoa! Big news! Hurry and read it!" After Sarah finished speaking, everybody checked out the news on their phone. The news headline wrote, "Government official's mistress exposed, wearing $1 million watch and a Hermes bag." There were two blurry silhouettes in the photo. One of them was a young woman in a white dress with waist-length hair and a stunning figure. However, her facial features were unclear and unrecognizable. The man who had his hand around her waist looked older. He seemed around 50 and had graying hair. His features were also unclear. What stood out was the Audi A6 behind the two. The license plate was CR0011, and everybody knew that plate ending in 0011 belonged to the mayor. So, the news caused 1,000 ripples. As soon as the scandal broke out, all major forums exploded in guesses as to who the government official was. Most thought that it was Mayor Hall, and if it was, it would be a disaster. After all, he was the city's mayor. If scandals of having a mistress broke out, it would be quite entertaining. It looks like Andrew made his move. He beat me to it, but whatever. I can still add oil to the flame. Justin smiled and called one of his men. That night, news about Mayor Hall's dealings with some shady millionaires broke out, along with news of forced evictions a few years ago. That only added fuel to the fire. Overnight, his reputation fell from heaven to hell. From that day on, scandals surrounded him for a whole month, pushing him off his pedestal. He was hanging by a thread, burdened by negative scandals. All that was needed was one blow, and he would crumble. A month or so later, Chloe was 8 months and 8 days pregnant. That night, when Justin returned from work, he comforted her. "Victor is done for. You'll get your revenge soon enough." Chloe shook her head. "I don't actually hate Victor, but not because I'm trying to be Mother Teresa. He hates me because he thinks that I killed his daughter. It's only natural for a father to love his daughter. It's obvious that he would hate me after I took the blame in order to save Jack. I can understand how he feels. So, I am not too happy about his accident. I understand. I am not the one who started it. I only made things worse. Andrew is who made someone do it. I am not evil enough to drug Mayor Hall, get a young model to flirt with him, and take disgusting pictures," Justin slowly said. "He did do a lot of shady things all these years. He's not as law-abiding as he seems," Justin added. Chloe softly chuckled. "That's only natural. In this society, who's really law-abiding? If they really are, they will never gain wealth or power." Chloe is right. We don't understand the political world. Why else would your grandpa ask your dad to turn to the business world? Smiling, Mrs. Cooper peeled a tangerine and looked at Justin. Justin went to take it, but his hand was batted away by Mrs. Cooper. "Go away. It's not for you. It's for Chloe." Smiling, Mrs. Cooper handed the tangerine to Chloe. "Thanks, Auntie." Chloe smiled and took it. When she was about to eat it, her face changed. Her hand paused. "Kiddo, what's wrong?" Sandra could tell that Chloe was uncomfortable and immediately walked up to her. I think my water broke," Chloe's face was filled with panic. No way! You're not due yet. You're only 8 months pregnant, Justin panicked as well. Hurry up and drive Chloe to the hospital now. Mrs. Cooper was the first to react and dragged her son out of the door. Justin panicked and sped to the hospital in his black Lamborghini. Whilst driving, he looked at Chloe and asked, "Are you okay?" Chloe's contractions started already and she was sweating. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. You, stop pretending. How can you be fine at a time like this?" Chloe's calmness made Justin's heart ache. Mrs. Cooper and Chloe's mom followed them to the hospital in the Cooper family's Audi Q7 at the military hospital. The obstetrician checked for Chloe and said, "The cervix is opened wide enough. We need to get her into the delivery room." Justin, I'm so scared. On the way to the delivery room, Chloe grabbed onto Justin's hand. It was the first time she had ever done so. She held onto it with her life. She was really scared. Justin had known Chloe for so long, but this was the first time Justin saw the panic on her face. At this moment, Chloe's face was turning pale. She was sweating profusely, but she clenched her teeth and didn't make a sound. Compared to the other patients, Chloe was a fighter. They were screaming in pain because everyone has different pain tolerances. Chloe always had a high tolerance and a strong backbone, so she refused to admit to being in pain. But right now, she was terrified. She knew that it was dangerous to give birth to twins naturally. There were cases of mothers dying due to blood loss. Chloe was scared that she might not come out. What if something happened to her? Don't be scared, Chloe. I'll wait for you here. I believe in you. Nothing can bring you down. Chloe's breath was weak. It might be because of the pain that her voice became softer and softer. Justin, listen. If I don't come out, I have a Swiss bank account. The card is in my wallet. It's inside the drawer in my room. It's under my name. There's about $1 billion in there. If I go, take the money and... Before Chloe could finish, Justin exploded on her. I don't want to hear that. You can take care of your own bank account. If something happens to you, I am burning all your cards. You? Chloe almost laughed. Anyways, nothing will happen to you. Chloe, stay strong. You and your babies are going to be fine. You're the best doctor. I believe in you. When Justin said that, he was on the verge of tears. His eyes were damp. This iron-blood man feared nothing but Chloe's tears. Seeing Chloe suffer made his heart break. Hearing something like that, at a moment like this, made those words sound like her last. So, it was only natural for Justin to lose his cool. I'll try. After a bit, Chloe softly said, You can't try. You have to come out safely. I am waiting for you guys. Justin tightly squeezed Chloe's hand. At that time, they arrived at the door of the delivery room. Justin was stopped by the doctor. Mr. Cooper, you can't go in. You should wait here. The nurse comforted him. Justin finally stopped. He watched Chloe's silhouette disappear at the door of the delivery room. At that moment, he couldn't stop his tears from falling. What is wrong? Son, where's Chloe? Justin and Chloe's mothers caught up to him. She's in the delivery room. So, she's in delivery? Justin's mother panicked as well. What are they going to do? She's not at full term yet. Chloe's mother panicked as well. Sandra, don't panic. I heard that babies are fully developed after 8 months. It shouldn't be a big problem for her to deliver now. They can keep the babies in an incubator for a few days. Chloe will be fine. Mm-hmm. Sandra nodded. Yet she still panicked. She pulled out her phone, walked to the other side of the corridor, and called Thomas. Grandfather Cooper called Justin at that moment. What's going on with Chloe? I just called home and the maid said that you all went to the hospital. Chloe is in labor early. Already? How many months is she? Grandpa Cooper seemed to be spooked. 8 months and 8 days. Oh, that's about time. Did she give birth? No, she was just pushed into the delivery room. Okay, when she delivers, call me. I have a meeting to attend. Before Justin could reply, Grandpa Cooper hung up the phone. Justin anxiously scratched his head. He had never waited for the birth of a child before, and was really dying of anxiousness. If he could take her place, he would. The delivery rooms were connected, and blood-curdling screams came out from the nearby rooms. He could hear the pain in their voices. Justin nervously paced around and did not know what to do. "Son, go and buy us 2 bottles of water. Your Auntie Sandra and I are thirsty." "Okay." Justin nodded and went downstairs to get water. At that moment, inside the Green family mansion, "Boss, we received news from the military hospital." "What news?" Andrew was in a bathrobe and was reading a book named The Weakness of Willfulness. "Ms. Green just checked into the military hospital. It seems like she is going to deliver." When Andrew heard that, he immediately put the book down and took off his gold-rimmed glasses. "She went into labor?" "She's not due yet, right?" I heard that she's delivering prematurely." "Prematurely? Is that dangerous?" Andrew panicked as well and shot up. At first, he wanted Chloe to somehow miscarry halfway through her pregnancy, but Justin protected her way too well. Ever since Chloe moved into the Cooper family's residence, he had no chance to make a move. Later, when Chloe went into her 3rd trimester, he couldn't do it anymore. If he did, Chloe might lose her life. He wouldn't take that chance. He was going to wait until Chloe delivered and moved out of the Cooper family. Then, he would find a chance to kidnap her. However, he was still surprised that she was delivering so soon. "Boss, I think it's a good chance. They left in a hurry, so they didn't prepare. If we bring enough men, we could take her by force." "You're joking. She's in the delivery room. What force? Do you know how to take care of her delivery?" Andrew's face was dark. The man lowered his head and stopped speaking. "Get a car ready. I am going to the hospital." "You're going yourself?" His men were surprised. "Right. I need to see her." Hearing about Chloe's preterm labor made Andrew panic. If something happened to Chloe, he wouldn't be able to see her one last time. So, the usually calm and collected man broke down at that moment. Andrew got changed and headed to his car. Right as he was going to climb onto his Range Rover, it exploded. The banging noise rang throughout his ears. Luckily, he didn't get on yet. Otherwise, he would be in bits and pieces. Right after that, his phone rang. He picked up the phone and heard an arrogant female voice. "Don't leave your house today. Otherwise, you can kiss your head goodbye." Clearly, somebody didn't want him at the hospital. "Are you Fiona?" Andrew questioned, but the other person didn't answer and hung up. On the other hand, Chloe had been struggling in the delivery room for 5 or so hours. At about 1 in the morning, the doctor walked out, exhausted. "Did she deliver?" "Doctor, how's my daughter?" Sandra walked up and asked. "She did. Don't worry, both the mother and children are safe." When they heard that, Justin, his mother, and Chloe's mother all let out a giant sigh of relief. "Doctor, were the twin boys or girls?" Justin's mother excitedly asked. "They are girls. They're completely identical and really pretty." "Girls, that's great." Mrs. Cooper always liked girls and was overjoyed from hearing that the twins were female. Sandra's hands were shaking from excitement. "So, I'm officially a grandmother?" "Ah, 2 little girls." Sandra felt her heart melting. Justin was still stunned and wore a mixed expression on his face. That excitement couldn't be described with words. It was as if Chloe's kids were his own. When women are 4 months into their pregnancies, they could tell the children's gender using colored ultrasounds. Victoria knew a long time ago that she was going to have a boy. So, the Blake family had celebrated it since then. Brenton's grandparents even gave Victoria a good amount of gifts. However, Chloe refused to find out the gender of her babies to preserve a sense of mystery. If she found out too early on, she wouldn't be surprised. Chloe didn't care if the twins were boys, girls, or one of each, as long as they were healthy and safe. "Where are the babies?" After a brief pause, Justin asked the doctor. "They've been taken to the NICU. They're too small and need to be kept in there for a few days. The patient is exhausted and needs to rest at the hospital. Right. Who is her direct relative? You need to sign some papers. Sandra followed the doctor to the office. Let's go and see Chloe. Mrs. Cooper was in a great mood and walked into the room with Justin. On the way there, Mrs. Cooper excitedly gave the good news to Grandpa Cooper. Dad, Chloe delivered. They're girls. Okay, you'll see them when you come back. I'm going to hang up now. Mrs. Cooper happily ended the call. What did Grandpa say? Justin smiled. He can't wait to fly back. He was going on about getting the little babies presents. Haha, Grandpa seems really excited. When the mother and son walked into the room, Chloe was already conscious. She looked fragile and pale. Mrs. Cooper, Chloe greeted her with a weak voice. Chloe, you did great. You delivered the twins naturally. You must be exhausted. At least the babies didn't give you too much trouble. Did you know? You had a pair of beautiful girls. Mrs. Cooper squeezed Chloe's hand and gently said. Chloe nodded feebly. The nurses told me when I was in the delivery room. They are really healthy, but a little underweight. They were only 7 pounds together. That isn't too bad. They're a pair. They'll be fine after a few days in the NICU. Don't worry about anything and take care of your body. I hired a professional caretaker. She'll take care of you and the kids for the next few months. You can call me whenever you need anything, okay? Auntie, thank you so much. Chloe looked at Mrs. Cooper with sincere gratitude. You don't have to be polite. I've been treating you as my own daughter. Your grandpa is so excited he's been going on and on about seeing the kids. At that moment, Mrs. Cooper turned around and called to Justin. Justin, why are you still standing there? Come and see Chloe. Justin slowly approached Chloe and looked at her with his heart aching. The first thing he asked was, Does it still hurt? Chloe laughed and shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. I thought I was going to die of pain. Back when I was a nurse intern in the OB/GYN department, the attending told us that giving birth was equivalent to breaking a dozen ribs. I thought my pain threshold was pretty high, but I still felt like I was dying. Stupid girl, it's all over now. Justin comforted her. I am going to go see the babies in a bit. You should get some rest. Okay. Chloe smiled. It was evident that the warm glow of motherhood radiated off her face. Justin walked to the door, turned around, and looked at Chloe's gentle smile. Actually, I've been secretly hoping that you would have girls. Then, there'd be 2 more girls just like you in the world. That's such a wonderful thing. Before Chloe could respond, Justin turned around and left. After a while, Sandra returned. When Mrs. Cooper saw her, she eagerly said, Sandra, can you watch Chloe for now? I want to go see the babies. Okay, go ahead. Sandra wet a towel with hot water and wiped Chloe's face patiently. Chloe, you finally gave birth. That's great. You don't have to suffer anymore. Haha. Yeah. Mom, did you hurt a lot when you had Thomas? Thomas was fine because he wasn't my first. When I had you, I was suffering. The pain made me want to crawl into the ground. Chloe hesitated. She hadn't told her mother the truth yet. Therefore, Sandra still had no idea that the first child she had wasn't Chloe. But that was fine, though. A white lie would suffice for now. Otherwise, with her mother's personality, she might not be able to take it if she found out the truth. Did you think of a name? You can take it slow with the official names, but you need nicknames. It's easier to care for them that way, Sandra superstitiously said. Chloe thought for a bit, tilted her head, and said, Pudding and Little Bean. Pudding? Little Bean? Sandra was dumbfounded. They're girls. Their names have to be cute. Okay, if you like it. After speaking, Sandra pulled out her phone. I'm going to call Thomas. You should video chat with him. On one hand, Chloe happily spoke to Thomas. On the other hand, Mrs. Cooper and Justin stood outside the NICU, staring at a pair of baby girls through the glass window. Do you see them? It's them. the ones in the pink polka dots. Mrs. Cooper excitedly pointed at the twins. Justin leaned closer to the window and frowned. Mom, didn't the doctor say that they were really cute? Yeah, they're super cute. They're a pair of cute princesses. How great would it be if they were my grandchildren? Mrs. Cooper selfishly murmured and couldn't hold back her excitement. But they look like monkeys. They're wrinkly with small eyes. They don't have much hair either. Are they really pretty? The doctor must have bad taste. Are they really Chloe's babies? Maybe they got the twins mixed up. Mrs. Cooper was speechless. What do you know? Babies are all like this. They don't start to show distinct facial features until they're at least 1 month old. When you were born, you were much uglier than them. I thought I gave birth to some ugly creature and was actually pretty disappointed. Justin was speechless. Justin and Mrs. Cooper looked at the babies for a while with love in their eyes. Especially Justin. His feelings were pretty strange. He loved the twins from the bottom of his heart. When they walked out of the NICU, he took out his phone and posted in the group chat about the news. Great news. Dr. Green gave birth to a pair of beautiful twins at 1:36 a.m. and 1:38 a.m. respectively on October 23rd. Both the mother and daughters are doing well. It was already midnight when Justin sent out the snap message, but people responded immediately. Max responded, "What the hell is going on? All I did was go out, have a drink, and nail a girl." Meanwhile, Dr. Green already gave birth. Noah responded, "I'm on the night shift and was pretty sleepy. Now with the news, I'm awake again. Dr. Green give birth to little princesses? Congrats!" Brenton said, "Victoria is breastfeeding our son, so I'm in full charge here. Congrats to Chloe for officially becoming a mother." Victoria responded, "Breastfeeding doesn't mean I can't respond on Snap." Haha, Chloe gave birth to girls. We can even become in-laws. I know where I can find my son a wife now. Max exclaimed, "Are you sure you want to be in-laws with Chloe? Do you really think Kenneth will be smart enough for a genius's baby girls?" Brenton responded, "You don't need to worry about that. Victoria is super smart as well, so I believe our son will be able to handle them." Sarah wrote, "Since she gave birth to 2 at once, Victoria can have one, and I'll take the other one. I want to be in-laws with her too." Noah said, "Sarah, let's not be crazy with them, okay? The problem here isn't whether we can become in-laws with Chloe, but is how to give birth to a son first." Max laughed. "Yes, makes sense." Cody asked, "Big Brother Cooper, how's my sister? Is she doing well?" Justin responded, "Yes, she's just a bit tired, so she's sleeping right now. You guys can start coming in to visit tomorrow." Cody responded, "That sounds good. Let me think about what presents to get for my little nieces." Max agreed, Yes. Presents are important." Victoria asked, "Do they have names yet?" Justin responded, "I haven't asked Chloe for their official names, but they have nicknames already. From what I heard from Auntie Sandra, the older one is called Pudding, while the younger one is called Little Bean." Zhu Lingling responded, "That's amazing, Pudding and Little Bean." Max asked, "Why wasn't it Jelly and Beans?" Brenton responded, "You're just a foodie. To me, you look more like jelly." Victoria said, "The names are super cute. I really want to see these cute little girls." Justin said, "They look like monkeys right now." Justin's response surprised everyone. Max laughed. "I'm going to screenshot what you just said and send it to Chloe. I wonder how she would respond when she finds out that you said her daughters looked like monkeys." Justin threatened him. "Try actually doing that. See what consequences you'd face." In a quiet manor near Seattle, USA. Due to the time zone differences, it was daytime there. "Big brother, news is in from the country and your wife just gave birth." "She gave birth already? So soon?" Jack's eyes showed signs of slight surprise. "Yes. She gave birth naturally to a pair of twin girls and everyone's doing great. Chloe's really been through a lot." "A pair of twin daughters. That's really nice. It would be nice if they could become kind and smart women like their mother when they grow up." Jack's eyes softened and showed much love. He used the black cane in his hand to help himself up. So, when do you plan to go back? Your wife just gave birth and her body is the weakest now. If you don't go back now, it might give a chance to Justin. What if she and Justin? Avery didn't finish the last bit of her question, but it was obvious what she was trying to convey. I'll let destiny decide what lays ahead, Jack said. Then he turned around and walked away. Avery stood behind Jack, tears welling up in her eyes. After her cousin got into that car crash and arrived in the United States, he seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He seemed to be more negative and introverted. He rarely talked and always kept to himself. He spent most of his days in the study looking afar. No one could really figure out what he was thinking about deep down. His father's health had returned to a more stable state. Jack had acted as the lead surgeon for his father's most recent surgery, and the latter had been recovering well. Also, the Dawson family never lacked money. Hardly anyone tried to figure out where they were anymore, as most of them had already given up. Avery's father had returned to the New York headquarters a long time ago. Jack's parents were nursing themselves in Hawaii. This left Jack alone in their mansion in Seattle. Avery would often visit him and update him about Chloe and her kids. Avery thought that after Chloe gave birth, Jack would become better. However, when she heard Jack say that he was going to let destiny decide everything, she realized that it would be long before Jack would go back. Avery did not understand what Jack was thinking or planning for. Her heart, however, ached for Chloe because she had been staying at someone's home, quietly awaiting to give birth to the twins. Big brother. Should we get my niece's presents and mail them back? Avery shouted at Jack as he walked away. Jack raised a hand and waved it, indicating that there was no need to do so. Avery bit his lips. Inside, she felt rather annoyed. She really didn't understand how Chloe was able to stand her cousin's depressive personality, because it was rather difficult to endure. Australia. A girl with long hair, wearing a green gauze dress, was sitting on a deck of a white yacht drinking red wine, while the wind blew onto her long hair. Boss? Your older sister gave birth. Are they boys or girls? Fiona looked back delightfully. She knew that Chloe was going to give birth soon, so she had organized a bomb to be placed inside Andrew's car. Of course, she didn't aim to kill him. After all, he was tied to too many things in the dark. However, she needed to threaten him somehow so he wouldn't meddle around when her sister was in labor. 2 girls. Wow, I have 2 nieces now. I'm finally an aunt. Boss. So, should we get the 2 kids? Swiss Army knives. Fiona's subordinate had heard her boss mention something similar. Are you stupid? They're just babies. When would they be able to use Swiss Army knives? No, I need to go to the auction house to see what's good, so I can buy them something. After all, it's their first time coming into a world where they have an aunt. Immediately after, Fiona put down the glass of red wine and got up to leave the boat. Boss, there's something else. What is it? Fiona looked back with icy eyes. Young Master Riker. What happened to that psycho Riker do? Is he dead yet? Fiona casually joked about him. He's not dead, but he's badly wounded. It seems that he's still in the emergency room. What? Fiona's voice had obviously gone up a few pitches. Young Master Riker was in Japan for business. Unfortunately, there was a terrorist attack. Many of his men died. Young Master Riker was chased after by many assassins, but was able to escape with heavy wounds. His father just called to tell you the news. I think he wants you to go see his son. You piece of junk! Why didn't you mention this earlier? Fiona's facial expression changed drastically. You mentioned earlier before that no news is more important than that of your sisters. That's why I told you about the twins before mentioning this to you. You're so stupid. Fiona didn't hesitate any longer and immediately turned the yacht towards the shore. Fiona was able to connect with her dad while she was on a direct flight to Russia. Dad, did you know Riker Ross wounded? I know. His dad called me. He said that the operation will be extremely difficult because he was shot 5 times. The bullet wounds were all in critical areas in his body, so it will be hard to get the bullets out. He asked if I could go take a look. Then what are you waiting for? You can't let Psycho Riker die. Judging from Fiona's voice, it was obvious that she was rattled. My little girl, I can't go. Legend was behind Riker Ross's attack. They weren't targeting his death. They are after me and want me to go. I'm already targeted by so many people. If I show up, then Legend will capture me for sure. When that happens, not only would I not be able to save Riker, I'd also lose my own life. Then what are we supposed to do? I'm no doctor, nor am I as smart as my sister. Has your sister gave birth yet? Her dad suddenly asked. Yes, twin girls. Really? Then I'm a grandpa now. Her dad sounded very much excited. Dad, it's not the time to be happy right now. I'm on my way to Russia. But there's nothing I can do. I'm not a doctor, so how am I supposed to save him? Then let him die. You don't like him anyway, so why are you so fussy about it? Her dad was being obviously provocative. I just think that if that Psycho Riker dies too early, I wouldn't have a rival in life, and my life will become more boring than it already is. Don't you think so, Dad? Fiona, why don't you just admit the fact that you like Riker? That's not possible. How could I like a guy like him? Fiona once again refused to acknowledge her true feelings. Then I guess I don't have the obligation to tell you how to save him. After that, her dad was about to hang up the phone. Fiona reacted quickly and shouted, Don't hang up, don't, Dad. Did you just say you know how to save Riker? Yeah. But you don't like him, so there's no need to save him. Him being so good to you for years doesn't seem to mean anything to you. So, why would he want to survive this anyway? You should just let him die, right? I actually don't hate him that much. He's a nice guy, but he's just a bit too arrogant, and his jokes aren't funny. Other than that, he's pretty good. If he didn't help me that last time, Legend would have caught me. So, do you like Riker? Damn it. What kind of father forces his daughter to answer a question like that? Don't you think that's a bit shady? Fiona, you know that Riker doesn't have much time left, right? Are you sure you want to waste his time like this? Fiona didn't know how to respond. After 5 seconds of silence, Fiona said in a low voice, Dad, I like Riker. Please don't let him die. I beg of you. Professor Wagner smiled with relief when he heard his younger daughter finally confess her true feelings. Instead of Russia, head to America first. What can I do in America? It's so far. Fiona did not understand what her dad meant. Someone in America can save Riker. Like your sister, he's a genius doctor. Fiona immediately understood what her dad meant. You mean Dawson? But I don't know where he is, Dad. Are you sure he's in the States? Are you sure he's still alive and hasn't been killed? Fiona was very shocked. She had been tracking Jack for a long time, but was never able to find anything. How did her dad find out that he was in the States? I'll send you an email in a minute. Once you decipher it, you'll be able to see his detailed address. But remember, be sure that no one is tailing you when you go. Okay. Fiona nodded. Okay. Now go on. We'll keep in touch. Then, her dad hung up the phone. 1 minute later, Fiona received an email. She spent 30 seconds deciphering the email with her dad's personal password. Change the flight route because we're going to Seattle now, Fiona commanded, at the headquarters of the Green Corporation in the city. After his morning meeting, Andrew returned to his office. He had been continuously bothered by one problem. That problem was that he really wanted to see Chloe's daughters. The daughters that came into this world yesterday around midnight. Andrew looked at his desktop calendar and said with a smile, They were born after midnight on the 23rd. They are a pair of little Scorpios. Chloe's little babies will probably have tough personalities. President Green, you have lunch with President of WAN today. Then, in the afternoon, you have a meeting with the Real Estate Alliance Board at the International Center. His secretary went through his day's schedule very quickly. Cancel them all. I'm going to go out and buy presents, so I won't be going to the meeting this afternoon." "Okay." The secretary was slightly startled. Very soon, Andrew drove out in his luxury car to the most high-end, luxurious mall in the city. "How may I help you, sir? Are you looking for anything specific?" the salesperson asked ardently. "I want to get my beautiful girls a gift to celebrate their first-month birthday," Andrew said with an evil smirk. In the army hospital, Chloe felt surreal. She thought everything was destiny, and she was almost certain that her babies were going to be Libras. Who would have thought that she would have to endure labor, all the way to the 23rd? In the end, she gave birth to 2 little Scorpios. When they grow up, would they be like Mr. Dawson, who liked to act cool, but was actually very warm-hearted? At the army hospital, Chloe woke up that morning and said to her mom, "Mom, I want to see the babies. I'll get the nurses to bring them over. Lay down and rest." "Don't worry about it," Sandra said. Chloe nodded. Very soon, 2 nurses carefully brought the babies into Chloe's room. "Ms. Green, your babies are gorgeous. They have really pretty eyes and their eyelashes are very long. Their hair is very black too." One of the nurses praised them. Chloe slowly sat up by the bed. One by one, she took her babies over to carefully observe them. She felt like she could see Jack's shadow through their faces. "Can you guys still tell who the older one is?" Chloe jokingly asked. "We can tell from their bracelets." "Ms. Green, you should choose names for them now. The hospital needs to register them and issue birth certificates. You'll need names to put them on your household registration booklet in the future." "Okay, let me think about it." Then, Chloe held one daughter in each arm, carrying them both. She looked at them and felt her heart melting. Suddenly, she thought of Jack. Finally, she looked up and said to the nurse, "I know." "What are their names?" The 2 nurses couldn't wait to find out. "Denna Dawson, Delcy Dawson," Chloe said slowly. "Denna, Delcy, these names are quite special," one of the nurses said with a smile on her face. "The names are so poetic. There's a verse in a poem that goes like this: 'If love between both sides can last for aye, why need they stay together night and day?'" "Wow. Ms. Green, are you missing the baby's father?" another nurse asked jokingly. Chloe smiled but didn't say anything more. Then she turned to look at her mom. "Mom, what do you think of these names? Don't they sound nice?" "It's great. As long as you like them, it wouldn't matter what their names are. After all, they are my granddaughters." Sandra looked at Chloe in a heartfelt manner. She felt that it was an incredibly happy thing to be with her daughter, especially when her daughter had just given birth to twin girls. "Ms. Green, it's about time to bring the babies back to the NICU for bed." "Okay." Chloe was a bit reluctant to let go of her babies, but she let the nurses take them away, leaving only her and her mother inside the room. "Chloe, I actually wanted to talk to you alone," Sandra said with hesitation in her eyes. "Mom, go ahead." "Chloe, what I'm going to say doesn't mean anything special. You don't need to overthink it, but I just want the best for you." Sandra knew that Chloe suffered from prenatal depression, so she didn't have the courage to tell her before. Now that Chloe gave birth to the twins and was feeling a lot better, Sandra really wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. "Mom, I understand. You don't need to worry about me." "I'm strong," Chloe said with a smile. Then, Chloe held onto her mom's hand, just like how her mom would hold her when she was little. Sandra wasn't her birth mother, but she had treated her well all these years. She had never been discriminatory because she was a girl, always treating her the same as Thomas, because she loved them both. Even after the death of Uncle James, when her mom held deep misunderstandings against her, it still never impacted their years of the mother-daughter relationship. Sandra was more open and less worried after hearing Chloe's words. She said with concern, "Chloe, you're only 25 years old. You're still so young. What are you going to do with twins now?" "Mom, I'm fine." Jack left me with enough money that our whole family can live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Do you know how much money that is? Chloe laughed. I'm not interested in numbers. I am interested in things money can't buy. Even if you have the most money in the world, can you buy the twins' fatherly love? Sandra asked. Chloe didn't respond. Can money buy you a husband that would be by your side? Chloe still didn't respond. Chloe, I understand that you are a strong and independent woman. All these years, you've been worrying about other people. It's time that you think for yourself and the twins. They were born into this world without a father, which means they will grow up with only your love. Are you sure you really want them to live that way? Mom, I don't want that either. But what can I do? Jack is... Chloe's eyes started getting watery. She tried so hard to not think about Jack because she was scared her depression would intensify. Then, have you thought about the possibility that Jack had actually passed away and is never coming back? What would you do then? Are you sure you want to be alone forever? Sandra looked at her daughter with loving eyes and asked, I will be fine on my own. We all came into this world alone and will all leave this world alone. We shouldn't be so dependent on others. I am prepared to be alone forever. I think this is my destiny, Chloe said with no emotional fluctuations. Chloe, you're wrong. You're only in your 20s. You've still got a long way ahead of you. Put it this way. Your life has just begun. If Jack really isn't coming back, shouldn't you give someone else a chance? I really don't want you to be alone. Chloe looked up in shock at her mother. Mom, you mean? Sandra took a deep breath in and slowly said, Yes, Chloe, I think Justin is a good man. Sandra didn't wait until Chloe gave a reaction as she continued to say, Justin loves you. I can tell. I heard that he has had feelings for you for a very long time. Mom, who did you hear this from? Did Auntie Cooper say something to you? Chloe looked a bit embarrassed. No, Mrs. Cooper didn't say anything. I've been young before, and I can see how Justin looks at you. There's just so much love. Also, the whole Cooper family has been so good to us. We owe them so much. That child has done so much for you. Even I'm touched by his actions. If the Cooper family didn't help you out, you would have been executed already. Mom, I know Justin did a lot for me, but I can't just give myself to him like a present. I don't love him, you know? If I don't love him, but chose to be with him anyway, it'll disrespect both him and myself, Chloe said, somewhat emotionally. She couldn't believe that her mom was trying to persuade her into accepting Justin. Chloe, you need to know that I'm not asking you to give him a chance because of his family background. I want you to give him a chance because he's a good man. He's someone that you can rely on for the rest of your life. He's someone that can give my granddaughters a loving family. You can't just think for yourself. Marriage isn't entirely about love. Even those who marry for love suffer from the 7-year itch. In the end, marriage life will be one without surprises. I know you're smart and think about things from more angles than I do, but I'm just giving you my honest opinion. It is your life, so you have the final call. Even though Justin is from a wealthy family, he has a great temper and loves you wholeheartedly. Even if I were blind, I would still be able to tell. I know you are someone who shows gratitude to other people, and I don't think you are capable of wasting his feelings and letting him down for everything he had done for you. Mom, it's not about letting anyone down. Justin has deep feelings for me, but that is his problem. I love Jack. What if he really did come back one day? If I were with Justin at that point, what would that all mean? What about Jack? He's the love of my life and the father of my children. I didn't say you have to make a decision now. I'm just saying you need to think about what I said for a bit. You could give Jack some more time, but if he really doesn't return in the next 5 years and you don't hear anything from him, then he will probably never come back. Worse, if he is still alive and isn't coming back, then what is the purpose of waiting for such a person? Mom, I cannot explain everything in just a few sentences, but I do have my own plans. Chloe did not seem to agree with her mother's opinion, but she did not want to have any disputes with her either. So, she subconsciously started to avoid this issue. Okay, if that's the case, I won't say anything more. Sandra was actually not disappointed, as she knew her daughter very well. Sometimes, when Chloe became stubborn, she could be quite scary. She was not perfect. Yes, she was a genius, but she still could have personality defects. As a mother, Sandra understood her situation, but she still hoped that she and her children could have a better life. She didn't want Chloe to raise her children alone at such a young age. When the children grow up, they would leave home and have their own husbands and families. At that time, what would Chloe do? Spend her remaining years alone? At this thought, Sandra became sadder. At this moment, the door to Chloe's door opened and a group of people walked in. Justin took the lead, and behind him were Brenton, Victoria, Noah, Sarah, Cody, Violet, and of course the forever alone Max. Congratulations, Dr. Green. Where are the baby girls? I'll go take a look. Max couldn't wait and put the gifts on Chloe's bedside table. Then he started looking around for the babies. They are sleeping in the incubator. You can go there and take a look. Or you can wait here. I will have them carried over as soon as they wake up. Wow, I am so excited to see what my daughter-in-law looks like, Sarah lamented. Me too. Victoria looked calm. Chloe laughed helplessly. You two? Is this really good? My daughters were just born less than 48 hours ago, and you two are planning their weddings already? So, do you want to set up a betrothal with my family? My family is super rich. Victoria laughed. Although not as rich, my family is one with high-ranking officials. When my son grows up, my husband, Captain Noah, will have been promoted to the provincial level. So, do you want to spare one of the twins for our family? Based on our long-term friendship. I promise to be super good to my daughter-in-law, and if my son dares to go out and mess around with other women, I will definitely break his legs, Sarah pledged in all sincerity. Hey! Darling, calm down. You are thinking too far ahead. Noah stopped Sarah from saying more. Everyone burst into laughter. Chloe received countless gifts that day. There were gold bracelets, jade guanyin pendants, and diamond long-life locks. The level of luxury was astounding. Well, young Master Cooper, what did you buy for the twins? Why haven't I seen it anywhere? Max spoke out abruptly. I don't have money to buy gifts. I'm too poor. I'm not super rich like the rest of you, Justin answered shamelessly. Upon hearing this, everyone almost spat out blood. President Cooper, you are too modest. If you were poor, then we would have been driven onto the streets to become beggars. Cody didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ignore him. He's just pretending. I assume what he got is so good that he doesn't want to show it to us. Brenton laughed. Justin, you're to blame then. Show and share with us if you got something good, Noah added. But Sarah looked down at him. Young Master Cooper, you really didn't bring any gifts? You suck. Seeing everyone was making it difficult for Justin. Chloe bravely stepped forward. Gifts aren't important. I have been living with the Cooper family for months, and the money they spent on me is a sky-high number. I don't want any gifts from him. It's no good making him spend too much money. Justin needs to save up in order to get married in the future. After Chloe finished, everyone's gazes shifted to Justin. Knowing that he was unable to escape from everyone's bombing questions, Justin slowly reached into his pocket and took out an invoice. Then, he elegantly pressed it onto the table. Max had a quick hand, and he immediately grabbed the invoice and took a quick look, being shocked, speechless by what he saw. Chapter 1731. Wow, what a gift. What is it? Let me see. Sarah was indeed really nosy. After she grabbed it over and took a look, she couldn't help but exclaim, Wow. Super rich people are much more generous than we are. Sarah, don't keep us guessing. Tell us what it is. Victoria laughed. It's a luxury cruise ship worth $380 million. He named it the Princess. Wow. Young Master Cooper, you are so generous. It seems as if they were your own daughters. This is such an expensive gift. Brenton was also amazed. Justin's face showed a trace of awkwardness. It looks like you were not joking. He said he was going to give the twins a plane if they were boys and a cruise ship if they were girls. Haha. Max suddenly recalled what Justin had mentioned during one of their previous conversations. I am a person who always keeps his words. I never exaggerate like you guys, Justin said proudly. This gift is too expensive. I can't. Chloe wanted to decline. However, Justin turned his head and glanced at her. It's not for you, so your refusal is invalid. This is a gift for the little princesses. As long as they like it, it's fine. Chloe, I heard that you named the babies? Victoria cleverly changed the subject to prevent Chloe from feeling awkward. I thought she named them Pudding and Little Bean. Sarah was puzzled. I'm asking about their legal names. I heard the twins are getting birth certificates today, Victoria added. Sis. So, what are my little nieces' names? Cody looked at Chloe with full anticipation. Violet shyly held Cody's arm. I bet their names are really pretty and special. After all, Chief Green chose them herself. Chloe took a quick look at everyone's face and smiled. Dina Dawson? Delcy Dawson? These names are exceedingly sentimental, Brenton laughed. Victoria blurted out, Clouds seem so polychrome, while the meteors convey spite. The remote Milky Way has no ends. Coming across this beautiful scene on a good day, for the lovers means much more than anything. Softness and sentiment make love deeper than water. How possible not to feel far away? But the separation is a must, after all, from this magpie bridge. If love between both sides can last for aye, why need they stay together morning and evening? Chloe, you're so poetic, Noah praised. What does it mean? Can someone explain it to me? Don't lie to me because I didn't do well in school, Sarah cut in. It means that a person misses somebody so much that he or she would think of them from morning to evening, from sunrise to sunset every day. But if their love is really deep, it will last forever, even if they are not able to be together every day, from morning to evening. Victoria explained the poem in more modern language. Chloe, you chose these names to commemorate Mr. Dawson, didn't you? Sarah blurted out without thinking, which caused a hint of pain to flash across Justin's eyes. It seemed like after everything Justin and Chloe had been through, the only person the latter loved was Jack, and Jack only. Even the children's names were Dina and Delcy, which were so exceedingly sentimental. Dina Dawson? Delcy Dawson? That's really cute. I really am looking forward to seeing what these two little girls are going to look like after they grow up. Are they going to be just as gentle and arrogant as Mr. Dawson? Or as smart as you? Victoria looked at Chloe and chuckled. I don't have any expectations for them. I just want them to grow up safely and healthily. Chloe smiled and replied, Should we celebrate their 1-month party? Max suddenly asked. I'll make preparations and you guys can just come directly to my home that day. It's not a good time for Chloe to go out now. Is the murder case still not resolved? I thought Mayor Hall has already fallen, Cody asked curiously. The downfall of Victor doesn't have much to do with Chloe's murder case. The only person that really matters is Andrew, Victoria analyzed. Speaking of Andrew, I am very confused. Chloe already gave birth. How is he still able to keep calm without making any moves? This isn't his style. Unless he is plotting something evil against our Chloe again, Sarah guessed. If he dares to hurt Chloe again, I will destroy him, even if it means that I'll go down with him. Justin's words were simply a reflex. So, he didn't feel awkward until after the fact. After all, it was weird for him to speak so straightforwardly in front of so many people. That's right. Nowadays, Young Master Cooper is probably the only one who has the ability to deal with that psycho, Andrew. Max grabbed Justin's shoulder and smirked. Come on, let's go to the NICU and have a look at the beautiful twins. Victoria led the crowd and walked out, leaving Chloe alone in her room with her mom. I am going to make you some soup, and you'd better lie down and rest. Sandra looked at her daughter. Okay, thanks, Mom. Chloe didn't know the greatness of being a mother until she went through childbirth. To have been pregnant for 8 months and then to give birth in 1 day. It was not as simple as it sounded. Only those who had tried it would understand how hard it was. Everybody says that you won't know your parents well enough until you are raising your own child. And Chloe was now deeply aware of it. She also knew now how hard it must have been for her mother to raise Thomas and her by herself. Just when Chloe was about to lie down, she heard her phone ring. It was actually a video call. Brat! What time is it over there? Why aren't you asleep? Chloe looked at Thomas and smiled lightly. Sis, where are my nieces? Let me take a look at them, Thomas said as soon as he saw his sister's face. Right after Chloe gave birth, Sandra called Thomas and told him the news over the phone, leading the latter to lose all interest in studying. His head was filled with his sister's beautiful little twin girls. They are being kept in the NICU for now. They're underweight, so they are not free to move around right now. Who do they look like? You? Or like my brother-in-law? Or does one look like you and the other one look like my brother-in-law? How should I know? They are still too small to tell. Only after they are 1 month old will their facial structures take shape. Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. I feel so happy whenever I think of myself as an uncle. I really wish I could fly back and see them immediately. What's the hurry? After the twins are 1 month old and I fully recover, I plan on moving out of Justin's house. If your workload isn't heavy, you can always fly back and we'll be able to see each other again. Mom's been worried about you ever since she came back, saying how you couldn't eat well over there. There's not as much food in New Zealand as there is back home. Even if you do sometimes manage to buy them, they don't taste the same. Mom is always thinking of me. I miss you and Mom so much. Sis, you just gave birth, so you must be very weak. Do eat something good. Ask Mom to cook something delicious for you, like fish soup or hawk soup. Okay. Take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. I heard that if a woman gets sick right after she gives birth, it'll relapse later in life. Thomas, you're rambling. Don't forget that your sister is a doctor. You don't need to remind me about all this. And stop fussing like an old woman, will you? You are turning into Mom. Is this something a man should be worried about? Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her brother's concerns. I'm saying all this for your own good, okay? Sis, you need to be more grateful, Thomas said. Thomas? Do you have any new romantic interests in New Zealand? Tell me about them. No, not at all. Foreign girls have hot bodies and are enthusiastic, but I am not interested. I do have a few classmates, but they all have high standards and are very snobbish as well. I have been living frugally, so they think that I'm some kind of poor international student and don't like to speak to me. Okay, I believe you. It makes sense, though. Plus, you are still young, so you don't need to worry about relationships. Sis? Yes? Still no news from my brother-in-law? Thomas asked carefully. After listening to Thomas's words, Chloe's eyes dimmed slightly. Nothing yet. Sis, don't be sad. I believe my brother-in-law is still alive. Don't give up. I know, I will wait for him. Be happy. That way we won't have to worry about you. I will. I'm going to bed then. Sis, good night. After hanging up, Chloe barely had the time to feel sentimental when she heard someone knocking on the door. Come in. Rick came in alone. The bodyguard with him stopped at the door. He wore a crisp, long-sleeved, black t-shirt. He looked as cold and indifferent as he always did. In his hands were 2 giant gift boxes. He seemed to have come prepared. Rick, why are you here? I heard about the birth of the twins. Congratulations, Chloe. Thank you. Chloe smiled sweetly. These are my gifts to the twins. You know that I am a dull person, and I don't know how to select gifts. Coincidentally, I just went back to the US a few days ago. I went to a jewelry store with my brother and saw this pearl set. So I bought 2 sets. Rick put the gifts in front of Chloe. You are too kind. They're infants. You didn't have to get them such expensive gifts. As their uncle, I had to buy something. Rick, why didn't Cece come with you? Chloe asked deliberately. We broke up. Rick faintly answered. Really? Because of the accident last time? Partly, but that's not the only reason. Anyways, it's a long story. I'm sure that Cece would be happier without me. She should date someone else. Rick looked very sad. But you are not Cece. How would you know what she is thinking? What if she thinks she is happiest when she's with you? Chloe's words made Rick speechless. It is what it is. Just let it be. I plan to slowly relocate my business this year. I may go back to the US by the end of the year. You're leaving? Chloe was stunned. Yes. No one is taking care of my brother's business over there. I've been living carefree here for a long time. It's only right for me to take responsibility within the family. So, you're going to leave Cece like this. Are you sure you will have no regrets? No one can be certain when it comes to relationships. And I don't know how to talk love either. Let it be so, as I am already very satisfied. Hearing Rick say this, Chloe didn't want to persuade him anymore. After all, Rick's character was too dull, and his relationship with Cece wasn't something that could be explained clearly in just a few words. 1 month from now, I'm throwing a 1-month birthday party at Justin's family home. Please remember to come. Sure. Rick nodded without hesitation. After Rick left, Chloe was just about to lie down to rest when her phone started to ring again. Seeing that number was from Andrew, Chloe did not want to pay attention to it at first. But she was also curious about what he wanted that she, for some strange reason, picked up the phone. Hello? Wow. You actually picked up my call. Chloe, I guess you don't hate me as much as I thought you did. Stop with the nonsense. What do you want? I heard that you gave Bert. Congratulations. I don't need your congratulations. I bought the twins some gifts and I will have them sent to you at the hospital. I won't accept it. Andrew, stop pretending to be a good guy. You ruined my whole family, so don't come to me displaying fake empathy. What do you really want? Chloe, I did all of this because I want to have you. Don't tell me that you don't understand. Andrew's voice ran gently over the phone. But you killed Jack. I'm never going to forgive you. Chloe's voice wavered with emotion. No, baby, don't get upset. Are you sure Jack is really dead? What do you mean by that? Chloe froze. She felt like he was trying to imply something. Nothing. I believe that you, a very smart person, should be able to figure it out. Not waiting for Chloe's response, Andrew continued. I guess you are planning to be with Justin now. What are you talking about? Chloe was annoyed. Isn't it true? Chloe, hiding at the Cooper family like a turtle doesn't seem like you. Haha. Are you trying to goad me into doing something stupid? Andrew, you underestimate me. So what if I'm hiding at the Cooper family like an ostrich? What can you do about it? Chloe sneered. What can I do? I can only think of you secretly. But I do feel very sad for Jack. I'm wondering what he would think if he were to return one day and find out that his wife and children are someone else's. Andrew, don't spew lies about me. Slander me all you want. But you are not allowed to mention Jack, as you would sully his name. You don't deserve it. Got it? Chloe was rarely so irrational, but at this very moment, she was going crazy. But that was all because Andrew went too far and he was intentionally saying things to upset Chloe. He really was something. Okay, my dear Chloe. You don't have to be so upset. I'm just stating a fact. I thought you didn't like Justin. However, things can change with the passage of time. If you continue to live with the Cooper family, you could really become their daughter-in-law. Although it's probably not a bad thing, as the Cooper family is not only a big and well-off family, but also a military family with great power and influence. So they could be your strongest backing in the future. Stop it, Andrew. What do you really want? Chloe, I just want to love you. You're ridiculous. I don't need your psychotic love, Andrew. You don't love me. You only love yourself. You would do anything as long as you're happy, and you've hurt me. Again and again. A man who really loves me wouldn't. So don't say love to me again. I really can't shoulder it. No, you can. You're the only one who can. In fact, Chloe, I have been wanting to ask you. You gave Jack an opportunity because you loved him. But what about Justin? He is a nobody. But why can he be with you? What does that make me? I have known you for so many years, and I don't remember ever doing anything wrong. Who am I to you? Andrew had never been so emotional, but after hearing Chloe's voice, he became depressed and full of contempt. Andrew, nothing will ever happen between us. Justin has been good to me and likes me, so I am grateful to him. I treat him as my best friend, as he has never hurt me and has instead been considerate to me in every way. Moreover, when bad things happen to me, he is always by my side. Even if I can't be his lover in this lifetime, I am still willing to be good friends with him until I die. I'm willing to climb mountains and swim seas to help him whenever he needs me. But you ruined my family, so you're my enemy. All thanks to you, I'm still a murderer today. Andrew, you killed so many people. Timothy, Jennifer, and Bella. They all died by your hands. Do you really have no feelings of guilt? Chloe, you must be confused. I didn't kill anybody. As a well-known entrepreneur, why would I do something like that? You must be tired from childbirth and are having delusions. You should get some rest. I will have the gifts sent to the hospital. Get some sleep. Andrew, how dare you? Andrew hung up the phone without waiting for Chloe to finish her sentence. He had always been cautious. Afraid that Chloe might record what he said, he never admitted to the fact of his killings. But they did have a tacit understanding with each other about these things. That afternoon, some mysterious gifts were sent over. They were 2 black, sparkling diamond necklaces. Their values were worth several cities, but the necklaces were extremely creepy-looking. Put them up for sale. It's a pity to throw them away. You shouldn't accept Andrew's gift. It might be cursed, Sarah proposed. You are right. Take it away. I won't accept it. Chloe glanced at the black diamonds. I'll sell them for you. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Justin silently picked up the diamond box and stood up. At the restaurant of a 5-star hotel, Andrew, who took a call in the washroom, returned to a luxurious private room. Come over, President Green. We were just talking about you. We heard that you are a good drinker. We have known you for so long, but we haven't gotten a chance to see it yet. Mayor Fisher just took office and has no idea how good your tolerance is. So, today, let's drink to our heart's content. Several high-ranking officials of the city pulled Andrew down to sit directly next to the newly appointed mayor. Mayor Fisher was almost the same age as Mayor Hall. He was transferred here from another city. Technically, he was promoted. The reason everyone gave Andrew face was that he now occupied a pivotal position in this city. Although the former mayor was his nominal father-in-law, rumor had it that Andrew was the one who uncovered Mayor Hall's corruption and mistresses. They indeed had a weird father-in-law-son-in-law relationship. Outsiders would never understand it. However, there was one thing these officials had already understood. That was, as long as they could make President Green happy, they would have a great future. President Green, you are so young yet so successful. I've heard so many good things about you. Mayor Fisher, you are flattering me. I'm not that impressive. I'm just a normal, law-abiding entrepreneur. While people were talking, the doors of the private room were suddenly pushed open. Daddy? Have you ever seen my Totoro? A girl, who looked about 20 with refined short hair, appeared at the door. Mayor Fisher smiled, apologetically. I'm sorry. My daughter is being rude. Please excuse her. Daddy, I didn't know you were busy. I thought you were simply eating. Ah, I'm sorry. Realizing that she did something wrong, the young girl planned to leave the room. But she was stunned when she saw Andrew's face. You look so familiar. Do we know each other? The young girl stared at Andrew's face and asked word for word. No, we don't. Sorry. Oh, I remember now. You look like one of my seniors from university. My God, even your temperament is quite similar to his, Ruakshi. Don't be so rude, Mayor Fisher reminded. Daddy, I am just telling the truth and he really looks like an old friend of mine. Ruaxi, this is President Green. You should greet him, Mayor Fisher looked at his daughter dotingly and said, President Green? Are you that young president of the Green Corporation? The young girl asked in surprise. Yes, you are right. Andrew smiled faintly. Oh my God, you look much better than your photos. From your photos, I thought you were a dull uncle, but in reality, you are a really handsome guy, the young girl exclaimed. Then she ran over and sat in the empty seat between her father and Andrew. Are you really Andrew? The young girl asked with a pleasant surprise. Yes. Wow. You really don't look 30-something. I love the way you dress. Only men who are capable of looking good in colorful suits are truly attractive. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Andrew picked up his teacup and sipped his tea. Hurry. Give me your snap. I want to add you. My God, I want to tell my best friends that I got to see you in person. They are going to be super excited. We're big fans. Ruoxy? Mayor Fisher was rendered speechless by his daughter's impulsivity. It's okay, Mayor Fisher. Your daughter seems to be in a good mood. Then, Andrew took out his mobile phone, opened Snap, and pulled out his QR code. He then laid it flat on the table. Ruoxy immediately took out her pink cell phone and added him by scanning the QR code. Then, she introduced herself excitedly. Hi, my name is Ruoxy Fisher. Ruoxy means... Have you ever watched a TV series called Startling by Each Step that was very popular a few years ago? The main character's name was Martha Ruoxy, right? That's my name. Hi, Ruoxy, my name is Andrew Green. Andrew stretched out his hand in a gentlemanly manner. The young girl held Andrew's hand in pleasant surprise, both of her eyes lighting up immediately. What an interesting meal. Originally, the newly appointed Mayor Fisher wanted to entertain Andrew. He wanted to get to know the latter and find out what he was really like, but it was ruined by his insensible daughter. Mayor Fisher was embarrassed. Before leaving, he continuously apologized to Andrew. I'm sorry about my young daughter. You must be tired of her. Not at all, Mayor Fisher. You're too polite. Your daughter is very cute. It's my pleasure to have her look up to me. Andrew. Are you really single? Don't you have a girlfriend? Ruoxy asked, ignoring the other people around them. I was married before, but my wife passed away, so I am a widower. Wow, I feel really bad for you, but you're still young. I'm sure you won't want to spend the rest of your life alone. Do you still plan on dating? Roxy's question was so blatant that Mayor Fisher's face dimmed with embarrassment. Ruoxy, you are talking too much. Daddy, I have always been like this. I grew up in the States, and people there are always straightforward with others. Mayor Fisher stroked his forehead, indicating that he didn't know what to say, and had a headache. Miss Fisher is right. I really can't be single for the rest of my life, so I am still looking. Andrew smiled like a true gentleman. Ruoxy's eyes immediately brightened. Then can you... Ruoxy, we should go now. Before his daughter finished speaking, Mayor Fisher immediately grabbed his daughter by the arm and left in awkwardness. The rest of them could still hear him scolding his daughter from afar. Boss, where are we going now? Let's head home. Okay. Then, Andrew got into a black Bentley Continental. Sir, I think Miss Fisher seems interested in you. Ha. Andrew's subordinate, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said with a laugh, "That stupid girl?" Andrew sneered. "Sir, if you can take her for your own use, things will go a lot smoother for us. Mayor Fisher may also help us more. Right now he has to help me. He doesn't have a choice. Otherwise he'll end up the same as Victor. As for his brainless daughter, I have no interest at all. She smells like a slut." To Andrew, every woman on earth was a stupid batch, with the exception of Chloe. So he obviously wasn't about to be tempted by this silly girl. "Boss, we have news from the hospital." "What did she say? Has she accepted the gifts?" "Yes, she has." "It's just," the subordinate said, but then paused. "Just what?" Andrew raised his head and gave the subordinate a stern look. "It's just that Justin ended up taking them and selling them at an extremely low price. Sir, I think it's an insult to you. Shall we—" "No. Justin is someone we can't piss off for the time being. The Cooper family is not as simple as you think." "Yes, boss." Hearing that the gifts for Chloe's babies were sold by Justin at a very low price, Andrew was quite upset, but he didn't get angry. He continued to tap his right hand gently on the handle of the car, seeming to be thinking of something. Chloe was a smart girl. Did she understand what he just said? How great would it be if his provocation worked? That way, Chloe might move out in a fit of anger. At that time, it wouldn't be that hard for him to see her. The next step was to clear Chloe of the crime she didn't commit. After all, Victor Hall had already fallen, and nobody would stop this, so it would be much easier for him to do it now. "Go and find a scapegoat for me and say that he is the murderer of Bella. He kidnapped Chloe's family and threatened Chloe to admit that she is the killer. Actually, it has nothing to do with her. Hand in all the evidence we have and remember to hand them to Director of the Procuratorate, as I have a very good relationship with him." "Yes, boss." Andrew then fell silent. He tilted his head and gazed out into the dark night. He always felt that Jack should be coming back soon. The feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. An epic battle was about to unfold inside the military hospital. After visiting the babies and Chloe, people left one after another. Chloe finished her meal in the evening, but just when she wanted to lie down and rest, she heard someone knocking at the door. "Come in." A girl wearing a white dress came in. She had beautiful features and long, flowy hair. "Cece? Why are you here? I heard you gave birth." "Then I was worried that I might not be allowed to come in, so I called Mr. Cooper," Cece said, timidly. "Ha! How did you get Justin's phone number?" Chloe had to admit that she really was something. "My sister is an artist under Imperial Star. I got the phone number from her. Mr. Cooper is so nice. He went to pick me up at the door right after he got my phone call. Sit down here, Cece." Chloe was very enthusiastic. Chloe still liked Cece very much, and she had also witnessed the ups and downs of the relationship between her and Rick. She knew how they fell in love, and was one of the first to know about their breakup. "I bought these gifts for the babies. They're not very valuable, but I hope you like them." Cece then took out 2 sets of big, pink gift bags for the newborns. Obviously, she chose the gifts very carefully. "What do you mean? How can I blame you for that?" "I'm so glad you came to see me," Chloe chuckled. "Where are the babies?" Cece looked around but didn't see the twins anywhere. "They are taking a bath right now, and then they'll go swimming and get weighted." Oh, this is so amazing. You're already a mother of 2 cotton jackets. I really envy you, Chloe. You're a true winner in life." Cece looked at Chloe with admiration. "No, I am not. Life is not perfect. 8 or 9 out of 10 things don't turn out as planned. I have my own troubles, too. But at the end of the day, God didn't forsake me. Now, I have 2 wonderful daughters, and I'm satisfied with what I have. But I'm not worth admiring. Life gives back what it takes away from you, right? I'm not a winner. I'm just trying my best to live the life I want to. You always sound so rational. Listening to you is like reading Chicken Soup for the soul. I always learn a lot from you." By the way, Chloe, did you name the twins yet? Cece asked with a smile. I did. Dina Dawson and Delcy Dawson. Their nicknames are Pudding and Little Bean. Wow, the names are so lovely. Did you choose them? Yes. Chloe nodded. I really look up to you. You can do everything on your own. If you let me choose their names, I'd have only chosen Little Flower or Little Grass or something along those lines. Haha. When Cece laughed, she looked so pure and innocent. She had been carefree, probably because she came from a well-off family and had no pressures in life. Rick was her second boyfriend. She broke up with her first boyfriend because he moved to another city. To tell the truth, Cece and Chloe were similar, in that men didn't fall for them at first sight. But they had a unique charm that was really attractive, and the feelings would grow on you. Otherwise, how could Rick, someone so indifferent, someone who didn't like to make friends or talk to people, fall into her land of warmth and tenderness? Chloe, actually, I'm here today to apologize to you. I wanted to say sorry. Cece looked at Chloe apologetically. What are you talking about? Why are you apologizing to me? Chloe was a little shocked. It was my fault that you got hurt last time. I didn't think of the bigger picture. I knew people were hunting you, but I still asked you to come see Rick. You got hurt because of me. I'm so glad you and the babies are okay, or else I would never have been able to forgive myself. Don't say that, Cece. You didn't do it on purpose. Even I didn't anticipate the attack, nor did I think it would be so dangerous. To be honest, I was really scared. But I know you're not a traitor. You were just used by someone. Rick was right to scold me. I was too careless, and I brought upon trouble for everyone. At the mention of Rick, Cece's eyes were filled with sadness. She and Rick had broken up more than 3 months ago. During this time, he never called, not even once. She had been waiting, holding on to her cell phone every day, even when she was sleeping. But he never called, nor did he message her on Snap. There were so many times that she couldn't help but think about going to Seductive Fox to see him. She wanted to ask him why he really broke up with her, but her pride quickly snuck up on her. She felt heartbroken whenever she thought back at that night when Rick pointed a gun at her head. Cece, did you ever think about why Rick wanted to break up with you? Maybe it's not because he suspected you. Whatever the reason, he was cruel enough to leave me, Chloe. I always thought that he was a very reliable person, so I relied on him very much. He's like a person who gives you candy every day, no matter if it's rainy and windy. Having candy to eat every day is an amazing feeling, but suddenly he stopped giving you candy and even threatened to kill you. Can you understand that feeling? I was so sad. He didn't believe me. So, he broke up with me so heartlessly that he hadn't even tried to come and see me. I've been thinking that even if he impulsively pointed a gun at my head, as long as he was willing to take the initiative to see me, I would still give him a way out. But he hasn't. Cece, Rick isn't someone good with his words. To hear sweet words from him would be harder than climbing to heaven. My husband Jack was the same way. When we were teenagers, I felt like we were in a long-distance relationship, even though we were living in the same city. However, it did not mean that he did not love or care about me, Chloe comforted her. I understand, I really do. But now, just let it be. I think we were not meant to be. But Cece, are you really willing to give up? Is that what your heart wants? Chloe asked. What can I do even if I don't want to give up? Just let it be. Cece looked dejected. Rick also came to see me this morning. Really? Cece raised her head sharply, somewhat surprised. Just like you, he came to see the babies with some carefully chosen gifts. Oh, Rick also said, that he will be leaving when he completes the handover at work. He's going back to the United States and he's not coming back anymore. He really said that? Cece suddenly felt empty inside. She felt like something was suddenly pulled away from her, making her feel incredibly insecure. Rick has never lied, so... If you've really given up, then once he leaves, you will really have no more chances. But what if I don't want to give up? Should I go see him again and let him abuse me emotionally? Cece smiled bitterly, tears circling in her eyes. Cece, tell me, do you still love Rick? Of course. Cece's voice began to shake at this moment. So, do you still want to be with him? Yes, I do. I really want to be with him, just like before. I can't forget him. In front of Chloe, Cece did not pretend anymore. She cried and spoke out her innermost feelings. Then, all right, just leave it to me. You? Cece looked at Chloe in surprise. A month from now, I will be holding a 1-month birthday party for the twins at Justin's family home. I asked Rick to come as well. When you see each other, I'll create one last opportunity for you. It might be your last. I hope you'll seize it. Chloe? Thank you very much. Cece excitedly grabbed Chloe's hand. Don't mention it. I know Rick cares about you too. With his dull character, he just doesn't like to say it. Yeah. Hearing Chloe's words, Cece was instantly much more cheerful. After chatting with Chloe, Cece went to the swimming pool to take a look at the babies, and then she was led out of the military hospital by Justin. When Justin came back, he walked quietly into Chloe's room. Sandra and Mrs. Cooper already went out to eat. Only Chloe was in the room. Are you all right? Are you tired? I'm not tired. Would you like some fruit? Want me to peel an orange for you? Justin sat opposite of Chloe and asked gently, I'm not hungry. The babies went swimming after taking a bath. Pudding swam a little faster than Little Bean, and she is very acceptive of the outside world. They are not at all like preemies. The nurses fed them formula, and they ate happily. They're adorable. They're tiny. But their appetites are amazing. Justin smiled and described the current condition of the twins. Chloe just smiled and listened to him. You've seen so many friends today. You must be very tired. You better go to bed early. After saying this, Justin stood up to leave. Justin, Andrew called me today. Really? What did he say? Justin turned to look at Chloe and asked. He tried to provoke me by talking to me about you and me, trying to force me into leaving your house. Then, will you? Justin looked at Chloe with great affection. Not for the time being, as I need to consider my daughters, Chloe said decisively. Hearing Chloe's words, Justin immediately felt relieved. He also began to feel a little delighted. Andrew also said, and I think he meant that Jack's still alive, Chloe said slowly. Is that true? Andrew found where Jack is? Justin was flabbergasted. He was apparently unprepared, and thus was somewhat surprised upon hearing this news. I'm not sure yet, but I'm guessing he didn't find Jack yet, or else he wouldn't have probed me like that. That means he's still looking. Of course he is. He won't be able to rest easy without knowing that Jack's really dead. I really hope that he's still alive, Justin said unconvincingly. It's been so long and no one had heard from Jack. Sometimes he selfishly wondered if Jack really would never come back. Did that mean he would be able to take care of Chloe for the rest of her life? Andrew must have said those things for a reason. He probably has a lead. Justin, tell me, if Jack's not dead and didn't lose his memory, why isn't he back yet? Chloe asked Justin with tears in her eyes. The truth was, she was on the verge of despair. I think he must have his reasons, Justin analyzed as he saw her depressed expression. Walking up to her, he consoled, You just gave birth and your body is weak. Don't think too much and get some rest. Once Pudding and Bean are taken out of their incubators and we know they're fine, we will be able to go home. Chloe nodded. Then, Justin considerately tucked Chloe's covers in and left, closing the door behind him. A week later, Chloe and her babies were secretly discharged. The welcome they received at the Cooper estate was extremely formal. Grandpa and Mr. Cooper came back from Capital City, and the entire family held a dinner party that evening. Grandpa Cooper kept holding the twins, one after the other. He seemed to really like children. Mr. Cooper's face, on the other hand, was no longer icy and stern. He was even showing hints of gentleness. My gosh, the twins are so pretty. They look really smart, too. Grandpa, they're only 7 days old. Can you really tell they're smart? Justin joked. I've seen so much throughout my life. The twins' expressions reveal their potential. Not everyone has this aura. I'm sure they'll do well in the army, Grandpa Cooper said confidentially. Here we go again. Me going to the army was harsh enough, and now you're trying to trick Pudding and Bean into enlisting? They're girls. They should be treated like princesses and be given everything they want, Justin said arrogantly, as if the twins in front of him were his own. Chloe sat on the couch, smiling quietly. She was long used to the people in this family. At this time, Mrs. Cooper handed her a bowl of soup. Chloe, you're still weak. Have some blackfish soup. Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Mr. Cooper reminded her. Postnatal recovery is important. Don't get sick, or else you'll regret it in the future. I will, Uncle Cooper. Dad, Chloe's a doctor. Calm down, will you? Justin talked back as he looked at his dad. After dinner, Chloe and her mother brought the twins upstairs for bed. After they fell asleep, Chloe was dozing off when his mom suddenly said, Chloe, once the twins are 1 month old, let's move out. Living here isn't a long-term solution. Now is not the time, Mom. It's not safe. Andrew called me this morning, and it's making me worry. He's filled with ideas and capable of doing anything. I'm not scared of him, but I'm worried that something might happen to the twins. But we can't live here forever, unless you marry Justin. Once again, Sandra brought this topic up. Mom, didn't we talk about this already? Don't worry, once the time is right, we'll move out. I don't want to live here either. After all, it's not my home. No matter how well they treat me, I'll always be an outsider. It's not my first option either. Okay then. As long as you know what you're doing. Sandra decided to stop forcing her daughter upon hearing what the latter said. That night, Chloe sat between the twins' cradles. She looked at the soundly sleeping, nearly identical twins, and felt like she was living in a dream. Before she was even ready to become a mother, she became one for 2 babies. Guys, I really hope your daddy can come back and reunite with us, Chloe mumbled softly as she swayed the cradles back and forth. Outside her room, Justin was holding a plate of fruit which was prepared for Chloe. He didn't want her to catch a cold, so he steeped the fruits in warm water before bringing them upstairs. When he arrived outside the door, however, he heard Chloe talking to the twins, telling them how much she missed Jack. For some reason, Justin felt like someone had pricked his heart with a needle. He thought he had given up. He really did. But, upon realizing how much Chloe missed Jack, he still felt a wrenching pain within him. Truth be told, sometimes he selfishly wished that Chloe could lose her memories. That way, he would be able to start over with her. When Mrs. Cooper was passing by, she saw her son standing dumbly outside Chloe's room. He was holding a plate of fruit, but didn't go in for some reason. Mrs. Cooper immediately had an idea of what happened. She waved at him. Justin, come with me. Then she led her son into the study on the 2nd floor. Mom, what's going on? You didn't bring the fruits in because you heard Chloe say something, didn't you? Mrs. Cooper guessed. Upon hearing this, Justin looked down but didn't reply. Justin, Chloe has a husband. It's normal for her to miss him. She's not a fickle person. If she was someone who would agree to be with you right after her husband died, you wouldn't be in love with her, would you? You like Chloe's character, right? You like how much she values relationships. Mom, I understand all that. And I'm not mad because of what she said. I just suddenly felt... You felt uncomfortable? You felt wronged? You felt like you're never going to have her, no matter how much you do for her? Mrs. Cooper finished her son's unfinished sentences. After a long time, Justin replied, I'm not complaining, and I've never regretted what I've done for her. It's okay if she doesn't end up with me. It's just that I've stood by her for so long, but it will soon become no more than a memory. That makes me a bit upset, You shouldn't be sad. You should have expected this. Chloe isn't a child. She knows what's right and what's wrong. It's normal for her to miss her husband. It means she's not capricious. Mom? You're right. I'm being too sentimental. Justin bit down on his lips, a bit depressed. I'm not saying you're too sentimental, Justin. Nothing in this world can be taken for granted. There's always going to be people and things you can't have. Don't give yourself a hard time over the situation. You should be thanking God that she's living here and you have a chance to see her every day. Yeah, I shouldn't have been greedy. I should be happy with what I have. Justin sighed heavily, his expression melancholic. It's late. You should go home and get some sleep. You have work tomorrow. Mrs. Cooper waved her hands, sending her son away. Okay, I'll be going then. Good night, Mom. Mrs. Cooper nodded and replied. As he left, Justin bumped into his father. Dad, I'm heading home now. Good night. Mr. Cooper replied sternly. When he walked into the bedroom, Mr. Cooper saw his wife wiping off tears. He put away the book in his hand and took off his glasses, walking up to Mrs. Cooper and hugging her by the shoulder, as he said, What's wrong? Why are you crying? Honey, I feel bad for Justin. I've never seen him so battered. It's because of that girl Chloe, isn't it? Mr. Cooper immediately knew what his wife was talking about. Mrs. Cooper nodded her head and wiped more tears off her face. Relationships are complicated. If she loves him, she loves him. If she doesn't, she doesn't. It would be wrong if Chloe chooses Justin out of gratefulness for our family. You're right. Sometimes I wish for Chloe's husband to never come back. That way, she'll continue living here, and one day, be shaken by how much Justin loves her and ends up with him. Don't worry about them. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? Maybe one day Justin will come to his senses and fall for someone else. Yeah, but no one knows my idiot son better than I do. It's easier to kill him than make him give up someone he loves. Making him fall for another woman's going to be next to impossible, Mrs. Cooper said, her voice filled with concern. Justin's a grown-up who knows what he should do. As parents, we should support his decisions. Mr. Cooper was a serious man, but he was extremely understanding. His words blew away the clouds hovering over Mrs. Cooper's head. Honey, you're right. I'm reading too much into things. While driving back to his private mansion, Justin received a phone call from Max. Then he headed towards a high-end club under the Cruise Corporation. Max found more than 20 people from God knows where, gathering them all at his club. Justin was born in the 1980s, so people who were born in the 1990s seemed like babies to him. Hey, Justin, come sit here. Max waved enthusiastically. Justin wouldn't have come if it wasn't Max's birthday. He didn't enjoy nightclubs anymore, and he even rarely attended company gatherings and celebrity parties. Justin was wearing a coffee-colored Versace t-shirt and a pair of black slacks. His attire made him look handsome and manly. None of the second-generation heirs in the room could compare with him. Young Master Cooper. Hi, young Master Cooper. Good evening, young Master Cooper. President Cooper, you're here. As soon as he walked into the private room, countless people scurried up to him, hoping to raise a glass with Justin. However, all he did was a nod back at them, refusing to even take a sip. He walked straight up to Max and sat down. The latter embraced one girl on either side. These girls looked enhanced and surprisingly alike. Were they beautiful? Yes, they were for sure. However, they weren't memorable. Was it because they underwent cosmetic surgery at the same hospital? Why else would their noses, lips, and eyes look so alike? Look at yourself. Aren't you supposed to be a pretentious and prideful Scorpio? You should be more cool and indifferent, but here you are, looking like a stud horse who can't live without women, Justin immediately scolded his friend. Max was not your typical Scorpio at all. He was too funny, too talkative, and too much of a playboy. Scorpios were supposed to be cooler and more collected. Upon hearing this, Max burst out in laughter. So am I an atypical Scorpio? You're a failed Scorpio with a gene mutation. You need to drink 3 shots for insulting me as soon as you walk through the door, Max said as he raised his glass. He seemed to be in a good mood. Justin immediately drank 3 consecutive shots. "Go have fun on your own for a while. I need to talk to young Master Cooper here," Max said as he slapped the 2 women's buttocks, and they slowly got up, leaving him and Justin sitting in the middle of the couch. "I haven't drank with you in so long. You've changed so much since you met Chloe. Do you regret it?" Max asked word for word as he stared at Justin's face. "No." "Then do you feel that it is worth it?" "Yeah," Justin immediately answered. Max smiled bitterly. "The truth is, I envy you. I really do. I wish I was in love with someone I couldn't forget. Love is such a luxury for me. But in my dictionary, love equals sex. Morning sex, bedtime sex, kitchen sex, bathroom sex, swimming pool sex. Control yourself, young Master Cruz. Take care of your kidneys, will you?" Justin joked. Max laughed. "I'm still young. My kidneys are fine. 3 women a night? No problem. That's not bad either because you know what you want. Love that doesn't go to the heart will never hurt. There are always 2 sides to every story." "Justin, my dad talked to me last night." "What? He's kicking you out of the family?" Justin looked up and asked. "Not kicking me out, but he threatened me." "To do what?" Justin asked, a little surprised. "He threatened me to marry that tigress from Uncle Hayes' family. It's more of a business deal, you know." I met Miss Hayes once. She's really pretty." "Yeah, she's a little rude, but you wouldn't be marrying down. After all, Uncle Hayes only has 1 daughter, which basically ensures his company's future merges with the Cruz Corporation. It's not entirely a bad thing, right?" Justin analyzed the situation for Max. "I met that woman a couple of times, and we sometimes bump into each other at clubs. She's not my type at all. Yeah, she's pretty, and her body's nice, but she's so pretentious. Once, when I wanted to sleep with her, she pretended to be a goddess and played Tom and Jerry with me. You know how hot-tempered I can be. I can't stand when girls do that. Afterward, I stopped calling her, but she kept messaging me. How desperate is she? She asked me out for drinks and asked me to go on vacations with her, but I never agreed. I gave her a chance, but she played pretend with me, so it's not my fault for not wanting more from her. I don't know what's wrong with her, but she told her dad that she wanted to marry me. His dad's brain dead as well. He came knocking on my dad's door and offered him a bunch of stuff that my dad couldn't resist. You know how greedy my dad is, right? He's been wanting to acquire Uncle Hayes' dealership network for a while now, hoping to monopolize the motor vehicle industry. This is a perfect opportunity, so he told me to marry her. It wasn't a discussion, it was a command, you know? So, you're telling me that you're getting married? After listening to all that, Justin asked calmly. No, I refuse to marry her. Here's the thing, Justin. Although I'm an a-hole who spends most of his life in booze and women, I'm still hoping to meet my one true love, just like you and Chloe, Noah and Sarah, Brenton and Victoria, Rick and Cece, Max said, his expression filled with anticipation. Suddenly, Justin felt bad for his friend. It turned out that a heart that believed in true love was hidden under his crazy exterior. So, you're going to refuse the wedding or run away? I'm not sure yet, but there's no way I'm marrying her, Max said with determination. But here's the thing. Sometimes it's also good to marry someone from a family similar to your own. Relationships tied by mutual benefits can be better than romance. Romance can dissipate at any time, but a marriage that brings benefits to both parties involved will last a long time. That's how powerful families manage to stay powerful for decades over. Your dad also has a point. F. You're only saying this because you're not the one being forced to marry someone you don't love. Upon hearing this, Justin chuckled evilly. What would you do if Grandpa Cooper pressured you into marrying someone you didn't love, forcing you to give up Ton Dr. Green? Not possible. No one in the Cooper family can pressure me. It's always the other way around. Fine. You win, you animal. I wanted to vent to you, but you ended up killing me with your words. Justin raised his wine glass. Here, let's cheers to your impending marriage. Screw you, can't you just wish me a happy birthday? Happy birthday, young Master Cruz. I wish you can be a groom and screw your bride. What a great wish, haha. By the way, where's my birthday present? I knew you were going to bring that up and trick me into giving you a present, Justin said, rolling his eyes at Max. You're so rich. Giving me a present isn't going to make a dent in your account. After all, you're giving the twins a cruise ship, haha. What do you want? Your Sesto Elemento. What do you say? Max had been eyeing Justin's car for 3 whole years because it was limited edition, and only 12 were manufactured across the world. It took a lot of effort for Justin to buy it in the first place. He owned the only one in the country. Justin loved this car and drove it as much as he could. No, definitely not, Justin refused immediately. I can buy it from you. I'm not selling it. You suck, you know that? I'll buy you something else. What about the newest Lamborghini model this year? No thanks, I'm not interested. Max pouted. Upon seeing his expression, Justin burst out in laughter. The twins and I are all Scorpios, born in October. You shouldn't be so biased, all right? Hey, how about this? What if you lend me the twins' cruise ship for a few years first? They're still young anyway, and won't be able to ride it yet. Haha, Max fantasized. Don't even think about it. The ship was custom manufactured for them, and the entire design is pink. That's why it's called the Princess. You treat them like your own daughters. Hey, why didn't you ask Chloe if you could be their godfather? It's not like she's going to refuse. I don't want to pressure her. I like things the way they are, Justin said. He was happy with what he had. So, are you going to keep being friends with her? For the next decade or more? Wait, Justin? I have a good idea. Care to listen to it? It's about you and Chloe. Max's brain suddenly buzzed with what he felt was a great idea. Fine, let's hear it. Justin swirled his wine glass as he glanced over at Max. Under normal circumstances, he didn't trust in the latter's ideas, since they were always super weird. Answer me this first. When do you think the twins are going to use the cruise ship you gave them? Max asked enthusiastically. At least until they're 3 or 4 years old. They're too young right now. I'm afraid they'll get into an accident if I bring them on board, Justin said. Then wait for 3 or 4 years. If Jack really doesn't come back and Chloe's still alone, hold a birthday party for the twins on the cruise ship and propose to her then and there. I think the chances of Chloe refusing your proposal then will be super low. First of all, if Jack's not back by then, he'll probably never be back, and Chloe would have probably lost hope by then. Second, you would have been by her side for years and be close to her heart. Chloe and the twins will like you, even if you're not the former's husband and the latter's father. It's the perfect scenario. Upon hearing Max's suggestion, Justin wanted to refute immediately, but this time he actually had nothing to say. His friend had a point. Maybe by then, Chloe would give him a chance. He wouldn't know unless he tried, right? After all, life is full of surprises. But what if my proposal fails? Things will become awkward between us, won't they? Justin replied quietly. It won't be. You'll always be friends. Plus, the twins will love you too much. They'll for sure help you. Don't worry about that. I'll give your idea some consideration, Justin said as he emotionally downed the glass of wine in his hands. After Mayor Hall lost power, Andrew found a scapegoat for Bella's murder. In the end, Chloe's bail for medical treatment turned into a release. This was something she didn't expect. She continued living at the Cooper estate with the twins, holding on to the hope that Jack might still come back. Inside a luxuriously decorated private hospital in Russia, Jack walked out from the operation room wearing a white lab coat. His expression was indifferent, but one could detect a hint of sadness on his gorgeous face if they looked closely. How is Riker Ross? Is his condition salvageable? Fiona asked. She had never felt so anxious in her life. When she was told that Riker sustained 5 bullet shots to his chest, Fiona felt her heart shattering. She had known Riker her entire life and always thought the latter was unkillable. Fiona never imagined that a person like him would be so close to death. What was she supposed to do if he really died this time? With her father's help, Fiona quickly found Jack, subsequently persuading the latter into operating on Riker. This operation lasted 5 days, and Jack removed 1 bullet every day. This was torture for everyone. I've removed all the bullets, but he's still in critical condition and needs to be closely observed. It really depends on the patient's will to live, so don't have your hopes up. I'm not God. Jack's words stuffed a metaphorical sock in Fiona's mouth. Was he really her brother-in-law? He was icier than a polar bear. Fiona had never even seen him smile over the last few days. How in the world did her sister manage to fall so deeply in love with this ice cube? Anyways, thank you for coming to my help. Fiona thanked Jack with all her heart. Her dad was right. Jack was probably the only person who might be able to save Riker. All 5 of his bullets were lodged in sensitive areas. A normal doctor wouldn't have had the courage to even operate. Even an experienced doctor like Jack had to be diligent, taking 5 whole days to remove all the bullets. Will Riker ever wake up? At this thought, Fiona's heart sank again. Don't thank me. I did this for your sister, Jack said faintly. Then, he took off his white lab coat and walked away slowly, holding a black cane in his hand. You're not back with my sister because of the injury on your leg? Fiona called out behind Jack. Upon hearing this, Jack stopped in his tracks. She'll be even more worried to see me like this. It's better if I don't go back. But you don't know what she thinks, do you? Maybe she doesn't care about all that. This is just an injury. I don't think she'd care even if you lost a leg. She loves you so much, but I don't want to be the kind of man who has to hold onto a cane while carrying the woman he loves. You sure are selfish? You shouldn't be making these decisions for my sister. But honestly, I think there's another reason why you're not back in the city yet. You're investigating Andrew's study abroad in Germany, right? Yes, Jack admitted. What a coincidence. I'm looking into this matter again and found something interesting. Do you want to share intel? Fiona asked. It doesn't seem like you are qualified to negotiate with me right now. Don't forget, I just operated on your man, Jack replied. Fiona felt speechless. Fine. If Psycho Riker can really wake up, then I'll owe you a favor. Just tell me what you want. Nothing at the moment. Are you going back to the States now? Jack nodded. My sister had twin girls. Did you know? Do you know their names? Dina and Delcy. Upon hearing this, Jack's expression softened. Their nicknames are Pudding and Little Bean. I bet they're going to be troublemakers when they grow up. Jack, you're a lucky man. My sister endured all the pain and gave birth to your children under such difficult circumstances. I'll slowly repay my debt to her, Jack replied. Then, he slowly walked away. No one in the Ross family knew who Jack was. So, Riker. Ross' father directed all his questions to Fiona. Fiona, is the doctor really good? Will Riker wake up? Uncle Ross. My dad highly recommends this doctor, and he's definitely more than qualified. He's a medical genius who graduated from Harvard Medical School, and he performed difficult surgeries for countless patients, even a government official. My dad also said that if he can't save Riker, then no one else in this world can. If that's the case, then I can rest easy. What did he say about Riker? When is he going to get better? I'm not sure yet. He's going to be in critical condition for the next 48 hours. After that, he should be okay. Good. Good. Mr. and Mrs. Ross sat inside Riker's room, looking pale. The Ross family was the biggest gang in Russia, and they had been involved in arms dealing for more than 6 decades. Their family was incredibly powerful, respected by gangs from around the world. Even local Russian mob groups had to steer away from them. Mr. and Mrs. Ross gave birth to 3 sons. Riker was the youngest and the most spoiled kid in the family. The elders favored him, and he was the first choice for succession. This young man was resolute, decisive, and never acted wishy-washy, much like Mr. Ross when he was young. Therefore, Riker's injuries this time caused quite a stir amongst the gang. Uncle Ross Did you find out who put Riker in danger this time? Fiona asked. It should be Legend's men. This isn't the first confrontation between Legend and Riker, but he's never been so severely injured. I have a feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. So you're saying that other forces were involved as well? Mr. Ross looked at Fiona, immediately on the alert. I think we have a mole who probably sold out Riker's itinerary and location. You should search from the inside out. Now that you mention it, it does seem a little odd. Honey, Fiona's right. You need to look into this. Our son almost died. Are his older brothers in Russia? Fiona asked casually. No. One is in Jerusalem, and one is in Belgium. Oh, I see, Fiona responded as she sank into deep thought. You suspect that one of them tried to hurt Riker? Mr. Ross immediately asked. No, it was just a random question. Don't think too much into it, Uncle Ross, Fiona replied. She had always been careful around them. Mrs. Ross got up and held Fiona's hands. Fiona, Riker's temper is really weird, and you're the only one he's ever cared about. I hope you can stay by his side until he wakes up, all right? Please. Auntie, you don't need to say please to me. Our families are close, and you're good friends with my dad. Moreover, Riker and I are good friends. I won't leave, don't worry. Good. After spending some more time inside Riker's room, his parents went back to their headquarters, leaving Fiona alone with an unconscious Riker. His silver hair no longer shone. His already pale face now seemed more lifeless than ever, and an oxygen mask was placed on his face to help him breathe. Ever since she was born, Fiona had been living a life of blood and murder. Therefore, she learned to never worry about anyone and had accepted the possibility of herself dropping dead any day. Although Riker never confessed his feelings to Fiona, everyone knew that their parents had plans for them to get married. When Mrs. Ross was pregnant with Riker, she was really close friends with Fiona's mom. Because Riker was born before Fiona, their parents joked for them to get married when they grow up. However, Fiona had been hiding from Riker all this time. She never mentioned their parents' deal with each other. And because Riker barely talked, they didn't even contact each other that often. Yet, whenever she was in danger, Riker would always be the first one there to save her. He even landed on Legend's bad side because of Fiona. Legend was the most terrifying terrorist that had ever existed. He was a bisexual and killed people without blinking. He was the perfect definition of the words pervert and psycho. For some reason, he was obsessed with Fiona and had been wanting to capture her alive for a while now. He also wanted to kidnap Professor Wagner for his own use, to develop the most advanced bioweapon on Earth. Unfortunately, he never had the chance. Fiona and Legend had been playing Tom and Jerry for a while now, and Riker had been wrapped into their chaotic relationship because of her. Riker's wounds this time had 100% to do with Fiona, and that was why she felt so guilty. The winters in Russia were extremely long. The country was often covered in snow, even during the summer months. Fiona was wearing a simple white shirt and a black mini dress that revealed her long, slender legs. Her arms were in front of her chest, and she paced back and forth in Riker's room, feeling extremely anxious. Then, she glanced around the room. When she was sure that she was completely alone, Fiona carefully walked up to Riker's bed. Hey, Psycho Riker, don't play dead with me and wake up. I haven't had my fun with you yet. We need to compete whose knife skills are better, whose shots are more accurate, and whose combat skills are more advanced. Then, she looked at Riker's unresponsive face. Biting down on her lips, Fiona gently held his hand in hers. His hand was icy, without the slightest hint of warmth. Fiona suddenly felt nervous. She had never had skin-to-skin contact with Riker. She was really scared. Really scared. What if Riker never woke up? What was she supposed to do then? At this thought, she raised Riker's hand and carefully placed it on her cheek, hoping to warm him up. Riker, wake up. I'll never avoid you again, and I'll never piss you off. When you get better, let's kill that pervert Legend together. Let's beat him up until even his grandma can't recognize him. Suddenly, Fiona's phone vibrated and beeped quietly. prompting her to let go of Riker's hand and get up from her seat. "Go ahead, this is Riker. Boss, there's a 200 million job in Spain. Should we accept?" "Accept my ass. I don't have time. I'm not accepting jobs for the time being." "Yes, ma'am. What else do you want?" "Your niece's presents are ready. Do you want me to send them over now? Or should we wait?" "Wait my ass. If you don't send it over now, when are you going to send it? Are you waiting for them to both get married?" Okay. I got it, boss." "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up," Fiona said before her subordinate could reply, feeling annoyed. Truth be told, her temper sucked, and she was often grumpy. The fact that she had been killing her entire life and that her favorite toys were guns and bombs gave her little patience about anything. Even her own father would avoid chit-chatting with Fiona, or else they might get into a fight. She was completely different from her sister. Ever Fiona found out about Chloe, she had been quietly paying attention to her. There were so many times when she wanted to talk to her, but Fiona swallowed her yearning, in fear that she might get Chloe involved in her messy life. In her mind, Chloe was an extremely calm person who would rarely become angry or lose control. They were polar opposites. From the bottom of her heart, Fiona wanted a sister who could tolerate her stubbornness and love her for who she was. Green Estate. Ever since the twins were born, Chloe's life underwent a night and day change. Because she didn't produce much milk herself, the babies drank formula most of the time. However, she noticed that the twins were incredibly high maintenance. If they weren't peeing, then they were pooping. If they weren't pooping, then they were in a bad mood and crying. They often wailed until Chloe picked them up. So she was constantly tired and extremely sleep-deprived. The good news was, there were a lot of maids around, and Mrs. Cooper and her mother were there to help as well. Otherwise, Chloe would be running into a wall by now. For some reason, it seemed like Andrew had a fit of mercy and found someone to take responsibility for Bella's death. The Public Security Bureau and Municipal Court both published announcements explaining that Jack and Chloe were both innocent and that the real murderer had been arrested and brought to justice. Upon hearing about this, Chloe felt like a rock had been lifted from her heart. This meant that no one would ever defame the Cooper family, accusing them of favoring a murderer. It also meant that Chloe was a free person again, and she didn't have to hide in public places. She even made plans to call everyone out for dinner and thank them for visiting her and the twins right after she gave birth. That day, a visitor left Chloe in a great mood. "Dr. Green, guess who's here to see you?" Justin smiled as he walked in through the door. Chloe had one of the twins in her arms when she saw the person standing behind Justin. Extremely surprised and excited, she handed the baby to her mother. "You're here." Then, she quickly walked up to greet this unexpected guest. It had been a while since she saw Director Richard, and Chloe felt nothing but warmth in her heart. "It's been a while, Chloe. You're a mother of two now." Director Richard wore a Mao suit, and his expression was stern, like it always was. However, his eyes filled with a fatherly kindness when they looked at Chloe. "Please sit. I'll go make some tea," Chloe said, a little emotional. Justin immediately went up and grabbed her arm. "I'll go and make the tea. You should stay here and talk to Director Richard." "Okay, that's good." Chloe glanced at Justin gratefully. The latter immediately ran into the kitchen to make tea, disregarding the fact that he was wearing a suit. He did everything for them, from making tea to preparing snacks. Chloe knew Justin was only this gentle because he was in love with her. "Chloe, I didn't come to see you not because you were accused of murder, and I didn't want anyone to suspect me. Rather, I knew you were in a bad mood, so nothing I said would help. You're a smart person. You need time and space to think things through. I'm glad you did." "I understand, Director Richard. If you were worried that you'd be dragged into this, you could have ignored me. Violet told me that you often asked her how I was doing when you visited the South Side. I'm grateful for that. After you left Southside, the neurology department hasn't found anyone good. I wanted to ask you if you could come back to work anytime soon." "Haha, not at this moment. The twins are constant headaches. I don't even have enough time to sleep these days." "I understand. Sleep deprivation is normal with motherhood. Right, this is my gift to the twins, and that's Lisa's, Director Richard said as he took 2 brocade boxes out from his bag. Inside, one of the boxes was a pair of gold locks, and inside the other was a pair of gold bracelets. I'm grateful that you even came. How can I accept these presents? Chloe smiled. I know you don't need money. It's just a gesture. They're not expensive. Is Lisa back in the city? Chloe asked. No, but her daughter's old enough to speak. She's going to start kindergarten in a few months. The education there is pretty good. How is Simon? How's he doing with Lisa now? He changed completely after going to the U.S. He and Lisa passed the exams and received their medical licenses. They opened a private clinic and are doing good. I went to the States a few months ago to see them. He's much more mature than before and treats Mila extremely well. He's even more considerate of Lisa. That's amazing. Chloe smiled. Chloe, it's been so long and your twins are already born. Are you still unwilling to forget about Jack? Director Richard asked gently. I'll never forget about him. Chloe nodded in complete sincerity. At this time, Justin walked out of the kitchen with the tea. Upon hearing Chloe's answer, his expression faltered, ever so slightly. Truth be told, he knew the answer to this question, but hearing it still hurt like 1,000 nails. After placing down the tea and biscuits, he smiled at Chloe. You guys chat. I'm going upstairs to check on the 2 princesses. Chloe nodded. Director Richard watched as Justin went upstairs. He said profoundly, Chloe, if Jack's really dead. Director Richard, I know he's still alive. Chloe immediately interrupted Director Richard. Director Richard was sounding like her mother, and she did not enjoy listening to him nagging her. For instance, he would say, if Jack isn't coming back, then you should consider Justin. However, in her mind, Justin wasn't just some backup. She couldn't just throw Justin away when Jack came back. Nor could she choose Justin just because Jack wasn't coming back. Also, if she chose Justin, she wouldn't be choosing him because she loved him. Rather, she would be doing it out of gratitude to him and his family. She didn't think that starting their relationship with such intentions would make them happy. Moreover, she still firmly believed that Jack was alive. Even if everyone said he was dead, she still believed he was alive. She believed that he couldn't come back now for some unknown reason. Chloe could be rather stubborn sometimes, and when she was, she always stood firm on her position. Okay. It's good that you think this way too. There's definitely hope. I just wanted to see you today. I'm happy to see you doing so well. If you're ready to go back to work, either because your children are old enough, or if you're bored, you are more than welcome to come back. You can choose to work at either Southside or the First Hospital, whichever you please. You can also choose whichever department you want to work in. Thank you, Director. I'll take your offer into full consideration. Dr. Fang called me the other day, and he highly recommended you. He said you're a brilliant doctor, and it would be such a waste to society if you didn't continue your career as one. He knew you didn't want to work in Capital City, so he kept urging me to persuade you into coming back. I do understand that you have your own thoughts and plans for your future, so I'll respect your decision. Thank you. Chloe was rather touched by Director Richard's words. After Director Richard left, Chloe went downstairs to check up on the babies. She saw something rather heartwarming. Justin was wearing a white shirt that was not fully buttoned up. You could see his collarbones. They were quite sexy, actually. He was lying down on a snow-white carpet. On his left arm was Pudding, and on his right arm was Little Bean. He wasn't just holding them, he was hugging them. He had to be extremely gentle because he was scared that if he used too much strength, he would scare the babies. The 2 little babies laid peacefully in his arms. They were exceptionally quiet. It seemed like they were even smiling. Mom? Auntie Sandra? Don't they look like they're smiling at me? Justin looked very excited. It does seem like it. Even though they're too young to have expressions, they are still so adorable. Mrs. Cooper looked as if her heart had been melted by their cuteness. Sandra said with a smile, My two granddaughters are probably going to be as smart as their mother. I remember when I gave birth to Chloe. She was just like them. After merely 100 days, Chloe learned a lot of things. I saw something special in her eyes. I even remember James praising that child, saying she was so smart that she'd become extremely brilliant one day. Chloe stood at the door silently watching the three of them. Ever since she gave birth, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Justin had been treating the twins like they were his own. After the birth of the babies, Chloe felt like she had somehow lost status. Whether it was her mom, Mrs. Cooper, Mr. Cooper, or Grandpa Cooper. They all just stared at the babies. They took turns carrying them, playing with them. They all seemed so happy, especially Justin. Justin often drove home right after work, and he refused to leave until the babies fell asleep. If people didn't know better, they would have thought that they were his children. Chloe's heart was not made of stone. She knew very clearly that Justin was very kind to her. He loved the babies because he loved her. "Young master, it's time for the babies to change diapers," the nanny came over and reminded him. Justin didn't want to let go, but he gently handed the twins over. He looked up and saw Chloe standing by the door. "Did Director Richard leave?" he asked. Chloe nodded. "Perfect timing. I need to talk to you about something." Justin got up and straightened his tie. "Sure, what's up?" Chloe asked, following Justin and walked over to the study next door. "What are your thoughts on the baby's 1-month birthday party?" I haven't thought about it yet. Don't we still have 10 days left?" Chloe asked in surprise. "Yeah, but time flies. Grandpa wants to hold a big celebration since you've just been vindicated for murder, but we don't know if you would prefer low-key or not. I don't want that many people there. You know me, I don't socialize that much, so I only have a few good friends. I thought we could just gather some close friends and family and have dinner together." "Sounds good, whatever you say." Justin nodded. "Justin, I've thought about this for a while, and I think I'll move out when the twins are 1 month old." "Why?" Justin looked shocked. "I'm no longer in a precarious situation. I'm not a murderer anymore, and there's nothing people can say or do to harm me. South Hill Manor is still empty, and I quite like it there. I want to go home." "Aren't you afraid that Andrew might harm you and your babies? He's quite a cunning man." "I'm not scared of him. I can't live my life trying to avoid him. I think I'll face him directly." "Are you sure?" "Yes. I've caused you and your family so much trouble while I was pregnant." "You've caused no trouble at all. My family loves you." Justin couldn't hide his feelings for her when he said those words. "I know, but I can't just stay here forever. It's not that convenient. I was pregnant before and scared that my babies would be in danger. Now that they're born and my mom's back, it's time that I move out." Justin had thousands of reasons why he didn't want Chloe to move out. However, he didn't want to make things difficult for her. So after a few seconds of silence, he looked up and said, "Okay, I respect your decision." When Chloe heard Justin's response, she smiled. "Please talk to Grandpa Cooper and the others for me. I don't want them to feel bad." "Okay, but can we still host the 1-month birthday here? Grandpa has been planning it for quite some time now. He even postponed some meetings because he wants to attend the twins' 1-month birthday." "Sure, we can go out and do some shopping these days so we can start decorating." "No, you haven't rested enough," Justin immediately rejected. "It's okay. I'll just wear more clothes and be careful not to catch a cold." Chloe then gave a soft smile. Justin had no defense mechanism against Chloe's smile. No matter what she requested, even if he knew she was wrong, he would still agree. After talking to Chloe, Justin was ready to go back to his own house to sleep. Chloe walked him out to the parking lot. It's late, and the roads are slippery. Drive safe. Of course. Justin felt very warm inside. It felt like Chloe was his wife and she was worried about his safety. "Justin." "Yes?" "You're not young anymore. If you can, try to find a girlfriend. Don't stay single." Justin's heart immediately froze and split in half when he heard Chloe's words. "Do you want me to find a girlfriend?" Justin looked at Chloe with disappointment in his eyes. "Do you want to know the truth?" "Yes." Justin looked at Chloe. "I really want you to find a girlfriend. You're the only son in the Cooper family. Mrs. Cooper and Mr. Cooper, and even Grandpa Cooper want you to have your own family as soon as possible because they want to see you have a child of your own. We can't just live for ourselves all the time. We sometimes have to take into account the feelings of our families." "Thank you for your honesty. I will think about it." Justin was a bit mad. He looked down and started the car engine. Without waiting for Chloe to say goodbye, he drove his Lamborghini down the road and into the darkness. Chloe knew he was upset. Sometimes the truth was rather bleak and painful to hear, but it was also necessary. She couldn't let Justin live in the dream he fabricated forever. To allow him to do so would truly be cruel. Just then, Chloe's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID, and it was a bunch of random numbers. She couldn't tell where it was coming from. She hesitated for a bit, but still picked up the phone. "Hello?" There was no response from the other side of the line, but Chloe could hear someone breathing, even though the sound was rather weak. "Sorry, but who are you looking for?" Chloe asked again. No one spoke on the other side of the line. For some strange reason, Chloe felt a strong feeling budding up in her mind. "Jack? Is that you?" Chloe couldn't suppress the excitement in her voice. There was still no response. Chloe never even considered that it might be some psycho, just calling to mess around. Nor did she think that it was some child's prank. She had the feeling that the person on the other side of the line was the owner of the voice she wanted to hear from. "Jack, if it is you, can you please say something? Even if you aren't coming back now, please just let me know that you are still alive." Chloe's voice was shaking. After 3 seconds, the call ended. Beep, beep, beep. Chloe hastily grabbed her phone, trying to call back the numbers that showed up. "Sorry, the number you have called does not exist. Please check the number and dial again." Chloe's heart sank when she heard those words. Why would it be a non-existent number? Why didn't that person say anything? Wasn't it that number that had just tried calling her? She was rather rattled. She wanted to talk to someone, but then thought people might think she was crazy and made up the story because she missed Jack so much. She knew very clearly, though, that this was no hallucination. In Seattle, America, Jack hung up the phone. He let out a long sigh. Then he got up slowly. Just now, he almost said something to Chloe. However, why would it matter if he said something? The problems haven't been solved yet. He still needed to undergo one last leg restorative surgery. He still didn't know if he would be disabled forever or if he could luckily recover. He didn't want people to look at his wife and daughters with discriminatory looks when they walked on the streets together. He wouldn't allow people to say, "Hey, your husband's crippled. Hey, your dad's crippled." Jack was a proud person, and this was something he would not tolerate. It was dark. Jack held a picture that he cherished. Chloe was wearing a pink maternity dress, one arm holding Pudding and the other arm Little Bean. She looked down at them and smiled gently. At that moment, the world seemed to soften because of her soft smile. Jack held onto the picture firmly, his fingers slightly shaking. "Chloe, I'm sorry." A few days later, Justin cleared his schedule so he could go shopping with Chloe. They drove to the supermarket and bought a bunch of decorations for the twins' 1-month birthday. They bought balloons, a Christmas tree. They were both tired, but still continued with enthusiasm. Justin bought whatever he saw. Chloe, however, maintained her composure. Otherwise, they would be very compulsive shoppers. It was almost noon. Chloe looked at her watch and said, "It's already 12. I'm hungry. Let's go and eat." "Sure." "What do you want to eat?" "Anything's fine. As long as we fill ourselves, I'm good. I'm just really tired." Chloe smiled. "What about Korean barbecue?" "Sure. However, you have to promise me something first." Chloe acted very mysteriously. "What is it?" Justin was confused. You have to let me pay for it, all right? Chloe blinked and smiled. Sure. It's rare for Dr. Green to treat me to lunch. I shall let her. The two couldn't help but start laughing. After arranging for the things they bought to be delivered back to the mansion, Chloe and Justin drove to a nearby high-end Korean barbecue restaurant. There would always be a long line outside this restaurant. The decor was rather nice, and the flooring used Korean tatami. The beef there was top grade and fresh. Many people would come and try because of the restaurant's good reputation. The minimum for a two-person meal would $1,000. Even when it was so expensive, it was rather amazing to see how so many people would still line up for it. When Chloe saw so many people lining up, she second-guessed her decision. There are so many people here. Let's go. I'd be famished by the time we get in. It's okay. Wait here for a second. Justin walked over and began talking to a waiter. Call your manager over. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. After about a minute, the restaurant's manager came out. He was a man in his 40s, wearing a pair of golden-framed glasses. He was a bit chubby, but very cheerful-looking. Before Justin said anything, the manager walked over and said respectfully, Welcome, young Master Cooper. How come you didn't say anything so we could prepare? It's fine. My friend and I were just shopping nearby, so it was a last-minute decision. Please come in. Are there still openings? I'd like a quiet room, Justin asserted. Yes. Even if other people don't have seats, there will still be a room specially reserved for you. Young Master Chase had given us this order. The people in line looked at them with envy as the manager led Justin and Chloe up the stairs. Only then did Chloe come to a realization. Does this restaurant belong to Case Chase? Yeah, but it's not under the Chase Corporation. This restaurant belongs to him. I heard it's 'cause Zuri likes eating Korean barbecue. The two used to fly over to Seoul a lot on weekends, but they got annoyed by the hassle, so he decided to open up a restaurant. He hired the chefs from Korea, so this restaurant is very authentic. No wonder it's so good. Young Master Chase sure is generous with his money. Chloe didn't know Case that well. Every time she found out something new about him or met him was because of Justin. She had met him briefly a few times, but she felt that he was a cold person. However, Brenny had once fallen deeply in love with him. When Case and Zuri got married, it also caused a stir within the city, and Brenton became Case's brother-in-law. The two went upstairs and into one of the quietest rooms. Then, Chloe ordered some meat and vegetables. Justin ordered another bottle of sack. Why are you ordering sack? Who's drinking? Chloe was confused. I'm drinking. Do you want to drive drunk under broad daylight? Who told you I was going to drive drunk? Why not just make you drive? Justin smiled. Fine. You win. Chloe laughed. This was her first time eating out since giving birth to the twins, so she felt rather different. She felt that she had been a bird in captivity for a long time, and the freedom she newly acquired was something rather refreshing. You just gave birth. Are you sure you're okay? Justin said, sounding a bit worried. It had been less than a month since Chloe gave birth. Was it okay for her to go about town like that? When do you see American or European women rest for such a long time after giving birth? Chloe asked. Yeah. I actually don't think they do that. Such strong women. It's not that they're strong. It's just that the culture is different. Things like women not showering or washing their hair for a month after birth are just the customs of ancient times. If women actually didn't shower or wash their hair for a month under such hot temperatures, they will become very stinky. As long as I keep myself warm and not catch a cold, it's fine. People aren't that weak. They can still go out and see the world. Fine. You're always right. I'm not going to argue with you. Justin smiled at Chloe. Then he picked up a piece of cooked meat and put it on her plate. Justin enjoyed this quiet lunch with Chloe. He felt like he was walking on clouds. He could look at her, sit across from her, chat with her, laugh with her, put food on her plate, or pour water for her. Justin never thought such little things could make him so happy. When the bill came, the manager was very polite. "Young Master Cooper, please don't make this hard on us. We can't accept money from you." Young Master Chase said everything you eat here would all be on the house. "Okay then, thank Case for me. I'll take him out for a drink when he comes back from his business trip." Understood. When Justin and Chloe walked out of the restaurant, they saw Andrew walking towards them. There was a cute young girl standing next to him. That girl was in a Barbie pink luxury brand dress, which made her look very young. She had straight bangs and her eyes were incredibly big. I was wondering why my left eye keeps twitching today. It all makes sense now because something good was going to happen to me. "Chloe, you're such a bad girl. You gave birth less than a month ago, and you're already running around on the streets." When Andrew saw Chloe from afar, he was immediately put into a good mood. When Andrew was close to Chloe, he was able to see her much clearer. When he looked at Chloe, his eyes were gentle. November in Northernside was already cold. The two princesses' birthday was October 23rd, so they were Scorpios. They were almost 1 month old, which meant November was coming to an end. Everyone in the streets was wearing cashmere or leather jackets. Some older people who were afraid of the cold had changed into thick, down jackets. Chloe was in a long white one-piece, with flouncing pearl-weaved sleeves and collar. She looked very elegant in it, and she also wore a thin, short black jacket on the outside. The black and white style was simple, yet elegant. Andrew hadn't seen Chloe for a while, and really missed her. He missed her so much that he forgot where he was and immediately approached her. Chloe glared at Andrew without saying a word. Her eyes just coldly glazed past him. Woxie, who was standing beside Andrew, looked at Chloe with curiosity before glancing back at Andrew. "Andrew, are these your friends?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know him that well," Chloe denied immediately. Then she walked away with Justin. Andrew reached out to grab Chloe's hand. "Chloe, it's been so long since we've seen each other. You won't even smile for me?" Chloe was burning with rage. If they weren't in such a big crowd, she would have hurled her palm at his face. Let go of her. Justin immediately stepped up and flung Andrew's hand away. "I warned you before. If you dare to touch her again, I will kill you." Justin glared at Andrew with anger, looking as if he was going to chop Andrew into a billion pieces. "President Cooper, hey, I'm just joking around. You don't need to be so nervous. Who's joking around with you? Get the F out of it here." After cursing at Andrew, Justin ignored all the people looking at them and grabbed Chloe by the hand. The two left the restaurant. Andrew turned around to see Justin holding tightly onto Chloe's hand. His look had quite a deep layer of meaning behind it. "Your friend sure is mean. He can't even take a joke. Gosh." Ruoxi thought Justin and Chloe didn't know how to behave maturely, and that Andrew was a great person. Mayor Fisher was transferred from another city, so his daughter was new to this city. She didn't really know who Justin or Chloe was. Therefore, she had no idea what had just happened. "Are you okay?" Justin asked Chloe with a concerned look on his face after they left the restaurant. Chloe, who had slowly calmed down, pulled her hand out from his. "I'm fine. It's just that when I see his face, I remember things. I just couldn't control my emotions back there." "I understand," Justin nodded, his heart breaking for her. "Let's go home." "Okay." Chloe opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. "Are you sure you can still drive?" Justin asked jokingly as he just saw how mad Chloe was. "I can't just let you drink and drive, right?" Chloe also smiled. Chloe then drove Justin's car back to the Cooper family mansion, on the upper floor of the Korean barbecue restaurant, in one of the private rooms. "Andrew, who was the girl just now? Why do I feel that you were so good to her just now?" Ruoxi asked nosily. When asked, Andrew, who was wiping his hands off with a wet toilette, suddenly froze for a second. "Yeah, that's my little sister, Chloe." "Oh, so it was just your little sister," Ruoxi muttered happily. Andrew smiled faintly at Ruoxi's remarks, neither confirming nor denying the statement. But you guys don't look alike. Are you related? Which side of the family is she from? Ruoxi just kept asking one question after another. Andrew gave her the menu elegantly. Do you prefer marinated beef or steak? Ruoxi was bedazzled by the question. She felt like they weren't on the same channel. Marinated beef is fine. Steak is too tough for me. My teeth aren't that great, so I can't really bite into them. Sure. Andrew nodded. Then he called the waiter over to order 2 beef sets, 1 blueberry fruit salad, also a coconut milk sago soup. Okay, please give us a second, President Green. Ruoxi looked at Andrew with admiration. Wow, how did you know I like to eat blueberry fruit salad and coconut milk sago soup? You ate quite a bit last time we had dinner together, Andrew said nonchalantly. Ha, you're such an attentive person. Even my dad doesn't know. No wonder you're so successful at such a young age. Upon hearing Ruoxi's waterfall of praises, Andrew only replied with a smile. You have so many female artists under your company, and they're all so pretty. Don't you have a girlfriend? No, I don't. Why not? Because there's someone I like, and she'll always be in my heart. Oh, I know. Is it your deceased wife? You're such a romantic. She sure is a lucky woman, having someone like you love her even after she left the world, Ruoxi exclaimed in a quiet voice. Andrew didn't refute nor respond. He felt like he didn't need to explain anything to this young girl. He was only having lunch with her because of Mayor Fisher. Then, do you think you will date again in the future? Andrew just looked up at her without responding. Ruoxi immediately blushed. I mean, if you might meet a special person in the future and she is really into you, would you date her? Probably not, Andrew said without much emotion. Oh, Rixie looked a bit disappointed. I saw in the entertainment magazines that you were dating Emery. Is that true? Young girls were sure nosy. They wanted to know everything. Andrew thought for a bit and responded calmly. No, we didn't date. At most, we slept together. Oh, you slept together. So you guys were just friends with benefits? Ruoxi said without any filter. You can put it that way, Andrew said as if it were nothing special. He didn't need to bribe the new mayor like how he did with Victor. That was why he didn't need to play pretend in front of the new mayor's daughter, and he answered all her questions freely. Oh, I understand. After all, we're all adults. We're not nuns and monks, so it's okay to be a bit casual sometimes. Nothing special, Ruoxi said, looking a bit embarrassed. Andrew didn't say much. He just looked down at his phone and browsed the stock market. In his mind, however, he was replaying his brief encounter with Chloe just now. She really did look different after becoming a mom. She no longer had the naivete of a young girl. Now, she looked more mature. He could even see the glow of motherly love around her. That made Andrew love her even more. Seeing Chloe made his urge to possess her even stronger. When Chloe and Justin returned, Grandpa Cooper was playing with one of the babies in the living room. Justin walked up and took the baby. What are you doing? Grandpa, let me play with her for a while, Justin announced. I'll let you take her if you guess right. Is this Pudding or Little Bean? Grandpa Cooper suddenly proposed to play a game with his grandson. Do I get a prize if I guess right? Justin grinned at his grandpa. What do you want? I want your 20-year wine. Oh, so greedy. Grandpa Cooper smiled. Then, what if you lose? What do you want? If you lose, then you have to give me your treasured stamp set, Grandpa Cooper said, greedily. Gramps, you sure are ruthless. You've got your eyes on my stamps. Do you have the habit of collecting stamps? Chloe looked a bit shocked as she asked Justin. Mrs. Cooper immediately responded for him. Justin has been collecting stamps as a hobby since he was a boy. He has 5 complete sets. One of them is a rare, limited edition set. The market price for it is around $5 million right now. Wow, that's very impressive. Chloe smiled. Stop preying on my stamps for a bit. We don't even know who's the winner yet. Then you should look carefully. Don't get it wrong." Grandpa Cooper smiled. Justin looked down on the baby girl, his eyes oozing with gentleness. Chloe's twins looked very much alike. According to the hospital, they were 97% identical. Those who didn't know them well wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Justin looked at her carefully and finally said decisively, "This is Little Bean." "Are you sure?" Grandpa Cooper asked, although he sounded a bit shocked. "I'm most absolutely certain." Positive Justin sounded very determined. Okay, you win. You sure are lucky." Grandpa Cooper waved his hands in the air. It seemed very obvious that he wasn't satisfied with the outcome. "What do you mean I'm lucky?" "I won fair and square, Gramps. Accept your defeat. After all, you are a senior Army commander, so you gotta make your words count." Yes, the wine is in the cellar. You can go pick it up tomorrow. Justin, how did you know this one is Little Bean? I can't even tell the difference sometimes. I think Chloe's the only one that can tell who's who," Mrs. Cooper said, as she looked at her son in awe. "It's rather simple. There's a very small red mole on the back of Little Bean's right ear. Pudding doesn't have one. You sure are attentive." Mrs. Cooper gave her son a big thumbs up. Justin looked down and gently kissed Little Bean's pink cheeks. "You're so cute. I love you both. I will never favor one over the other. I will buy you both the same things. I can't treat you guys differently." Chloe smiled. She thought it was cute when Justin began acting so much like a kid, too. The nanny was playing with the babies when they had dinner. The entire family was enjoying dinner when Chloe suddenly received a snap message from Cody. "Sis, I'm holding a celebratory party at Imperial Star Entertainment tomorrow night. Do you want to come? What time tomorrow?" "It's starting at 8 p.m. "Okay, I'll be there. Great. I'll be waiting for you." Cody was really happy. Chloe put down her phone. She looked at Justin and said, "Cody's holding his own concert already? Did you arrange it?" "It's not just one concert. It's a nationwide tour. He has a lot of fans, so it was rather easy to arrange. I just hired some top producers and lyric writers for him, and they helped him write a few songs. The public loves him, and album sales are at a record high. That's why he's celebrating tomorrow night?" "Yeah, I think so. I haven't been to social events at the company for a while," Justin said as he stuffed his mouth with rice. "So, can you take me to the party tomorrow night?" Chloe looked at Justin. Justin was delighted. The fact that Chloe took the initiative to ask him made him feel like he was walking on clouds. However, he still had to push down his happiness and play it cool. "Sure. Let's go together then." "Okay. Then I'll drive directly over." "No. I'll pick you up." Justin's parents and grandfather quietly listened to their conversation without interjecting. After dinner, Justin went upstairs to play with the babies before driving home. Ever since Chloe moved in, he never once broke the agreement he made with his mother. He never stayed the night, afraid that others might gossip about them and blow things out of proportion. Chloe went upstairs to shower and change after Justin left, while Justin's parents and grandfather enjoyed tea in the living room. "I think Justin and Chloe would make a great couple," Grandpa Cooper suddenly said. "Dad, not you too." Mr. Cooper looked at Grandpa Cooper. "It's not just because he's my beloved grandson. I've just never seen him fall for anyone his entire life. A lot of pretty female soldiers tried to approach him when he was in the army, but he was annoyed by them. I think he wanted to run away whenever he saw women. When he was discharged, he came back to open up a company. I still remember him getting into countless scandals, but we never intervened in his life. I think we respected his choices because we knew he would never do anything crazy. However, it's different this time. Really, he pointed a gun at his own head to make me save her. At that moment, I knew he was fully into her and that he was willing to sacrifice himself for her." Mr. Cooper and Mrs. Cooper didn't say anything. They quietly listened to Grandpa Cooper. "At first, I didn't really like Chloe. I thought she was an unlucky woman, the type that would make men fall for her so hard, the type that could easily seduce men. You guys probably thought the same way. Mr. Cooper coughed a bit, looking a bit embarrassed. Mrs. Cooper was also embarrassed because Grandpa Cooper was completely right. At first, everyone in the Cooper family disliked Chloe and thought negatively about her. We didn't truly get to know her until she moved in with our family. Only then did I realize that Justin likes her character, her charisma, her personality. It wasn't about her looks or figure at all, nor did it have to do with her future. He simply loved her. It was pure love. Chloe didn't disappoint anyone either. She always did her best and is a very honest and grateful child. Technically, we shouldn't be thinking this way while she's still married. However, her husband probably isn't going to come back. If so, why can't Chloe just give Justin a chance? Dad, I don't think it's that simple. As you know, Chloe doesn't like Justin back, despite Justin being madly in love with her. If Chloe doesn't accept Justin, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't always try to pressure her into a relationship. I just can't do that, Mrs. Cooper replied slowly. Dad, it's not right for us to interfere with them. Mr. Cooper locked his brows together. What's wrong with interfering? I think it's a great idea. I'm going to wait for a good opportunity to talk to Chloe. I think she might consider Justin. The key problem now is that my grandson won't even look at another girl. He only has eyes for Chloe. If this lasts forever, the Cooper family lineage will end with him. Dad, I don't think we should talk to her about this. If Chloe says yes, that's great. But if Chloe says no, it would be rather awkward for all of us. How is she supposed to continue living with us? Mrs. Cooper was rather against Grandpa Cooper's idea. Why do we need to be so worried about everything? If we're afraid of doing anything before even actually doing it, we won't be able to accomplish anything. How do you know Chloe would reject Justin before we even ask her? You two can sit back and relax. Just leave this to me. Grandpa seemed resolute, ending this discussion. Mr. Cooper and Mrs. Cooper looked at each other helplessly. If the situation was that simple, then everything would turn out great. However, the problem was that Justin and Chloe's relationship was much more complicated than that. Chloe took a bath filled with rose petals. It relieved a lot of her stress and weariness that accumulated throughout the day. When she came out of the bath, the babies were already sound asleep. Mom, are they asleep? Chloe whispered. Sandra nodded. Yeah, Little Bean's easier to put to bed. It only takes a while until she's sound asleep. Pudding takes a bit longer? She's always looking at you with her big round eyes. She's like a spirit. However, I put some classical piano music on, and she quickly grew weary. She's now asleep. Chloe was in her bath towel. She leaned against her mom's shoulder. Mom, thank you. You should go back to your room and get some rest. We'll have to get up early tomorrow and take care of this pair of little devils again. Okay, I'm going to bed now. You should go to bed soon. Are you going out tomorrow? She had overheard Chloe's conversation with Justin during dinner. Yeah. I'm going to go to Cody's celebration party tomorrow. I don't think I'll stay long. Probably just a few hours. You don't have to worry about them. Stay longer if you want to. Mrs. Cooper and I will take care of these rascals. It's been a tiring month for you, so you should most definitely take some time off to relax. Okay. After Sandra left, Chloe tiptoed her way over to the crib and leaned over to kiss the twins on their foreheads. They had a nice, milky scent to them. Wow, it's incredible. These are my daughters. Chloe looked at the twins, sound asleep under the dim lights. She felt very warm inside. Then, she hopped onto the bed and fell quickly asleep. Chloe, here! Why are you sleeping in my class again? Do you think my class is boring? The physics teacher scolded. Chloe was lying on her table, but the teacher made her stand up. No, it's not you, sir. It's just that I'm wired to be sleepy during this time of the day, Chloe responded, still not fully awake yet. The whole class burst into laughter. What are you all laughing at? Shut up. I've been teaching physics for many years now and have taught many students. But your class is the worst. Chloe, I heard you're one of the top students. Do top students behave like this? Please don't get mad. I'll try hard to control my drowsiness next time and not fall asleep. Chloe's response once again made the whole class burst into laughter. The new school year started less than a week ago, and no one knew each other well yet. Even though midterms were still a while away, the teachers were already preying on Chloe because she was admitted with the highest grades. Jack was sitting in the same row as Chloe, but there were 6 other people in between them, so they weren't close to each other at all. They had never spoken to each other. However, the girls tended to gather around Jack. They would try to get his contact information. Some even wrote him love letters. Chloe wasn't one of the pretty girls, and she didn't have a lot of boys chasing after her, unlike Sarah, who was sitting next to her. Sarah was very pretty, and therefore was extremely popular with the guys. Chloe was used to the scene already because she understood that people tended to judge others by their appearances. It was the first time Chloe was publicly scolded by a teacher, so all her classmates' attentions were on her. Jack tilted his head to look at Chloe. From start to finish, he was expressionless. No one really knew what he was thinking about. Aren't you a genius? Weren't you admitted into the school for getting the highest grades? It's already been a week since the new school year started. Please show me what problems you can solve. If you can solve them, I'll let you sleep in all of my classes from now on. If you can't, though, you shall be kicked out of my class if you dare sleep during my lectures again. You're so young, yet you're already learning how to just be lazy while relying on your intelligence. You don't understand what it means to work hard or to respect your teachers. I will definitely tell your homeroom teacher after this. This is so ridiculous. The physics teacher was an old man around 50 years old. He was rather grumpy and bad-tempered. Many students didn't like him, probably because he was very conservative and strict. The teacher's challenge triggered the interest of the other classmates, mainly because they wanted to see Chloe fail. Sarah was rather scared for Chloe. She said in a low voice, "Hey, don't push it too far. If you really don't know, just apologize. Don't fuss with this old man." Chloe was now fully awake from her dreams, and she snapped back to reality. She gave out a lazy yawn, then said in an arrogant tone, "Sir, go ahead, or else class is going to end." The whole class burst into thundering laughter. Even the class representative couldn't help but secretly praise how daring Chloe was. She's rather an interesting girl. David was the class clown. I like her personality. She has character. A bit playful and yet a bit condescending. Jack, on the other hand, was still expressionless as he looked down and played with his miniature-sized Rubik's Cube in one hand. It seemed like he lived in a totally different world. The physics teacher was now bursting with anger after hearing what Chloe said. Initially, he didn't want to give her a really hard question. Now, however, he decided to give her a university entrance examination level question, even though they were only in the first week of grade 10. Even the smartest students wouldn't be able to solve such difficult questions without learning it first. The chalkboard in the front of the classroom was filled with physics equations as the whole class watched silently. One girl whispered, "Old man is going to kill Chloe." I wouldn't be able to solve this question in a million years. I'm already shaking from just looking at it. Everyone was just watching a good show. They were all curious to see how badly this girl genius would screw up. "You can come up now," the physics teacher said after writing out the question. He glanced at Chloe. Chloe looked at her watch. "Sir, in 15 minutes, the class would be over. I have enough time to solve this question, but I have a small request." "What is it?" the physics teacher said as he looked at Chloe in a strict manner. "If I'm able to accurately solve this problem, can you end the class a few minutes earlier? I think I slept too much, and now my head is a bit dizzy. I want to go out and breathe some fresh air." The class went crazy when Chloe said these words. How arrogant could this girl be? Does she want to be king of this class? She was way too arrogant. The physics teacher turned so stern that steam was practically shooting out of his head. "You should first answer the question correctly before negotiating terms with me. If you get it wrong and are punished, don't blame me for being mean," the teacher said, emphasizing each word. Chloe slowly went up to the chalkboard and grabbed a piece of white chalk. She quickly read the question before solving it in the blink of an eye. Her writing speed was incredible, and no one could catch up with her. Damn, is this girl possessed? How can she write so fast? I can't even follow her writing. She's incredible. I can't read her writing, but her aura, though, it's really domineering. I have a feeling that old man is going to lose to this little girl. We might have a genius in this class. People started chattering amongst themselves, making the atmosphere in the classroom even more tense. Jack finally stopped playing with his Rubik's Cube, gently placing it onto his desk. Then he slowly looked up, the expression on his face slowly beginning to change. The question that the teacher put out was one that would not appear until the university entrance examination, so it was rather difficult. It wasn't a question that some grade 10 students could answer. He obviously was trying to put this girl in an impossible situation. However, this girl solved it without hesitation. A while ago, he saw this girl in a TV interview, where she acted as arrogant as could be. Jack was suddenly excited to see how things would unfold. Finally, Chloe finished writing the last symbol, with only a bit of chalk left to spare. She looked down at her watch and said, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Just in time, and with time to spare. Then she threw the remaining piece of chalk in the garbage can and backed up a few steps so everyone could see the whole chalkboard. The teacher glanced at the board with a bewildered expression on his face. How is this possible? Teacher, I'm right, am I not? Chloe smiled. Jack was at the back of the classroom. He saw the smile and felt something different fill his body. Something seemed to arouse his little soul. Teacher? Chloe waved her hand in front of the teacher since she saw him just standing there like a statue. It took a while until the teacher could react. Have you done this question before? I've never seen it before, Chloe said honestly. Then how is it possible? The teacher was still in shock. Not only did Chloe answer the question correctly, but she also used a simple method she developed on her own to solve it, thereby shocked at how she was able to solve it so easily and quickly. Who taught you this? No one taught me. I learned it by myself. I've done similar questions before. Although this question is rather difficult, I used my own method to try to prove its accuracy. It turned out that my method works. It's quite neat, don't you think? She continued her condescending manner as she talked back to the teacher. The teacher was dumbfounded. Finally, he gave out a weak sigh. You really know better than your teachers. I never thought there would be such a genius amongst you kids. Not only were you able to solve this question, but you were also able to do it with your own method. You truly are a genius. Class, if anyone is able to meet this standard, then I permit that person to sleep in my class. The whole class started to burst into discussion as soon as the teacher made this announcement. Damn, being able to sleep in class was such an awesome treatment. Sir, there's still 10 minutes left. Can I go out and get some fresh air? Yeah, thanks. Ah, wait, the teacher suddenly shouted. Chloe turned around. What's your name? Chloe Green. Chloe smiled. Chloe was already famous in the first week of class. Her going against the physics teacher had become a school legend that everyone knew about. A lot of students in other classes would climb the windows and peek through doors to see who was Chloe Green. The whole situation turned into something fairly big in their school. Jack picked up his Rubik's Cube and spun it around with one hand. This girl was rather an interesting character, and he liked it. It was the first person he was ever interested in, and he wanted to know more about her. Chloe slowly came back from the washroom when class was about to begin. A tall figure suddenly blocked her way at the classroom entrance. Hi, Chloe. My name is Jack Dawson. Jack introduced himself in a condescending tone. What does your name have to do with me? Chloe was even more arrogant. Jack gave the first helpless smile in his life after hearing to Chloe's response. Just like he expected, he was faced with a challenge. Chloe smiled in her sleep when she dreamt of this part. Soon after, she woke up from her dream. She realized that it was all a dream of her distant and beautiful past when high school had just started. Immediately, her heart sank. She sat up, no longer wanting to sleep. She picked up her phone and saw that it was already past midnight. She got up quietly and carefully opened her baby's diapers. She changed them into a new set of diapers and saw that the babies weren't awakened by the action. Chloe took out a cigarette from the drawer and went into the bathroom. She leaned against the sink and lit the cigarette. Whenever she was extremely depressed, she would smoke. This had been a habit she had developed many years ago. She wasn't addicted to smoking. Rather, smoking was a form of stress relief for her. She didn't know how long she would have to wait until Jack would come back. She didn't know how long she could keep up with this endless waiting. She missed Jack dearly. But who could she tell? She looked up Jack on Snap and opened their chat history. The last message was when they were getting ready for their wedding. She jokingly asked for red pocket money on Snap. Jack sent her $1,314,520, which was quite a bit of money. Her heart felt very sweet at that time. But now, just looking at the message hurt her deeply. She didn't dare to think that Jack was already dead. If that was true, what would she do? Was she going to live alone for the rest of her life? She was extremely depressed, so she sent a short message to her husband. "Jack, I miss you." She waited a few seconds, but received no reply. Smiling bitterly, she put the cigarette out, brushed her teeth, and went back to bed. Unknown to her was how this short message was able to turn a man's world upside down. Jack was always on Snap. He repeatedly read his past conversations with Chloe and looked at her picture to get through his hellish days. When he received this short message, he wanted to respond. He knew, however, that he mustn't. It wasn't the right time yet. Jack stared at his phone. Inside, he was tormented by invisible knives. He just stared at his phone silently. It was like the time when he called Chloe. Suddenly, his phone rang. Jack hesitated, but he still picked it up. It was Fiona's voice. "Riker passed the critical period now." "Thank you. You're welcome. Do you need my help for anything?" "I want to do something for my big sister, too. I want to check Andrew up because I have a feeling that he's connected with Legend." "No need." "What? Why are you so stiff? I'm just trying to be nice. I don't need you to be nice." Then Jack hung up. It was still the same old Jack. He wasn't interested in anyone other than Chloe, even if it was Chloe's little sister. Damn it. What kind of freaking temper does that guy have? It's the first time that someone hung up on me. "If he wasn't my brother-in-law and also your lifesaver, I would kill him," Fiona said angrily. Riker was now conscious, but he was still lying in a hospital bed. He looked at Fiona and commanded, "I want water." "Okay, wait a second." Fiona poured him a glass of water. She then realized that Riker couldn't get up, so he couldn't drink through the glass. Aren't there any straws? I'll go out and ask the nurse for one." Just when Fiona was about to go out, Riker grabbed onto her hand. She looked back and asked, "What is it?" "No, I don't want a straw. It's so dirty." Riker refused immediately. "Damn it. You're already half dead. Do you want to die from thirst?" Fiona glared at Riker with bewilderment. Riker looked Fiona in the eyes for 3 seconds before calmly saying, "Feed me." What did you just say?" "I want you to feed me with your mouth," Riker said without changing his facial expression. "Are you crazy?" "I am not going to do that, Riker. I don't care. If you don't feed me, I'm not drinking the water. I don't care if you drink the water or not. If you die from thirst, that's your problem." Fiona was also hot-tempered. When Riker heard what Fiona said, he also became angry. He turned around and didn't say anything. Fiona looked down, giving Riker the silent treatment. Half an hour slowly passed by. Fiona glanced at Riker. She saw that his lips were cracked and felt bad for him. So, her heart softened a bit. Are you really not going to drink the water? Riker didn't respond. Damn it. Okay, I'll feed you. Arguing with you is like arguing with a polar bear. I'd freeze to death before I win. Fine. I'll just pretend that I'm feeding a dog. Riker was speechless. Then, Fiona drank a mouthful of water and walked over to Riker. She put her lips onto Riker's lips, feeding him water while acting like she didn't care. Riker drank all the water. I want more, Riker commanded. Fiona blushed. Why are you so annoying? I want more water, Riker repeated himself. Okay. I'll drown you in water then. Just like that, Fiona dove right into the trap that Riker set up for her and fed him. One kiss at a time. At first, he just drank the water without doing anything else. Then, things got a bit strange when his tongue snuck into her mouth. Fiona felt like her brain had short-circuited. She was used to fights, but never had she been in such a situation before. All she felt was something soft swirling inside her mouth. It was a special feeling. Her heart began to pound much faster than usual. Pervert Riker. You're taking advantage of me. Shh, don't say anything else. You're so noisy. Riker was still recovering, but he still had the energy to French kiss Fiona until she was out of breath. At last, they were interrupted by a nurse. Miss Fiona, Mr. Riker is still very weak. You might want to slow down. Fiona was dumbfounded. From the nurse's perspective, Fiona was the person of fault. She felt very wronged. Fiona was about to explode when Riker suddenly interjected gently, Jan, I'm a bit hungry. Can you go buy me something to eat? Fiona thought she was hallucinating because she had never heard Riker call her so tenderly before. Okay, I'll go and buy you something. Then, Fiona left the patient's room. Riker's smile disappeared immediately. He looked at the nurse sternly and said, Get my father over. Mr. Riker, you are very weak right now. You should rest. Shut up and call my father over. Riker looked dismal now, his expression drastically different from when he was talking to Fiona. The nurse immediately left the room to follow his orders. When Fiona came back with a bowl of congee, Riker turned back to gentle mode, letting Fiona feed him one mouthful at a time. He put his hand on her slim thighs. Hey, where are you putting your hand? Don't make me pour this bowl of congee on your face. Fiona looked very mean. Fiona, if I die, would you cry for me? Riker looked at Fiona ever so gently. Stop it! Don't say things like that. You won't die. You're as adamant as a cockroach. Riker didn't respond. Not everyone would like a woman like Fiona, but Riker did, which meant that he didn't like good girls. He wasn't at all tired of chasing after her all these years. He had been all over the world, from the Alps to the Himalayas. However, when he was shot, it was the first time that he felt like he was going to be taken by the devil of death. He ate a small spoon of congee and slowly said, I really thought I was going to die this time. Before I lost consciousness, a scene flashed by my head. When we first met? When was that? I forgot. Fiona was the careless type. It was when you were 10. It was my first time visiting Amsterdam with my dad. We were going to see you and your dad. You were standing amongst a field of tulips, wearing a yellow dress. You looked like a beautiful painting from afar. Riker had an icy personality and rarely sweet-talked. Therefore, when he did, Fiona blushed shyly. Your pervertedness began all those years ago. Fiona joked intentionally. When I saw you back then, I thought life with you would be amazing. Ha ha, you flatter me. Life with me is no more than killing and running. When I was 10, I was already traveling between countries because my old pop was being chased down. When I met you in Holland, my dad and I had just bombed a base. I felt a bit gloomy, so I wore something pretty and bright. He brought me to the tulip field because he wanted to repent or something. Riker, I'm no angel. I'm just a ruthless killer. I'm also not from a good family, nor am I a movie star. I'm not even a normal girl from a good, ordinary family. I am Fiona, famous for her own mercenary group. I am one of the top 10 assassins in the world, hunted by Interpol. I'm not as amazing as you think. Fiona looked down, for the first time feeling ashamed about her occupation. Fiona, I've wanted to say this to you for a long time now. Even though I had many chances before, I never did. This time, though, after almost being separated forever, Fiona slowly looked up. Riker held both of her hands tightly. Fiona, if you were an angel, I will go to heaven with you. If you were a devil, then I will go to hell with you. No matter where you are, I'll be right by your side. Riker, Fiona didn't get to give him her answer when the door of the room suddenly burst open, prompting Fiona to immediately free her hands and step back, keeping a safe distance between her and Riker. She was afraid that others might think there was something going on between them. Hey, son, you're awake. That's great. Mr. Ross looked very glad. Uncle Ross, you guys chat. I'm going to go out and buy him some fruit. Then, Fiona rushed out the door. Dad, I suspect someone from the inside leaked my tracks so they could harm me. Yeah, Fiona also mentioned that. I already have people investigating into the matter. Mr. Ross nodded. Dad, have you investigated my second elder brother? Riker asked with an icy tone. Your second elder brother? You're suspecting him. Mr. Ross's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at his son. Fiona walked outside while the Ross family entertained the possible idea of having a traitor in their circle. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. She dialed out a call. Dad, what is it? Riker is awake. I know. How did you know? How am I supposed to survive in this industry without knowing everything? I'd have been caught 100 times over, Professor Wagner said with great pride in his voice. Dad, I want to go back and visit Sis. Nope. I know you won't agree, but I'll be going undercover, and I won't disturb her. I also want to see my nieces. Undisturbed or not, you can't go. Don't you remember being chased by assassins as soon as you got off the plane last time? I'll be careful this time. No means no. Quit giving me trouble. Dad, don't hang up yet. I have something else to tell you. Then say it. Jack, you know, my brother-in-law. His leg is wounded, and I think that's the reason he's been reluctant to go find Sis. Can you help him? Perhaps your medical skills can help him recover. I know about his injury, but there's nothing I can do. You should know that my medical skills are at best mediocre. I'm only good at the sciences, allowing me to conduct research on explosives and biological weapons, and that's the entire reason why people are onto me. You've also taken on my DNA, which made you into an explosives genius. Your sister, on the other hand, inherited your mother's talent in medicine. Jack's leg wound is a rather complicated issue that is difficult to operate on this. There's nothing I can do when he himself, a medical genius, can do nothing. Unless, Professor Wagner intentionally paused for a moment. Unless what? Fiona asked immediately. Unless it was your mother, perhaps she would be able to do something. But Mom, Fiona paused. I still have unfinished business here, so I'll leave it at that. I'm warning you one more time that, before we finish with Legend, you're forbidden from going near your sister. Professor Wagner then hung up. What the hell? I can't even go visit my biological sister and nieces? If word gets out, I'm going to be the laughing stock of everyone. Fiona slumped her shoulders. Legend, you psychopath. I'll find a way to blow you to pieces. Ugh! Annoyance tickled Fiona's heart, and for the first time, she began to think that Ian was actually a difficult enemy to deal with. They had been going at it for years now, and there had been several times where she almost died at his hands. How much longer will their cat and mouse game last? At the same time, at the Cooper family mansion, Justin arrived at the house on time to take Chloe to Cody's celebratory party. He also brought several gowns for Chloe to choose from. but little did he know she was already prepared. As he looked up, his gaze lingered. He rarely got to see Chloe dressed up so gracefully. She wore a cherry red-colored long gown with the collar designed asymmetrically slanted, delicately revealing her right shoulder. Her outfit was a perfect combination of conservative and sexy. Paired with a pair of white heels, Chloe looked simple and graceful. With time, Chloe's shoulder-length hair became long. She simply braided her hair into a half plait and propped a red daisy behind her left ear, just enough to tie the entire look together. As Justin's gaze swept over Chloe's frame, bit by bit, his heart began racing. Her beauty was never grand nor glorious, but nonetheless, still soul-stirring. "I've prepared a couple of gowns for you, but I guess it was unnecessary," Justin chuckled. "What do you think? I bought this set a while ago, but never had the chance to wear it, so I had people retrieve it for me from South Hill Manor." Justin didn't answer as his gaze on Chloe grew misty and his heart continued to beat rapidly. "Dr. Green, you look ravishing tonight," Justin said slowly after a brief pause. "Thank you." Chloe smiled slightly. Justin wore a black and white dress shirt with diamond buttons and cufflinks. He matched it with a minimalistic pair of suit pants, however. The simplicity of his getup only further complemented his born-to-be social elitist status. The black Lamborghini dashed through the night and soon parked in front of a 5-star hotel that Imperial Star Entertainment recently acquired. Reporters surrounded them as soon as the two of them got out of the car. "Miss Green, it's been a while since we last saw you. I heard the charges against you were cleared. Congratulations." "Miss Green, you've disappeared for a year. Where were you over the past year? Were you out of the country? Miss Green, why are you here today? Where is your husband, Mr. Dawson? Miss Green, rumor has it that you are currently President Cooper's girlfriend. What are your thoughts on the rumors? Miss Green, does your appearance at Imperial Star today mean GK and Imperial Star might collaborate? Miss Green, in regard to Bella's death. The truth has now been revealed, but we are all curious. Why did you decide to take the blame for the murder? Were there unknown factors at play?" Chloe didn't answer any of the reporter's questions, and she only flashed a small smile as she followed Justin into the hotel lobby. Justin's assistant, Anne, tried to control the crowd as the pair walked in. "Apologies, everyone. Today is Imperial Star's celebratory event. We will not be taking any interviews. President Cooper and Miss Green will only be answering questions related to the upcoming movie. Thank you all for understanding. Sis, you're here." Cody walked over from afar, dressed in black from head to toe. However, his superstar glamour dazzled nonetheless. "You look so handsome today, boy. The most handsome of them all. Looks like the legend is true." Chloe smiled and complimented. Cody smiled and then acknowledged Justin. "President Cooper, we can start now. Is everyone here?" Justin glanced at his watch. "Can we wait a little longer?" "Violet isn't here yet," Cody answered anxiously. "Violet is coming? Are you announcing your relationship?" Chloe asked in surprise. No, we're not announcing anything. I just want her to be with me to witness this glorious moment. Cody just signed with us and needs some time to settle down. I wouldn't recommend publicizing his relationship just now. We should wait until he receives a couple more big awards and stars in more TV shows. Once his popularity is secured, forget publicly announcing his relationship. He can get married and have kids with no impact. After all, the fans today are much more level-headed. They're not stupid enough to commit suicide at the news of their idols getting married anymore. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Chloe nodded in agreement as everyone walked into the event venue in pairs. Imperial Star was home to countless famous celebrities. Just within a glance, the luxurious hall was completely filled with dozens and dozens of tables full of guests. From A-listers to Z-listers, everyone was in attendance. Rather than calling it Cody's celebratory party, it was more appropriate to call it Imperial Star's company dinner. Justin and Chloe walked in and sat down at table 1, where the most honorable and respectable members of the company sat. Thoughtfully, Justin pulled the chair out for Chloe as he waited for her to be seated first. He then placed her outerwear neatly over a chair and sat down beside her, but not before he opened up a bottle of water for her. The series of actions left everyone stunned, and immediately, the female celebrities began discussing the matter furiously in private. "Oh my gosh, who is that woman? President Cooper is treating her like a queen. I've been an Imperial Star for 5 years, and I've never seen President Cooper treat any woman like this. Even Gianna, one of the most popular celebrities we have, had never received such nice treatment." Wait for a second. Don't you guys think that woman looks a little like cotton candy? Wait, no, more like cotton candy looks a lot like her. Everyone was saying she looked worse after her micro-alterations because she was going for the pure and innocent look. However, it looks like she's really just trying to copy President Cooper's favorite face. What a sneaky little bitch. I'm guessing Gianna and Zoe probably lost to this girl. She looks kind of familiar, though. I think she's President Dawson's wife. A female celebrity seemed to have recognized Chloe. Well, for someone to be able to show up here beside President Cooper, she's probably hard to deal with. We should just watch on the sidelines. Gianna, who sat at table 2, felt deeply annoyed the moment she saw Chloe. No wonder no matter how hard she tried to seduce President Cooper, he never laid an eye on her. It was because Chloe was right there beside him all this time. While Justin got up and began chatting with the company's high-level executives, Gianna walked over with a glass of wine in her hand. "Miss Green? Oh no, I should call you Mrs. Dawson." "Miss Gianna." Chloe glanced over and scanned Gianna's face without much emotion. "Long time no see." Gianna smiled insincerely. "Yes, it's been a while." "So, did you and President Dawson get a divorce? Are you dating President Cooper now?" Gianna asked directly. Chloe's face turned dark in a split second, but quickly she smiled. "Where did you get that information from? You're someone else's wife, yet you're not with your own man, but rather always with other men. Aren't your actions the best evidence? So, in your mind, there is only one kind of relationship between men and women, right?" Chloe asked. Gianna smirked. "What other relationships could there be? Don't tell me you guys are best friends? Perhaps you should ask President Cooper what kind of relationship we have." Upon hearing Chloe's remark, Gianna was taken by surprise for a moment. "You see, Miss Gianna, you're a famous actress at the moment, and you've been in the entertainment business for quite a number of years now. So, naturally, I figured you would have more backbone. However, I'm surprised you're someone who bullies those that are weak and are afraid of those that have authority. You like picking on the soft ones, don't you? Well, unfortunately, I'm not soft." As Chloe finished speaking, she turned her attention to Justin, that stood not far from her. "Justin." "Yes?" Justin replied as he immediately shifted all his attention to her. "Come over for a moment." Chloe waved at Justin to come over. "What is it?" Justin looked at Chloe tenderly. "Your employee wants to know what kind of relationship we have. I'm too lazy to explain it myself, and even if I do, I don't think she would believe me. So, can you tell her what kind of relationship we have?" Chloe tilted her chin up and glanced at Gianna. Gianna was caught off guard. She didn't think Chloe would be so straightforward, and called Justin over to answer her question. The situation was extremely awkward, but more than anything, Gianna's face went pale in fear that Justin might get angry. Justin glanced over at Gianna with clear annoyance in his eyes. "Chloe and I are good friends. Is there a problem?" No problem," Gianna answered, with her gaze down and her voice barely above a whisper. Justin continued. "In addition, what makes you think employees are permitted to ask personal questions about my life? Is there no work at Imperial Star to keep you busy? Is your schedule that empty? Am I giving you too little work?" "No, I was just making conversation with Mrs. Green." "President Cooper, you're mistaking me." Gianna quickly turned around without another word and headed back to her table. However, on the way back, She clenched her teeth in fury. She never thought Chloe would directly snitch to Justin and ask Justin to tell her to back off. What a despicable woman, she thought. Dr. Green, were you satisfied with my answer? As Gianna made her way back, Justin looked back at Chloe and smiled tenderly. Very satisfied, thank you, President Cooper. You're still so playful. Who would know you're already the mother of 2 children? Come and sit. The AC in here is too strong. You'll get a cold. As Justin seated Chloe, he took her coat off the chair and draped it over her shoulders. This affectionate action once more became the attention of the crowd. At that moment, all the female celebrities' eyes turned green with envy. From afar, Cotton Candy watched too, with envy, jealousy, and perhaps a little hatred as well. That woman wasn't beautiful or gloriously graceful. She wasn't even young anymore, and she most definitely wasn't some famous actress. But somehow, she commanded Justin's every move and action. Perhaps she was the only one in this world that capable of doing such a thing. Cotton Candy, aren't you going over to toast President Cooper? Look, Gianna just went, and it looks like she spoke to President Cooper's date as well, a girl suggested to Cotton Candy. However, Cotton Candy simply smirked with disdain and said, I'm not an idiot like Gianna, plotting and planning just to fall into the trap of her own making. If you want to succeed here, then you better know who the hell you are and what you are worth, and listen and do what you're told to do. President Cooper isn't easy to seduce, and those who want what doesn't belong to them will only bring themselves and the people around them down. Cotton Candy understood the situation perfectly. If there was no way to get into Justin's pants, why not just be a good pet and do what the master asked? Perhaps Gianna's success got into her head, for she got carried away and thought she could not fail. It would explain her ignorant actions. Cody's celebration party was extremely grand. After all, he was the #1 performer at Imperial Star, and therefore had the highest status in the company that no other star could compare to. At the party, Cody sang 3 songs live, and one of the songs was a cover of a love song called Small Happiness. As the song arrived at its chorus, he looked at Violet, who sat beside Chloe, longingly. Turns out you were the happiness that I wanted to keep forever. Didn't know we were once so close to being real lovers. When you decided it was us against the world and the storms that we've been through, girl, every scene, every moment, it was you, with a pure heart that cannot be untrue. Violet was very touched. Nervously, she clenched her palm tightly onto her dress, just under the table. In the beginning, Violet was reluctant to date Cody due to their difference in status. But now, she would always stand quietly by his side no matter what sort of hardship was thrown at them. Their relationship became calmer and more stable, to the point where they were considering marriage. Chloe was quite fond of the two of them, because both of them had the highest quality of personality and morality. After Cody finished his performance, several other female celebrities also got on the stage to perform. Initially, Gianna was scheduled to sing, but for some reason she left the party early, claiming that she wasn't feeling well. Cody sat beside Violet after his performance. The atmosphere was a relaxed one as Chloe, Violet, and Cody chatted fondly. In between their conversations, Chloe got up to go to the washroom. However, as she was getting out, a shadow blocked her way at the entrance. Chloe, it's been a while. Chloe looked up and was surprised to see Zion standing in front of her. It took Chloe a moment to remember that he also signed with Imperial Star. Perhaps it was because of his age, but he wasn't as famous as Cody. Nonetheless, if he was at the party from the beginning, based on his identity, he was supposed to be seated at the same table as Justin and her. At the very least, he would sit at the same table as Gianna. Therefore, Chloe was, rather, surprised to bump into him at this time. You need something? Chloe scanned his face without much emotion. You look beautiful tonight. Zion's eyes beamed with a pleasant surprise as he said with a smile. It had been a while since he last saw Chloe, and he was rather delighted to see Chloe all dolled up in a gown. Initially, he had no interest in attending Cody's celebration party. After all, It was below him. However, Emery sarcastically reminded that perhaps he should pay a visit. After all, what if he met the girl of his dreams? At the thought of that, he had a change of heart and decided to attend last minute. As a veteran playboy, he had no idea why he couldn't stop thinking about this young girl. It had been almost a year since he last saw Chloe, but his longing for her had only increased. Zion even caught himself thinking greedily, if only Chloe wasn't a medical prodigy, she wasn't Jack's wife or Justin's goddess. Oh, how wonderful it would be if she was only a normal little girl. Then he could keep her by his side all day and spoil her rotten. "Thank you for the compliment," Chloe said coldly and walked past him. "Chloe, I heard. Jack died." Chloe's heart sunk at Zion's bluntness. She whipped her head back and glared at him. "You don't need to look at me like that. I'm only stating a fact." Chloe studied Zion for a moment and suddenly smiled. "Mr. Zion, does my family business have anything to do with you?" "Of course. I actually wanted to say, if Jack's dead, you're single, right? Can I court you? Mr. Zion, you seem gravely ill. I would recommend checking out Southside's psychiatry department if you are bored. The doctors there are among the best." As she finished speaking, Chloe turned on her heel without looking back. She had no time or interest in speaking to this perverted man any longer. Zion lifted a finger and touched his lips as he watched Chloe's slim silhouette from behind. "Such a spicy girl. I love it. What should I do about you?" Zion finally understood why Andrew was so obsessed with Chloe and at the same time, why Emery was so disgusted by her. Other than a pretty but hollow shell, Emery was a woman with no depth. There was not a single woman on earth that could keep a man's heart with simply their beautiful appearance. Emery considered herself clever and acted accordingly, but really, her actions often were idiotic. It was rather tiresome. However, a calm and nonchalant woman like Chloe was like a light spring breeze, and everything about her drifted through the wind into the most tender part of his heart. That being said, he had no chance against Jack, Justin, or Andrew. He was a clown compared to them, but nonetheless, he was willing to love her, as if simply the idea of having a crush made him happy and content. By the time the event ended, it was almost 10 o'clock. Chloe's cell phone rang as she and Justin exited the hotel and were about to get into the car. "Why aren't you picking up? Who's calling?" Justin asked. "It's Andrew." Chloe looked at the familiar number on the screen and replied coldly. "Give it to me." Justin wanted to answer the call. "Leave it. I won't answer his phone calls anymore," Chloe said as she got into the car. While they were halfway home, Chloe looked down and noticed she received a video message from Andrew. With a bad feeling, she clicked open the video. Blood drained from her face in an instant as she called out to Justin, "Justin, stop the car." Justin immediately stomped on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side. "What's wrong?" I just remembered I left something at the hotel. I need to go back and get it." "What did you leave behind?" "A bag," Chloe answered with a hint of panic in her voice. "Oh? I will go and get it for you." "Okay, I will wait for you here. I'll go sit in that bubble tea shop." Chloe pointed at a storefront at the side of the road. "No, it's too dangerous for you to be alone," Justin said warily. "I'll be fine. I will be in the public eye. I won't run around too much, and it'll take you at most 10 minutes to retrieve the bag." "Fine. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back within 8 minutes," Justin said. "Okay." Chloe let out a forced smile. As soon as Justin drove off, she immediately hailed down a taxi. "Miss, where are you going?" "Tien Road, the Green family mansion." "Chloe, going to the Green family, eh?" "Are you related to them, miss?" "Relatives, perhaps?" the taxi driver asked with much interest. Chloe didn't answer as the image she saw on the video played in her head. In the video, Sarah was lying in a dark room, completely unconscious. She looked like she had been drugged and was only wearing a thin nightdress. The The message that accompanied the video said, "Chloe, I want to see you at home in half an hour. Or else Sarah will be raped until the sun comes up, and the video will be posted the next day." Do you want to take a guess as for whether the Ace family would still want her as their daughter-in-law, or if Noah would still love her? Chloe's head felt like it was going to explode as she read on. She would never let anything happen to Sarah. She had just gotten married not long ago. If something terrible happened to Sarah because of her, she would blame herself for the rest of her life. "Andrew, don't do anything rash. I'll be right over." Even if what was waiting for her was a dragon's pond and a tiger's cave, she would go without a second thought for Sarah. But she did feel guilty for lying to Justin again. "Sir, can you drive faster? I'm in a rush. It's right up front. We are almost there." Chloe quickly threw down $100 and got out of the car as soon as it stopped. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and the Green family mansion looked pitch dark, as if it had been abandoned. After Timothy died, Lily and Andrew became enemies. She then moved back with her parents, leaving Andrew all alone in the big, empty mansion. Andrew, on the other hand, seemed very attached to the place, and he had always thought of the place as his only home. Chloe walked up to the front door, and warily, she rang the bell. To be honest, she was afraid of Andrew. She had no idea what might happen if she stepped into this house today. But she had no choice, because she had to rescue Sarah. The only thing that this bastard knows is to threaten the people close to me, Chloe thought. The front door opened slowly. "Miss, you're back?" To Chloe's surprise, the Green family's housekeeper from before opened the front door. The housekeeper knew who Chloe was, so she was also surprised to see her. "Where's Andrew?" Chloe asked after the initial shock. "Young Master's in the reading room. He will be right down. I just made dinner. When young Master said you were coming tonight, I almost didn't believe him." The housekeeper welcomed Chloe in enthusiastically. The interior decoration of the mansion looked exactly the same as it used to. As Chloe scanned around, she didn't notice any traces of Sarah and guessed that perhaps she was locked away somewhere else. Her observation was interrupted by a series of footsteps. She looked up as Andrew made his way downstairs in a salmon-colored dress shirt. "Chloe, you're here." "Where's Sarah?" Chloe demanded icily. Andrew let out a smile. "Don't worry. She'll be fine. I'm here, so you better let her go immediately." "I did. She should be sleeping at home right now. If you don't believe me, call her." Chloe took out her phone immediately and dialed Sarah's number. Just then, when she called, Sarah's phone was out of service. But now the call went through. Sarah picked up the phone and answered drowsily after the third ring. "Chloe, Sarah, where are you?" "I'm at home, sleeping." "Where is Noah?" "He's on a night shift and he won't be back till the morning." "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "What's wrong?" "Why are you calling so late?" Sarah asked confusedly. Nothing. Go back to sleep. Lock the door. Be careful." Chloe hung up. "See? I didn't lie to you, Chloe. Andrew, what the hell do you want?" Chloe looked Andrew in the eye as a chill ran down her spine. "Chloe, why is it that every time we meet, you're always so aggressive and asking me what I want? What do you think I want? You're so smart. How can you not know?" Andrew let out a smirk. "How would I know what the devil is thinking? After all, we're not the same kind of people." I hear so much resentment." Chloe didn't reply and looked at him with caution. "Don't be scared, I won't do anything to you. If I really wanted your body, you wouldn't be safe and sound like you're now. After all, you did sleep over here once." A chill ran down Chloe's spine. However, Andrew simply walked over towards the dining room. "Chloe, come and have a late-night snack with me. I won't give you a hard time, and as promised, I've let Sarah go. So, listen to me and don't make me mad. Or else, I can't promise I will be this kind the next time." "So, you're threatening me now?" Chloe glared at Andrew with anger in her eyes. "You can interpret it that way." Chloe came today without any preparations, so she didn't have the self-made explosives on her like the last time. Andrew, on the other hand, also knew Chloe came today without being prepared. If he were to take a gamble, he didn't think she could leave here in one piece, safe and sound, if he didn't want her to. "Why are you still standing there like a dummy? Come and eat." Tenderness suddenly spilled out of Andrew's eyes. "When can I leave? I've already told you we can discuss that after you eat. Andrew, you should know that even if I came unprepared today, Justin still knows that I am missing. He will find me very soon." Chloe watched his eyes and said slowly, "You're threatening me with Justin? You think I'm afraid of him?" Andrew smiled profoundly. Chloe remained silent, not letting him leave her sight. "Chloe, everyone is always saying how smart you are, but sometimes you're so adorably dumb. If I really wanted to do something to you, do you think I'd let Justin find us? Even if he found you, I would have already done what I wanted to do. For example, like now. You can't resist me, can you?" As Andrew spoke, he walked over in a couple of steps, closing the gap between them. Before Chloe could react, he had pushed her tightly against the wall as he leaned in on her. The two of them stared at each other face to face with proximity. Chloe could almost hear her own heartbeat. Her back was against the wall. Chloe was not prepared for this. As she stared up at the face that is closing in on her, she felt her mind slip towards insanity. "Andrew, I'm warning you. Don't mess with me or I will kill myself right here and right now." "You're so adorably stupid," Andrew chuckled, then continued. "But I still love you so much. What should I do?" His tone became soft and tender, completely different than how. Desire filled his eyes. Chloe watched closely as her heart began to pound. She knew what he wanted. Andrew leaned down towards her. Thinking he was going to kiss her, Chloe turned her face in avoidance. But to her surprise, he simply leaned towards her neck and breathed in deeply, greedily taking in her unique sweet aroma. "Chloe, you're the only thing that makes me feel safe in this world. With you, time is gentle, the years are static, and life is beautiful." "Chloe, do you think I'm right?" Before Chloe could finish, Andrew grabbed her wrist and dragged her up to the dining table. "Andrew, let me go! Don't touch me!" Chloe scrabbled to resist his touch as it made her feel disgustingly nauseous. "Why don't you eat up? We won't talk about anything in particular. Just have a meal with me." "Okay?" Andrew said as he took a seat across from Chloe. The dining table was a seafood feast, with a giant Boston lobster as the centerpiece. Andrew picked up a ladle and filled a bowl with seafood soup. Gently, he put it in front of Chloe. "Drink it while it's hot. It's delicious." As Andrew finished speaking, he began digging in. He ate slowly and gracefully, just like he usually did. Like a sophisticated gentleman. But Chloe knew that the person in front of her was merely wearing a mask. Chloe sat across from him without the slightest movement. In all honesty, no matter how hungry she was, and no matter how delicious a feast was placed in front of her, she would have no appetite as long as he was sitting across from her. Andrew, on the other hand, didn't seem to be too bothered by the slightly awkward situation. For all he cared, he was happy as long as Chloe was sitting across from him. That was why he went through the trouble of kidnapping Sarah in exchange for the chance to have a meal with Chloe. From an outsider's perspective, the actions that he took in the name of love were rather pitiful. But Andrew felt content. After all, the process was irrelevant, as long as he got the results he wanted. For today, he simply wanted Chloe to have a meal with him. And that was exactly what he got. "Chloe, I've been so busy with the company these days, and sometimes I wonder why I even bother. I have so much money that I would never be able to spend it all in this lifetime. And I've also already proven my value, because I can use the money to make more money. So now, the days feel repetitive, and I think, what is the point of all this? Is this the life I really want?" Chloe listened silently without saying anything. The new female secretary has really big tits, but I can tell they're fake. She's got a pretty face and went to a good university, but she's a little bit of a whore. I've got enough girls, so I have no interest in her and transferred her to the PR department. The company's been training some girls recently, and we're also holding auditions. But you know what? The judges are terribly disgusting. It's fine if they just want money, but they also want to sleep with the new girls. You can't clap with one hand, though, right? The girls are more than willing to use their bodies to climb up the ladder. Society these days. Isn't virginity supposed to be the most valuable thing to a woman? Are money and power really that important? Chloe continued to keep her mouth shut. She simply listened as Andrew continued to ramble on. Ever since Mayor Fisher took over, he's changed a lot of policies and has become very connected with the entrepreneurs in our city. I can tell he wants to make something of himself, just so he can shut his superiors up. He's got a daughter. She's rather retarded. Her intelligence is seriously lacking, and she somehow thinks of herself as a second Bella. Ugh, I wouldn't even go for a woman like that if she were to clean herself up and lie on my bed naked. Really, I have no interest at all. After another ramble, Chloe continued with her silence. Andrew then took a sip of red wine and looked up. His eyes turned soft and he asked, "What about you, Chloe? How have you been for the past year?" Me? Are you really going to ask me that question? Do you think I've been well? Chloe smirked coldly at him. Are you still blaming me for the death of Jack? Have you ever thought that, perhaps, he's not the one? He's too selfish and he only cares about himself. He never thinks about you, or else he wouldn't have divorced you as soon as I threatened him. A man like that is not someone you can rely on, so I don't understand why you like him so much. Andrew's voice became a little escalated. Shut the hell up! Don't you dare talk about him like that. Jack is the person that loves me the most in this world. He's not selfish at all. It's because of his love that he always tries to think from my perspective, and that's why you got the chance to manipulate him. It's because he loves me so much that he'd rather take on all the pain by himself. I owe him so much, and I'm willing to repay him with the rest of my life. If I don't have the chance this lifetime, I will wait until my next life. Ha ha ha. So, does that mean you are not infatuated with Justin yet? Andrew chuckled out loud and asked, Justin saved my life. He will always be the most important friend I have. Just friends, eh? Haha. It seems like Justin is even more pitiful than I am. I've done so much harm to you, but you will remember me forever, because you hate me. But him? He's done so much for you, but you've friend-zoned him forever. That's why I will never be as dumb as him, silently give when knowing he will never have what he want. To each his own. To be honest, no matter how much money you have, or how much power you have, you'll never be at the same level as Justin. Justin is like the sea that can contain water from thousands of rivers because of his greatness. But you're destined to be stuck in a corner, all on your own. You'll run in circles in that corner, and continue to be the narrow-minded a-hole you are. Haha, nice one. So what if I'm an a-hole? I really couldn't care less about what others think of me. You're the only one I care about in this world. You're wrong. You only care about yourself, Chloe rebutted immediately. Fine. It's not like we reach a verdict every time, so there's no point in debating. Hurry up and eat, the dishes are about to get cold. No, are you scared that I'd drug you? Andrew smiled slightly. Chloe only looked at him without replying. Suddenly, Andrew's subordinate walked in. Boss, Justin and his people are on their way. They'll be here within 5 minutes. Can't I have a peaceful moment to enjoy dinner? Ugh. Andrew wiped his hands with a wet towelette and stood up. What are you going to do? Chloe watched him cautiously. What? Are you scared that I will hurt him? Your knight in shining armor? Andrew, I'm warning you. Don't you dare do anything reckless. Justin is the Cooper family's only grandchild. If anything happens to him, you'll die a miserable death, Chloe warned. Don't try to intimidate me, Chloe. These psychological tactics don't work on me. I'm not like those idiots, so save your breath. As Andrew spoke, he got up from his chair. However, before he even reached the door was kicked wide open from the outside. With a deadly look on his face, Justin walked in and scanned the room. He was relieved to find Chloe standing there, in one piece. Anne and several subordinates followed in behind him. There weren't many of them, but they came prepared. Anne always kept a low profile, but Chloe knew he had been with Justin for the longest. He looked rather average and seemed mediocre in business management. But for him to be able to follow Justin for so long, he must have certain outstanding traits. Seeing that Chloe was okay, Justin felt the heaviness leave his heart. Then, without saying anything, he walked up and grabbed Chloe's wrist in an attempt to lead her out of this goddamn place. "Chloe, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Chloe nodded. "Good, let's go home." Justin held onto her wrist tightly, as if he was afraid she would disappear in a split second. Just as they headed towards the door, someone stepped in and suddenly stopped them. "What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to stand in my way?" Justin whipped his head around and glared at Andrew with the coldest stare. Andrew looked at him with a smile. "President Cooper, what's the rush? You're already here, so you might as well enjoy your stay. I would rather not come in contact with people like you, but even people like me won't allow people to come and go as they wish. How about this? We can fight it out. I've heard that you're a pretty good fighter." Andrew rolled up his sleeves as he kept smiling. Justin couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You want to fight me? Are you sure? You were in the Special Forces, right? I've heard about your impressive fighting skills. I've always wanted to try it out." Ever since Justin rained blows on him in front of everyone last time, Andrew had been holding a grudge towards the man. To save face, he couldn't return a punch at the time. However, he never forgot about it. Now was the perfect chance for revenge. "Tell me first, how many of you am I fighting?" Justin looked at Andrew mockingly. "President Cooper, you're very funny. Of course we're fighting 1-to-1. I don't like to pick on the weak. Good, I'm going to knock all your teeth out." Justin let go of Chloe's hand. "Justin, don't fight him. What if it's a trap?" Chloe reminded him quietly. "Don't worry, wait for me here. We'll go home after I finish him." Justin comforted Chloe gently. Andrew had already begun to slowly unbutton his shirt. Then, he threw his shirt on the ground like it was a whip. "Boss," Andrew's minions all seemed worried. "When we start fighting, none of you are allowed to step in. Don't say I didn't warn you." Justin turned and reminded Anne and the others as well. "This is my fight. I don't want any of your help." "President Cooper," Anne was a bit worried. "Don't worry." With that, Justin clenched his fists, his gaze carrying a never-before-seen fierceness. It had been a long time since he had fought someone, and Justin wasn't sure if his skills were still as sharp. He had the confidence, however, to give Andrew the worst beating the man had ever gotten. "Come on!" Andrew signaled for Justin to come forward, his tone filled with provocation. In a fit of rage, Justin lunged forward and threw the first punch. Chloe was more than frightened, watching on the sidelines. This was a cruel, bare-handed battle. The skills being tested were speed, strength, reaction time, and how well one can take hits. Andrew was stronger than he looked. He was, in fact, very skilled, and his punches were incredibly steady. Although Justin's blows were ruthless, each strike seemingly powerful enough to end Andrew, the latter was surprisingly quick to react. After 10 or so minutes, he was still unable to hurt the man even a little bit. Both men also grew more and more careful. Chloe heard Anne's mumbling on the side. Andrew's fighting style is more powerful than it looks. It's a type of advanced combat skills used in the Israeli Special Forces that are incredibly powerful and highly technical. President Cooper won't win easily. Just then, Justin was hit in his abdomen. He clenched his jaw and swallowed the pain, silently. Chloe was frightened. "Justin, be careful." Chloe couldn't help but worry. Andrew raised his hand and pecked his finger. He smiled at Chloe. "Chloe, You're so biased. I've known you for so long. Not only are you not cheering for me, you're actually cheering for my opponent. I'm so sad. Andrew, cut the crap. Hurry up and fight me. Justin despised the way Andrew harassed Chloe. As far as he was concerned, Andrew was a despicable psycho. With that, Justin rushed forward again, fast and accurate. This intense battle went on for an hour and 40 minutes. Everyone watched silently, afraid to be dragged into the fight. Chloe's heart wouldn't descend from her throat. She was terrified of Justin getting hurt because Andrew looked very strong. Finally, when both men were drenched in sweat, their bodies covered in wounds and their legs about to give in, Andrew wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Justin, you really are impressive. You guys can leave. Justin reached out his hand and wiped away the sweat from his face, before turning to Chloe. Suffering through the pain, he took her hand and led her out of the mansion. After they got into the car, Chloe immediately asked, "How are you doing? Are you seriously injured? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No. It's not that serious. They're all external wounds. I can patch myself up once I get home." "Let's get you home first and then I'll go home." "No, it's okay. I'll go home with you and patch you up first. I'll go home afterward." "I can do it myself," Justin chuckled helplessly. "I'm a doctor." "Don't tell me you know better," Chloe ordered. All right. Please don't get mad at me, Dr. Green. I'll listen to you." Ultimately, Justin gave in and drove his car went directly to his private mansion. Chloe went looking for the first aid kit as soon as they walked in. She then helped Justin take off his pure white shirt. Chloe's heart ached at the sight of Justin's body. There were bruises front and back. Although there weren't any open wounds, internal injuries were the worst kind. Invisible to the naked eye, but painful as could be. She took out the iodophor and applied it carefully to his bruises. Justin held in all of the pain, unwilling to make Chloe worry even a little bit. He simply sat there, straight as a pencil, not moving an inch. Chloe's fingers would graze his skin, sending ripples through his heart. Andrew wasn't as garbage as I thought he'd be. He definitely had professional combat training before, and he's incredibly skilled, Justin commentated. He never does anything without absolute certainty. The fact that he agreed to fight you meant he wasn't going to let you beat him to a pulp, Chloe added. Your analysis makes a lot of sense. It seems like you know him quite well. I've known him for years. He's incredibly strange, and his personality's ever-changing. But one thing that will never change is his huge ego. It's good that you're also a great fighter. Otherwise, if you were seriously injured. Chloe paused for a moment. What would you have done? Justin asked. I definitely wouldn't have let him off the hook. How dare he hurt my friend? Disappointment flashed across Justin's eyes upon hearing the word friend. Chloe quickly disinfected Justin's wounds and bandaged him up. Although there are no critical wounds, you'll still need to avoid water for the time being. It'll heal up faster that way. If you shower, try not to stay in there for too long. Got it, Dr. Green. Justin smiled. Go to bed early. I'm going home. I'll drive you. No need. You're already injured and shouldn't move around. And can drive me back, Chloe suggested. All right then. Sleep early when you get back. The twins' 1-month birthday party is the day after tomorrow. A lot of people will be there and you will be stressed. I will. Chloe then followed on out of Justin's mansion. Although Justin sustained many injuries, the fact that Chloe personally bandaged him up made everything worth it. After Chloe left, Justin lied down on his bed, finding it difficult to fall asleep. He just felt that something was a bit off back when Chloe tried to send him away, but he wasn't suspicious. It wasn't until he arrived at the hotel and didn't see any handbags that he realized he had been tricked. When he returned, Chloe was gone and nowhere to be found. Justin immediately checked her call and text records, eventually rushing to Andrew's home with a group of his men. It was good that Chloe was safe. He would hate himself if anything happened to her. He didn't know when it all began, but protecting Chloe had become not only a responsibility, but also a habit. It was as if he was born to protect her. Before he went to sleep, Justin took out his phone and flipped to the one photo he took of Chloe. It was when Chloe was still a doctor. She was dressed in a white lab coat and wearing black glasses frames. Although she looked a bit old-fashioned, Justin still found her incredibly adorable. Thinking back to his history with Chloe, she was the most interesting during his hospital stay at Southside. She was fierce as a tigress, teaching Justin lessons and making him as obedient as could be. We all have our weaknesses, right? Chloe was Justin's weakness. Even if he was God, Justin knew that he would still be in the palm of Chloe's hands. He moved closer to the cell phone screen, closed his eyes, and gently pecked the girl's lips on the photograph. He then mumbled, "Good night, Dr. Green," and drove Chloe back to the Cooper family mansion in Justin's Lamborghini. He drove very slowly. Sitting on the passenger's side, Chloe looked off into the distance as if she was deep in thought. Honestly, I've never seen President Cooper fight anyone this hard. He had never fought like this ever since he was discharged from the army. And uttered, slowly, "Yeah, I've never seen him like this either. It really scared me. What am I supposed to tell Grandpa Cooper if something were to happen to him? I'm scared just thinking about it. Nothing would have happened to President Cooper. He's incredibly strong. I just thought that it would be a one-sided beatdown by President Cooper, but Andrew surprised me with his skills. Anyway, both of them gave it their all today. It was truly a sight to see. President Cooper's injured, but Andrew's probably not doing too well either. I can guarantee that he's suffering more than President Cooper, not less." Chloe tilted her head at Anne and smiled. "You have a lot of faith in Justin." "Yes, it's why I applied to be his security guard in the first place. Later on, I discovered that his character's even more admirable. I'm also a Special Forces veteran. When I was still a rookie, he was already a legend at the Army base. It's a shame, though. That, later. Did something happen? Nothing. It's just a shame that he left the Army so early. I thought that he would stay there his entire life, just like Grandpa Cooper." When it came to Justin's past, Chloe knew close to nothing. She only knew that he spent many years in the Army, but she didn't know what he had gone through. Maybe it was because she didn't love him. Chloe was never interested in Justin's past. After she arrived home, the twins were already asleep. Sandra was in Chloe's room looking after them. "Why are you back so late?" "Oh, I was having too much fun and forgot about the time. Did the twins give you trouble?" "Not the little one, but the big one was crying. She seems to be a little bit more sensitive. Her little eyes are always searching for you. Seeing that you weren't there, she started to cry. I've been trying to calm her down ever since." "Looks like Pudding's a clever one. Her EQ might even be higher than Little Bean's." Chloe smiled. "Chloe, isn't the day after tomorrow the twins' 1-month celebration? How many people did you invite? Do you need my help?" Chloe thought it over for a second and nodded. "Actually, I only have a few friends. Mom, don't worry about it. Plus, I'm staying with the Cooper family, so we won't be able to do anything too extravagant. A small gathering is good enough. They're still young. We don't need to make it too fancy." Sandra nodded in agreement. "That's true. You're right. I should have been more considerate. The Cooper family has been so kind to you. We can't go overboard." Chloe walked over to the twins and gave them each a gentle kiss. She then got into her own bed and went to sleep. The twins' 1-month celebration arrived in the blink of an eye. Chloe and Justin bought all the party materials in advance, and on the day of the party, Chloe, along with Mrs. Cooper and her own mother, led the maids into doing all kinds of decorating, blowing up balloons, and hanging up colorful streamers. Although it looked like a lot of fun, preparing for the party was truly hard work. Everyone was having a great time, however, as they were all very excited about the party. Mr. Cooper and Grandpa Cooper made time for the twins, both deciding to stay at home for the celebration, as this day was important to them as well. Grandpa Cooper and Mr. Cooper each carried one baby, trying to make the twins laugh. From afar, everything looked Strangely fitting? When Justin came home, he couldn't believe the sight before him. Mr. Cooper lowered his head towards the baby and gently whispered, "Baby, say Grandpa." "Grandpa?" Dad, let me explain. 1-month-olds can't speak yet." Justin pretended to cough to cover up his reminder to his father. "I don't need you to tell me that." Mr. Cooper rolled his eyes at Justin. "I'm only trying to make the baby laugh. You think I'm doing it for real? What's happening to your brain? Why are you becoming more and more stupid?" Mr. Cooper scolded. Fine. Maybe Justin was worrying for nothing, but why were his dad and grandpa, who were both incredibly stern, so soft when they were with the twins? Everyone in the Cooper family loved the twins. The babies were too cute for words to describe. "Grandpa, can I hold the baby for a second? I haven't had enough time yet. Go ask your father." Grandpa Cooper declined. Dad, are you holding Pudding or Little Bean? Could I have a turn?" "Go away." "Did you wash your hands? Your hands are covered in bacteria, do you know that? Plus, you have no idea how to hold a baby. They look like they're in pain whenever you hold them. Get away from here." With that, Mr. Cooper walked towards the windows with the baby in his arms. Justin stood there, blinking awkwardly. He was at his home, right? Why did he feel like an abandoned child? What was going on? Justin got up and walked upstairs. The sight of Chloe standing atop a chair and hanging balloons instantly warmed his heart. How could you be doing work like this? "No worries. It's not that high up." Chloe smiled. "Still, it's dangerous. Get down. I'll do it." Before Chloe could respond, he dragged her down the chair and climbed on top of it himself. The guests arrived one after another. By noon, almost everyone had arrived. "Are we all here? Should I tell the kitchen to begin serving lunch?" Justin asked. Hold on. We're still waiting for one more person," Chloe said quietly. Who's still not here?" Justin looked around the room confused. Victoria, Brenton, Max, Cody, Violet, Noah, Sarah, Rick. They were all here. Cece. She should be here soon. Chloe glanced over at Rick, whose eyes twinkled slightly at the mention of Cece's name. Everyone knew what was going on as soon as the words Cece were mentioned. In unison, their gazes shot towards Rick, who looked down without a word. At this moment, Chloe received a snap message. Then, she looked up at Justin. "Cece's out by the door. Can you let her in?" "Sure." Justin nodded as he stood up. Rick slowly stood up behind him. "Chloe, I have somewhere else to be, so I'm going to go now. I'll come and see the twins another day." "Rick, why are you avoiding Cece?" Chloe asked. She didn't avoid the question because there was a crowd present, causing Rick, on the other hand, to feel a little awkward. "I just think we shouldn't see each other under the current circumstances. Do you plan on avoiding her for the rest of your life?" Upon hearing this, Rick fell silent. Chloe, don't put Rick between a rock and a hard place." "Ha ha ha." After all, they shouldn't be seeing each other right now. Sarah was a giant gossip. Therefore, after finding out that Rick and Cece had broken up, she had been feeling bad for this poor couple, and she thought they needed time away from each other. Moreover, she wondered why Chloe was pushing Rick into a corner. "I'm not putting him anywhere. I just think it's better to deal with problems face to face, so neither of them will have regrets," Chloe said, word for word. Victoria looked at Chloe in surprise and wondered why she was behaving this way. However, after a moment's thought, she knew where the latter was trying to do. Therefore, she smiled and agreed. "Rick, Chloe's right. You guys should talk about your misunderstanding. Plus, the twins are 1 month old today. It's supposed to be a celebration. You shouldn't leave. Have some fun with us. What do you say?" Chloe and Victoria's combined attack left the inarticulate Rick no choice but to sit back down onto the couch. Then, Justin walked into the living room with Cece and everyone headed over to welcome her. Chloe held Cece's hand and pulled the ladder down beside her. Although she and Rick were sitting far away from each other, their gazes would cross as soon as they looked up. Cece wasn't surprised to see Rick here. She knew this was Chloe's attempt to give her one last chance. She wanted to smile at Rick, but the latter didn't even look up. "We're all here. Should we begin our dinner?" Chloe looked up at Justin, who nodded and waved his hand at the kitchen staff. Since a lot of them didn't know Grandpa Cooper well, they divided the party into 2 tables. Grandpa Cooper and the other elders sat around one, while Chloe and her friends sat on the other. Chloe's mom and Mrs. Cooper were tending to the twins, so they sat with Grandpa and Mr. Cooper. This way, Chloe got the chance to chat with her friends. Sarah and Max were active members of the group and kept talking throughout dinner. Rick, however, barely ate nor talked, and just sat there quietly. Cece spent dinner staring at Rick, but the latter refused to look at her, making her more anxious than ever. Upon seeing Cece's anxiety, Chloe stood up on purpose. "Cece, can you come to the bathrobe with me?" "Sure," Cece nodded. Then she stood up and headed upstairs with Chloe. "Chloe, what should I do? I feel like Rick doesn't want to talk to me. He won't even look at me. It's not that he doesn't want to, he doesn't have the courage to." Chloe smiled. "Do you have any ideas?" Cece asked nervously. "Stay here in my room. I'll think of a way to get him up here." "Then, the rest is up to you," Chloe said. Upon hearing this, Cece nodded in determination. Chloe walked out to the second-floor balcony and shouted, "Help!" Cece fainted. As soon as she said that, Rick shot upstairs in the blink of an eye. "Chloe, where is she?" Rick asked nervously. "She's in my room. Go and check on her." Chloe lied without blinking, surprised by her newly discovered talent. Upon seeing Rick rush into her room, Chloe smiled proudly and headed downstairs, looking at the dumbfounded crowd below her. "Dr. Green." "What's going on?" Max asked. "Nothing, just eat," Chloe laughed. "My wife was right, Chloe's trying to get them back together." Brenton chuckled. Right, your wife's always right, she's the smartest," Chloe laughed. Then, she added, "Not bad, Victoria. You've taught him well." Chloe rarely joked so casually, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Brenton looked down, feeling a little shy by what she said. Chloe sat back down and grabbed some cold noodles with her chopsticks. However, Justin suddenly knocked the noodles out of her hand. "What the hell?" Chloe exclaimed as she glared at Justin. "You're just out of postnatal recovery. Eating cold food isn't good for you." Chloe was immediately shocked, speechless. The crowd smiled to themselves. They were more than used to Justin's attentiveness towards Chloe. Upstairs, inside Chloe's bedroom. When Rick rushed in, he saw Cece standing there, perfectly unscathed. Realizing that Chloe lured him in on purpose, Rick felt awkward and turned around to leave. However, Cece stopped him. "Rick, can I help you? Do you really hate me that much? Is that why you try to leave whenever you see me?" Cece asked, feeling heartbroken. "I just don't think there's anything else we can say to each other, am I wrong?" Rick replied faintly. Cece took a deep breath in and walked up to Rick. "Rick, I need to explain things to you. I really didn't sell Chloe out. It really wasn't me." Upon hearing this, Rick only responded with silence. "Do you really not believe me? Not even a little bit? Am I that despicable to you? Do you really think I'd betray my own friend?" Cece demanded. "There's no point in discussing this, Cece. It's really not important," Rick replied without much emotion. Rick's indifference felt like daggers in Cece's heart. She walked up to face him as tears shone in her eyes. "But it's important to me, Rick. My happiness depends on you believing me. Rick, I'm sorry. I'm too stupid and naive. I shouldn't have looked for Chloe without your permission. I didn't try to hurt her and the twins on purpose. Please, don't be mad at me, okay?" Cece apologized like a little kid, grabbing the corner of Rick's shirt while choking on her words. "Cece, don't apologize. It's not your fault." "No, Rick. I know what I did was wrong. Please don't break up with me. I don't want to leave you. I've never loved someone like how I love you." In the end, Cece threw away her pride, confessing her feelings to Rick. The truth was, Rick was struggling internally. He didn't want to ruin an innocent girl like Cece, nor did he want her to waste her youth with him. Therefore, he didn't want her to think that they still had a chance. Therefore, he forced himself to say, "Cece, I've made myself very clear. Let's not waste time on each other anymore. I have to go. Bye." As soon as he finished speaking, Rick grabbed the corner of his shirt back. Then he turned around, leaving Cece feeling like her world had collapsed. Before he could make it out the door, Cece couldn't help but ask in tears, "Rick, tell me, have you ever loved me? Was our relationship just a one-sided play that I was a part of? Was I the only one that felt anything? What am I to you? A piece of garbage you can throw away at any time? Huh? Answer me." Upon hearing Cece's questions, Rick felt a stabbing pain in his chest. "Answer me! Don't avoid me!" Cece called out at Rick's back. Rick slowly turned around, looking at her with an extremely complicated expression on his face. In the end, he only said, "Cece, I'm sorry. I don't want you to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Rick, I don't want to lose you. I really don't. Ever since Chloe told me that you're going back to the United States, I haven't slept and kept having nightmares of you leaving me. I hate this feeling. I feel like if I don't say this to you, I'll never have a chance to. I don't want our relationship to be something we used to kill time. I'm serious about what we have. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I don't care who you are and where you come from. Rick, as long as you want to be with me, I will never leave you. Not even if we end up living on the streets. Please believe me. I'm young and don't have a lot of experience in this world, but I'm not someone that can easily forget someone, nor am I a child. I know love is for life, and I envy Jack and Chloe's relationship. They met when they were kids, but after all these years, they're still together. Do you know what I really want? I want a time machine that can help me travel back into time. I want to be by your side as you grow up." After saying all that, Cece peeked at Rick's face but noticed that it was still cold and indifferent. The truth was, no matter what was going on in Rick's mind, he still maintained a calm demeanor. Therefore, at this moment, no one could tell what he was thinking. Not even Cece. "Cece, Rick opened his mouth to say something, but only 2 words came out. Cece was a prideful girl. She thought Rick was trying to reject her but was embarrassed, too, in fear that it would hurt her feelings. In an instant, her heart fell down to the bottomless pit. "So you really don't care anymore, even if I confessed my feelings to you like a F-king idiot. I bared my all to you, but you're so indifferent. Cece, the truth is..." Rick began, but was immediately interrupted by Cece. "I get it. You don't have to say anything else. Either way, Rick, thank you for everything." Then, Cece walked up to Rick, stood on the tips of her toes, and gently pecked the latter on the cheek. "Best of luck to everything, Rick. Bye." Then, before Rick could respond, Cece turned around and ran out of Chloe's room, tears streaming down like a waterfall. She stumbled her way downstairs, and she almost fell on her face at the bottom of the stairs. Chloe immediately went over and held her by the arm. She looked at Cece. "Are you okay?" When the latter looked up, her face was covered with tears. "Chloe, thank you for getting me one last shot with him. I have no regrets." Then, Cece ran away in embarrassment, completely disregarding the injury on her arm. "I guess they ended it, eh?" Max asked rhetorically, while the others looked at each other without responding. Just then, Chloe looked up to see Rick slowly walking down the stairs. She could tell that he was in a state of depression. "She's gone." Upon hearing this, Rick nodded, feeling an internal struggle within. This was the result that he wanted. But why did it hurt so much? Just then, when he saw Cece's tears, he almost gave in. "Are you leaving now?" Chloe asked him calmly, and the latter nodded. "I'll walk you out. I also need to talk to you," Chloe said as she walked towards the front door and walked through it. Rick followed quietly behind. Tisk, tisk, this is a tricky matter. Do you think Dr. Green will be able to change his mind? I bet $1,000 that she can. Anyone want in on this? Max interjected suddenly. I bet $5,000 that Chloe will change his mind. Brenton smiled. Me too. Chloe will definitely win, Noah added, confident in Chloe's abilities. You guys suck. Rick's better than that. Chloe won't be able to brainwash him that easily, Sarah refuted. So, Mrs. Ace? Are you betting on Rick? Max laughed. Of course I'm not. As Chloe's best friend, I'll always be on her side. Sarah smiled. Ha! I thought you were better than us. I guess not. Max burst out in laughter. Cody and Violet watched in silence. Both of them were a bit shy, so they didn't join the conversation. Justin? Where's Chloe? Grandpa Cooper suddenly looked towards them and asked. Oh, she went to see her friend out. She'll be back soon. It seems like something bad happened. Is that girl okay? The older generation didn't know what happened. All they saw was a girl leaving in tears and wondered what in the world could have happened. Don't worry, Chloe will deal with it, Justin replied with confidence. Good then. Then, Grandpa Cooper and the others went back to eating, chatting, and playing with the twins. Rick and Chloe walked side by side on the path towards the gates of the Cooper estate as countless guards hovered around them. Have you really made your decision? Rick tilted his head to look at Chloe. You mean between me and Cece? What else would I be talking about? Chloe replied, clearly unhappy. I think so. We're just not meant to be, Rick said with a sigh. I don't think so, though. Everything depends on human effort. We can't blame our life and bad luck on fate. It's just avoidance in another form. Upon hearing this, Rick remained silent. In his mind, he wasn't as smart or as articulate as Chloe. Therefore, he decided to stop resisting and just let her talk. Rick, what do you think is the most important thing in a person's life? Rick slightly froze after hearing Chloe's question. He realized that he actually didn't know how to answer. It. She continued. A lot of people think that the most important things are those they cannot have or lost since it was never theirs, to begin with. But I think that's just reflective of human greed. The truth is, we should treasure what we have now. But not everyone gets that. In the end, they regret what happened after the fact. Some people still think about the woman they loved in their youth, when they're in their 60s or 70s. What's the point of that? Chloe, what are you trying to say? Just say it, Rick suddenly said. With a hopeless expression on her face, Chloe sighed and continued. There are more than 6 billion people on this plane, and the chances of 2 people finding their soulmate and falling in love are next to nothing, so fate's bound to intervene. Falling in love is hard. Jack and I were apart for 7 years, and we've been through so much. The only thing I regret today is not being by his side when I had the chance, and now I might never be able to do that. Rick, you can't fool me. I know you still love Cece, but you can't give her what she wants. Therefore, you think the best way to treat her is to let her go and wish her all the best. But to Cece, you being by her side is the only way she can be happy. It's just like back when Jack decided to divorce me because of Andrew's threats. He thought he was doing me a favor, but he wasn't, because Jack didn't know that I don't care about anyone or anything else except for him. I'd rather die before divorcing him. I wanted to be his wife for the rest of my life. Chloe, Rick said, touched by her words. Rick, men and women are different. In relationships, men think that women won't leave if they still love them, but women think that men will go find them if they still love them. So she decided to run away, because you didn't stop her from leaving. Just tell me, Rick, do you still love Cece? Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.